Scoring the Sacred Body of the Ancients from the Get Chapter 766 to Chapter 840. The Dragon King Palace was also an ancient immortal orthodoxy. It was formed by a group of dragons. Zulong of the Huangtian mystic realm, the dragon-human clan of the immortal ancient world, and the mysterious ancient void dragon clan were all branches of the dragon bloodline. During the Immortal War, when Zulong was almost destroyed, the boundary emperors of the Dragon King Palace also joined in. However, they were stopped by the boundary emperors of the Jun family who were drifting in the depths of space. It was also because of this that the two forces had a conflict. Jun Xiaoyao also decided that he would not show mercy to these immortal orthodoxies. Those who dared to provoke the Jun family would only die. At this moment, the young dragon king, Xianxia, made his move. The golden dragon spear in his hand seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens. Various golden dragon patterns appeared on it, and its power was extremely terrifying. I heard that when the young dragon king of the Dragon King Palace was born, two golden dragons descended from the heavens. One of them turned into a golden spear while the other turned into a golden armor. These are the golden dragon spear and golden dragon armor. Sensing the power of Xianxia's attack, a skypride said. These top-notch outlawed skyprides were born extraordinary. They had all kinds of strange phenomena and opportunities. They were born to be dragons and phoenixes among men. One could say that the spear and armor were divine weapons bestowed by the heavens. If they were cultivated in the future, they would definitely have the potential to become emperor weapons. Moreover, because they were divine weapons, Xianxia could fully unleash their power. Unlike the 10 princes of Jinwu, who could not unleash the true power of the sun-treasured will even if they tried their best to refine it. Seeing the golden dragon spear coming at him, Jun Xiaoyao simply stretched out his hand and flicked his fingers, colliding with the golden dragon spear. Xianxia's eyes flashed with anger when he saw this. Jun Xiaoyao was underestimating him. However, before Xianxia could berate him, a shocking sound of metal colliding rang out. Jun Xiaoyao's fingers collided with the golden dragon spear. It was as if two metals had collided, and intense sparks were produced. Jun Xiaoyao's physical body was not inferior to a divine weapon. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his fingers, and the sharp immortal slaughtering sword qi burst out. In a short period of time, it clashed with the golden dragon spear hundreds to thousands of times. After that, the golden dragon spear was sent flying, and Xianxia also stumbled back several thousand feet. His arm was already numb. He couldn't help but take a deep breath as his heart trembled violently. The dragon clan was famous for their powerful physical bodies. Some ancient emperors of the dragon race could even completely suppress great emperors of the human race in terms of their physical bodies, but now, in terms of physical strength, he was completely suppressed by a human. Is this how terrifying the complete version of the sacred body of the ancients is? All the geniuses widened their eyes, unable to calm down. The news that Jun Xiaoyao possessed a saint physique with 10 shackles severed back on the desolate Star Conqueror star had already spread. When the news spread, there were still some cultivators who couldn't believe it. That was because the decline of the sacred body of the ancients was due to the shackles of the heavenly law. How could it be broken so easily? But now, after seeing Jun Xiaoyao's freakishly strong physical body, they really believed it. Only a complete sacred body with 10 severed shackles could be so freakishly strong. Compared to the shock of others, Jun Xiaoyao himself was extremely calm. Not only did he cultivate all kinds of physical techniques, but he also reforged his body with the myriad qi in the bronze immortal palace. He already had the potential to become an emperor with his physical body. This kind of performance was not surprising. Again, Xianxia was naturally unwilling to give up. The dragon blood in his body boiled, and he attacked again with his spear. As the golden dragon spear swept across, it cut through the void. Golden light flowed, and illusory dragon shadows appeared one after another. As if the exit of the dragon world had been opened, countless dragon shadows rushed out and roared at Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao still simply pointed his finger. Stalks of grass swayed in the void. The leaves had 9 leaves, and mysterious patterns spread on them. As the leaves trembled, sword qi split the sky. It's the grass symbol sword art. Some cultivators fixed their eyes on it. I heard that the inheritance of the grass symbol sword art was in the Fuxi Immortal Systems dojo, but Gutizi didn't fully comprehend it. Instead, the Jun family's son of God's body comprehended it in a few days. Many of the people present knew about this matter. This was another thing Gutizi had embarrassed himself in. Many people were amazed at Jun Xiaoyao's speed of comprehension. But if they knew that Jun Xiaoyao had comprehended ancient Chaos Emperor's forbidden art in just 7 days, they would be amazed. They probably wouldn't be amazed by the grass symbol sword art. The sword chi was as thick as a mountain ridge, tearing the sky and earth apart. A strand of sword chi could cut through the sun, moon, and stars, let alone now. Jun Xiaoyao's sword finger swept out, and the world seemed to be cut into countless pieces by the sword chi. Boom! 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 The dragon's shadow and the sword chi collided, and the light was dazzling. It was like endless fireworks, and the place was extremely dazzling. But the terrifying thing was that the ripples of each of the fireworks were enough to kill a sage-to-be expert. Jun Xiaoyao did not move an inch during the clash of such extreme moves, as if he was standing tall like a monument. On the other hand, Xianxia was knocked back again. The blood in his chest was boiling, and his face was flushed. If it weren't for the golden dragon armor, he might be in a worse situation. How can this be? Xianxia didn't want to believe it. He was the young Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, and he had almost never tasted defeat. But now, he was being suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao again and again. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. He stepped on the Kuanpeng and flashed in front of Xianxia, punching him hard. Golden chi and blood surged into the sky, slapping the heavens like waves. This was the power of the sacred body of the ancients. His body was unparalleled. Who could stop him? Xianxia held the golden dragon spear horizontally and blocked Jun Xiaoyao's punch. The golden dragon spear, which was extremely hard, was bent by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. The punch landed on Xianxia's chest. Pfft! Xianxia felt like he was being trampled by a primordial ferocious beast. Cracking sounds came from his sternum. His body retreated into the distance like a cannonball. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, used his Kuanpeng steps again to catch up with Xianxia. He then slapped Xianxia's handsome face hard. I told you that your crooked mouth is an illness. It's time to treat it. Smack! A resounding slap almost shattered half of Xianxia's face. Broken teeth flew everywhere, and blood flowed out of his mouth. He fell to the ground, creating a canyon-like crater in the ground. Everyone was so shocked that their scalps went numb. They were speechless. The young Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, Xianxia, was slapped by Jun Xiaoyao like he was his grandson. This was King ridiculous. This young Dragon King can't be fake, right? Someone couldn't help but ask in a daze. Yu Yunchang covered her red lips with her jade-like hand. Her eyes were shining like never before. Jun Lanqi's heart was also not calm. She took a deep breath, and her full chest rose and fell. Brother Xiaoyao, how strong is he? Jun Lanqi couldn't imagine at all. She had initially thought that Jun Xiaoyao was only capable of taking them away with ease, even if he was there. From the looks of it, what Jun Xiaoyao said before was not just an act after all. He was here to kill. Even Jun Xianming, who disliked Jun Xiaoyao, was speechless at this moment as if his throat was blocked. What you hear may be false, but what you see is true. He now understood that. Comparing Jun Yinhuang and Jun Qingyan with Jun Xiaoyao was ridiculous. It was indeed a little ridiculous. Little Dragon King Xianxia of the Dragon King Palace was one of the most powerful skyprides on the ancient road of ultimate destination. Logically speaking, at this level, who could be stronger than the other? Even if there was a winner and a loser, the difference wouldn't be too big. Furthermore, he wouldn't be crushed and slapped like he was now. Half of his face was smashed, and it was too horrible to look at. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold and indifferent. His method was extremely decisive. He didn't care about his opponent's identity and directly stomped his foot down. It was like the foot of a divine king that could destroy the world as he stomped on Xianxia, who was in the deep pit. Boom! At this moment, Xingtiani made his move. At this moment, his expression was extremely solemn. He wasn't as relaxed as before. A Lanchuo seal. Xingtiani, who was wearing a sacred robe, formed a seal with one hand and suppressed it. This was the great mystic seal of the ancient Orchid sect. When this seal landed, all heretics would be afraid. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his hand, and a pitch-black devouring vortex appeared. It was like the mouth of an abyss and directly swallowed the seal. Xingtian and Jun Xiaoyao once again fought. They've made their move. All three of them have made their move. Many Skyprides were a little dazed. The 10 princes of Jinwu, Xianyi, and Xingtian had all made their move. This wasn't a team of weaklings. Each of them was a taboo existence that had dominated the ancient road of ultimate destination and had the blood of countless Skyprides on their hands. Now, they actually needed to work together to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that until now, no Skyprides on the ancient road of ultimate destination had such an honor. Jun Xiaoyao was the first. Heh. It's really a team fight against a boss. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. According to the usual routine, the protagonist and his brothers would work together to defeat the villain boss. But now, the boss was himself. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. Only cows and sheep would form a herd. Beasts would always move alone. Jun Xiaoyao, being alive is everything. A dead legend is not a legend. The 10 princes of Jinwu shouted coldly. Xianxia's intervention just now had allowed the 10 princes of Jinwu to regain their composure and adjust their breathing for a while. Above the 10 princes of Jinwu, the sun wheel rotated on its own, emitting a blazing divine radiance. At the same time, he took out 36 crimson gold flags with ancient golden crows embroidered on them. As the flags fluttered, they arranged themselves in the air, forming a formation that surrounded Jun Xiaoyao. That's the golden crow burning sky flag. Seeing the 36 golden crow flags in the sky, many geniuses thought of some rumors and couldn't help but reveal a deep sense of fear in their eyes. This was a terrifying technique unique to the Sun God Mountain. It was rumored that there were a total of 3,600 golden crow burning sky flags. If a formation was laid out, it would be enough to melt a giant ancient star in an instant. The golden crow burning sky banner had the battle record of burning a quasi-emperor to death. Of course, that was the result of the super mighty of the Sun God Mountain using the complete golden crow burning sky flag. The 36 golden crow burning sky flags in front of them were considered miniature versions. However, it was still terrifying enough. When the 10 princes of Jinwu used it, it could even pose a great threat to a great saint expert. The 36 golden crow burning sky flags surrounded Jun Xiaoyao. As the flags fluttered, blazing true sun fire poured down in torrents, turning the area where Jun Xiaoyao was into a sea of fire. Even the void was about to collapse, as if it wanted to turn everything into nothingness. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao once again activated the Kuan-Peng's great divine power. The Kuan-Peng's great divine power also had a hint of yin and yang transformation in it. At the same time, he once again used the Taiyin Saint power that he had comprehended from the Taiyin Saint Sutra. The silver Taiyin Saint power surged out like mercury and turned into a mercury ball that enveloped Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this, the 10 princes of Jinwu's eyes became even more furious. At this moment, there was a loud boom. From the crack in the ground, Xianxia's body shot out like a cannonball. Everyone looked over and saw that Xianxia's physical body was overflowing with golden light and dragon blood was boiling. He was recovering at an extremely fast speed. His face, which had been slapped so hard that it was unbearable to look at, began to recover as well. These 3 people are all tough. Many people sighed. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao was trapped in the golden crow burning sky flags. The situation seemed to be disadvantageous for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, I'm going to smash your face. Xianxia's dragon eyes shot out a cold light with extreme killing intent. His tone was extremely cold. How could he bear the humiliation of being slapped by Jun Xiaoyao? Hearing this, every female cultivator stared at Xianyi with a cold look in their eyes. If Xianyi really smashed such a godlike face, it would definitely be a waste of God's gift and he would be struck by lightning. Son of God, you have to win. Those female cultivators didn't dare to openly support Jun Xiaoyao because of Xianyi and the others. However, they were still praying for Jun Xiaoyao in their hearts. If anything happened to such a godlike big brother, their hearts would be broken. Hee hee. Jun Xiaoyao only chuckled coldly. To him, this was just a warm-up. Did these people think that this was his limit? The 10 princes of Jinwu controlled the golden crow burning sky flags. Waves of flame surged as they tried to melt Jun Xiaoyao. Xianyi thrust his spear forward. The projection of a golden dragon appeared on the golden dragon spear and roared as it charged forward. Xianxia grabbed at the air with both hands. The power of faith surged and converged into a bow and an arrow. The bow of faith and the arrow of death. Xianxia knocked the arrow and pulled the bowstring back. Some of the cultivators who didn't understand this situation were stunned. Why wasn't Xianxia aiming his bow at Jun Xiaoyao? You don't understand. The Gulan sect uses the bow of faith to pull the arrow of death. As long as they lock onto their target, the arrow will kill them. They won't be able to escape. If they can't block it, their soul will collapse and they will die. A few of the skyprides who knew a little bit about it said with fear. What? That's strange? Many of the skyprides were shocked. The Gulan sect was indeed the oldest sect in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. It was comparable to the Western sect. The 10 princes of Jinwu, Xianyi, and Xingtiani. The 3 top taboos attacked at the same time. Any of the other outlawed skyprides would be shocked if they were to face such a powerful aura. Jun Xiaoyao's face darkened. Did these people really think they could defeat him by working together? Jun Xiaoyao's body shuddered. His bones emitted a divine glow as he activated the immortal body of the great Luo. The divine elephant overpowering force was activated. The power of 100,000 divine elephants strengthened him. He stomped his foot. The illusionary figure of the 10,000 Tao saints bowed at Jun Xiaoyao. The rare phenomenon of the sacred flesh, the reverence of the 10,000 saints was activated. A magnificent illusionary figure of an immortal emperor rose from the ground behind him. It suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 lands like a statue of a deity. The immortal emperor descends to the 9 heavens. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist. A magnificent godly might was unleashed. Its strength was so shocking that the rift in front of him was shattered before he threw the punch. The Kuanping infinite godly fist, the lightning emperor finger, the grass symbol sword art, the immortal slaughtering sword art, the god-devouring demonic art, and the 9 tribulations demon executing thunder. He had merged the 6 mystical abilities into the punch. The complete version of the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation executed a shocking punch. With the 6 mystical abilities. This punch will teach you a lesson. With one punch, a terrifying aura surged through the 9 heavens imperial court. The energy wave was indescribably powerful. It was like an immortal god was destroying the world. He wanted to destroy everything and start all over again. With one punch, heaven and earth turned into chaos. 6 paths of destruction, reincarnation nirvana. The void was silently annihilated. The earth was shattered. All of the skyprides were horrified. Some of the weaker ones coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and retreated after being hit by a wisp of energy from the tip of the fist. One could imagine how terrifying the impact was for the 10 princes of Jinwu, who were in the middle of the battle. Heaven and earth lost all sound. After more than 100 breaths' time, a loud rumble filled the place. The central battlefield had already turned into pitch-black spatial turbulence. Space fragments were scattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, the whole place was silent. Was this really something that could be caused by someone below the supremacy level? Many prodigies began to doubt it. Although a great sage was powerful, it was not to the extent of causing such a commotion. It was as if a peak supremacy was attacking. Is this young Master Jun's true strength? Yu Yuncheng murmured in a daze. Only now did she know that Jun Xiaoyao did not use much of his true strength when he fought with Qin Wudao. If Qin Wudao knew about this, how would he feel? On the other side, Jun Lanqi and the other prodigies from the hidden lineages were also dumbfounded. Jun Xiaoyao's combat strength had refreshed their understanding of the younger generation. Jun Xiaoyao had already begun to surpass some of the older seniors. Seeing this scene, Jun Xianming clenched his fists. There was a surge of jealousy in his heart. This was the invincible son of God from the main lineage. Terrifying energy waves swept through the sky. Everyone immediately looked over, wanting to see the battle situation. Cough cough, there was the sound of blood coughing. On the shattered ground, little dragon King Xianyi stood up with difficulty. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand to support his broken body. The golden dragon armor, which was his companion weapon, was already full of cracks. He was severely injured. His aura was chaotic, and his eyes were bloodshot. If it were not for the protection of the golden dragon armor, he would have been killed by this punch. On the other side, the 10 princes of Jinwu was covered in wounds, and his chin was dripping with blood. The 36 golden crow burning sky flags were also destroyed by the destructive waves and turned into fragments. The most miserable one was Xianxia. This was because Xianyi and the 10 princes of Jinwu, one had the dragon bloodline, while the other had the sun saint body and the golden crow bloodline. His physical body was his forte. Although he was severely injured, he was still able to hold on. However, Xianxia was different. His physical body was not his forte. Therefore, at this moment, Xianxia's injuries were the most severe. His body was covered with all kinds of bloody wounds. It was like a cracked porcelain that was about to disintegrate. Everyone gasped when they saw the 3 top-notch outlawed skyprides in such a sorry state. A chill ran down their spines. They looked at Jun Xiaoyao again. His clothes were whiter than snow, spotless by even a speck of dust. The techniques of the 3 top-notch outlawed skyprides did not affect him at all. Even Xianxia's heart-piercing arrow could not harm Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit. "You're still alive. It seems that I, the Son of God, have underestimated you." Jun Xiaoyao's voice was heard. The power of his punch was not weak at all. Jun Xiaoyao did not expect the 10 princes of Jinwu and the others to be able to survive. This also proved that the 3 of them were indeed dragons and phoenixes among men. Unfortunately, they ran into Jun Xiaoyao. "It's over." Jun Xiaoyao's voice was extremely cold as he performed the Kuanpeng steps. He was not a kind person. Those who dared to provoke him should be prepared to pay with their lives. "Stop." Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao was about to make a move, the Holy Orchid Sect, Dragon King Palace, and the 4 Golden Crow Princes all shouted and rushed forward. If Xianxia, Xianyi, and the 10 princes of Jinwu were to die here today, the impact would be devastating. The effects of that would be extremely terrifying, producing great disturbances. How dare a grain of rice emit brilliance? Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold as he pressed his palm down. Spurt, the skyprides of the 3 immortal forces exploded one by one, their bones and blood splattering everywhere. Blood rained down and dyed the world red. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was dressed in white as he weaved through the rain of blood, taking a leisurely stroll. Some people were mesmerized by the scene, such as Yu Yuncheng, Jun Lanqi, and the others. Some skyprides felt their hair stand on end and chills run down their spines. That power was invincible. Who could be a match for that white-robed man? "Let's go." Xianxia's eyes were cold as he gritted his teeth. He was seriously injured at the moment. If he hadn't used the power of faith to protect himself just now, his physical body would have collapsed and been smashed into pieces. He was truly frightened by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. It was too powerful. It could even shatter the heavens. If another punch came, he would lose his life. Xianxia quickly retreated into the distance. Seeing Xianxia's action, all the skyprides were stunned. Xianxia, the leader of the 8 sacred princes of the Gulan sect, was running away like a coward? Damn it! Xianyi and the 10 princes of Jinwu cursed when they saw Xianxia running away. If Xianxia ran away, their chances of winning would be even lower. The 2 of them also began to think of retreating in their hearts, preparing to leave. "Do you think you can leave after scheming against the Son of God?" Jun Xiaoyao raised a hand when he saw what was happening. Boundless divine might surged. The origin energy of the universe gathered in his palm. A ray of light that shocked the world appeared as if it had come from the chaos. Genesis, God's light, an indescribable ray of light pierced through the sky and shot towards Xianxia, who was retreating. Xianxia felt a chill down his spine and a sense of death surged in his heart. He turned around and saw the ray of light. Everything in front of him seemed to have been taken away. All that was left was the dazzling brilliance, as if it was going to lead him to the other side. "Impossible. I, Xianxia, will not fall here." Xianxia roared and squeezed out every bit of spiritual energy in his body. At the same time, the vigorous power of faith gathered crazily. "Oh God, Mandala realm." His trump card was unleashed. A terrifying world formed from the power of faith spread out with peerless might. However, the God's light directly pierced through the world of faith and engulfed Xianxia. Xianxia roared crazily. He felt that every cell in his body was disintegrating under the terrifying God's light. "Jun Xiaoyao, when the Son of Truth of the Gulan sect is born, it will be the time of your death." Xianxia roared. His body and primordial spirit turned into nothingness in the god's light. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the scene coldly. The Son of Truth? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a strange light. It was rumored that the Gulan sect would produce a Son of Truth in every generation. His status was above that of the 8 saints. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not care. The Jun family had destroyed the branch of the Gulan sect in the Huangtian mystic realm. They were like fire and water. They were destined to fight in the future. After Xingtiani died, Jun Xiaoyao turned his gaze to Xianyi and the 10 princes of Jinwu. Both of their hearts sank completely. The whole book, the 10 princes of Jinwu and Xianyi both retreated rapidly. What face? What dignity, they were nothing in front of their lives. Only by living could they have a chance to turn the tables. Jun Xiaoyao's figure shuttled through the void. With the space book, his control of the power of space had reached an extremely exquisite level. Coupled with the Kuan Peng's extreme speed, it would be very difficult for these two to escape from Jun Xiaoyao's hands. Jun Xiaoyao pressed down on Xianyi with one hand. Xianyi turned around and threw out the golden dragon spear. The golden dragon spear seemed to have turned into a golden-scaled dragon that soared into the void. With a flick of its tail, it shattered the void and attacked Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's palm came down and shattered the golden dragon spear. The power of 36 Sumeru worlds gathered in his palm. It came down, puff, blood splattered. The golden dragon armor on Xianyi's body, which was already full of cracks, was completely shattered by this palm. The entire golden dragon armor turned into hundreds and thousands of fragments that sputtered in all directions. Everyone who saw this scene felt their hearts tremble, and they swallowed hard. This was Xianyi's lifelong weapon, a treasure bestowed by the heavens. In the end, it was shattered by Jun Xiaoyao's hand. Just like that, Xianyi spat out a large mouthful of blood. This lifelong weapon was equivalent to his flesh and blood. At this moment, it was shattered, causing his injuries to worsen. Jun Xiaoyao used his fingers as a sword and drew a horizontal and vertical line in the void. A cross-shaped void crack appeared and then expanded, as if a huge gap was drawn in the sky. Chaotic Sky Secret Technique, Cross-Star Field Intersection. What kind of secret technique is this? Many geniuses were horrified. They had never seen Jun Xiaoyao use such a move. Yu Yunchang and the others who followed him from the ancient Chaos Tower knew. What? It's the legendary Chaotic Sky Secret Technique? The son of God of the Jun family actually obtained the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor? Many geniuses were even more shocked after learning about the situation. Jun Xiaoyao was already strong enough. Even if he did not obtain the inheritance of the great emperor, he would not be weaker than those geniuses who had obtained the inheritance of the great emperor. But now, Jun Xiaoyao, who had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor, was undoubtedly a tiger with wings. The other geniuses of the same generation were in despair. This world is the son of God of the Jun family's stage. Someone sighed. The chaotic heaven secret technique slammed down. Xianyi, who was already severely injured, was instantly dismembered by this move. It was as if he had been dismembered by the cross. His primordial spirit was naturally destroyed at the same time. Jun Xiaoyao had no intention of giving him a chance to survive. In the end, only the Golden Crow 10th Prince remained. The 10th Prince thought that Xianyi would be able to stall Jun Xiaoyao. In the princesses of God, the of goddesses was. He was scared out of his wits. The golden crow wings on his back flapped, and his body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. Jun Xiaoyao casually raised his hand. The divine light was resplendent. It was like a light that led to the other side. When the divine light appeared, the soul would cross to the other side. The divine light from the Genesis era shot out again. At that moment, a few figures suddenly appeared to block the attack. 10th brother, hurry up and leave. 10th brother, as long as you're alive, you still have a chance. The few figures that appeared were the remaining 4 Golden Crow princes. Although they were also top geniuses, they were obviously not at the level of the 10 princes of Jinwu. Now that the 10 princes of Jinwu was in danger, they naturally would not sit back and do nothing. The Golden Crow King of the Sun God Mountain had also said before. Even if all of you die, the 10th prince must not die. The resplendent divine light directly pierced through one of the golden crow princes. Then, it was the second one, the third one. Finally, it was the fourth one. The four golden crow princes used all kinds of methods to resist, but it was useless. They were directly pierced through. Brothers. When the 10 princes of Jinwu, who had escaped far away, saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was extremely domineering and cruel to outsiders, he still valued his brothers very much. Previously, the 5 golden crow princes had died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. The 10 princes of Jinwu immediately wanted to take revenge. He dragged Xianyi and Xingtianyi over to trap and kill Jun Xiaoyao. In the end, no matter how much he thought about it, he did not expect Jun Xiaoyao's true strength to be so perverted. Not only did he not take revenge, but he also lost 4 of his brothers. The 10 princes of Jinwu was filled with hatred, he was driven mad with hatred, however, he still gritted his teeth as blood seeped out. He did not even look back as he sped up and fled far away. Sigh, what a touching brotherhood. But as brothers, it's better to stay together. Jun Xiaoyao clicked his tongue and sighed. Good brothers, hand in hand, walked together on the road to the netherworld. If they did not die together, how could they live up to such a deep brotherhood? Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand again, and the light of God continued to shoot out. This time, there was no obstruction. It directly landed on the 10 princes of Jinwu. Seeing this, the 10 princes of Jinwu took out the sun treasure wheel and then took out a golden feather. This golden feather burned with flames on its surface and emitted a terrifying aura. The 10 princes of Jinwu injected his power into it. The golden feather immediately burst into flames and wrapped his body within it. He tore through the void and flew away. The light of God hit the sun treasure wheel. The rebound force caused the 10 princes of Jinwu, who was in the flames, to spit out blood mixed with his shattered organs. Half of his golden crow wing was shattered and torn. It was a tragic sight. With a final howl of pain, it disappeared into the closing void. Could that be the feather of the Golden Crow King? Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. He did not expect the Golden Crow King of the Sun God Mountain to value the 10th prince so much that he even gave him a life feather to save his life. What a pity. If I could kill him, I could obtain the immortal scripture of Sunday. Then, I could comprehend it together with the immortal scripture of Taiyin. It would cause yin and yang changes in my inner universe. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and sighed. He felt that it was a pity. However, it did not matter. The 10 princes of Jinwu loved to stir up trouble. He would definitely take the initiative to deliver himself to Jun Xiaoyao again. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao could just harvest him. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao shake his head, the surrounding prodigies were speechless. He killed 2 of them and severely injured one of them. Was he not satisfied with this result? If it were other supreme taboos, they would be proud to be able to fight against 3 of them at the same time. However, Jun Xiaoyao killed 2 of them and severely injured one of them. He was still not satisfied. Also, don't forget that the son of God of the Jun family seems to have a quasi-emperor weapon that he hasn't used. That's right. The son of God hasn't used his bone of supremacy either. In other words, the son of God of the Jun family hasn't used his full strength even when facing 3 supreme taboos? Thinking of this, all the prodigies were silent. As the saying went, the unknown was the most terrifying. No one could figure out where Jun Xiaoyao's limit was. He always refreshed everyone's understanding of him. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for your help. Jun Lanqi moved her feet lightly and appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Her blue hair shone brightly and her blue dress fluttered in the wind. Her skin was as clear as jade. Although she was injured and looked a little disheveled, it did not diminish her beautiful charm. At this moment, Jun Lanqi's sapphire-like eyes were staring at Jun Xiaoyao. Her eyelashes fluttered and bloomed with admiration. Jun Xiaoyao had always been fatally attractive to the opposite sex. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao was able to kill 2 of the great taboos and severely injure one of them with ease. With such strength, means, and grace, it was difficult for people not to admire him. Jun Lanqi's beautiful eyes had become starry. Although Jun Xiaoyao was the son of God of the main bloodline, in Jun Lanqi's eyes, there was no difference between him and the hidden bloodline. Although the hidden bloodline and the main bloodline were separated, there was no such thing as falling out with each other. It was just a simple difference in philosophy. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's tall and slender figure at this moment, Jun Lanqi felt proud. This was a kind of respect that came from the bottom of her heart. Jun Xiaoyao's performance was too amazing. It was simply unparalleled. But it's still a little late. After all, so many people from the Jun family have died. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the remains of some of the Jun family's hidden bloodlines prodigies on the ground and sighed. Jun Xiaoyao generally didn't care about the life and death of ants. He was like God, indifferent to all living things. But after all, those who died were members of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao still felt a little sorry. Perhaps this was selfishness. Moreover, the 18th ancestor and the others had given him a mission to let the hidden bloodline return. He still had to show his emotions. Brother Xiaoyao, what are you talking about? If it weren't for you, Lanqi and the others would be dead. Jun Lanqi was even more touched when she heard this. They had inquired before, and Jun Xiaoyao's character was actually very indifferent. Except for the people around him, he could ignore all living things. Now, Jun Xiaoyao's attitude undoubtedly showed that he regarded the hidden bloodline as his own family. This was a very important signal. I said that the blood of the Jun family will not be shed in vain. In addition to these two, the 10 princes of Jinwu who escaped will also pay with their lives, Jun Xiaoyao said. His words were resolute and decisive. Not to mention Jun Lanqi, the other 2 geniuses of the Jun family who were still alive were also excited. The son of God of the main bloodline was domineering, however, at this moment, a slightly ear-piercing voice sounded. Jun Xiaoyao, have you ever thought about the consequences of killing them? As soon as he said that, Jun Lanqi and the others' expressions changed. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and looked towards the source of the sound. The person who spoke was Jun Xianming. Unlike the despair from before, Jun Xianming, who was now out of danger, regained his composure. He acted as if he was passing judgment on everything. Jun Xianming, what are you talking about? Jun Lanqi frowned and shouted. Jun Xiaoyao specially came here to save them, but Jun Xianming could still say such stupid words. Jun Xianming ignored him and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Although he had been shocked by Jun Xiaoyao's strength just now, he was still shocked. But when he thought about it, he understood. It was impossible for Jun Xiaoyao to make a move on the people of the hidden bloodline. In this era of great competition, all the major hidden forces and ancient clans had come out one after another. The Supreme Xianting also had the intention to reorganize again. The main bloodline of the Jun family was under great pressure. The only way was to let the hidden bloodline return. And the reason why Jun Xiaoyao made a move, Jun Xianming believed that it must be to win over the hidden bloodline. In fact, Jun Xianming was right. Jun Xiaoyao did have such thoughts. But, this didn't mean that Jun Xiaoyao had to be humble in front of the hidden bloodline. Consequences? Tell me, son of God, what are the consequences? Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Those who were familiar with Jun Xiaoyao knew that his smile wasn't necessarily a good thing. Jun Xianming still didn't know and said lightly, each of these 3 forces is a top immortal force. If something happens, can you bear the responsibility? Oh, so this son of God should watch you be trapped to death by the killing array, right? Jun Xiaoyao didn't look angry. That's not true. You just need to save us. There's no need to be so ruthless. Now that we have a death feud, the consequences are already very serious, Jun Xianming said. Shut up. Before Jun Xiaoyao could say anything, Jun Lanqi and the other hidden bloodline geniuses all glared at him and scolded him. Jun Xianming was really a disgrace to the hidden bloodline of the Jun family. Some of the other onlookers also began to whisper to each other. This is a genius from the hidden bloodline of the Jun family. Why do I feel that he's such a coward? The hidden bloodline and the main bloodline of the Jun family can't be compared. The gap between the younger generation is even greater. Hearing these remarks, Jun Xianming's face didn't look very good. At this time, Jun Xiaoyao smiled. It was a sneer. I, Jun Xiaoyao, have done everything in my life. Why should I care about the consequences? Even if I poke a hole in the sky, the heavens are not qualified to punish me, Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeves and said firmly. He had the capital to do so. These domineering words made the audience dead silent. However, everyone thought about it carefully. Since Jun Xiaoyao was born until now, he had been arrogant and had killed countless enemies without any scruples. Until now, he was still alive and well. Who dared to find trouble with him? Oh, no, almost all those who found trouble with Jun Xiaoyao were dead. For example, Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Fallen God Palace, and other immortal forces. You. Jun Xuanming's cheeks flushed red, and he was speechless for a moment. It seems that you have a lot of opinions about this son of God. Are you just looking for an excuse to pick on me? Jun Xiaoyao looked straight at Jun Xianming. Just a glance made Jun Xianming feel a chill down his spine. He broke out in a cold sweat and almost fell to the ground. No, I'm a member of the hidden bloodline. He doesn't dare to make a move. He can't bear the consequences. Jun Xianming comforted himself. Then he pretended to be calm and said, I don't have any opinions. I'm just talking about the facts. Moreover, we suffered an unexpected disaster. If you didn't provoke the 10 princes of Jinwu and the others, how could we, the prodigies of the hidden bloodline, be implicated? Jun Xuanming's words made Jun Lanqi unable to bear it. She stepped forward and slapped Jun Xuanming's face. Brother Xiaoyao is our benefactor who saved our lives. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Jun Lanqi shouted angrily. We were implicated. He should save us. Jun Xianming retorted, covering his face. He didn't expect Jun Lanqi and the others to have such a big reaction. Just when Jun Lanqi couldn't help but want to slap him again. Jun Xiaoyao's hand lightly rested on Jun Lanqi's shoulder. Brother Xiaoyao? Jun Lanqi stopped and looked back at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly and walked in front of Jun Xianming. He said indifferently, this son of God hates many people, but the one I hate the most is those who have a rebellious bone behind their heads. No matter how long the hidden bloodline of the Jun family has been separated from the main bloodline, it will always be a part of the Jun family. The Jun family will always be the Jun family. Anyone who tries to split will not have a good ending. Jun Xiaoyao's tone suddenly turned cold. Whether it was the main bloodline of the Jun family or the Jun imperial court. Although there might be various internal competitions, in general, they were still absolutely united forces. Those who always wanted to split the family, split the forces, and split the country to become independent would eventually die. They would not have a good ending. So, this son of God can save your life and also take it away. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. His palm was like the sky, pressing down on Jun Xianming. No, I'm from the hidden bloodline of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao, you really dare to kill me. Seeing this, Jun Xuanming's eyes were filled with horror and he let out a roar. He didn't expect that Jun Xiaoyao would really dare to kill him, a genius of the hidden bloodline, in front of everyone. Pucci, without any suspense, Jun Xianming was slapped into a bloody pulp and his primordial spirit exploded in an instant. Only a pool of blurry blood and bones was left. It was extremely bloody and shocking to see. Everyone was in a daze. They didn't expect that Jun Xiaoyao, the son of God of the main branch of the Jun family, would kill the genius of the hidden branch with his own hands. This required great courage. Because if this kind of thing was spread out and known by the hidden branch, it would obviously not be a good thing. Even if Jun Xiaoyao was the supreme son of God of the main branch of the Jun family, he would still bear a lot of pressure. Everyone knew that if the Jun family wanted to go further and even reach the level of being on par with the supreme Xian Ting, they must let the hidden branch return and obtain the power of the hidden branch. Does the son of God of the Jun family not want the hidden branch to return? His method is really decisive. If it were me, I would definitely have a lot of scruples and wouldn't dare to do this. This is the difference between you and the son of God of the Jun family. Whispers could be heard from all directions. Jun Lanqi and the others were also stunned. This was too sudden. They didn't react for a moment. But after a while, Jun Lanqi came back to her senses and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Brother Xiaoyao, I will explain the situation here to the hidden branch. Jun Xianming reaped what he sowed. Jun Lanqi, without any hesitation, stood on Jun Xiaoyao's side. Because Jun Xuanming's ugly face really made her feel a little disgusted. Although Jun Xiaoyao's move was a little too much, it was reasonable. If it were her, she might not be able to help but want to slap Jun Xianming to death. His mouth was too annoying. It's okay. I just killed a worm casually. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest, Jun Xiaoyao said meaningfully. Jun Lanqi was immediately enlightened. Indeed, in the hidden branch, although there were not many people like Jun Xianming, there were still quite a few. Perhaps it was because of their existence that the hidden branch of the Jun family became more and more dim and lost its former sharpness. However, Jun Xuanming's death may cause some reaction, Jun Lanqi said. Is it the top taboo of the hidden branch? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Jun Lanqi introduced the situation of the hidden branch of the Jun family to Jun Xiaoyao. Including the strongest of the younger generation, Jun Yinhuang and Jun Qingyan. After hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and said, "Got it. When the Son of God is free, let them come and pay a visit." Jun Xiaoyao's words made Jun Lanqi was slightly stunned. What Jun Xiaoyao said was to let them come and pay a visit. It was like a subject to meet their monarch. This was the attitude of a superior's subordinates. However, Jun Lanqi sa of A's 8 of Lanqi. Com ts of sts rights. Jun Lanqi's face blushed. When Jun Xiaoyao acted in a domineering manner, he dazzled and mesmerized everyone who saw him. But when he's gentle, it's also very tempting. If only I was born in the main branch. Even if I'm just a maid by Xiaoyao's side. Jun Lanqi murmured in her heart. Then, Jun Lanqi and the others also left. They still had to report the situation here to the hidden branch. Jun Lanqi was still a little reluctant, but she also knew that there would definitely be a chance to meet Jun Xiaoyao again in the future. By then, it might be time for the hidden branch to return. The matter here was finally resolved. At this time, the surrounding geniuses were completely relaxed. Then, their eyes were filled with amazement as they talked about the battle just now. This battle is definitely a classic. 1 against 3, 2 killed, and 1 severely injured. The Son of God is simply heaven-defying. On the ultimate ancient road, there aren't many who can fight with the Son of God of the Jun family, right? Young generation? The Son of God of the Jun family is probably stronger than some of the older generation now. Surprise, admiration, and reverence. Every time Jun Xiaoyao made a move, he would amaze everyone. Yu Yunchang was a little dazzled by what she saw. Her heart seemed to have grown wings as it flew to Jun Xiaoyao. In the beginning, she was just curious and admired Jun Xiaoyao because of his appearance, temperament, and identity. But now, she was really impressed by Jun Xiaoyao's ability. The reason why Jun Xiaoyao was so attractive to the opposite sex. In addition to his incomparable noble identity, extraordinary appearance, and temperament. Most importantly, his strength could bring a great sense of security. What did a woman need the most? It was the sense of security that a man could give. Why did Yu Yunchang have a brother complex before and think that other men were inferior to her brother? It was because the ascendant king was strong enough to give her a great sense of security. Now, Yu Yunchang felt that Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be able to provide her with more solid protection than her brother. What should I do next? Follow him shamelessly? He won't like such a woman, right? I'm so troubled. Yu Yunchang looked calm, but she was in a dilemma. She didn't want to let go of this opportunity. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao, who was standing in the void, suddenly spoke with a deep look in his eyes. Since you're here, show yourself. Huh? Many were baffled by what Jun Xiaoyao said, feeling baffled by what he just said. The next moment, a faint and gentle laugh suddenly sounded. Haha, I still can't hide from Taoist Xiaoya's senses. As soon as he finished speaking, goose feather-like snow suddenly fell from the void. Why is it snowing? No, it's not snow, but feathers? Many cultivators were stunned. In the void, countless snow-white and translucent feathers fell like heavy snow. A slender figure slowly stepped out of the void amidst this magnificent snow of feathers. It was a young man. He was wearing a snow-white crane cloak. Even his shoes and socks were white and spotless. His silver hair was loose and shiny. His facial features were peerlessly handsome. Even his eyebrows were silver white. He had an excellent temperament. He looked very handsome. People couldn't help but praise him. What a peerlessly handsome man. It could be said that if Jun Xiaoyao wasn't here, the man who appeared in front of them would definitely steal everyone's attention. Not to mention some female cultivators, even some male skyprides were a little surprised. However, Jun Xiaoyao was in front of them. The amazement of this man's appearance and temperament was subtly reduced. Of course, even so, he was still the center of attention. Comes with special effects? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the figure walking in the void in the heavy snow and was surprised. Usually, people who came with gorgeous special effects were not easy to deal with. At the same time, he could also vaguely feel that this man was hiding something. Brother! Yu Yuncheng's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. She leaped to the man's side like a deer. He's the Ascendant King? Some skyprides asked in surprise. They came to a sudden realization. The appearance of this man was indeed exactly the same as the legendary supreme taboo of the Yuhua God dynasty, the Yuhua King. Could it be that the Ascendant King came here to fight with the son of God of the Jun family? Many people thought of this and looked at each other. It was not surprising that they would think that way. After all, the 10 princes of Jinwu and the other top outlawed skyprides had just fought Jun Xiaoyao. Now that the legendary Ascendant King had appeared, many people would naturally think that he was here to fight Jun Xiaoyao as well. If that's the case, things will get interesting. With the Jun family son of God's strength, there shouldn't be much suspense in the outcome, right? That's not necessarily true. The Ascendant King is very secretive. He has only fought a few times on the ancient road of ultimate, and no one knows how strong he is. Brother, did you obtain some of the Ascendant Emperor's inheritance? Yu Yuncheng asked joyfully. Just a little. The Ascendant King smiled gently. His temperament was as calm as water. Coupled with his handsome appearance, it was easy for people to have a good impression of him. It was no wonder that Yu Yuncheng was so reliant on her brother. Some people also understood why Yu Yuncheng had such high standards when it came to picking men. She had been influenced by him since she was young, and had unknowingly widened her horizons. Yu Yuncheng smiled. Then, as if she had thought of something, her expression suddenly changed. She stared at the Ascendant King and said, "Brother, are you here to fight young Master Jun as well?" She had just witnessed the tragic death of Xianxia and the others. Naturally, she did not want her brother to fight again. In the past, she was very confident in the Ascendant King. She thought that no one in the younger generation could threaten her brother. However, after meeting Jun Xiaoyao, Yu Yuncheng completely changed her mind. No matter how strong one was, there would always be someone stronger. Moreover, regardless of whether it was Jun Xiaoyao or the Ascendant King, she did not want anything to happen to either of them. Hee, I'm here to look for you. Who would have thought that I would witness such an exciting battle? I'm impressed by Brother Jun's strength. The Ascendant King smiled and shook his head. His words were filled with kindness. It seems that the Ascendant King is not here to look for trouble, some people mumbled. You're the famous Ascendant King. Seeing you in person is better than hearing about you 100 times. Jun Xiaoyao put his hands behind his back and smiled calmly. Don't hit a smiling person. Since the Ascendant King had expressed his goodwill, Jun Xiaoyao would naturally give him face. Originally, I thought that with my strength, even if I couldn't defeat Brother Jun, I would at least be able to contend against him. But now, it would seem that I was still too naive. Feather King sighed with a smile. Taoist brother, why are you so modest? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was very deep. Although the Ascension King's aura was restrained, it was not visible to the outside world. However, with Jun Xiaoyao's sharp soul senses, he could still vaguely sense a hint of danger from Ascension King. Forget about him, the Ascendant King had a high chance of winning against the 10 princes of Jinwu and the others. He was Ling Yan, Gu Tizi, the tyrant, the successor of the human immortal sect, and the reincarnation of Bodhisattva Di. Although Xingtiani, Xianyi, and the others were also top-tier taboos, they were still a distance away from becoming supreme taboos. But they couldn't be said to be weak. If they were to fight against Gu Tizi and the others, they would still have the ability to fight and protect themselves. Unfortunately, they encountered Jun Xiaoyao, an anomaly that couldn't be understood with common sense. As for the 10 princes of Jinwu, if he could really cultivate the postnatal chaotic body, he would definitely be an extremely powerful existence among the supreme taboos. However, this hope had already been extinguished by Jun Xiaoyao. I'm not being modest. I'm just speaking the truth. If Brother Jun is willing to do me the honor, I would like to discuss Tao with Brother Jun over tea. What do you think? The Ascendant King stepped forward and smiled slightly. His handsome face was prettier than many women. Some male cultivators with unique hobbies might not be able to resist the urge to fend with him. Is the Ascendant King taking the initiative to befriend the son of God of the Jun family? Many people's eyes were deep when they saw this scene. Jun Xiaoyao had been pushing his way through the ancient road, almost single-handedly. At most, he had some subordinates and followers. There were very few people of the same generation as him. Perhaps because Jun Xiaoyao was too aloof, many people felt that they weren't worthy of him. Many of the other supreme taboos were also Jun Xiaoyao's enemies. For example, the successors of immortal lineages, the Overlord, and so on. Brother Yu Yunchang was also surprised. The Ascendant King had a calm personality and was as calm as water. However, he was indifferent and arrogant on the inside. He never cared about befriending others. This was the first time the Ascendant King took the initiative to befriend someone of the same generation. However, Yu Yunchang was naturally happy to see this scene. She originally wanted the Ascendant King to befriend Jun Xiaoyao. This way, wouldn't she have a better chance to get close to Jun Xiaoyao? Brother, you're the best. Yu Yunchang was elated. Jun Xiaoyao was also a little surprised. He didn't expect the Ascendant King to take the initiative to befriend him. Heh. Why not? Jun Xiaoyao replied with a smile. As far as he could see, all he could see were his enemies. It wasn't bad to have one or two allies. With the Ascendant King's status and strength, he was indeed qualified to befriend him. Haha, straightforward. The Ascendant King laughed. Jun Xiaoyao and the Ascendant King, the two peerlessly handsome men standing together, was simply pleasing to the eye. Some of the female cultivators present were stunned. They felt that they were too blessed. Just as the two of them were looking for a quiet place to drink tea and discuss the Tao, suddenly, a wave of fluctuation spread out from an extremely far place. The fluctuation actually contained traces of Emperor's might. However, it was very far away, as if it was on another continent of the buried Emperor star. It seems like another great Emperor's opportunity of fortune has appeared. The Ascendant King's snow-white eyebrows slightly raised with a calm expression. He had already obtained some things left behind by the Ascendant Emperor. Therefore, his reaction wasn't very big. Jun Xiaoyao looked into the distance and sensed the traces of aura. Although it was very far away, he could faintly sense the power. Brother Jun, let's go. The Ascendant King said. Obviously, he wasn't prepared to participate in the Great Emperor's opportunity of fortune. By the time they arrived, the Great Emperor's opportunity of fortune might have already been looted clean. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't move and only frowned slightly. Brother Jun? The Ascendant King asked. I want to go there. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly said. Oh? The Ascendant King was surprised. Didn't Jun Xiaoyao just obtain the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's inheritance? Now, he wanted to obtain another Emperor's inheritance? Brother Jun, if we rush over now, it will be too late. The Ascendant King shook his head and chuckled. The appearance of a true Great Emperor's opportunity of fortune would definitely attract the attention of all the Skyprites. By the time they rushed over, it would indeed be too late. My goal isn't the Emperor's opportunity of fortune. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with an unprecedented luster. Then, the Ascendant King was confused. That trace of Emperor's might seems to have a trace of the innate Tao embryo, Jun Xiaoyao said. Innate Tao embryo. Could it be the legendary Queen Mother of the West? The Ascendant King was also surprised. The innate Tao embryo was an extremely rare physique and there weren't many of them since ancient times. The most famous one was the Jade Lake's Queen Mother of the West. Legend had it that the Queen Mother of the West had also left some traces on the buried Emperor star. From the looks of it, the Jade Lake's opportunity of fortune of the West had appeared. This would definitely cause a sensation and make everyone envious, Full copy. Could it be that Brother Jun wants to obtain the opportunity of the Queen Mother of the West and combine it with his sacred body of the ancients to develop the legendary innate sacred body of Taoism? Feather King guessed. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao with his deep eyes. If Jun Xiaoyao really had such an idea and succeeded, without a doubt, Jun Xiaoyao's talent and strength would skyrocket to an unimaginable level. He was already an unparalleled anomaly, and now he had the innate sacred body of Taoism. It could be said that no one could find such a person in the history of the mystic realm. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head with a faint smile. As I said, my purpose is not to obtain the opportunity of the Queen Mother of the West. I just feel that I should meet someone. A rare look of gentleness appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's usually deep and indifferent eyes as he spoke. She would not be absent from the inheritance of the Queen Mother of the West, right? Feather King thought for a moment and came to a realization. I see. It should be the goddess of the Jiang family with the innate sacred body of Taoism. She is indeed the one most likely to obtain the inheritance of the Queen Mother of the West. People with the same body constitution would be able to sense the inheritance of the Queen Mother of the West. For example, Jun Xiaoyao found the sacred palace of the ancients through various opportunities of karma. He obtained the imperial weapon, blood essence, elixir of immortality, cultivation experience, and so on. Xianxia had the innate sacred body of Taoism. Naturally, she was the one most likely to obtain the inheritance of the Queen Mother of the West. Beside them, Yu Yunchang's face darkened a little when she heard this. She had heard some things about Jun Xiaoyao and Xianxia. The two of them were a match made in heaven. Although Yu Yunchang's status was not low, compared to Xianxia, she did not have any advantage. Moreover, judging from Jun Xiaoyao's expression, his attitude toward Xianxia was obviously different from his attitude toward other women. Yu Yunchang found it hard to imagine what kind of exceptional woman she must have been to be able to earn such special treatment from Jun Xiaoyao. Who cares? For someone as outstanding as young Master Jun, even if she can't be his main wife, she can still be his second concubine. Yu Yunchang would never have thought that someone as proud as her would want to become someone else's second wife. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and tore through the void. Feather King, Yu Yunchang and the others also followed. Oh my god, Shi Wangmu's inheritance. Even if I can't eat the meat, I can drink a little soup, and I will benefit immensely. The prodigies present could no longer suppress the fire in their hearts and swarmed over. It could be said that the appearance of the Western Queen Mother's inheritance had attracted the attention of many people on the buried Emperor Star. At the same time, on the other side, a crack appeared in the void. A figure staggered out from within. Unable to hold on any longer, he directly fell to the ground. It was the 10 princes of Jinwu who had narrowly escaped. His body was cracked, and half of his golden crow wing was torn apart. He looked extremely miserable. If anyone else was here, they would definitely not recognize that this wretched person before them was the 10th Golden Crow Prince, whose name had shaken the ancient road. Miserable, too miserable, the 10 princes of the Sun God Mountain were once high-spirited, arrogant, and domineering. No one dared to provoke them. But now, 9 of the 10 princes were dead. The remaining strongest, the 10 princes of Jinwu, was also in an extremely miserable state. He was no match for Jun Xiaoyao at all. The 10 princes of Jinwu was filled with hatred. His hatred for Jun Xiaoyao was so deep that even the waters of the world could not wash it away. The 10 princes of Jinwu could not help but roar at the sky. Just as he was infuriated, suddenly, the communication jade slip in his spatial Dharma artifact lit up. It was a message from an elder of the Sun God Mountain. The Sun God Mountain already knew some things. The 10 princes of Jinwu gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. So why didn't you do anything? Why did you just watch us in such a sorry state and several of our brothers die? Your Highness, even the Sun God Mountain can't interfere in the matters of the ancient road of ultimate. Otherwise, would the Jun family turn a blind eye if we did? Since they had stepped onto the ancient road of ultimate, they were responsible for their own lives. The power behind them might have a deterrent effect, but it was not absolute. Even immortal forces could not interfere in the ancient road of ultimate. The executors of the ancient road were not blind. So, this crown prince has to suffer a bloody loss and be laughed at by everyone? The 10 princes of Jinwu was extremely unwilling, and his body trembled. "Your Highness, I have news to tell you. It's about the grading body." The 10 princes of Jinwu's expression froze, and then his eyes suddenly blazed with an extremely hot light. "Did you catch Yu Chanwan?" The 10 princes of Jinwu asked, breathing heavily. If they could catch Yu Chanwan and dual cultivate with her, the 10 princes of Jinwu was confident that they could cultivate the postnatal chaotic body. When that time came, Jun Xiaoyao would be nothing. The Golden Crow elder hesitated for a moment, then said, "Not really. However, we found another grading body." "Another grading body?" The 10 princes of Jinwu frowned slightly. The Golden Crow elder had not used the word one, but one corpse. Generally speaking, a living person would not be described as one corpse. The Golden Crow elder hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "Your Highness, please come back first. This matter is still up to you to decide." 9 of the 10 princes had died. This time, the Sun God Mountain had really suffered a great loss. Fortunately, at least the 10 princes of Jinwu was still alive. The 10 princes of Jinwu also vaguely sensed that the Golden Crow elder's words had a hidden meaning. However, he still decided to return first and check on the grading body's situation. "As long as there's a chance of cultivating the postnatal chaotic body, I won't let it go." "Jun Xiaoyao, just you wait," the 10 princes of Jinwu swore in his heart as his figure tore through the sky. On another continent of the buried Emperor Star, the originally desolate ancient land was now blooming with all kinds of colors. A mystical scene appeared, as if they were dreaming of ancient times. All kinds of immortal lights shone, and strange flowers and herbs bloomed. The commotion here attracted the attention of others. At this moment, outside this ancient land, 2 figures stood in the void. They were Princess Divine Silkworm of the Divine Silkworm Valley and Yao Yuekong of the ancient Heaven Fei Temple. Princess Divine Silkworm's skin was crystal clear, her figure was slender, and her delicate body was surrounded by 9-colored divine light. Behind her head, 9 divine halos were faintly discernible, blooming with Dao Law radiance, indicating her heaven-defying appearance as a 9-transformation celestial silkworm. Yao Yuekong, who was beside her, was also devilishly handsome. His demonic aura was awe-inspiring and intimidating. However, Princess Divine Silkworm's expression didn't look too good. "No wonder we've been blocked outside and couldn't find the way in. It turns out that someone has already entered." Princess Divine Silkworm's tone was somewhat gloomy. "Someone actually got here first. This Jade Lake ancient land isn't a place that anyone can easily find, let alone enter." Yao Yuekong also frowned. He had specially come to help Princess Divine Silkworm. If Princess Divine Silkworm didn't obtain anything in the end, wouldn't it show that he was incompetent? Jade Lake, Queen Mother of the West, Khanate Dao Embryo, could it be that person? Princess Divine Silkworm thought of a person. A peerless figure who was equally famous as her on the ultimate ancient road and was revered as a goddess by countless people. The Jiang family's goddess, Xianxia. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version website /book/5975/men would compete with each other. Women also had the heart to compete with each other. Currently, the most famous goddess-like figure on the ultimate ancient road. It was just Princess Ling Yin, Princess Divine Silkworm, Xianxia, Jiqingyi, and a few others. Of course, it wasn't that Jiang Luoli, Yan Ruming, and the others weren't charming. It was just that their fame wasn't as high as those few. Princess Divine Silkworm was also very curious about this person who was as famous as her on the ultimate ancient road. Jiang family's Divine Silkworm? Could it be her? Yao Yuekong asked. "I can't think of a second person apart from her," Princess Divine Silkworm said. Xianxia, who had a Khanate Dao embryo, was most likely to obtain the Queen Mother's inheritance. She had to admit it. "So what if it's Xianxia?" "As long as you want it, I will help you get it," Yao Yuekong said gently and affectionately. Princess Divine Silkworm's expression didn't relax. She combed her beautiful hair and said, "I'm determined to get the Queen Mother's inheritance, but Xianxia isn't the main point." "Then the main point is?" Yao Yuekong hesitated. "Jun Xiaoyao," Princess Divine Silkworm said directly. Many people knew about the relationship between Jun Xiaoyao and Xianxia. If they really chose to deal with Xianxia, then they would undoubtedly have to face an even more powerful and terrifying opponent. Even someone as arrogant as Princess Divine Silkworm only said that Jun Xiaoyao couldn't threaten her life. She didn't say that she could completely deal with Jun Xiaoyao. I admit that Jun Xiaoyao isn't weak, but if the two of us join forces, then Jun Xiaoyao shouldn't be able to do anything to us, right? Yao Yuekong frowned. He felt that Princess Divine Silkworm was overestimating Jun Xiaoyao a little too much. The shocking battle results of Jun Xiaoyao against the 10 princes of Jinwu hadn't spread yet. If Yao Yuekong knew about this, he probably wouldn't say such ignorant words so easily. It's never wrong to be cautious, Princess Divine Silkworm said. Then what should we do next? Yao Yuekong asked. The commotion here has already spread far and wide. I'm sure it will attract attention from all directions. Regardless of whether Xianxia obtains the inheritance or not, this ancient land will eventually open. At that time, Xianxia won't just be facing the two of us alone. He'll be facing hundreds and thousands of top prodigies. To be honest, Princess Divine Silkworm wasn't willing to see the current situation. The more people knew about the fortuitous opportunity, the more unfavorable it would be for her. But there was nothing he could do. The commotion had already spread. Next, whoever had the harder fist would be able to obtain the opportunity. As for Xianxia, to put it bluntly, he was just a tool to unlock the inheritance of the Jade Lake ancient land. The moment she appeared, she would immediately be targeted by everyone. Even with Xianxia's status and strength, not many people would be able to maintain their rationality in the face of the inheritance of the Queen Mother of the West. Because of the strange phenomenon in the Jade Lake ancient land, this continent had attracted the attention of many geniuses from all over the world. At this moment, in the depths of the ancient Jade Lake, in a dilapidated ancient palace, an illusory figure in plain clothes floated in the void. It was a mature and beautiful woman with picturesque features, but one could vaguely see the majesty of the past. She had a voluptuous figure and a mature charm. She was Jiangxingyi's elder sister, the former sect master of the Jade Lake, Yu Qingning. As expected of my disciple. It seems that it won't be long before he'll be able to pass the test. At that time, the true inheritance will also appear. It's just that, this commotion is a bit too big. Yu Qingming's elegant phoenix eyes had a faint trace of worry. No matter how powerful Jiangxingyi was, he was still just one person. Due to the suppression of the buried Emperor Star's special laws, Yu Qingming couldn't help Jiangxingyi. If she really helped, the remaining trace of her primordial spirit might be killed by the laws. Therefore, when they first came to the buried Emperor Star, Yu Qingming had said that everything would depend on Jiangxingyi. However, if something really happens at that time, I have to protect her even if I have to destroy this strand of my soul. Yu Qingming looked at Jiangxingyi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and undergoing the soul test, with a trace of gentleness in her eyes. In the beginning, Yu Qingming did want to use the power of Jiangxingyi and her connate Taoist embryo to help her recover her primordial spirit and create a flawless body. However, after interacting with her for a while, Yu Qingming also knew how mature and tenacious this peerlessly beautiful woman was. This made Yu Qingming feel as if she was looking at her younger self. In addition, Jiangxingyi also had a connate Taoist embryo. Yu Qingming didn't hesitate to take Jiangxingyi as her disciple. Jiangxingyi's performance didn't disappoint her. It was completely impeccable. This is a difficult test. If you can pass it, you will completely transform and break through the cocoon to become a butterfly, Yu Qingming murmured. At this moment, Jiangxingyi had already undergone many soul tests. She passed them one by one. After all, she had a connate Taoist embryo, and there was also Yu Qingming, the former sect master of the Jade Lake. It was only a matter of time before she passed. In front of her, there was chaos. Jiangxingyi didn't know how much time had passed in the outside world, but she felt as if she had stayed in the soul illusion for thousands of years. Fortunately, Jiangxingyi's Taoist heart was flawless, and she had a connate Taoist embryo. None of the tests were difficult for her. It should be over soon. What is this test? Jiangxingyi murmured to herself. She wanted to end everything quickly and obtain the inheritance. Then, she would leave the buried Emperor Star and walk to the end of the ultimate ancient road. Then, she would be able to see the figure that she had been thinking about day and night. Xiaoyao. Jiangxingyi murmured in her heart. It was as if her heart would calm down just by saying those two words. She wasn't the kind of woman who always wanted to stay by her lover's side. However, this didn't mean that she didn't have any attachment at all. However, Xianxia understood that she and Jun Xiaoyao both had their own cultivation paths to walk. A short separation was for a longer time. After coming back to her senses, Xianxia saw a strange scene in front of her. She seemed to have returned to the ancient times. Heaven and earth were shaking, and the immortal realm was in chaos. All kinds of calamities were coming one after another. Amidst the countless illusions, she saw a beautiful figure that could topple the world. She could sense a familiar power from that peerlessly beautiful figure. A connate Taoist embryo. Could that be the Queen Mother of the West? Xianxia was extremely surprised. She didn't expect to see this scene in the soul illusion. Next, Xianxia witnessed the love between the Queen Mother of the West and a man again. That man had a sacred body of the ancients. It was a sacred body that was close to the greater success stage and could fight against great emperors. The Queen Mother of the West had also founded the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Her peerless beauty made countless men in the immortal realm bow down to her. They knew each other and fell in love with each other. They became an immortal couple that everyone in the Nine Heavens immortal realm envied. However, in the end, there was chaos. Darkness overturned the immortal realm. No one was spared. Even great emperors might fall and die. The sacred body's responsibility was to quell the chaos. He wanted to go to the Nine Heavens immortal realm and end all the darkness. However, he was stopped by the Queen Mother of the West. She wanted to go with him. In the end, the sacred body compromised and decided to go into seclusion with the Queen Mother of the West. After breaking through, they would go to the Nine Heavens immortal realm together. However, he lied to her. When the Queen Mother of the West was in seclusion to break through, the sacred body went to the Nine Heavens immortal realm alone. It was because he didn't want his lover to go into danger with him and suffer any harm. He only left behind a line of words. I hope that I won't let down the people and you in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website /book/5975/ When the Queen Mother of the West broke through, her strength reached its peak. Just as she was overjoyed and went to find her lover. In the end, she only saw that line of words. I hope that I won't let down the common people and you, the Queen Mother of the West cried and was filled with grief and indignation. In the end, this man still lied to her. She wanted to go to the Nine Heavens, but she couldn't ignore the pleas of the people of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. She waited, and waited, and waited. She wanted to wait for her lover to return successfully. In the end, she only waited for a broken body that fell from the Nine Heavens. He fought the darkness and tried to pacify the chaos, but in the end, he was alone. He, who was still a step away from the great success sacred body, lost. What he paid was his life. That day, the Queen Mother of the West's hair turned white. But she was unwilling for her lover to die just like that. She dealt with all the matters of the Jade Lake. She left her mantle behind. In the end, she sacrificed herself and forcefully cultivated to the highest level of innate Tao embryo, which was the 12 apertures immortal heart. She dug it out, she seized life from the heavens and went against the cycle of life and death. She integrated the 12 apertures immortal heart into the sacred body. That day, the sky rained blood, and the world was furious. Even an emperor couldn't go against the karma of the cycle of life and death. And the Queen Mother of the West went against the heavens for love. In the end, she closed her eyes. But he opened his eyes. From then on, there was another innate Tao embryo in the world. There was also another person who was heartbroken. He sealed the Queen Mother of the West in a 10,000-year-old ice coffin. He carried it on his back. One person carried a coffin and stepped into the Nine Heavens. He suppressed the darkness with one hand and destroyed the chaos. Countless living beings in the celestial realm praised his name and regarded him as a true hero. However, he left with the ice coffin on his back and did not appear in the world. From then on, there was no hero in the world who quelled the darkness. There was only a lonely coffin man. He finally lived up to his words and didn't let down the common people. But, he let her down. Scenes of illusions appeared in front of Xianxia and disappeared. Even Xianxia was silent for a moment. Her emotions were touched. She suddenly remembered that in the legends of the celestial realm, there was an emperor who had touched the immortal Tao. He had the supreme Tao embryo of the innate Tao, his title was Endless Heavenly Emperor, now it seemed that he was most likely the saintly being in the illusion. Xianxia also understood that the innate saintly being was a Taoist fetus. It was not necessary for the sacred body of the ancients and the innate embryos of the way to produce offspring. The innate Taoist embryo could also be sacrificed to complete the saintly body. But since ancient times, how many people were willing to do so? Only an idiot like the Queen Mother of the West would do such a thing. At this moment, an ethereal voice resounded in the void. If it were you, would you be willing to do this? Jiangxingyi's eyes darkened. She knew that this should be the final test of the inheritance. Because she also had a natural embryo of Tao. You can think about it before you answer. There's no use in lying, the ethereal voice continued. If he were to say something against his will, it would be impossible for him to obtain the inheritance. Are you willing? For some reason, the first thing that appeared in Jiangxingyi's mind was a peerlessly handsome face with a gentle smile. Wasn't the person she admired also a saintly being? There was no need to think about it. Because to Jiangxingyi, there was only one answer to this question. I'm willing. If it's for him, I'm willing. The illusory space fell into a dead silence. The voice probably did not expect that Jiangxingyi would make such a choice to sacrifice herself without hesitation. After a long time, a sigh could be heard from the misty voice. Are you really that stupid? When Jiangxingyi heard this, a sweet smile appeared on her beautiful and flawless face. Her beautiful eyes were as gentle as water. If I can meet someone in my life who can make me crazy, silly, happy, and sad, it's not bad. As soon as she said this, the voice fell silent again. After a while, the voice said, Congratulations. You've passed the test. As her voice faded, Jiangxingyi's figure gradually faded and disappeared. She had left the spiritual illusory realm of the test. What has happened will happen again. Everything in the world is a reincarnation, the ethereal voice murmured, sighed, and finally disappeared. In the outside world, the entire Jade Pool ancient land bloomed with even more dazzling immortal light. In the palace deep in the ancient land, Yu Qingming felt the changes in her surroundings, and a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. Jiangxingyi had succeeded. Rumble, the earth began to shake. Endless immortal light shone brightly, and the spirit chi was so dense that it could not be dispersed. Milky white spirit chi overflowed. The entire ancient palace was submerged, and the spirit chi was dense. This place has turned into the Jade Pool. Yu Qingming sighed. The Jade Pool, also known as the Immortal Pool, was extraordinary. If a person soaked in it, although it would not directly transform into an immortal, it would still be greatly beneficial. The physical body, even the soul and primordial spirit would be baptized and become incomparably pure. In the outside world, the water of the Jade Pool was valued by drops. At this moment, the entire ancient palace had turned into a Jade Pool. What surprised Yu Qingming even more was, in the place where Jiangxingyi sat, a pure white crystal lotus that emitted mysterious Tao patterns bloomed. Jiangxingyi sat cross-legged in the lotus like an otherworldly true immortal. Tribulation Transcendental Lotus. Yu Qingming sighed. She did not expect this treasure of the Jade Pool sacred ground to be here. Anything related to immortals was extremely precious and rare. For example, the blood of a remnant immortal, the immortal fetus, and so on. The same was true for the Tribulation Transcendental Lotus. The energy contained in the Tribulation Transcendental Lotus was extremely powerful, comparable to hundreds of thousands of immortal marrow veins. It was even enough for a saint to cultivate to the quasi-supreme level. More importantly, the Tribulation Transcendental Lotus had another attribute that was even more coveted. That was, after refining the energy of the Tribulation Transcendental Lotus. In the future, when transcending various heavenly tribulations and supreme tribulations, there would be great benefits. It could be immune to the lightning tribulation to a certain extent. This was a bit abnormal. One had to know that not everyone was like Jun Xiaoyao, who was immune to the heavenly tribulation and even suppressed it. For ordinary cultivators, not to mention the supreme tribulation. Even the seven-colored tribulation transcendental sage was extremely risky. And the further one went, the higher the realm, the greater the danger of the tribulation. If one refined the Tribulation Transcendental Lotus, it could greatly reduce the risk. Who wouldn't be envious? In fact, even utmost exalted realm experts would be envious upon seeing them. However, before Yu Qingming could sigh, many golden runes appeared in the void and finally gathered in Xianxi's hand, turning into a golden scripture. The complete version of the Jade Pool Celestial Sutra. Yu Qingming was surprised again. As the former sect master of the Jade Pool, she naturally cultivated the Jade Pool Celestial Sutra. It was just that it was incomplete. The Jade Pool Sacred Ground had also experienced turmoil and disasters, and the complete version of the Jade Pool Celestial Sutra had been broken and was not passed down. Only the incomplete version was left. What Yu Qingming cultivated was the incomplete version. But now, the complete version of the Jade Pool Celestial Sutra was in Xianxi's hands. Xingyi, this is a great opportunity. Yu Qingming was happy for her disciple. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged on the Tribulation Transcendental Lotus, was also happy. These opportunities could allow her to catch up with Jun Xiaoya's footsteps. However, it was not over yet. An extremely terrifying force suddenly emerged from the bottom of the Jade Pool. It turned out to be a strange stone with 9 holes on the surface, spewing out the essence of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. That's the 9-hole stone embryo. Even Yu Qingming could not help but exclaim. The long-lost divine object of the Jade Pool Sacred Ground had actually appeared here. Since ancient times, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground had enshrined some strange stones. Some of them were found by the Queen Mother of the West. All of these strange stones were born from the heavens and the earth, and they gathered the essence of the universe, the sun, and the moon. To put it bluntly, it was equivalent to the embryo of a Holy Spirit. What was a Holy Spirit? A greater success saint spirit was an existence that could fight against great emperors and ancient sovereigns. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground cared a lot about these strange stones, and there were supreme beings who taught them about the Tao. All kinds of spiritual liquids and precious blood were poured over it. Among them, the most precious was a 9-orifice stone embryo. It was rumored that the 9 orifices stone embryo was the reason why the Queen Mother of the West was able to cultivate the 12 orifices immortal heart. However, the 9 orifices stone embryo was lost later on. Yu Qingming never thought that the 9 orifices stone embryo was actually here, waiting for the inheritor of the innate Taoist embryo. Great opportunity, this is truly a great opportunity. Yu Qingming sighed. This 9-orifice stone embryo was definitely rare. If Xianxia absorbed its energy and refined it, he would almost certainly be able to cultivate the 9 orifices Linglong Taoist heart. If he could completely refine it, he might even have a chance to cultivate the 12 apertures immortal heart. Even if he didn't refine it, he could still cultivate it into an avatar. In the future, he would be able to nurture an invincible saint spirit. It could be said that the fortune of the 9 orifices stone embryo was even more precious than the tribulation transcending divine lotus, just as the 9 orifices stone embryo appeared. That terrifying and boundless fluctuation directly overturned the entire ancient hall. The surrounding ancient land seemed to have been razed to the ground. From this, it could be seen how much power this 9-orifice stone embryo possessed. Xingyi, quick, put it away. This is the foundation of your transformation in the future. Yu Qingming said solemnly. Xianxia nodded. She waved her snow-white sleeve and put away the 9 orifices stone embryo along with the Jade Lake Immortal Scripture. The 9 orifices stone embryo also seemed to have spiritual awareness. It sensed the aura of the connate Tao embryo on Xianxia and did not resist. Clearly, the aura of the innate Taoist embryo was the same as the aura of the Queen Mother of the West. It could be said that if it were anyone else, as long as they didn't have the innate Tao embryo, they would be fiercely resisted by the stone embryo. What a great harvest this time. Xianxi's red lips curled up slightly. Her pearly white teeth were like jade as she revealed a joyful smile. Alright, Xingyi, you will be baptized by the Jade Pool and then refine the tribulation crossing divine lotus. The commotion here will probably attract some trouble, said Yu Qingming. Master, Xingyi understands. Xianxia calmed his mind and sat cross-legged on the tribulation transcending immortal lotus. The baptism of the Jade Lake was a rare opportunity. After the supreme baptism, Xianxi's body and primordial spirit would be incomparably pure and flawless. His talent would be further enhanced. At that time, even if he wasn't as talented as Jun Xiaoyao, he would at least be an outstanding talent among his peers. This opportunity was extremely important to Xianxia, just as Xianxia was receiving the baptism of the Jade Pool and was about to refine the tribulation transcending Divine Lotus. The commotion in the Jade Lake ancient land naturally spread out. There were already all kinds of strange phenomena rising in this place. In addition, when the 9-orifice stone embryo was born, it emitted a powerful fluctuation that overturned the ancient palace and the surrounding area. It was difficult for such a big commotion not to attract the attention of other skyprides. Hey, what rich spirit chi! It's indeed in that ancient land. That's a lake in front. Why does it seem like someone is sitting cross-legged in it? The skyprides from all directions were attracted by the strange phenomena and gathered at the Jade Lake ancient land. Some of the sharp-eyed people saw the depths of the Jade Lake ancient land. Immortal light shone brightly, and spirit chi was dense. A celestial lake was located in it. Could that be the legendary Jade Lake? Undergoing baptism in it can achieve a transformation in one's life level? The eyes of all the skyprides were burning with passion. Innate talent was something that was hard to change if one didn't have a great opportunity. The baptism of the Jade Lake was undoubtedly a huge opportunity for transformation. No, it's not just the Jade Lake. There's also a lotus in it. Damn, could it be the tribulation transcending Divine Lotus? Many skyprides narrowed their eyes and were dumbfounded. The skyprides who were able to reach the buried Emperor Star were all dragons and phoenixes among men. Their vision was naturally very high, so it was reasonable for them to be able to recognize the tribulation transcending Divine Lotus. However, it was precisely because they knew the effects of the tribulation transcending Divine Lotus that they were so envious and crazy. To be able to be immune to the power of the heavenly tribulation to a certain extent, its effects were simply heaven-defying. Even ordinary immortal elixirs could not compare to it. I must obtain the tribulation transcending Divine Lotus. A skypride flew across the sky on his sword. The passion in his eyes seemed to turn into flames that were about to burst out. Dream on. Such a wondrous item of heaven and earth can only be obtained by those who are capable. The other skyprides were not to be outdone. In just a short moment, hundreds and thousands of skyprides rushed to the depths of the Jade Lake ancient land. However, when they approached, they could clearly see the peerless figure sitting cross-legged on the tribulation transcending Divine Lotus. She was dressed in snow-white clothes that were flawless. Her hair was as white as snow, and it complemented her peerlessly beautiful face. It was truly a dazzling sight, and it made one marvel at the miraculous creation. Xianxia's temperament was originally like a snow lotus on the heavenly mountain, untainted by dust and aloof from the world. Now that she was sitting cross-legged on the tribulation transcending Divine Lotus, she displayed the charm of a cold and peerless goddess to the fullest. Some skyprides were even a little dazed and momentarily forgot to make a move. It's the Jiang family's goddess. There were also some skyprides who came to their senses, and a hint of hesitation appeared in their eyes. If it were any other skyprides, they would not hesitate to snatch the opportunity. However, if it was Xianxia, it would be a little difficult to deal with. The difficult part was not Xianxia herself. Although she was strong enough to make many people wary of her, it was obvious that she was not strong enough to intimidate everyone. She was strong enough to intimidate all the skyprides on the entire ancient road. There was only one person. That person was Jun Xiaoyao, who had never tasted defeat since he was born. He was unrivaled among the younger generation. It could be said that anyone who was related to Jun Xiaoyao was enough to make others wary. Not to mention, the relationship between Xianxia and Jun Xiaoyao was very unusual. This unusual relationship was not because of Xianxia's identity as Xianxia's aunt. It was because she was very important to Jun Xiaoyao. Their relationship was different from that of other women. If something happened to Xianxia, the skyprides present would not doubt it. Jun Xiaoyao would directly kill all of them, not leaving a single one alive. It's actually the Jiang family's goddess. What should we do? Many people revealed hesitation in their eyes. In the Jade Pool, Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged on the tribulation transcending Divine Lotus, slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked around. There were more than 1,000 skyprides present. How could anyone who could reach the buried Emperor Star be weak? However, these skyprides did not rashly make a move. Xianxia knew in her heart what they were worried about. In Jiangxingyi's mind, Yu Qingning's sigh rang out. They seem to be worried because of Jun Xiaoyao. TSK, I didn't expect my disciple's man to be so influential. It really makes me very curious. Yu Qingning's tone had a hint of gossip and ridicule. To be honest, even she, the ancient Jade Pool sect master, was interested in Jun Xiaoyao. This man could make her disciple so worried, and he was so outstanding that all the Skype rides were wary of him. Who exactly was he? For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website /book/5975/ Yu Qingning's words made Jiangxingyi's snow-white face blush a little. At the same time, there was a hint of pride in her beautiful eyes. This was the man of her dreams, a peerless man with a domineering aura. Just his name alone was enough to intimidate all the Skype rides, making them not dare to act rashly. Even the successors of the Xian Ting's immortal orthodoxies, the Overlord, and the others did not possess this kind of deterrence and influence. It could only be said that the name Jun Xiaoyao represented a supreme existence. No one dared to offend him, although Jiangxingyi was very proud of herself. She also understood that the opportunities here were too tempting. The Jade Pool baptism and the Tribulation Transcendence Immortal Lotus would make even an honorable envious. Fortunately, Jiangxingyi had put away the Jade Pool Immortal Sutra and the Nine-Orifice Stone Embryo. Otherwise, even with Jun Xiaoyao's reputation, it would not be able to suppress the crazy greed in these Skype rides' hearts. Jiangxingyi also understood that this kind of scruples would not last long. She could only try her best to absorb and refine as much as possible. Just as Jiangxingyi was about to concentrate on cultivating, a voice that was as cold as frost suddenly sounded. As expected, I guessed correctly. Jiangxingyi, it's really you. Following this voice, two rainbows flashed from afar and landed in the void. It was Princess Divine Silkworm and Yao Yuekong. Princess Divine Silkworm had a slender figure, her muscles and bones were crystal clear, and 9 divine halos were faintly discernible behind her head, emitting Dao La radiance. 9 colored divine light enveloped her body, making her look like a noble goddess. Yao Yuekong's aura was also powerful, evil, and handsome, causing people to be intimidated. It's Princess Divine Silkworm of the Divine Silkworm Valley. She has undergone 9 transformations and is unimaginably powerful. Yao Yuekong of the ancient Heavenly Demon Temple is here too. Rumor has it that he has cultivated the ancient Heavenly Demon Temple's Demon Emperor Immortal Sutra to an extremely profound level. Both of them were Skype rides whose names shook the ancient road. Especially Princess Divine Silkworm. Although she was a woman, her strength was feared by many male supreme outlawed Skype rides. The appearance of these two caused the hearts of many Skype rides present to skip a beat. Then, they smiled bitterly and helplessly. What was originally a big piece of fat meat was divided among a group of jackals and wolves. In the end, when the tiger came, the pack of jackals could only eat the scraps. It couldn't be helped. On the ultimate ancient road, strength was everything. When Jiangxingyi saw Princess Divine Silkworm and Yao Yuekong, a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Other people might fear Jun Xiaoyao, but Princess Divine Silkworm and Yao Yuekong definitely wouldn't. Behind them were the top Archean royalty, Divine Silkworm Valley, and the ancient Heaven Fei Palace, an immortal demon faction. They were not intimidated by Jun Xiaoyao's name. Yao Yuekong sized up Jiangxingyi, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. To be honest, the Divine Silkworm Princess by his side was already a rare heavenly beauty. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so infatuated and be willing to be a tool and bootlicker. However, Jiangxingyi was stunning not only because of her beautiful and peerless appearance, but also because of her temperament that was like a snow lotus in a cold spring. If a man could conquer such a peerless woman, he would be extremely satisfied. Thinking of this, even Yao Yuekong couldn't help but feel jealous of Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's luck with women was too good. Goddesses and concubines kept throwing themselves at him, infatuated with him. As for Yao Yuekong, he had to be a lowly bootlicker to chase after Princess Divine Silkworm. Yao Yuekong restrained his emotions and sneered, the Jade Pool Baptism and the Tribulation Immortal Lotus. This is a great opportunity. Even if Yao Yuekong had the ancient Heaven Fei Palace behind him, he had never lacked opportunities since he was young. However, he was still a little envious. When he saw the opportunity in front of him, Princess Divine Silkworm's beautiful eyes were deep. She shook her head lightly and said, not only, oh? Yao Yuekong was puzzled. Princess Divine Silkworm looked straight at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, you have a connate Dao embryo. You will definitely be able to obtain all the inheritance here. It should include the Jade Pool Immortal Sutra, right? You might even obtain something even more precious. Princess Divine Silkworm's words made the elites' breathing quicken. Their eyes were burning as they turned to Xianxia. It had to be said that Princess Divine Silkworm was very smart. She had deduced some things. Xianxia's gains were definitely not just the Jade Pool baptism and the Tribulation Immortal Lotus on the surface. Xianxia frowned slightly as her eyes turned cold. Princess Divine Silkworm clearly wanted to roast her over the fire and make her the target of everyone. Ignoring everything else, just a complete Immortal Sutra's value was indescribable. Some Immortal factions' cornerstone cultivation techniques were only Immortal Sutras. Fortunately, Princess Divine Silkworm didn't know about the 9 orifice stone embryo. Otherwise, everyone present would go crazy when a sacred spirit embryo was born. So what if I got it? Do you want to make a move? Jiangxingyi's voice was as calm as water. At this point, there was no need to hide anything anymore. I know that you have the Jiang family of the Desolate Land backing you, and Jun Xiaoyao is supporting you. But you have to know that you won't be able to take this opportunity alone. Princess Divine Silkworm's eyes dimmed. The two beauties were competing. It had to be said that it was very interesting to watch. Just as the atmosphere froze. Finally, a prodigy couldn't help but make a move. He didn't ask to obtain the Tribulation Immortal Lotus or the Jade Pool Immortal Sutra. As long as he could enter the Jade Pool and receive a baptism, it would be a supreme opportunity. The prodigy used a divine ability, and a beam of dermic power shot out. However, just as this beam of light landed on Jiangxingyi, a rune barrier suddenly rose from the entire Jade Pool. The beam of dermic power bombarded the rune barrier, but it didn't even cause a ripple. Very good. It seems that this barrier is protecting you to receive the baptism in peace. In Jiangxingyi's mind, Yu Qingming's voice sounded with a hint of joy. This way, Jiangxingyi could safely receive the baptism and refine the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Lotus. At that time, Jiangxingyi's talent and strength would increase again, and he would be able to retreat calmly. Princess Divine Silkworm's pretty face couldn't help but change when she saw this scene. She raised her jade-like hand and casually blasted out a 9-colored divine light. The powerful fluctuation plowed a 1,000-foot ravine in the ground. However, the 9-colored divine light bombarded the rune barrier, but it only caused a faint ripple. How could this be? Princess Divine Silkworm clenched her jade-like hands. She had calculated everything, but she didn't expect this. Yao Yuekong also made a move, but he still couldn't break through the rune barrier. What's going on? Can we only watch helplessly? Many prodigies couldn't help but make a move. All kinds of divine abilities fell on the rune barrier at the edge of the jade pool like raindrops. However, they could only cause ripples and couldn't break it at all. This way, they could only watch from the outside. This feeling of being unable to obtain a mountain of gold in front of them was too uncomfortable. Princess Divine Silkworm's beautiful face became even gloomier. There were only 2 kinds of relationships between outstanding women. They either admired each other or compared themselves to each other. Obviously, Princess Divine Silkworm wasn't willing to watch Jiangxingyi receive the baptism and refine the Immortal Lotus. If she really digests this opportunity, coupled with the power of the connate Dao embryo, she might really be able to suppress me. I absolutely won't allow it. Princess Divine Silkworm clenched her jade-like hands. But now, this barrier was like a natural chasm that separated Jiangxingyi from the outside world. Unless Jiangxingyi walked out herself. But was that possible, just as Princess Divine Silkworm was a little anxious? Suddenly, 3 figures slowly emerged from the void. The figure in the lead, who was wearing a wolf-shaped mask on his face, said coldly, Jiangxingyi, I didn't expect you to have such an opportunity, but I have a piece of news here. I wonder if you're interested? All the prodigies gathered their gazes, and a look of astonishment appeared in their eyes. Jiangxingyi's eyes were also as cold as frost. The people who appeared were Greed, Destruction, and 7 Kills, the 3 great bandits. The 13 bandits of the ancient road were once fearsome existences. Any skyprides would have a fearful expression whenever they talked about them. However, this terrifying organization had provoked the even more terrifying Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had slaughtered most of the 13 bandits. Only 4 bandits led by the immortal slaying bandit were left. Now, 3 of them had appeared. The skyprides were stunned by the appearance of the 3 bandits. One should know that the 13 bandits were like venomous snakes in the dark. They would usually only sneak up on others and attack them from behind. However, they had now appeared in public. This was very unusual. Do they have someone to rely on? Could it be that person? Some skyprides seemed to have thought of something and felt their hair stand on end. They looked around with fear in their eyes. The immortal slaying bandit, this mysterious leader of the 13 bandits, had almost never appeared. However, to be able to become the leader of the 13 bandits, his strength must be absolutely terrifying. There were rumors before that the immortal slaying bandit's strength could kill outlawed skyprides as easily as eating and drinking. However, no matter how the skyprides probed, they could not detect any hidden aura. Princess Divine Silkworm and Yao Yuekong were also surprised. They did not have a good impression of the infamous 13 bandits of the ancient road. However, after seeing that Tarantula and the others were targeting Xianxia, Princess Divine Silkworm and Yao Yuekong decided to wait and see. It's you gutter rats again. It seems that killing the Moonslaying Bandit and the Galactic Destroyer Bandit wasn't enough to intimidate you. Xianxia frowned, her eyes filled with cold disgust. She was disgusted by these bandits who went around assassinating, robbing others of their bloodlines. They had also coveted Xianxia's innate Taoist embryo. However, this was not what angered Xianxia the most. What angered her the most was that these bandits dared to set their sights on Jun Xiaoyao. They wanted to suppress Xianxia to lure Jun Xiaoyao into taking the bait and then rob him of his sacred body of the ancients. To Xianxia, this was absolutely unacceptable. Xianxia would kill anyone who dared to scheme against Jun Xiaoyao. I have nothing to say to you. If you don't leave, then you will die. Xianxia's beautiful eyes surged with killing intent. She, who was as quiet as an immortal, seemed to have transformed into a killing immortal at this moment. However, Xianxia was not impulsive. Naturally, she wouldn't give up the chance to be baptized in the Jade Lake just to kill Tarantula and the others. Tarantula sneered and didn't care about Xianxia's attitude. She said lightly, I told you, I'm here to tell you something. Not interested. Xianxia continued to cultivate and accept the baptism. Oh? It's about Jiang Luoli. Aren't you interested? Tarantula sneered. What? Xianxia's beautiful eyes suddenly emitted a cold light. His snow-white hair fluttered even though there was no wind. There were only a few people that Xianxia cared about. Besides Jun Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli was also one of them. Although there was a gap between her and Jiang Luoli because of Jun Xiaoyao, it was resolved in the end. She had always regarded Jiang Luoli as her younger sister. What did you do to Luoli? Xianxia bit her red lips. If something happened to Jiang Luoli, she wouldn't be able to absolve herself from the blame. Nothing, she just entered the gate of life and death, Tarantula said with a smile. Boom, Xianxia felt as if thunder was rumbling in her mind. Her beautiful face immediately turned pale. She naturally knew what kind of place the gate of life and death was. It was the most famous place in the buried Emperor Star. Since ancient times, very few people had been able to come out alive after entering it. What's more, in Xianxia's heart, Jiang Luoli had always been a naive and playful girl. How could someone like her withstand the trial of the gate of life and death? You forced her? Xianxia's snow-white sleeves fluttered, and a murderous aura rose. We didn't force her. She wanted to go in herself. We just wanted to suppress her, Tarantula sneered. At the same time, Tarantula's eyes were filled with treachery under the wolf mask. He deliberately wanted to anger Xianxia. As long as she stepped out of the jade pool, it would be enough. You are unforgivable. Xianxia was furious. Her beautiful face was cold, and her jade-like face was filled with anger. Many people were surprised. This was the first time they had seen this fairy-like woman get angry. Xingyi, calm down. Your baptism isn't over yet. You haven't completely refined the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Lotus. Yu Qingming's cold voice resounded in Xianxi's mind. In Yu Qingming's eyes, Xianxi had always been a mature, calm, and intelligent woman. She wouldn't lose her composure like this. Master, I watched Luoli grow up. She's like my biological sister. Now that we don't know whether she's dead or alive, how can Xingyi accept the baptism with peace of mind? Jiangxingyi gritted her teeth and said in her heart. She naturally knew that this was Tarantula and the others' way of provoking her. They wanted to lure her out of the jade pool. However, she was worried about Jiang Luoli. You have to think carefully. If you go out now, not only will the opportunity be snatched by others, but you will also be in danger. Due to the rules of the buried Emperor Star, I can't help you. Yu Qingming's tone was extremely serious. I'm sorry, Master. Sometimes, even though you know that this choice is very stupid, you still have to do it. It's because Xingyi can't go against her heart. Jiangxingyi silently said in her heart. Then, she suddenly stood up from the Tribulation Transcendence Lotus. Step by step, she walked out of the jade pool. Her body was surrounded by the radiance of the great Tao, making her look like a supreme and holy goddess of light. Seeing this scene, Yu Qingming sighed softly. She felt helpless. But more importantly, she felt gratified. Even though she knew that the choice was very stupid and would only bring her harm, she still had to do it. Perhaps this was what she admired about Jiangxingyi the most. After all, who would want their disciple to be a person who only cared about profits? Seeing Jiangxingyi walk out, not only did Tarantula and the others have killing intent in their eyes. Princess Divine Silkworm's eyes also flashed with a trace of joy. If Jiangxingyi really digested the opportunity, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. Now, she also had a chance to fight for the opportunity. The Jade Pool Immortal Sutra should be with her. Maybe there are other rare treasures. Princess Divine Silkworm's eyes changed. Boom, Jiangxingyi stepped out of the jade pool. At that moment, the jade pool's runic barrier suddenly dimmed. Obviously, it was because there was no one to protect. Soon, the entire runic barrier would disappear. At that time, everyone would have a chance to enter, receive the baptism, and obtain the Tribulation Transcendence Lotus. Heh. You've chosen to walk right into our trap? Tarantula and the others channeled their magic power at the same time, and their auras rose. These three's strength was second only to the immortal execution bandits among the 13 bandits. When the three of them joined forces, even the supreme outlawed Skyprides would be wary. Today, you're the ones who will die. Jiangxingyi's snow-white clothes fluttered, and her snow-white hair danced in the wind. She must kill these three today, and then go to the Gate of Life and Death to find out about Jiang Luoli's situation. Just as both sides were about to draw their swords, Princess Divine Silkworm suddenly stepped out and looked straight at Jiangxingyi, saying, Jiangxingyi, the Jade Pool Immortal Sutra should be with you, right? Princess Divine Silkworm's words not only made Jiangxingyi frown, but it also surprised the surrounding prodigies. They didn't expect Princess Divine Silkworm to make things difficult for them at this time. Could it be that Princess Divine Silkworm wants to take the opportunity to suppress the Jiang family's divine lady with the other bandits? The surrounding prodigies guessed. Now that the rune barrier had yet to be removed, they naturally couldn't compete for the Jade Pool baptism and the Tribulation Transcending Immortal Lotus. Therefore, Princess Divine Silkworm turned her attention to Jiangxingyi. However, it wasn't too honorable to suppress her together with the 13 bandits. After all, the 13 bandits were notorious and hated by everyone. However, with Princess Divine Silkworm's status, no one dared to question her. So, you guys want to make a move too? Jiangxingyi's expression was as cold as frost. It's not absolute. As long as you are willing to share the Jade Pool Immortal Sutra with me, I can promise not to make a move. Princess Divine Silkworm combed her soft hair with her jade-like hands, her expression as calm as water. That's right, we are not unreasonable people, Yao Yuekong chimed in. When Tarantula and the other two saw this scene, a playful look appeared in their eyes. It seemed like there were still helpers. You guys are dreaming. Tear off that hypocritical mask, Jiangxingyi said coldly. Sigh, I know what your confidence is. It's none other than Jun Xiaoyao. Let's not talk about whether he is here or not. Even if he is here, it won't change anything. Princess Divine Silkworm, Yao Yuekong, Tam Lang, Pajun, and Qi Sha, the three bandits. They might even attract that extremely mysterious immortal slaying bandit. In Princess Divine Silkworm's opinion, even if Jun Xiaoyao came, he wouldn't be able to change the situation. A frog at the bottom of a well doesn't know the vastness of the sea, Xianxia said sarcastically. Many prodigies had tried to figure out Jun Xiaoyao's true strength. But without exception, they were all slapped in the face. Jun Xiaoyao's strength was immeasurable. If it could be measured, then he wouldn't be Jun Xiaoyao. How dare you? Before Princess Divine Silkworm could say anything, Yao Yuekong directly attacked. He wanted to help Princess Divine Silkworm obtain the Jade Pool Immortal Sutra. Heavenly Demon devours the world. Yao Yuekong's first move was an extreme move. His magic power surged, and his demonic aura surged. An incomparably gigantic blood-colored demonic shadow appeared, as if it wanted to devour everything in the world. It was terrifying to the extreme. This move was enough to prove Yao Yuekong's strength. However, Xianxi's snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. She, who had been training alone all this time, had long transformed and sublimated. She was no longer the same as before. Xianxia reached out with her jade-like hand. The radiance of the great path flickered, and divine chains of order appeared, shooting out like dragons and snakes. The innate Tao embryo had an affinity with the Tao and could control the great Tao at will. In Xianxi's hands, the Tao of all things in the world had transformed into the most brilliant divine chains of order. Boom, many divine chains of order shot out and tore the terrifying blood-red demonic shadow apart. At the sight of this, many of the surrounding skyprides sighed. The natural embryo of Tao was truly powerful. Great Tao Cage. Xianxi's 5 slender fingers grasped toward the void. In an instant, many space-sealing runes flashed around Yao Yuekong. The Tao patterns of heaven and earth seemed to have transformed into chains that intertwined with each other to form a cage, imprisoning Yao Yuekong within. Then, at the critical moment, Xianxia waved her jade-like hand again. Endless dazzling runes gathered and transformed into a great Tao blade that seemed to be able to cut through time and space. The great Tao blade. When Yao Yuekong saw this scene, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect Xianxi's strength to be so strong. Just as he was about to use his ultimate move, Princess Divine Silkworm made her move. The 9 immortal divine rings behind her head flickered, and 9 colored divine light flickered. It was like a sword of light that slashed down horizontally. Rumble, the Tao sound was like rolling thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Xianxia, your choice is very unwise. Princess Divine Silkworm's tone was indifferent. Yao Yuekong's demonic power burst forth, and a huge heavenly demon phantom seemed to appear behind him, breaking open the great Tao cage. His expression didn't look too good. He originally wanted to show off in front of Princess Divine Silkworm, but who would have thought that Princess Divine Silkworm would help him instead? Heh, how about this? We only want Xianxia, and you can take the Jade Pool Immortal Sutra and other opportunities. How about it? Tarantula looked at Princess Divine Silkworm and said. Their main target was only Xianxi's Kane Tao embryo. After that, they would target Jun Xiaoyao through Xianxia. Princess Divine Silkworm nodded lightly and said, sure. Next, Princess Divine Silkworm, Yao Yuekong, Tarantula, the Army Destroyer Bandits, and the 7 Kill Bandits. A total of 5 people surrounded Xianxia. This time, the Jiang family's goddess is really in trouble, the surrounding prodigies said. However, there was no fear in Xianxi's eyes. Go. Tarantula and the others were the first to attack. The greedy wolf howls at the moon, the blood soared across the sky, and other powerful mystical abilities were displayed. Xianxi's expression was cold as she calmly dealt with them. Endless Tao Law radiance bloomed from her body. Although Xianxia didn't fully undergo the baptism, she had also obtained a partial sublimation and refined a portion of the power of the Tribulation Transcendence Immortal Lotus. At this moment, she was in her peak state. A generation of flowers. Xianxi's snow-white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Countless snow-white petals fell like rain. Upon closer inspection, each petal was formed from great Tao runes. This was a Tao flower rain, boom. Boom. Boom, each petal was enough to instantly shatter a mountain range, and the ground was full of holes. Tarantula and the others were all blasted back, blood flowing from their mouths. Yao Yuekong also attacked. Princess Divine Silkworm was a step behind. Her eyes flickered with multicolored light as she probed Xianxia's background. Tarantula and the others calmed down the surging blood in their hearts and said coldly, "You're just struggling on your deathbed." I said, "You must die today." Xianxia's jade-like legs moved, creating lotuses with each step. Her speed was extremely fast, and she instantly landed in front of Tarantula and the others. Then, Xianxia raised her hand and activated the power of the Khanate Dao embryo. Extreme power of the Dao emerged, accompanied by surging immortal light. Finally, it turned into a great Dao treasure bottle in her hand. As the great Dao treasure bottle spun, endless runes and divine chains interweaved. The mouth of the bottle was like a black hole, crushing and disintegrating everything. This was an extremely powerful move activated by the Khanate Dao embryo. It was enough to shock the world, and even a supreme taboo would have goosebumps. "Retreat!" the greedy wolf bandit shouted. However, she was a step too late. The 7 slaughter bandits of the 3 bandits were directly pulled by the suction force and sucked into the great Dao treasure bottle. He didn't even have time to scream before he was instantly disintegrated, turning into particles smaller than dust. The surroundings were dead silent. Princess Divine Silkworm's eyes also narrowed, and there was fear in them. Xianxia's slender figure, snow-white clothes fluttering, and her black hair fluttering. She had a peerless beauty and the power to kill immortals. At this moment, Xianxia was valiant to the extreme. She was clearly an ethereal and beautiful woman, but now, she was like a female war immortal. One of the 3 great bandits, the 7 slaughter bandits, was killed by her. One had to know that Xianxia was currently being besieged. To be able to kill one of them was enough to prove Xianxia's strength. She wasn't just a flower vase. She didn't have to rely on Jun Xiaoyao. She alone was enough to make a name for herself. Damn it, if you don't try your best, don't think about getting what you want. Tarantula's expression was very ugly as she turned to look at Princess Divine Silkworm. "There's no need for you to say anything," Princess Divine Silkworm said coldly. To be honest, Xianxia's strength had really exceeded her expectations. She originally thought that even if she didn't make a move, Xianxia should be subdued. Princess Divine Silkworm also made her move. Her 9-colored divine halo flickered, and the light beam that shot out annihilated heaven and earth, causing the void to collapse. Yao Yuekong also made his move, his demonic aura shocking the world. Tarantula and the army bandit naturally didn't need to say anything. They also attacked with all their might. For a time, the 4 young powerhouses suppressed Xianxia. When Princess Divine Silkworm made her move and joined the battle, the situation immediately changed. Princess Divine Silkworm was a 9-transformation celestial silkworm. Her strength was shocking, and she was extremely famous in the ancient road of ultimate. She alone was enough to deal with Xianxia. Not to mention, there was also Yao Yuekong, Tarantula, and the army bandit. The situation immediately took a turn for the worse. Xianxia was forced to retreat. "Xianxia, struggling is futile. Hand over the Jade Pool Immortal Sutra, and there's still room for negotiation," Princess Divine Silkworm said coldly. "Dream on," Xianxia said coldly. "Then don't blame me." Heaven and Earth Net. Princess Divine Silkworm waved her jade-like arm, and her magic power burst out, transforming into a 9-colored light. Then, the 9-colored light split into countless threads that intertwined with each other, as if they had transformed into a 9-colored net that covered the sky and the sun. It was simply able to envelop heaven and earth. This was a shocking great divine ability of the Divine Silkworm Valley. It could encompass all things and then refine them. Xianxia also made a move. The great Dao treasure vase above his head spun, producing tens of thousands of runes to resist Princess Divine Silkworm's killer move. Yao Yuekong and the others also moved to suppress Xianxia. The situation was extremely unfavorable to Xianxia. Seeing this, the surrounding skyprides sighed. Xianxia's performance was worthy of her reputation. However, even the supreme outlawed skyprides would be troubled by such a lineup. Not everyone could be like Jun Xiaoyao, who was able to completely ignore the number of opponents and crush them all at once. Under such a siege, even someone as strong as Xianxia coughed up blood. Bright red blood dripped onto her snow-white clothes like blooming peach blossoms. The girls of the Jiang family are all so stubborn. Tarantula cursed inwardly. Whether it was Jiang Luoli or Jiang Xingyi, they were both so stubborn that they would never give in. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who could make them submit. Annihilation net. Princess Divine Silkworm reached out and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the 9-colored net spewed out 9-colored divine flames. Upon closer inspection, the divine flames were actually formed by endless runes. It was like a furnace that was about to trap Jiang Xingyi and refine her. Supreme Vase Seal. Jiang Xingyi pushed out her jade-like hand, and the great Dao treasure vase turned into a shocking divine seal. The seal blasted out, suppressing the universe. The net of threads that covered the sky was directly torn apart. Boom, a deafening roar exploded in the sky. Both sides retreated at the same time. Jiang Xingyi's delicate body trembled, and she coughed up another mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, Yu Qingming's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Xingyi's mind. "Xingyi, watch your back." Jiang Xingyi's heart tightened. The void behind her was suddenly torn apart like a piece of paper. A slender figure flashed out from it. Holding a pitch-black scythe in her hand, she looked like the legendary Grim Reaper. The scythe slashed down, tearing through the void. Even Jiang Xingyi couldn't react for a moment, and she couldn't resist. She could only shift her body and try her best to dodge. Slash, the scythe cut Jiang Xingyi's jade-like back, and blood splattered out. Cough, Jiang Xingyi's figure fell from the sky, and her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. On her jade-like back, there was a hideous wound that was so deep that her bones could be seen, indicating the power of this attack. Fortunately, Jiang Xingyi's delicate body had been tempered by Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body blood essence. Otherwise, this attack might have even cut Jiang Xingyi's delicate body in half. This sudden scene could be said to have caused everyone present to be stunned. Who would have thought that someone would launch a sneak attack? Everyone's gaze turned to the figure that had suddenly appeared. With a single glance, everyone was stunned. It was a young girl. The young girl's body was as slender as a willow. She wore a black silk dress, and her jet-black hair flowed down like a waterfall. Her limbs were slender and delicate, and her skin was so pale that it seemed transparent. Some bandages were wrapped around her jade-like arms and slender legs. In her jade-like hand was a scythe of the Grim Reaper that was taller than her. On her face was a ghost mask that seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. She looked like an evil spirit in the dark night. Like the Black Rose, she gave people a morbid and fatal illusion of beauty. Boss Xianyu. Tarantula and the army bandit looked a little excited when they saw the young girl. The young girl who had appeared was the leader of the 13 bandits, the immortal slaying bandit, Xianyu. What? She's the legendary immortal slaying bandit? Hearing Tarantula and the others' words, the thousands of Skyprides were stunned. They had thought that the legendary immortal slaying bandit would be a ferocious burly man or an extremely cruel demon. Who would have thought that the cruel leader of the 13 bandits would be a young girl? However, this young girl exuded the aura of death. Immortal slaying bandit, Jiang Xingyi's mouth was full of blood. The hideous wound on his back was also bleeding. Xianyu's sneak attack had severely injured the immortal slaying bandit. The young girl held the scythe of the Grim Reaper in her hand. Her ink-black hair danced in the wind, and a red spider lily was engraved on her collarbone like the wings of a butterfly. She stood quietly in the sky. Dead silence. No one dared to make a sound. Under the ghost mask, the young girl's gaze fell on Jiang Xingyi. It was extremely cold. It was the gaze of a hunter staring at his prey. Your connate Dao embryo is mine. Xianyu's voice was as clear as the rain and as cold as the frost. As soon as she finished speaking, Xianyu's slender feet tapped lightly on the void. Like a ghost, she instantly appeared in front of Jiang Xingyi. The Grim Reaper scythe in her hand slashed down. It was as if the shadow of death was covering him. Splat, although Jiang Xingyi tried to resist, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. Tarantula, the army bandit, and the others saw this and also charged forward. Yao Yuekong also attacked. The immortal slaying bandit is really a terrifying character. However, this way, Jiang Xingyi will definitely die. Princess Divine Silkworm thought to herself. The aura of the immortal slaying bandit made her feel a strong sense of fear. This was definitely a supreme taboo level existence. However, what puzzled Princess Divine Silkworm was that she felt a lot of mixed auras on Xianyu. It was as if various bloodlines and constitutions had fused together. This made Princess Divine Silkworm's hair stand on end. What kind of path was he going to take? Many people had guessed what kind of person the leader of the 13 bandits was. Now, she had finally shown herself, which was beyond everyone's expectations. It wasn't just because the rumored immortal execution bandit was a young girl. It was also because she was so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. I heard that the 13 bandits collected all kinds of talents and blood. Now it seems like they have all been refined by the immortal slaying bandit. That should be the case. Although the aura is powerful, it is also mixed. How is that possible? How can someone refine so many talents and blood? The immortal slaying bandit Xianyu's cultivation path made many of the Skyprides tremble in fear. It was a path of slaughter and exploitation. If Xianyu wanted to improve, she had to kill more people to obtain more bloodlines and talents. No wonder she would attack the divine lady of the Jiang family. The Khanate Taoist embryo is one of the top talents. The Skyprides now understood why the immortal slaying bandit would target Xianxia. To Xianyu, Xianxia was a big piece of meat. If the immortal slaying bandit successfully devours the Khanate Taoist embryo and obtains the sacred body blood essence, then many people thought of the same thing. If she really succeeded, then Xianyu would become the most powerful person in this era. You are the one who targeted Xiaoyao? Jiangxingyi endured the pain on her back. Her beautiful eyes were as cold as ice as she looked at the slender figure in the sky. Xianyu's black hair fluttered in the wind. Only a black silk dress wrapped around her slender body. Her fair arms and legs were wrapped in bandages, which gave her a sickly beauty. You and Jun Xiaoyao must die, Xianyu said in a cold voice. How dare you? Jiangxingyi shouted. She gathered her dermic powers and pushed the power of the Khanate Taoist embryo to the maximum. Countless chains of the great Tao appeared around her and shot towards the sky, trying to seal that space. Xianyu also moved. The death scythe in her hand exuded the aura of a boundary emperor weapon. As the death scythe swung, the chains of the great Tao were broken. Tao sounds rumbled. Boss is here. There is no doubt about the result today. The army bandit sneered. Even without Xianyu, Jiangxingyi was at an absolute disadvantage. Now, Xianyu showed up in person and tried to steal Jiangxingyi's Khanate Tao embryo. The result was obvious. Next, Tarantula, Army Destroyer, Princess Divine Silkworm, and Yao Yuekong made their moves again. In addition, there was also the terrifying and mysterious immortal slaying bandit Xianyu. Jiangxingyi was instantly suppressed to the extreme. It was difficult to even resist. This was especially true for Princess Divine Silkworm and Xianyu. Their methods were astonishing, causing Jiangxingyi, who was already heavily injured, to suffer even more injuries. Xingyi, Yu Qingning's forbearing voice sounded in Jiangxingyi's mind. Looking at Jiangxingyi, who was covered in wounds and whose snow-white clothes were dyed red, Yu Qingning was in great pain. Master, this is Xingyi's own choice. I don't regret it. Even though she was surrounded and on the verge of despair, Jiangxingyi still comforted Yu Qingning in her heart. She also knew that due to the suppression of the buried Emperor Star's laws, Yu Qingning couldn't help her. Boom, after another collision, Jiangxingyi was sent flying like a butterfly with broken wings. Her body was covered in wounds. TSK, TSK. Who would have thought that the famous Jiang family's divine daughter would be in such a sorry state? Yao Yuekong revealed a sinister smile. For some reason, looking at the injured Jiangxingyi, Yao Yuekong felt a kind of sick pleasure in his heart. That kind of mentality was as if since he couldn't obtain something beautiful, he would destroy it. Why would such a peerless beauty fall in love with Jun Xiaoyao? Why would Jun Xiaoyao receive the admiration and worship of so many outstanding women? Yao Yuekong had to admit that he was jealous of Jun Xiaoyao. On the other side, Princess Divine Silkworm had an indifferent expression. In fact, she also wanted to see Jiangxingyi die with her own eyes. After all, she couldn't tolerate the existence of a woman more outstanding than her. As for Xianyu, because she was wearing a grimace mask on her face, no one could see her expression. King of Hell's decree, Death God's crossing. Xianyu's figure flashed, and the Death God's scythe in her hand swept out. The pitch-black scythe light tore through the sky, as if plowing open a crack in the abyss and opening the entrance to hell. Under such a powerful attack, Xianxia finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her delicate body was sent flying, and she was completely defeated. Was it because she was weak? Not at all. If it were any other outlawed skyprides, it would be difficult for them to face such a situation. After all, Xianyu, the immortal slaying bandit, alone was enough to deal with an outlawed skyprides. Die. In an instant, Xianyu's figure flashed, and she appeared in front of Xianxia as if she had teleported. Then, she stretched out a snow-white arm. Slash, her jade-like hand pierced Xianxia's chest. This scene made all the skyprides lose their voices. Their hair stood on end, and chills ran down their spines. Cough asterisk. Xianxia coughed out mouthfuls of blood. The blood dyed her snow-white robe red, and she looked extremely pitiful. She stared at the girl who was so close to her. Under the grimace mask, the girl's eyes were as cold as ice. It was hard to imagine what the girl had gone through to become so cold-blooded and heartless. Pitch-black divine chains of order spread out of Xianyu's body and penetrated Xianxia's delicate body. Then, Xianxia immediately sensed the power of her innate spirit embryo being absorbed by the pitch-black divine chains. It was like a vampire was absorbing the power of Xianxia's innate spirit embryo. The eerie scene caused the entire place to fall silent. All the skyprides felt a chill run down their spines. Such a method was definitely the most demonic method in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Such a cruel method, how is it any different from the creatures of the foreign realm? A skypride asked in fear. Even Princess Godly Silkworm and Yao Yuekong felt a little uncomfortable after witnessing such a scene. Only Tarantula and Pijuan remained calm. They even had a hint of excitement on their faces. Once Xianyu absorbed the power of the innate spirit embryo, even Jun Xiaoyao, who was rumored to be unbeatable, would not stand a chance against her. Tarantula and the others were confident in their chances. Is this the only way? Xianxia felt her consciousness gradually blurring. She had worked hard enough. She had relied on herself all the way from the ultimate ancient road. She did it so she would not be a burden to Jun Xiaoyao in the future. She wanted to be his right-hand woman. It seemed like it was no longer possible now. However, Xianxia did not regret her decision. Even if she was given another chance, she would still stubbornly walk out of the Nacre Lake. It was her will and determination. Xingyi, Yu Qingming Sai appeared in Xianxia's mind. Sure enough, the situation she was most unwilling to see had happened. Xingyi, how can I let you die here? Yu Qingming was determined. She had already mentally prepared herself. If Xianxia was really in a desperate situation, she would help Xianxia out of danger even if her soul was scattered. Just as Yu Qingming was about to activate the power of her remnant soul, rumble, there was a sudden explosion between heaven and earth, and the sky began to collapse. A huge crack appeared in the void as if there was an extremely terrifying force breaking through the void. In an instant, the sky above Xianxia and Xianyu was split into two by an invisible force. The spatial abyss spanned 100,000 miles across the sky. An incomparably transcendent figure crossed over, as if a god had descended. As if a divine king had descended, a hand of law pressed down as if the sky had collapsed. The terrifying power covered the entire area as if a god was enraged and wanted to destroy all life. How dare you touch Jun Xiaoyao's woman? You're courting death. His cold shout resounded through the sky for thousands of miles. The terrifying hand of law was like a world crushing down. The void below was directly crushed, revealing pitch-black spatial turbulence. When Xianyu saw this scene, the cold eyes under the ghost mask flashed slightly, and her figure hurriedly retreated. Boom, the void in that area directly collapsed. The scene was terrifying to the extreme. Violent ripples of magic power surged out with a loud bang. Tarantula, Junpe, Yao Yuekong, and the others were all affected. Their chests were stuffy, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces were filled with incomparable horror. It was just the aftermath of the move, but it actually caused them to spit out a mouthful of blood. This was ridiculous. Princess Divine Silkworm and Xianyu also retreated. This fluctuation, could it be that he's here? Princess Divine Silkworm's expression suddenly changed, and there was a trace of unnaturalness. This fluctuation was far beyond her imagination. The sudden scene seemed to make everyone's mind stop for a moment. In the next moment, they saw the white-robed figure stepping out of the crack in the sky. In the dense immortal light, the figure of the Taoist priest stood upright like a true immortal descending into the world. Within the radiance, that handsome and flawless face was ice cold. Especially when they saw the beauty whose snow-white clothes were dyed red and covered in wounds. A shocking killing intent caused the sky to change color, and the temperature between heaven and earth plummeted. Some of the weak-willed people even almost knelt on the ground. That aura, that killing intent, was so strong that it caused the void to boil. Xianxia, many prodigies spat out the name that shook the ancient road at the same time. There was no need to elaborate on his legend. He was clearly just a young man in his 20s. But he gave people the feeling that he had become a taboo existence that had been recorded in history. At this moment, his arrival suddenly changed the situation of the battle. No one dared to ignore Xiaoyao's power. Sister Xingyi. Xiaoyao flashed and rushed to Jiang Xingyi's side. He wrapped an arm around her slender waist and supported her swaying body. At this moment, Jiang Xingyi's snow-white clothes were completely dyed red. In addition to various wounds, there were also holes on his body. It was Xianyu, who had absorbed the power of her connate Taoist embryo through the black divine chains. But fortunately, Xiaoyao arrived in time, and Jiang Xingyi was not seriously injured. But even so, at this moment, Jiang Xingyi was incomparably bleak, like a withered flower. Seeing that handsome face that she had not seen for a long time, Jiang Xingyi's immortal face revealed a blood-stained smile. She raised her somewhat weak jade arm and stroked Xiaoyao's forehead and the side of his face. It was as if he was trying to draw the outline of the person he liked stroke by stroke. It had only been a few years, but it felt like 3 lifetimes. This might be the so-called a day apart feels like 3 years. Sister Xingyi, I'm sorry, Xiaoyao said in a low voice. He had thought that Jiang Xingyi was peacefully accepting the inheritance of the Queen Mother of the West, and there should not be any big problems. Who would have thought that he would see Jiang Xingyi in such a miserable state as soon as he arrived? Xiaoyao was not a person who got angry easily. But at this moment, he was really angry. No. Xiaoyao, I should be the one saying sorry. I need you to save me again. Jiang Xingyi smiled feebly. It was the same last time. In order to leave the divine embryo to Xiaoyao, she fought with all her strength. In the end, it was also Xiaoyao who saved the day and killed everyone. From then on, Jiang Xingyi silently swore in her heart that she would work hard to cultivate. She might not be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiaoyao, but at least she had to be qualified to stand beside him and not be a burden to him. As such, she stepped onto the ancient road alone, enduring the torment of her longing and not looking for Xiaoyao. Separation was for the sake of a longer time. But now, it was still Xiaoyao who came to save her. Jiang Xingyi felt very guilty. Looking at the woman in front of him who was seriously injured but still felt guilty, Xiaoyao's pity finally turned into a sigh. Jiang Xingyi was like this. No matter how much she was hurt, she would silently endure it. But for the people she cared about, she would do anything. It was the same for Xiaoyao, and it was the same for Jiang Luoli. Sister Xingyi, you are too silly. Actually, you don't have to do this. Xiaoyao really did not want to see Jiang Xingyi sacrifice herself just to follow in his footsteps. It was not necessary. No, this is my choice. From the moment you left without saying goodbye and stepped onto the ancient road alone, I swore that I would follow by your side. Jiang Xingyi's beautiful eyes were filled with endless longing. She was actually very afraid. She was afraid that one day in the future, a great calamity would descend and Xiaoyao would have to face everything alone. No one would be able to stand by his side. That kind of feeling was too lonely. While it was said that the strong were always lonely, Jiang Xingyi didn't want to have to watch Xiaoyao dominate the world all by himself in the future. Moreover, after seeing the tragic story of the Wu Tian Heavenly Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West, Jiang Xingyi was even more determined. She wanted to be with Xiaoyao for a long time. Seeing the affection flowing silently in the beautiful woman's eyes, Xiaoyao fell silent. Jiang Xingyi cultivated so hard not to prove her Tao or become a heavenly emperor, but to be by his side. Sister Xingyi, recuperate well first. Let me deal with this group of ants first. Xiaoyao forced out some sacred body blood essence from his body and directly fused it with Jiang Xingyi's injured body. Then, he took out some healing sacred medicine for her. After that, Jun Xiaoyao turned around and faced Princess Divine Silkworm and the others. Xianxia looked at Jun Xiaoyao's silhouette and was stunned for a moment. He said that I'm his woman. When she thought of what Jun Xiaoyao said when he appeared, Xianxia couldn't help but smile shyly and happily. Although that might have been what Jun Xiaoyao said subconsciously. It was enough to make Xianxia feel sweet for a long time. Is he Jun Xiaoyao? Yu Qingming finally saw the man her disciple had been longing for. To be honest, seeing was better than hearing 100 times. His temperament was extraordinary. As the former sect master of the Jade Lake, Yu Qingming was a little amazed. In her era, even the most outstanding peerless genius couldn't compare to 1% of the figure in front of her. However, she didn't know how strong he really was. When facing Xianxia, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was gentle. But when he turned to Princess Divine Silkworm and the others, there was only coldness on his peerless handsome face. It seems that this son of God hasn't killed enough on the ancient road to intimidate you rascals. Extreme killing intent leaked out, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to freeze. Princess Divine Silkworm and the others didn't look too good. As for immortal slaying thief Xianyu, from the moment Jun Xiaoyao appeared, she was in a daze. No. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible, Xianyu muttered in a voice that only she could hear. The cold eyes under the mask were chaotic and in disbelief. The person in front of her, that face, why did it look similar to the person she had killed with her own hands? In a trance, she seemed to see that figure. The figure that had protected her since she was young. She thought that her heart had died when she killed that person with her own hands. But now, his heart was throbbing silently. Brother. The face of Jun Xiaoyao in front of her was somewhat similar to that of her brother in Xianyu's memory. Of course, they were only somewhat similar but not exactly the same. After all, there was no one as handsome as Jun Xiaoyao in the entire world. But even though they were only somewhat similar, it was enough to make Xianyu lose her mind and feel as if she had been struck by lightning. She had never expected that the person she had made up her mind to kill would be somewhat similar to her brother. The memories that she had buried deep in her heart and didn't want to remember surged out. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao didn't waste any time and directly made his move. Jun Xiaoyao didn't waste any time on this group of people who wanted to kill Xianxia. He casually stretched out his hand and the Dharma power of a supreme sage surged out. Ripples appeared in the void and various Dharma lights appeared. At Jun Xiaoyao's level of cultivation, he didn't need to deliberately use any divine powers. His every move was comparable to a divine powers and could destroy heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao first stretched out his hand toward Xianyu. It wasn't only because Xianyu had hurt Xianxia the most. It was also because she had many secrets. For example, she and the 13 bandits were from a force called the Permitha Organization. The Permitha Organization was a force under the command of the Emperor family of the foreign lands. In addition, this girl was wearing a familiar ghost mask. There was also a scarlet-red spider lily engraved on her collarbone. Jun Xiaoyao felt that he should be able to find out some secrets from this girl. Besides, there was another important point. That was, this girl was one of the 7 defiant sovereigns. Based on this point alone, Jun Xiaoyao had no reason not to kill her. However, facing Jun Xiaoyao's attack, Xianyu was still in a trance as if she had fallen into some kind of nightmare. This girl. Xianyu's indifference made Jun Xiaoyao frown slightly. What was this immortal slaying bandit trying to do? As one of the 7 defiant sovereigns, she should be more than happy to attack him. Boss Xianyu. When the greedy wolf bandit and broken army bandit saw that Mystic Moon was not moving, their expressions changed. In a flash, they appeared in front of Xianyu. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself. Jun Xiaoyao snorted. His palm was surrounded by qi and blood of the sacred body and deity aura. It was like the hand of God. Puff, the 2 bandits retreated at the same time. The army destroyer bandit, whose cultivation was slightly weaker, exploded under this palm. Even his primordial spirit could not escape and was crushed into nothingness. There were no moves or divine abilities. It was just a simple palm strike. The army destroyer bandits had fallen, and Tarantula had suffered heavy losses. Countless gasps could be heard from all directions. Tarantula and army destroyer. were not at the level of supreme outlawed skyprides. But it wasn't much weaker. But now, in Jun Xiaoyao's hands, he couldn't even last one round. When Princess Divine Silkworm saw this scene, a strong sense of uneasiness arose in her heart. She seemed to have misjudged Jun Xiaoyao's strength. Even Yao Yuekong, who looked down on Jun Xiaoyao in the beginning, was completely speechless at this moment. He now felt that his relationship with Princess Divine Silkworm was just as Xianxia had said. A frog at the bottom of a well did not know the vastness of the ocean. Some of the army destroyer bandits' blood splattered on Mystic Moon's body. She finally came back to her senses. In the blink of an eye, the army destroyer bandit had fallen, and Tarantula had suffered heavy losses. However, Mystic Moon's cold eyes did not waver at all. So what if they were dead? Mystic Moon had no feelings for her subordinates. In other words, ever since she killed her brother with her own hands, she no longer had any human feelings. But now, when she saw that familiar handsome face again, she couldn't help but wonder. Mystic Moon's dead heart seemed to have skipped a beat. "Boss Mystic Moon!" Tarantula shouted. He did not understand why his boss was not doing anything. Wasn't she one of the 7 rebellious sovereigns? Logically speaking, she should be more determined to kill Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao would not give them any more time. "Are you still trying to be mysterious in front of the Son of God?" Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. For some reason, when she looked at Jun Xiaoyao's cold and indifferent eyes, Mystic Moon suddenly felt a stabbing pain in her heart. It was as if the people closest to her had turned against each other. Why? He's the one I should kill. Mystic Moon's slender hand, which was wrapped in bandages, held the death scythe tightly. Her previous plan was to integrate with the seal of Proving Way and obtain the innate embryo of Taoism. Then, she would kill Jun Xiaoyao and integrate with the sacred body of the ancients. After attaining the supreme physique, she would be crowned with the heavenly crown. Finally, she would return to the foreign realm and step on the reincarnation cycle to the other side. But now, after seeing Jun Xiaoyao, Mystic Moon's cold and ruthless heart was disturbed for the first time. She suddenly felt a little lost. But now, Jun Xiaoyao would not give her a chance to think. Jun Xiaoyao threw another punch at Yi Futian. The glow of his fist lit up the sky like a bolt of lightning. The Kuanping Infinite Divine Fist was performed. The huge shadow of the Kuanping filled the sky. With a flick of its tail, tens of thousands of runes rippled. Go! Yao Yuekong and Princess Divine Silkworm also knew that the situation was not good. If they still held back at this time, they would really be courting death. Behind Princess Divine Silkworm's head, 9 divine halos flickered with immortal light. 9 colored divine light surged out. The runes that covered the sky and earth shot out in the form of 9 colored threads, as if they were going to seal the Forbidden Land. Yao Yuekong also used his trump card, casting the Heaven Fei Ancient Temple's Fei Emperor Immortal Sutra. An illusory demon Emperor Dharma idol appeared. Demonic aura surged into the 9 heavens imperial court. Tarantula, who was severely injured, also spared no effort and performed the ultimate move, Blood Wolf Swallows the Moon. Mystic Moon, who had been motionless all this time, finally moved. She brandished the death scythe. However, compared to when she attacked Xianxia, the power of Mystic Moon's attack was clearly much weaker. The 4 young powerhouses collided with Jun Xiaoyao's single move. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battle. Although Xianxia was strong, he did not have the strength to resist when facing the combined forces of these people. Now, if it was Jun Xiaoyao, what would the result be? Boom, a deafening sound rumbled. Dermic powers stirred up a monstrous wave that washed out. Just the fluctuation alone was enough to send a quasi-sage flying backward while vomiting blood, under such a collision. The result was, Tarantula's body exploded. Unable to withstand the pressure, his essence soul cracked and he perished completely. Yao Yuekong also coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He had completely lost his bearing as a young taboo of the ancient Heaven Fei Temple. As for Princess Divine Silkworm and Mystic Moon, they had the highest cultivation levels among the group. However, they were still sent retreating. Princess Divine Silkworm felt her blood churning in her chest. A mouthful of blood surged up her throat before she swallowed it. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao's white robes fluttered as he looked peerless. Powerful, still powerful, invincible, still invincible. You have to pay the price for doing something wrong, right? Jun Xiaoyao's cold voice resounded throughout the world. He slowly extended his palm and grabbed at the void. A mysterious runic mark appeared. Jun Xiaoyao closed his fingers and pinched the runic mark. Instantly, the runic mark transformed into a battle axe that was held in Jun Xiaoyao's hand. A terrifying emperor's aura emerged as if it could split open the primordial chaos. That aura made everyone tremble. Many geniuses trembled under the emperor's aura. It was the ancient chaos axe that was formed by the emperor's weapon imprint, sacred body of the ancients. /book/83964/ At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was holding the ancient chaos axe. He was like a deity in the myths and legends who created the world. That aura seemed to be able to crush the heavens. The emperor's aura shook the clouds and clouds, even the entire buried emperor star seemed to be trembling slightly. Gloomy chains of order appeared to prevent unreasonable powers from appearing. The entire buried emperor star was originally a place of inheritance left behind by the ancestors for the future generations. Naturally, it would not allow too powerful forces to appear. That was also the reason why Yu Qingning could not make a move. Now, Jun Xiaoyao was holding the ancient chaos axe, which had vaguely caused the laws of the buried emperor star to suppress it. From this, one could see how powerful Jun Xiaoyao's aura was at this moment. Even the heavens and earth were afraid of it. That is, the ancient Chaos Emperor's imperial weapon, the ancient Chaos Axe. Could it be that the son of God of the Jun family has obtained the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor? All the Skyprides were stunned and took a deep breath. Not everyone knew that Jun Xiaoyao had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor. At this moment, the appearance of the imperial weapon naturally shocked everyone. No, that's not right. Although it has the power of an imperial weapon, it is not real. That is a mark. Soon, some of the Skyprides reacted. In the buried Emperor Star, if a real imperial weapon was used, it would definitely cause the laws of suppression. Besides, even if an ordinary person obtained an imperial weapon, it would be difficult for them to use it. Even the current Jun Xiaoyao was unable to bring out the true power of the imperial weapon. Although it is only a mark, it is already terrifying enough, said a Skypride with trembling eyes. The imperial weapon mark could borrow a part of the imperial weapon's power. Although it was not much, it was definitely a powerful weapon for cultivators below the 9th level of the Sage Realm. Furthermore, one must not forget that it was Jun Xiaoyao who had unleashed the imperial armament imprint. With Jun Xiaoyao's terrifying strength, he could fully unleash the power of the imperial weapon mark. This was the most frightening part of it all. Yao Yuekong's complexion turned deathly pale as he felt the terrifying emperor's might. He had lost all color. Jun Xiaoyao, who was already invincible, and the imperial weapon mark of the ancient Chaos Axe. What the F***ck, this is a hell mode boss, among the younger generation of the 9 Heavens Immortal Realm, who could possibly stand a chance against Jun Xiaoyao. Even the 2 outlawed Skyprides, Princess Divine Silkworm and Xianyu, were not enough. This axe strike will let you all understand that you would rather provoke the heavens than provoke me. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, he activated the divine power in his body and the sacred body of the ancients. The great overarching undying immortal body and the 36 Sumeru worlds were activated. All sorts of dermic powers and divine abilities were infused into the axe. Jun Xiaoyao's move was to establish his authority. It was better to be enemies with the heavens than with him. As for the people around Jun Xiaoyao, they were even more untouchable. If they provoked him, they would have to pay the price in blood. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao held the chaotic ancient axe in his hand and chopped down. Jun Xiaoyao's own strength combined with the emperor's might of the ancient chaos axe. That might was simply indescribable with words. The vast axe light covered the sky and split the heavens. The earth within 10,000 miles was about to split open, and huge cracks that were hundreds of feet deep spread out. The heavens rumbled and the land collapsed. Even the sky above the buried Emperor Star had all sorts of rule runes appearing from time to time. This meant that Jun Xiaoyao's current combat strength was almost about to trigger the suppression of the buried Emperor Star's laws. What kind of fluctuation is that? Could it be that an honorable big shot has violated the buried Emperor Star's laws and entered it? No, there's Emperor's might. Could it be that someone has activated an Emperor weapon? Skyprides from various continents throughout the buried Emperor Star looked up at the sky, their faces full of shock. Retreat! At the ancient jade pool, the skyprides from all directions quickly retreated. Even if they were only slightly affected by such an attack, they would lose half their lives. Damn it! Yao Yuekong's face was distorted as he let out a fierce roar. It was too late to escape now, so he could only fight with his life. Shifter Emperor descends. Yao Yuekong used the ultimate move of the Shifter Emperor's immortal scripture. The blood in his body boiled and burned as if his entire body was being sacrificed. In the void, a majestic blood-colored Shifter Emperor's shadow appeared. Vaguely, it also emitted a faint Emperor's might. The Shifter Emperor of the Shifter race was also a legendary existence. It was a taboo existence in ancient history. Divine Silkworm 9 Transformations. Princess Divine Silkworm also used her trump card. Previously, she naively thought that even if Jun Xiaoyao was very strong, she could still deal with him calmly. Now, she understood that she was still too young and had not experienced a vicious beating. As for Xianyu, under the mask, her cold moon-like eyes flashed with a trace of ripples. That was clearly the enemy she should kill, but she hesitated. Boom, the two ultimate moves collided, setting off a storm of magical power. The earth was torn apart, and the mountains collapsed. In the entire ancient jade pool, other than the jade pool that was still intact under the protection of the rune barrier, the other places were in a mess. Many skyprides who had already hidden far away were affected by the shockwaves. They vomited blood and were thrown to the ground. When the immortals fought, the mortals suffered. There was a price to pay for watching the show. After a single move, a 10,000-mile-long canyon appeared on the ground, extending all the way to the horizon. The entire continent was almost split in half by Jun Xiaoyao's axe. This was still under the suppression of the buried Emperor Star's laws. Otherwise, it was not impossible for the entire buried Emperor Star to be split in half. After all, there was already a precedent. The Conqueror Star was split in half by Jun Xiaoyao. After the smoke dissipated, the ground was in a mess. The skyprides who were far away got a little closer. However, the scene they saw made them all fall silent. Yao Yuekong's body was covered in blood. His body was in pieces, and he collapsed in a pool of blood. He was almost on his last breath. His devilishly handsome face was now covered in blood, and it was extremely twisted. How is this possible? A thick sense of regret filled Yao Yuekong's eyes. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely not have provoked Xianxia with Princess Divine Silkworm. What was that saying again? A bootlicker would die a horrible death. Men who bootlick women would not have a good ending. A moment later, Yao Yuekong stopped breathing. His primordial spirit had long been shattered by the ancient chaotic axe's fluctuations. On the other side, Princess Divine Silkworm was even more shocking. This was because the originally beautiful Princess Divine Silkworm was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by a golden silkworm with 9 colored divine halos on its surface. At this moment, this golden silkworm was also covered in injuries. Its pair of big crystal eyes were filled with fear. However, she was severely injured and could not move. This Princess Divine Silkworm was actually beaten back to her original form? All the skyprides were stunned. Jun Xiaoyao had beaten Princess Divine Silkworm back to her original form with a single axe. This was a bit ridiculous. I understand now. Rumor has it that the Divine Silkworm race will activate their defense mechanism when they are on the verge of death and shed their silkworm body. If they can survive, they might continue to transform. Princess Divine Silkworm had already transformed 9 times. If she continues to transform, could she become a 10 transformation Divine Silkworm? Many skyprides were surprised. As a top-notch Archean royalty, the Divine Silkworm race naturally had their unique points. Jun Xiaoyao's axe had directly beaten Princess Divine Silkworm to the brink of death, which triggered the transformation mechanism. I see. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. He didn't care at all. Finally, he looked at Xianyu again. To his surprise, although Xianyu was also injured, she was obviously slightly better. As expected of one of the 7 defiant sovereigns. She was indeed different from ordinary skyprides. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep as he said indifferently, refining 10,000 bloodlines into one's body. This path is indeed not bad, but unfortunately, it's going to end today. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, for some reason, Xianyu felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, which were filled with hostility and murderous intent, were an eyesore to her. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Xianyu clenched her jade-like hands tightly. Her nails pierced her palms and blood dripped down, but she didn't realize it. Jun Xiaoyao continued to attack, charging at Xianyu with the ancient axe of chaos in his hand. The resplendent axe light tore through the sky. A single strike of the axe could easily kill a saint. Even a saint king would be half dead. However, Xianyu was very powerful. As the leader of the 13 bandits, she had walked the path of refining tens of thousands of bloodlines. She seemed to be similar to a certain taboo existence in ancient history. In addition, Xianyu was one of the 7 defiant sovereigns. She had fused with a seal approving Tao, which made her strength soar. It could be said that Xianyu was one of the most powerful cultivators among the younger generation on the ancient road of ultimate. Other than that, the grimace mask had always been of interest to Jun Xiaoyao. He decided to suppress Xianyu first and find out all the secrets behind her. Then, he would kill her. The axe aura pierced through the sky, tearing the void apart. Jun Xiaoyao was like a primordial god from ancient myths, who was about to reopen the world. Under such attacks, Xianyu was forced to retreat. However, what puzzled everyone was that Xianyu did not take the initiative to attack. She had been defending herself. What's going on? Many geniuses were puzzled. The immortal slaying bandit's actions were very puzzling. Could it be that she doesn't want to attack because the son of God of the Jun family is so handsome? Someone complained. Impossible. Some geniuses shook their heads seriously. The immortal slaying bandit's methods were cruel and cruel. Previously, she had stabbed her hand into Xianxia's chest in front of all the geniuses and absorbed the power of the connate embryo of Tao with a secret technique. How could such a cruel and inhumane girl be so shallow? However, what no one expected was that Xianyu could not do it because of Jun Xiaoyao's face. It was not because of how handsome Jun Xiaoyao was, but because of the similarity between his eyes and eyebrows. Xianyu kept thinking about the past that she did not want to recall. What's wrong with this woman? Jun Xiaoyao also felt that something was wrong. She did not seem to want to attack. Instead, she seemed to be hesitating. This was not the behavior of one of the 7 defiant sovereigns. Logically speaking, as one of the 7 defiant emperors, they should be happy to deal with him. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to seal the space with the 4th seal of the immortal prohibition seal, however, Xianyu suddenly retreated. You want to run now? Jun Xiaoyao sneered with a playful look in his eyes. He swung the chaotic ancient axe with one hand and punched out the 6 paths of reincarnation fist with the other. The surging waves wanted to destroy everything in front of it, and the space was torn apart. Around Xianyu's body, all sorts of lights appeared. 5-colored divine light, void ripple, dark light beam, etc. This scene stunned all the skyprides. That is, the power of the 5 elemental Tao bones? There's also the fluctuation of the Void Emperor physique? That's the ability of the heavenly devil eyes. The multicolored brilliance on Xianyu's body was a type of physique and the power of her precious blood. Any one of them was enough to create a top-notch heaven's favorite. However, all these innate abilities were concentrated on Xianyu alone. This path was terrifying to the extreme. Many skyprides came to a realization. Previously, it was rumored that the immortal bandit could kill and outlawed skyprides like eating and drinking. Now, it seemed that it was not an exaggeration at all. Ordinary skyprides would definitely not be able to withstand Jun Xiaoyao's attacks. Even the supreme outlawed skyprides would be injured. However, Xianyu only coughed up a mouthful of blood. Blood dripped from under her mask. The void around her cracked. That was the fluctuation of the Void Emperor physique. Jun Xiaoyao had encountered such a physique before. Xianyu's body seemed to have melted into the void, and she quickly retreated. No one who I, the son of God, want to suppress can escape. Jun Xiaoyao used his Kuanping steps and was about to give chase. However, at this moment, Xianxia shouted, "Xiaoyao, wait." Huh? Jun Xiaoyao stopped in his tracks. Xianxia must have something to tell him. At this moment, Xianyu's body disappeared into the spatial crack. Jun Xiaoyao frowned for a bit, but his frown quickly disappeared. Since Xianyu had merged with the Emperor's seal of doctrine and became one of the 7 defiant sovereigns, she would definitely come looking for him in the future. This was not only due to Xianyu's own will, but also the immortal domain's will. Since she had benefited and merged with the Emperor's seal of doctrine, she would definitely do something. If he didn't do anything, even God wouldn't be able to bear it. It was impossible for him to waste a spot among the 7 rebellious emperors. Therefore, Xianyu would still come looking for him when the time came. Jun Xiaoyao was not in a hurry. "Sister Xingyi, what's the matter?" Jun Xiaoyao came to Jiang Xingyi. Luoli. Luoli entered the gate of life and death. Jiang Xingyi's snow-white clothes were stained with blood. Her face was pale, and she looked very weak. However, she was still worried about Jiang Luoli. She was afraid that something would happen to her. What? Luoli entered the gate of life and death? Jun Xiaoyao was also surprised and frowned. Although this was the first time that Jun Xiaoyao had come to the buried Emperor Star, he had heard of the gate of life and death. This was one of the most famous and dangerous opportunities on the buried Emperor Star. Since ancient times, very few geniuses had been able to walk out of it. Jun Xiaoyao was reminded of that petite and adorable girl who had never grown tall in 10,000 years. With her personality, why would she enter the gate of life and death? She was forced by Tarantula and the others. Xiaoyao, quickly go and take a look. If something happened to Luoli. Jiang Xingyi said anxiously. If it wasn't for her serious injuries, she would have gone personally. It was because she could not move that she stopped Jun Xiaoyao and asked him to go and take a look. Sister Xingyi, don't be anxious. Don't you believe in Luoli? Jun Xiaoyao was calmer than Jiang Xingyi. If something really happened to Jiang Luoli, Jun Xiaoyao might be able to sense it. At the very least, he would feel uneasy. However, that feeling did not appear. This meant that at least for now, Jiang Luoli was not in danger. I believe you, but... Jiang Xingyi wanted to say something, but stopped. Sister Xingyi, don't be anxious. I will go to the gate of life and death to find out Luoli's whereabouts. She will be fine, Jun Xiaoyao comforted. Okay. With Xiaoyao here, I am relieved. Jiang Xingyi relaxed a little. She also reacted. Jiang Luoli was not the same as before. She shouldn't be in danger. Oh, no wonder Xingyi is so fond of him. My disciple has good taste. He is truly an extraordinary young master. At this time, a slightly illusory figure appeared. Her face was graceful, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her figure was plump. She had a mature and beautiful charm. It was Yu Qingming. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes dimmed. Ring auntie? No, it should be big sister Ring. Xiaoyao greets senior. It seems that Sister Xingyi has her own destiny. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands slightly, gentle and elegant. What a lovely little guy. Yu Qingming smiled. At first, Yu Qingming was very curious about the person Jiang Xingyi said she was thinking about day and night. After all, for such an excellent woman like Jiang Xingyi to be able to make her think about him day and night, how outstanding must he be, until now, when she saw Jun Xiaoyao. He had a peerless appearance and incredible combat strength. In Yu Qingming's era, there was no one like him. Even some of the great emperors of the ancient times couldn't compare to Jun Xiaoyao when they were young. To be honest, if Jun Xiaoyao appeared in Yu Qingming's era, Yu Qingming would definitely fall in love with Jun Xiaoyao. After all, such an excellent man was rare in the world. I almost forgot something. Senior, Sister Xingyi, please wait a moment. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and looked at the little thing on the ground that was struggling to escape. Jun Xiaoyao went forward and picked it up. It was Princess Divine Silkworm who had been beaten back to her original form. The whole book at this moment, Princess Celestial Silkworm had turned into a chubby golden silkworm. Her big eyes were filled with fear as she struggled between Jun Xiaoyao's fingers. Jun Xiaoyao, let go of me. Although the golden silkworm couldn't speak, she could release her divine will. Looking at the Princess Divine Silkworm, who had been beaten back to her original form and was being toyed with by Jun Xiaoyao, all the geniuses present had complicated feelings. Princess Divine Silkworm, the famous 9 transformation celestial silkworm, who was revered as a goddess by countless people, had been reduced to such a state in front of Jun Xiaoyao. How could the word miserable be enough? She was really being played by Jun Xiaoyao, and it wasn't an exaggeration. Let go of you? You forced Sister Xingyi into such a miserable state and you still want to be forgiven? Jun Xiaoyao smiled. His smile meant that the situation wasn't good for the enemy. Jun Xiaoyao, you have already provoked enough enemies. Do you want to add another divine silkworm valley? Princess Divine Silkworm transmitted her divine will. Heh, Jun Xiaoyao sighed and shook his head with a smile. What he didn't care about the least was the threat from the background. Jun Xiaoyao slowly closed his fingers. Princess Divine Silkworm instantly felt an overwhelming pressure crushing down on her, and her silkworm body was about to explode. This feeling was just like in the myths and legends, where a certain demon tribe stone monkey was suppressed by the five-finger mountain formed by the 5 fingers of a supreme mythical emperor of the Buddhist lineage. Jun Xiaoyao, stop. What do you want? Princess Divine Silkworm screamed with her divine will. She couldn't bear such a humiliating death. She was squashed to death by Jun Xiaoyao like a bug. What should I do? Jun Xiaoyao was also pondering. At this moment, a dense group of figures appeared in the distant sky again. They were led by Ascendant King, Yu Yuncheng, and the others. Brother Jun, you are really fast. It seems like I missed another good show. Ascendant King was wearing a snow-white crane cloak. Even his shoes and socks were white. His silver hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked very handsome. Yu Yuncheng, who was at the side, blinked her eyes and looked at the mess in front of her. She was very curious about what she had missed. It's Ascendant King. I didn't expect to see so many top-notch monsters today, the Skyprides exclaimed. That silkworm in your hand, could it be? Ascendant King looked at Jun Xiaoyao's palm and was stunned for a moment. Just a naughty little bug, Jun Xiaoyao said as he pinched Princess Divine Silkworm's body. Ah, Princess screamed with her divine will. It was unimaginable that she would lose her composure. With her personality. It was simply too humiliating to be called a bug by Jun Xiaoyao. Not only that, but she was also being toyed with and touched all over her body. Although it was, she could still had senses as senses. And, she was. At this moment, Princess Divine Silkworm wanted to die. If the one beside me wasn't that trash Xiaoyue Kong, but someone like Jun Xiaoyao, how could I have lost so miserably? Princess Divine Silkworm thought in her heart. For a moment, she was a little envious and jealous of Xianxia. She was lucky to have such a powerful man protecting her. Ascendant King learned about what had happened from the Skyprides. His handsome face was stunned for a moment before he shook his head with a bitter smile. It's really tragic to offend Brother Jun. As for Yu Yuncheng, her eyes were flickering with splendor. Jun Xiaoyao had just defeated the 10 princes of Jinwu and the others. Now, he had defeated the immortal extermination bandit, Princess Divine Silkworm, and the others. Was he really invincible on the ancient road? Even the supreme taboo couldn't stop Jun Xiaoyao's attacks. Beauties loved heroes. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao could no longer be described as a mere hero. He was an unparalleled legend. Yu Yuncheng's eyes were filled with love, and her heart was thumping wildly. Previously, she had fallen in love at first sight and was a little tempted. At the moment, she was completely captivated by Jun Xiaoyao's charm. At this moment, Yu Yuncheng, who was immersed in her fantasy, was awakened by the cold reality. Sister Xingyi, you can decide. Princess Divine Silkworm. Jun Xiaoyao walked to Jiang Xingyi's side and said gently. Yu Yuncheng's beautiful face was a little dazed. This was the first time she heard Jun Xiaoyao speak to someone with such a gentle voice. In her heart, Jun Xiaoyao had always been a cold and aloof moonlight. He was high and mighty, and she felt that he was unreachable. Yu Yuncheng followed the voice and saw a peerless beauty in a blood-stained white robe. Even though they were both women, Yu Yuncheng's beautiful eyes were filled with amazement. Jiang Xingyi's eyes were clear, and her face was as beautiful as a painting. Her paleness and weakness didn't diminish her charm. Instead, it added a bit of heart-wrenching beauty. Not to mention men, even a woman like Yu Yuncheng would feel pity for her. She is, the goddess of the Jiang family? She is indeed as beautiful as the rumors say, Yu Yuncheng said absent-mindedly. Sigh, you silly girl. Feather King patted Yu Yuncheng's shoulder. As a brother and sister, how could he not see through Yu Yuncheng's intentions? However, Feather King had to admit that Jun Xiaoyao was indeed outstanding. It was reasonable for his sister to be attracted to him. However, Feather King sighed inwardly. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao handed the fate of Princess Divine Silkworm to Xianxia. Although Xianxia hated Princess Divine Silkworm for her scheming and adding insult to injury, she was still a Princess Divine Silkworm. However, she was still the princess of the Divine Silkworm Valley. If Jun Xiaoyao were to kill her, he would undoubtedly make another enemy. Although Jun Xiaoyao didn't care, Xianxia wasn't willing to cause trouble for Jun Xiaoyao. Why don't we let her off this time? Xianxia suggested. Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change. He knew that Xianxia wasn't a saint. She just didn't want to cause trouble for him. At this point, Xianxia was still wholeheartedly thinking for him. As for Princess Divine Silkworm in Jun Xiaoyao's hand, she was a little surprised. This woman. Princess Divine Silkworm fell silent. She didn't expect Xianxia to actually say that she would let her off. For a moment, Princess Divine Silkworm had a complicated feeling in her heart. Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't let Princess Divine Silkworm off so easily. His eyes flickered as he thought of something. Why don't Big Sister Xingyi plant a slave imprint on her? A 9-transformation celestial silkworm with the potential to continue evolving is qualified to be a pet. Treated as atonement for her own sins. Jun Xiaoyao's words immediately stunned everyone. Good lord, planting a slave imprint on Princess Divine Silkworm. Did he really not treat a supreme outlawed Sky Pride as a human? Oh, Princess Divine Silkworm wasn't a human to begin with. That was fine. Brother Jun's idea is really, strange. The Ascendant Monarch was also a little embarrassed. No one else would treat a supreme outlawed Sky Pride as a pet. Jiang. Xingyi pursed her lips and smiled. She thought of Jun Xiaoyao's habit of taking in slaves when he was in the Huangtian mystic realm. Although he usually only took in beautiful female slaves. However, Xianxia didn't refuse. She wasn't a saint. She naturally had to pay the price for her wrongdoings. You only have 2 choices now. Die, or release the primordial spirit restriction and let Big Sister Xingyi plant a slave imprint on you, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Princess Divine Silkworm's main body trembled. She knew that if she dared to say no, Jun Xiaoyao would definitely kill her. In the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, there was no one that Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't dare to kill. I'm willing, Princess Divine Silkworm said in humiliation and released the primordial spirit restriction. Xianxia also condensed a slave imprint and planted it. Princess Divine Silkworm paid the price for her actions and became Xianxia's pet. Xianxia could decide her life and death with a single thought. Sister Xingyi, your injuries. Looking at Xianxia's injuries, Jun Xiaoyao frowned. Even with the help of the Sacred Physique's blood essence, Xianxia still couldn't recover in a short time. At this moment, Yu Qingning said, don't worry. As long as Xingyi fully receives the Jade Pool's baptism and refines the Tribulation Transcendence Lotus, not only will her injuries be healed, but her talent and cultivation level will also transform again. That's good. Sister Xingyi, hurry up and refine the fortuitous opportunity here. I want to see who dares to snatch it from you. Jun Xiaoyao looked around. The surrounding prodigies, who were originally waiting to scavenge for scraps, all took a step back subconsciously. Although the Jade Pool's baptism and the Tribulation Transcendence Lotus were tempting, it depended on whether one was alive to take them. After seeing how Jun Xiaoyao dealt with Princess Divine Silkworm and the others, only a fool would covet the Queen Mother's fortuitous opportunity. Those who have nothing to do, scram. Jun Xiaoyao flung his sleeves, and the surrounding thousands of prodigies hurriedly retreated. They didn't dare to stay any longer. Only the Ascendant King, Yu Yunchang, and the others remained where they were. Sister Xingyi, go ahead, Jun Xiaoyao said. Xianxia nodded slightly. She had seen everything that Jun Xiaoyao had done for her. Although in the eyes of outsiders, she had done a lot for Jun Xiaoyao. When had Jun Xiaoyao ever let her down? It was just that Jun Xiaoyao had his own path to walk and didn't have the time to be in love for the time being. Xiaoyao, don't forget about Luoli, Xianxia reminded him again. I understand. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Xianxia glanced at Jun Xiaoyao, then suddenly went forward and threw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms. She hugged Jun Xiaoyao's body tightly with her jade-like arms. Her forceful posture made it seem as if she was trying to merge Jun Xiaoyao and her together. Sister Xingyi? Xiaoyao, next time, don't leave without saying goodbye. I'm scared. Jiang Xingyi's voice sounded like she was about to cry. Only she knew that when she woke up in the morning and discovered that Jun Xiaoyao had already stepped onto the ancient ultimate road by himself, she was shocked. That deep sense of loss and sorrow almost hollowed out her heart. I'm sorry, Sister Xingyi. It won't happen again. Jun Xiaoyao also put his arm around Jiang Xingyi's shoulder. She was a mature and intelligent woman who could face everything with tenacity no matter what kind of desperate situation she was in. But because he left without saying goodbye, she was heartbroken and shed tears. This was enough to prove that Jun Xiaoyao had an absolutely central position in Jiang Xingyi's heart. No one could compare to him. Yu Yunchang didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that her love at first sight had been so superficial as she watched the couple embrace each other. Her eyes also turned red. Alright, Xiaoyao, go and find Luo Li. Jiang Xingyi reluctantly let go of his arm. A drop of crystal tear hung on her long, curled eyelashes that were like butterfly wings. She stared at Jun Xiaoyao with her beautiful eyes. She seemed to have something to say, but stopped on second thought. Forget it. I'd better not tell Xiaoyao. I don't want him to worry. Jiang Xingyi sighed inwardly. She originally wanted to tell Jun Xiaoyao about the Queen Mother of the West and Emperor Wu Yan in the illusion. Because it might be a way to cultivate the innate sacred body of Tao. Jun Xiaoyao's complete version of the sacred body of the ancients was already monstrous enough. If he cultivated the innate sacred body of Tao, it would be absolutely unprecedented and unparalleled. Even Emperor Wu Yan couldn't compare to him. But when she thought that this might make Jun Xiaoyao worry about her, Jiang Xingyi didn't say much. This was a secret that she kept in the bottom of her heart. If there really was such a day, Jiang Xingyi gave Jun Xiaoyao a pale smile. Without saying anything, she turned around and entered the fairy pool. They had not seen each other for a long time. Just a hug was enough to contain everything. Brother Jun, don't worry. I don't mind staying here for a while. The Feather King smiled. Thank you. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He understood that the Feather King wanted to protect the severely injured Jiang Xingyi. With the Feather King, a supreme outlawed skypride around, there wouldn't be any skyprides who would be foolish enough to disturb Jiang Xingyi's cultivation. Don't worry. With us around, no one will disturb her. Yu Yunchang shouted. Thank you. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and nodded at Yu Yunchang. Yu Yunchang felt a sweetness in her heart and blushed. As expected, she still wanted to be Jun Xiaoyao's concubine. Jun Xiaoyao left and headed to the Gate of Life and Death to check on Jiang Luoli's situation. Meanwhile, the Feather King and Yu Yunchang stayed behind to protect Jiang Xingyi. Princess Divine Silkworm, who had transformed into her true form, became obedient. Her life and death were in Jiang Xingyi's hands. However, compared to the others, Princess Divine Silkworm was extremely lucky to be alive. I didn't expect the immortal slaying bandit to be able to escape. However, with her strength, she won't be able to defeat Jun Xiaoyao. Princess Divine Silkworm sighed in her heart. After being beaten up by Jun Xiaoyao, she was now completely submissive to him. On the other side, in a hidden ancient cave, a slender figure stumbled into the cave. It was the immortal slaying bandit, Xianxia. She held onto the cave wall with one hand and took off the grimace mask on her face with the other. The moment she took off the mask, blood dripped down. A blood-stained face was revealed. Her facial features were exquisite and her brows were picturesque. It was a pretty face that could make any man's heart flutter. Perhaps no one would have thought that the cruel and merciless immortal slaying bandit, whose hands were stained with the blood of countless skyprides, would have such a beautiful face under the grimace mask. Her face was exceptionally beautiful, but her skin was as pale as snow and didn't have the slightest trace of blood. What was more noteworthy was that there was a little blood tear mole at the corner of her eye. It was like a drop of blood tear. This little blood tear mole caused the young lady's already delicate and beautiful face to become even more poignant and moving. At this moment, Xianyu was coughing up blood. She stumbled into the blood pool in the depths of the cave and fell into it. The pitch-black divine chains of order appeared and absorbed all kinds of precious blood in the blood pool. Xianyu's injuries finally stabilized. Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao. Xianyu repeated this name repeatedly as if she was possessed. It was not only because Jun Xiaoyao was the first person to hurt her like this. It was also because of the familiarity in the corner of his eyes and brows. When she saw Jun Xiaoyao looking at her with a cold and merciless gaze and attacking her in order to protect the woman in the snow-white dress, Xianyu felt that she was in a daze. She couldn't tell if it was jealousy or some other emotion, but her heart hurt as if it was being pricked by needles. That feeling was as if the person closest to her had been snatched away by someone else and hurt her in return. No, he's not. It's just an illusion. My brother is dead. I killed him with my own hands. Xianyu raised her slightly trembling jade-like hands. The memories that had been buried deep in her heart surged out once again like a nightmare. She didn't believe that a second flower would bloom in the world. However, the woman from the Nirvana organization told her that as long as she succeeded, she could go to the reincarnation cave of the Nirvana emperors of the foreign realm. She might be able to make up for the regrets of the past. However, if she wanted to transform herself to the extreme and reach the peak, she had to integrate all kinds of supreme physiques. The innate Taoist embryo and the sacred body of the ancients were undoubtedly the most supreme physiques. In addition, she had integrated the seal of proving Tao and was one of the 7 defiant sovereigns. In other words, she was destined to be Jun Xiaoyao's enemy. After the incident at the Jade Pool Ancient Land, time passed. News of what Jun Xiaoyao had done on the buried Emperor Star had spread like wildfire. In the ancient Chaos Tower, he reached the 1000th floor, broke the record, and obtained the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. He defeated the Qin family's son of God, Qin Wudao, in 3 moves. Later, he went to rescue the Jun family's hidden prodigy and fought 3 top outlawed sky prides alone, killing 2 and severely injuring 1. After that, in the Jade Pool Ancient Land, he defeated the Immortal Bandit, Princess Divine Silkworm, Yao Yue Kong, and other sky prides alone. Some escaped, some died, and even Princess Divine Silkworm was forced to return to her original body and was planted with a slave seal, turning her into a pet-like existence. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's deeds had completely shocked the entire buried Emperor Star. After countless sky prides heard the news, they were all dumbfounded and in disbelief. Jun Xiaoyao's opponents were all famous existences on the ancient road. None of them were weak. Even so, those top-notch geniuses, who were feared by many, were like chickens and dogs before Jun Xiaoyao. Even when they attacked together, they were beaten to a pulp by Jun Xiaoyao. They either died or fled. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's reputation was unshakable. There were even Jun Xiaoyao's crazy admirers who thought that Jun Xiaoyao might win the game between Jun Xiaoyao and the Heavenly Axiom. They thought that even if the 7 defiant emperors worked together, they would not be a match for Jun Xiaoyao. Now, Jun Xiaoyao was undoubtedly the strongest sky pride on the ancient road of the ultimate path. He was like a big boss of the younger generation, a mountain that no one could climb over. Compared to the clamor of the entire buried Emperor Star, Jun Xiaoyao himself was very low-key. After some time, he also arrived at the location of the Gate of Life and Death. It was an ancient archipelago. In the middle of the archipelago, a dark and cold door was suspended in the void. The surrounding sky was dark as if all the light was absorbed by the door. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the Gate of Life and Death indifferently. For other geniuses, the Gate of Life and Death was a forbidden place. However, it was nothing to Jun Xiaoyao. This Gate of Life and Death seems to be. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a hint of suspicion. His sharp soul perception detected a trace of an unusual aura. It was as if he did not fit in with the rest of the 9 heavens' immortal realm. Interesting. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a faint smile. Even without Jiang Luoli, Jun Xiaoyao was also interested in the Gate of Life and Death. Without the slightest hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and pushed open the door of life and death. That's the son of God of the Jun family. Around the Gate of Life and Death, there were a few sky prides who had come to pick up scraps. When they saw the white-robed figure entering the Gate of Life and Death, their pupils shrank. The buried Emperor Star was one of the most dangerous places with opportunities and treasures. However, Jun Xiaoyao was leisurely strolling through it. Is this the difference between us and the peerless taboo? The Skype brides exclaimed. After hearing so much about Jun Xiaoyao, they did not think a mere gate of life and death would pose any threat to Jun Xiaoyao. It felt like a different world was inside the gate of life and death. The place was dark, like an eternal night. Pieces of broken continents floated in the void. It felt like a broken world, as if it had been forgotten by time. As I thought, the rules of cultivation here are slightly different than the Nine Heavens immortal realm, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. He had already noticed it when he was outside the gate of life and death. Now that he was inside the gate of life and death, the feeling was even clearer. In a way, the world inside the gate of life and death was similar to Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe. They both had their own rules and worlds. That piqued Jun Xiaoyao's interest. It seems like there are other worlds apart from the Nine Heavens immortal realm and the foreign realm. What's on the other side of the realm ocean? There's also the forbidden land of life. Rumor has it that the realm of the returning ruins above the Nine Heavens is also a world of its own. It's not bound by the rules of the Nine Heavens either. Jun Xiaoyao had many thoughts in his mind. The world was huge, and it had many secrets. Even though Jun Xiaoyao was born with a high starting point, it did not necessarily mean he knew the truth about the world. As for the famous martial monarchs, were they dead? Where did they go? Where did the martial monarchs of the Jun clan, including the heaven-abandoning martial monarch, go? Besides, where was the origin that the mythical monarch Mi Fei mentioned? It was definitely not in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Jun Xiaoyao's mind was filled with thoughts. It was true that his strength was unbeatable among the younger generation. He was even stronger than some of the experts from the older generation. However, there were still too many mysteries that he had yet to solve. His father, the white-robed godly Emperor Jun Wuhui, was still using the three pure ones to suppress the three realms. Jun Xiaoyao would have to figure out the answers to these questions in the future. Forget it, I'll find the answers to these questions in the future. I should focus on finding Luoli first. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. He continued to move forward. Some time later, a river suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a strange river of black and white flowing deep into the door of life and death. What surprised Jun Xiaoyao was that what flowed in the river of black and white was not river water, but laws of the Great Path. Jun Xiaoyao wanted to take a closer look. However, he suddenly sensed a terrifying force pulling Jun Xiaoyao into the river of black and white. As soon as he entered the river of black and white, a terrifying force of the rules of Tao surged at Jun Xiaoyao's body. Jun Xiaoyao's flesh emitted a glow as his blood surged into the sky. He was resisting the force of the rules of Tao with his sacred flesh. Such a terrifying force. Luckily, it's me. Any other genius would have been crushed into pieces by now, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Not every genius had a flesh as outstanding as Jun Xiaoyao's. The river of black and white continued to flow. Jun Xiaoyao even saw many skeletons and incomplete corpses in it. They must have been the geniuses who had entered the door of life and death before falling into the river of black and white. It was enough to prove how dangerous the door of life and death was. Not everyone had a chance to escape from it. Is Luoli going to be fine? Jun Xiaoyao frowned. Jiang Luoli possessed the primordial spirit Tao flesh, thus she had an affinity with the rules of Tao. Normally, she would be immune to the force of the rules of Tao, and could even absorb the force of the rules of Tao. Following it, Jun Xiaoyao began to comprehend the force of the rules of Tao in the river of black and white. These rules of Tao don't belong to the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Are they from a foreign realm, a forbidden zone, or some other unknown place? Jun Xiaoyao wondered. As he was immersed in his thoughts, his sharp divine sense suddenly sensed a great danger. The river of black and white suddenly became restless. One of the beasts went berserk all of a sudden and charged at Jun Xiaoyao. It was a ferocious beast with 6 limbs that were as sharp as sickles. Its body was covered in a shell, and it had 6 pairs of dark green compound eyes. Humph! Jun Xiaoyao snorted coldly and pointed with his finger. Boundless lightning flashed, and a giant finger of lightning was shot out right away. It was the finger of the Lightning Emperor. However, when the finger of the Lightning Emperor landed on the strange beast with 6 limbs, it immediately dissipated. Immune to the power of Tao? Jun Xiaoyao was astounded. Jun Xiaoyao was well aware of this situation. It was because he himself had the ability to do so. Magic immunity was an ability that Jun Xiaoyao obtained from signing in. It had always been a great help to him. However, as Jun Xiaoyao's opponents grew stronger, the magic immunity was gradually unable to keep up. Although the magic immunity could be improved as Jun Xiaoyao's strength increased, the effect was ultimately limited. Jun Xiaoyao did not expect the six-armed bladed beast in front of him to have the magic immunity ability. Hiss! The six-armed bladed beast let out a sharp, ear-piercing hiss as if it was infuriated by Jun Xiaoyao's attack. Its six blade-like limbs slashed at Jun Xiaoyao like six heavenly sabers. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. Boom! The entire river of black and white rippled endlessly, and countless Dao laws exploded like water splashes. The six-armed bladed beast was sent flying by the punch. Jun Xiaoyao also took a few steps back. Not bad. It's equivalent to a great sage. If it has the magic immunity ability, even a great sage would have a hard time dealing with it, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He finally understood why only a few of the geniuses who entered the door of life and death had ever come out. Putting aside whether those geniuses could withstand the impact of the black and white river. Even if they could, they would still have to face the attacks of the bladed beast. In the black and white river, they would have to endure the impact of the Dao laws. On top of that, there was a bladed beast that was comparable to a great sage and had the magic immunity ability. Even a supreme outlawed Sky Pride would have a hard time dealing with it, let alone other geniuses. That was why the door of life and death was known as a place of no return. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who was able to deal with the situation at hand. Jun Xiaoyao was also certain that the six-armed bladed beast was definitely not a creature from the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Could it be that the inheritance in the door of life and death isn't the inheritance of the great emperor of the immortal realm? Jun Xiaoyao wondered. While he was deep in thought, the six-armed blade exotic beast charged forward again. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. He swung his fist again and unleashed the six paths of reincarnation fist. His fist radiance was world-shocking, causing the entire river of black and white to boil. All kinds of Dao patterns were shattered. The six reincarnation vortexes were like six ancient universes. Together with Jun Xiaoyao's fist aura, they smashed towards the six-armed bladed beast. Boom! 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 After a few punches, the magical immunity of the six-armed blade exotic beast was directly broken. His fist smashed into the exotic beast's body. Even though the exotic beast was covered in carapace, it couldn't withstand Jun Xiaoyao's ferocious punches. In just 15 minutes, the six-armed bladed exotic beast was smashed to the ground, covered in blood. All six of its joints were broken. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to end the battle with a single punch, he seemed to have thought of something and raised his hand. He unleashed the god-devouring demonic art. The severely wounded six-armed bladed exotic beast was directly sucked into the devouring vortex and refined. In the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao felt an inexplicable force fusing into his body. Magical immunity. After refining the six-armed bladed exotic beast, Jun Xiaoyao's magical immunity had increased a lot. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Jun Xiaoyao didn't expect that he could gain this kind of benefit. If I can kill a few more exotic beasts. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. After that, he continued to set foot in the river of black and white. He wanted to go to the source of the river. During this time, a few more six-armed bladed exotic beasts appeared. After Jun Xiaoyao severely wounded them, he refined them all with the god-devouring demonic art. In this way, Jun Xiaoyao's magical immunity had increased tenfold. With my current magical immunity, it's almost impossible for a great saint of the same level to break it easily. Jun Xiaoyao was very satisfied with this gain. As time went by, he finally went deep into the source of the river of black and white. Looking around, near the source of the black and white river, there were bubbles one after another. Each bubble seemed to be a miniature world. Is that the power of the world? Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. Jun Xiaoyao was no stranger to this kind of power. His inner universe was created by himself step by step. So he couldn't be more familiar with this kind of power of the world. Jun Xiaoyao even condensed the immortal qi of the world. Right now, each bubble contained the vigorous power of the world. Inside each bubble, mountains, rivers, seas, the sun, the moon, and stars were reflected. Jun Xiaoyao pondered and said, "These bubbles are more like powers that have been separated from some complete small world." Generally speaking, when one reached the level of supremacy, they would begin to come into contact with the creation of their own world. Those powerhouses mostly used the power of the immortal realm's rules to create their own inner worlds. Only a very small number of monsters could be like Jun Xiaoyao, carving out their own path and creating their own world. But then again, this is a rare opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Whether it was expanding the inner universe or cultivating the 3,000 Sumeru worlds, the power of the world in the bubbles in front of him was the best energy. Jun Xiaoyao used the god-devouring demonic art. As he advanced, he began to devour and absorb the power of the world in these bubbles. A part of this power of the world entered the inner universe after being refined. The other part was used to cultivate the 3,000 Sumeru worlds. Jun Xiaoyao could feel that the cells in his body were beginning to transform into Sumeru worlds. Also, the inner universe was steadily expanding. The effect of this power of the world was better than Jun Xiaoyao had imagined. This power of the world is indeed very helpful for my cultivation. If I can get the legendary tree of world, then I don't have to worry about cultivation resources at all. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but think. If there was a treasure that had rich power of the world, then it was without a doubt the tree of world. This kind of extraordinary item of heaven and earth would tempt even a great emperor. Its rarity was even rarer than an emperor weapon. The tree of world was the same as an immortal weapon. They were both items that were hard to find in the world. Even with the Jun family's heritage, it was extremely difficult to find a tree of world. Jun Xiaoyao was only thinking about it now. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao finally arrived at the end of the river of black and white. It was an incomparably huge bubble world. Tiny bubbles were constantly splitting out from the center. That's a broken world? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. The previous bubbles were all split from the giant bubble in front of him. This giant bubble was a broken world. Jun Xiaoyao could feel that it was filled with rich power of the world and spirit qi. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and he directly entered the giant bubble. Within it was a vast world. In the center of this world, endless spirit qi and the power of the world formed a cocoon. In the cocoon, a petite figure of Ling Long could be vaguely seen lying in it, sleeping like a fetus. "Luoli, I found you." Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't actually worried about Jiang Luoli's safety. It wasn't that he didn't care about Jiang Luoli, but he knew that nothing would happen to Jiang Luoli. Jun Xiaoyao cultivated the primordial spirit of 3 lives, so he couldn't pry into fate right now. But he could still sense some things in the dark. If something really happened to Jiang Luoli, it was impossible for him not to have any signs or senses. Right now, Jiang Luoli was sleeping in the world cocoon, as if the power of the entire broken world was concentrated on her. Her constitution. Jun Xiaoyao looked surprised. He could feel that Jiang Luoli's constitution seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. Although there were still fluctuations of the primordial spirit Taoist body, it felt like it wasn't just the primordial spirit Taoist body. Could it be? Jun Xiaoyao thought of a certain possibility. That was the primordial spirit immortal body, which was even more extreme than the primordial spirit Taoist body. It was rumored that when this constitution was cultivated to full completion, it could swallow a huge amount of immortal qi and was extremely powerful. If one really had to compare it, it was probably similar to the mortal immortal body that the successor of the mortal immortal sect had. However, these 2 constitutions, one was to swallow immortal qi, and the other was to use immortal qi to temper the body and create a mortal immortal body. The primordial spirit Taoist body that Jiang Luoli's predecessor had was already considered a top constitution. But compared to the sacred body of the ancients and the innate Taoist embryo, there was still a slight gap. But now, if Jiang Luoli really transformed into the primordial spirit immortal body, then it was definitely enough to be in the top 15 of the 3,000 constitutions. As expected, this girl also has her own opportunities, Jun Xiaoyao said. Jiang Xingyi had received the inheritance of the Queen Mother of the West. Jiang Luoli in front of him seemed to have also received the inheritance, and it didn't seem to be the inheritance of the Emperor of the Immortal Region. But no matter where the inheritance came from, Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. What was important was the person who used the power, not the source of the power. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and approached the world cocoon. Jiang Luoli's petite Linglong's jade-like body was laid out horizontally. She was slightly curled up, and her jade-like arms were hugging her knees. Like a baby in its mother's womb. She looked so adorable that I couldn't help but feel pity for her. Xiaoyao. Brother, Nizi murmured. Are you still dreaming? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. But to be honest, Jun Xiaoyao really didn't expect that with Jiang Luoli's temperament, she would have the courage to enter the life and death door. According to Jiang Luoli's character in the past, she should have been captured by Tarantula and the others, and then waited for him and Xianxia to rescue her. You've grown up after all, even though your height is still the same as before. Jun Xiaoyao sighed with a smile, a touch of relief in his eyes. Why did he feel like an old father watching his daughter grow up? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head, trying to get rid of that strange emotion. It should be because Jiang Luoli's eternal lowly face made Jun Xiaoyao have the illusion that she was still a child. In fact, her age was about the same as Jun Xiaoyao's. As if sensing the arrival of an outsider, the entire world cocoon began to tremble. And Jiang Luoli, who was wrapped in the world cocoon, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Immediately, a pair of clear and beautiful big eyes opened. Her eyes were still blank and hazy, as if she was half asleep and half awake, and her divine sense was blurry. Vaguely, Jiang Luoli saw a slender figure in white standing not far away, watching her. That incomparably handsome face held a gentle smile that was enough to melt the heart of any woman. Brother Xiaoyao? Jiang Luoli's pretty eyes widened slightly, and then a bitter smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Am I dreaming again? Jiang Luoli didn't know how many times she had dreamed of Jun Xiaoyao in her dreams. Plus, now that she was half asleep and half awake, her mind was muddled, and naturally, she subconsciously thought that this was also a dream. After all, how could Jun Xiaoyao suddenly appear in front of her? Jun Xiaoyao's figure slowly approached Jiang Luoli. Looking at the person in front of her who she thought about day and night, Jiang Luoli smiled gently and said, I am content to be able to see Brother Xiaoyao in my dreams. After all, Brother Xiaoyao has his own path to walk, and Luoli doesn't want to fall behind. Also, Luoli didn't trouble Brother Xiaoyao this time. I definitely won't be caught by those despicable fellows and put Brother Xiaoyao in a passive position. Hearing Jiang Luoli's words in front of him, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were even more gratified. After all, Jiang Luoli was the pearl in the palm of the Jiang family. It was the kind of girl who was afraid of falling in the hands and melting in the mouth. Girls who grew up in such an environment were more or less spoiled and noble. Jiang Luoli, on the other hand, was working hard to change her personality for Jun Xiaoyao. This attitude was enough to prove that Jiang Luoli was willing to change everything for Jun Xiaoyao. Good girl, you did well. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. His gentle voice and handsome smile were like the warm sun, melting Jiang Luoli's heart. There's actually interaction? Jiang Luoli didn't expect this. That was because the Jun Xiaoyao she saw in her dreams had always remained silent. This made Jiang Luoli's heart flutter slightly, and then it was like a deer running wild. Her pretty face was slightly red, and her clear and beautiful big eyes became a little watery. Seeing Jiang Luoli's expression, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed slightly. This girl, is she going to do something that is not suitable for children? Sure enough, Jiang Luoli began to undress herself. Brother Xiaoyao, to be honest, I hate myself. I hate the jealous me. When I saw Brother Xiaoyao hugging Sister Xingyi, I knew I shouldn't have such emotions, but I couldn't help it. Previously, I even thought of the stupid idea of drugging you and having sex with Brother Xiaoyao. Now it seems that it was really ridiculous. Jiang Luoli's big eyes were a little bit sparkling as she spoke. Her clothes gradually became less and less. Her snow-white skin gradually became more and more. Her delicate body was like a tender bamboo shoot, with a faint body fragrance. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but think of one of the 4 mythical beasts. It wasn't the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, or the black tortoise. Brother Xiaoyao, I'm not a child anymore. Even if it's in a dream, can I hug Luoli? Jiang Luoli's pretty face was snow-white and tender, lovely and moving. The way she asked for a hug in a weak voice was even more like a fragrant and soft snow-white bunny. There were 3 good things about Luoli: her soft voice, soft body, and easy to push down. At this moment, Jiang Luoli was a vivid example of this. Even Buddha would have to renounce asceticism if he saw her like this. Jun Xiaoyao was not a hypocrite or a moralist. He looked at Jiang Luoli generously and said with a smile, I haven't seen you for a few years. Although your height hasn't changed much, some parts of your body have developed well. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's slightly teasing tone, Jiang Luoli was confused. Was the dream so real? Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward with a faint smile and reached out to knock Jiang Luoli's little head. Silly girl, haven't you woken up yet? Jiang Luoli's watery eyes suddenly widened and her cherry mouth opened slightly, revealing an expression that had shocked her for a whole year. Jiang Luoli's shocked expression at this moment was extremely cute. The twin ponytails behind her head stood up as if they were about to explode. This isn't a dream. Big brother Xiaoyao, is it really you? Jiang Luoli subconsciously reached out her small hand and stroked Jun Xiaoyao's chest. Her heart thumped loudly. A dream couldn't be so realistic. Jiang Luoli was completely dumbfounded. She didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to come looking for her. Not everyone had the courage to enter the gate of life and death. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate to come looking for her. This was enough to prove that she still had a place in Jun Xiaoyao's heart. Could it be that the person in front of you is a fake person? Jun Xiaoyao laughed softly. Boo-hoo, big brother Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli was like a swallow returning to its nest. She threw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms and cried. Only the heavens knew how many setbacks and grievances she had experienced alone on the ancient road of life and death. However, in order to become stronger, in order to keep up with Jun Xiaoyao's footsteps, in order to not cause trouble for him, Jiang Luoli had always gritted her teeth and endured it. She would rather fall into the dangerous gate of life and death than cause any trouble for Jun Xiaoyao. But now, the grievances in her heart had disappeared with Jun Xiaoyao's arrival. She knew that Jun Xiaoyao cared about her. He even came looking for her. Don't cry. Aren't I here now? Jun Xiaoyao patted Jiang Luoli's back. Jiang Luoli's arms were still tightly wrapped around Jun Xiaoyao's waist. Because of their height, her head could only be buried in Jun Xiaoyao's chest. It was the most adorable height difference. However, this made Jiang Luoli feel incomparably safe and warm. Alright, Luoli, are you testing my character? Jun Xiaoyao laughed. Only then did Jiang Luoli loosen her arms. Her face instantly became hot, as red as blood. She hastily wrapped her arms around herself. The original airport had turned into a small hill. Although she still couldn't compare with Jiangxi, Yan Ruming, and Yuchanwan. But it was better than nothing. As the saying goes, size and shape vary from person to person. However, there was a qualitative difference between having and not having. If it weren't for the dream, Jiang Luoli would never be so bold. You've already seen it. Why are you still hiding it? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. When Jiang Luoli heard this, she was so embarrassed that her snow-white skin turned pink. Her twin ponytails drooped down, making people want to reach out and play with them. Big brother Xiaoyao, turn around. Jiang Luoli said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. Why? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Change clothes. Jiang Luoli wanted to turn into an ostrich and bury her head in the ground. Are you saying that my spiritual will is useless? Jun Xiaoyao asked with a smile. Even if he closed his eyes, his divine sense could still spy on his surroundings. Big brother Xiaoyao, lecture. Jiang Luoli blushed and said shyly. Jun Xiaoyao stopped teasing this girl and turned around. Rustling sounds could be heard behind him. When Jun Xiaoyao turned around, Jiang Luoli had already changed into her dress. She had changed into a long pink dress with a light blue gauze on the outside. Her snow-white and delicate face was flushed red like an apple, making people want to take a bite out of it. There were also 2 small dimples on her cheeks, making her look even more charming. Even Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily dazed by what he saw. Jiang Luoli's beauty was different from Jiangxing's. She was like a warm little sun, making people feel comfortable and happy, warm all over. If Jiangxi was the cold and holy white moonlight, Jiang Luoli was the passionate and lively Zhu Mole. If a man could have either of them in his life, it would be a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Both Bai Yuiguang and Zhu Shaozhi were deeply in love with Jun Xiaoyao at the same time. Big sister Xingyi was worried when she found out that you had entered the door of life and death. But now it seems that her worries were unnecessary, Jun Xiaoyao said. Hearing this, Jiang Luoli was slightly stunned and then said apologetically, so big sister Xingyi is here too. Luoli made her worry again. It's okay. It's good to know that you're fine. You can get together later, Jun Xiaoyao said. Jiang Luoli's eyes suddenly fixed on Jun Xiaoyao. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Did big sister Xingyi ask big brother Xiaoyao to find me? Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Jiang Luoli continued, If big sister Xingyi didn't say, still, Jun Xiaoyao said. Jiang Luoli smiled sweetly. She then put her hands behind her back and leaned forward all of a sudden. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, she smiled and said, Luoli has made it this far all by herself. Can I ask for a little reward from brother Xiaoyao? Jun Xiaoyao nodded and said, Well, it's indeed worthy of a reward. So, what do you want? Jiang Luoli smiled slyly. The next moment, she tiptoed and pressed her soft lips against Jun Xiaoyao's. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, the girl was greedily immersed in that sweet intoxication. Jun Xiaoyao was very clear-headed, but he didn't refuse or stop her. After a long time, their lips parted. Jiang Luoli's beautiful eyes were watery, and her pretty face was flushed. I thought big brother Xiaoyao would push me away, Jiang Luoli said. This is your reward, Jun Xiaoyao said. Jiang Luoli was a little embarrassed. Then, she put her hands on her hips and said proudly, No, big brother Xiaoyao also took advantage of me, right? Okay, stop. Tell me about the situation here. Jun Xiaoyao pulled the topic back to business. Jiang Luoli was also a little serious and told Jun Xiaoyao about the situation. After she entered the door of life and death, she also came to the black and white river. However, as Jun Xiaoyao expected, this black and white river didn't have much effect on Jiang Luoli's elemental spirit Dao physique. Then, she also encountered the 6-armed bladed beast. In the end, she used all kinds of methods to escape, hid in the bubble, and finally came to this giant bubble world. Then, she felt that her elemental spirit Dao physique seemed to be resonating with this giant bubble world. Then, she fell into a deep sleep and was wrapped in the world cocoon. I see, Jun Xiaoyao said. In my dream, I seemed to see some blurry images of heaven and earth shattering and all things falling. And this bubble world, I think it's called the elemental spirit world. It belongs to a forbidden existence, Jiang Luoli said in a daze. Because it was a dream, she wasn't too sure. No matter what, this is an opportunity for you. Your constitution. Jun Xiaoyao said. That's right. If I can completely absorb the power of this world cocoon, I think my elemental spirit Dao physique should be able to transform into an elemental spirit immortal body, Jiang Luoli said excitedly. Before, she had always been a little inferior to her own strength. Because she didn't want to always rely on Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Xingyi's protection. And now, she saw the hope of becoming stronger. That's good. After you transform into an elemental spirit immortal body, you should be able to control this broken elemental spirit world, right? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Absolutely, Jiang Luoli said solemnly. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He understood that having a world that belonged solely to him would be a great help to his cultivation. For example, his inner universe was of great help to Jun Xiaoyao. It was an irreplaceable existence. As for the elemental spirit world, although it wasn't refined by Jiang Luoli herself, it was compatible with her elemental spirit immortal body. At most, when Jiang Luoli became stronger, he could refine the elemental spirit world and make it his own. Oh right, big brother Xiaoyao, if you need the power of the world, I can give you the elemental spirit world, Jiang Luoli said. Although the elemental spirit world was rare and precious, it was also very important to her. But if Jun Xiaoyao needed it, Jiang Luoli would definitely give it to him without hesitation. No, this is your opportunity. You can refine it in peace. I only need to absorb the separated miniature bubble worlds outside. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and patted Jiang Luoli's head. If he really wanted to cultivate his inner universe, let alone a broken elemental spirit world, even 10 complete elemental spirit worlds wouldn't be enough. Unless he could find the legendary world tree, Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe could steadily expand and develop. Hurry up and cultivate. After that, we will leave to find Sister Xingyi. By then, she should have digested the Queen Mother's opportunity, Jun Xiaoyao said. Okay. Jiang Luoli nodded. Then she sat cross-legged in the world cocoon and began to cultivate. Jun Xiaoyao also arrived outside the elemental spirit world and began to absorb the power of the world in the miniature bubbles. Jun Xiaoyao didn't intend to use the power of the world to improve much, but every little bit was worth it. Everything quieted down. In the outside world, Yu Hua King, Yu Yunchang, and the others were protecting the Jade Lake ancient land. Jiang Xingyi was also peacefully accepting the opportunity. She monopolized the entire Jade Lake baptism and her injuries were all healed. Not only that, her delicate body was crystal clear, white, and delicate. It was as if every cell in her body had undergone a metamorphosis. She looked completely new. Her primordial spirit had also undergone a metamorphosis and became crystal clear like glass. She looked even more graceful and beautiful. Next, she still needed to refine the tribulation transcending immortal lotus. At that time, Jiang Xingyi would completely transform. In addition to the Jade Lake Immortal Sutra and 9 Orifices Stone Embryo. While Jiang Xingyi's future might not be comparable to Jun Xiaoyao's, it was definitely immeasurable. She wouldn't be any worse than Ling Yuan, Ji Qingyi, and the others. The entire buried Emperor Star fell into a momentary silence. Occasionally, various prime opportunities and even quasi-emperor opportunities would appear. However, their influence was limited. Only a true emperor-level opportunity could attract the attention of the buried Emperor Star's geniuses. Just as the entire buried Emperor Star fell into a short period of silence. The terrain here was undulating, like a dragon's vein, and also like a prehistoric ancient dragon lying in it. In the sky, a beautiful figure traversed the void. She was wearing a palace dress and had an otherworldly aura. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, and her cold and arrogant face carried a moving charm. 2 jade-like dragon horns protruded from her black hair, indicating her bloodline identity. She had an excellent figure and was tall and slender. Her body was as smooth as white jade and her proportions were perfect. Her breasts were tall, her waist was slender, and her legs were as white as jade. Her snow-white feet were bare as she lightly tapped the void. Dragon-shaped Dao patterns spread out beneath her feet. If Jun Xiaoyao was here, he wouldn't be unfamiliar with this woman. It was Princess Longji, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. She was the first ancient freak to awaken in the Huangtian mystic realm. In the early days, Princess Longji was the only one who could exchange a few blows with Jun Xiaoyao. Later, however, Princess Longji was defeated again and again by Jun Xiaoyao, and she was forced to retreat. In the immortal ancient world, Princess Longji was completely subdued and called Jun Xiaoyao master. She became his mount. After Zulong was destroyed, Princess Longji was completely loyal and followed Jun Xiaoyao with peace of mind. Later, she also stepped on the Emperor Road and ultimate ancient road of the Huangtian mystic realm. Princess Longji wasn't bad. She was a sleeping ancient freak and had the bloodline of the ancient Azure Dragon Emperor. In addition, she had refined the corpse of the winged dragon in the immortal ancient world. Later, she followed Jun Xiaoyao and became Jun Xiaoyao's mount. She also received the best cultivation treatment. Therefore, Princess Longji was definitely a first-class figure among the younger generation. She, who had been training along the ultimate ancient road, had also improved by leaps and bounds and reached the saint great perfection. Although there was still a gap between her and Jun Xiaoyao, Ling Yan, Gu Tizi, and the Ascendant King. But among the top geniuses, she was considered pretty good. That feeling seems to be nearby, Princess Longji mumbled to herself. After coming to the buried Emperor Star, she had been trying her best to find opportunities. Not for other reasons, but because the buried Emperor Star had the ability to make people soar. As long as she could obtain a great opportunity, she would have the chance to become a dark horse and rise up. Princess Longji wasn't upset because of herself, but because of the white-robed figure who had left her far behind. If this continues, I won't even have the right to be master's mount. Princess Longji's cold face couldn't help but reveal a bitter expression. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Who would have thought that the person who could fight with her and whom she regarded as an opponent, now, not only had he become her master, but he had also left her far behind. This feeling was not good. Of course, this feeling was not because she was unwilling to accept it. Now, Princess Longji had completely submitted to Jun Xiaoyao. Now, she only wanted to become stronger so that Jun Xiaoyao would notice her again. He didn't just treat her as a faintly discernible mount. When she was separated from Jun Xiaoyao, Princess Longji actually missed the days when Jun Xiaoyao rode on her. That feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Princess Longji's beautiful eyes shone brighter. Not long ago, she felt that her bloodline seemed to be burning faintly. As if it had resonated with something. It was the power of the same origin as the dragon clan. Princess Longji was excited. If she could obtain this opportunity, she might have the chance to become a dark horse and rise up again. When that time came, Jun Xiaoyao would probably turn around and look at her. Princess Longji thought to herself as she began to go deeper into the mountains. Vaguely, there was a kind of dragon chi in the air. Princess Longji was even more certain that there was a great opportunity here. And it belonged to the dragon clan. In front of her, deep in the mountains, there was a stone tablet erected. An extremely ancient aura filled the air, and there was a row of dragon-shaped runes carved on it. It was the dragon language of the dragon clan. It was difficult for living beings who were not from the dragon clan to recognize it. Princess Longji glanced at it and recognized the meaning. 9 fingers shocking the heavens, 1 finger regretful. At first glance, this sentence would make people confused and unable to make sense of it. Princess Longji did not know the meaning behind it either. She did not understand what this had to do with the opportunity here. Princess Longji thought for a while, then bit her lip and forced out a drop of blood. She dropped it on the stone tablet. Instantly, the stone tablet began to glow. Princess Longji's beautiful face glowed. Rumble, strands of formation runes began to appear on the ground, as if an ancient formation had been activated. A place of opportunity was about to be born. Indeed. Princess Longji's beautiful face was flushed with excitement. No one would be able to remain calm in the face of an opportunity like this. However, just as Princess Longji was getting excited, a clear and melodious Loli's voice suddenly rang out. "Thank you, big sister, for your help. This troublesome formation is making me very vexed." Hearing this voice, Princess Longji was shocked. She abruptly turned her head and saw an exquisite and beautiful figure leaning against a tree branch with her feet propped up. It was a little girl who looked to be around 10 years old. She was wearing a snow-white dress, and her soft purple hair was bunned into 2 buns. 2 slender dragon horns grew from her snow-white forehead. Her face was the size of a palm, as delicate as carved jade. Her fair skin was rosy. Her large, gem-like eyes were watery and her eyelashes were long. She wore a necklace around her slender neck, with a purple bell hanging from it. She looked like a little angel in white, pure and cute. At this moment, this little girl in the white dress was leaning against the tree branch with her legs crossed. Linglong's small, sparkling feet swayed. She was licking a stick of candied fruit in her hand. However, unlike ordinary candied haws, the candied haws were wrapped in rare sacred herbs and immortal fruits. It could be said that this little girl, who was as cute as a fairy, would make anyone fall in love with her. They could not help but want to hug her and pinch her chubby cheeks. However, Princess Longji found it unbelievable. She was a little surprised. She could not sense any aura or cultivation from this little girl. She was like an ordinary cute little girl in the secular world. However, she was just an ordinary girl. Let's not talk about whether or not she could come to the buried Emperor Star. Even if she could come, how could she escape Princess Longji's senses? Princess Longji's gaze landed on the dragon horn on the girl's forehead. Dragon tribe? Which branch is that? Could it be the Dragon King Palace? Princess Longji was confused. There were many branches of the dragon clan, although most of them were of the lesser dragon clan. However, there were also a few true dragon clan forces. Princess Longji had never heard of such a girl in any dragon clan. However, the little girl in front of him had a harmless and adorable look on her face. It was really hard for him to raise his guard against her. "Little girl, did you come with someone else?" Princess Longji asked. She had also experienced many dangers along the way, but she did not let down her guard. Instead, she wanted to find out the little girl's background first. She believed that this little girl had followed her clan's genius to the buried Emperor Star. That's not it. She came alone. The little girl in the white dress opened her cherry mouth and stuck out her pink tongue to lick the sugar-coated haws. She looked very innocent and playful. Princess Longji frowned. Now, she had also sensed that something was amiss. After the little girl finished licking, she started chewing with her glistening canine teeth. She finished the sugar-coated haws in a few bites. Then, she stood up and patted her white dress. I'm done eating. Let's get down to business. The little girl looked at Princess Longji with her purple eyes and smiled innocently. Big sister, I want the opportunity here. Please leave. Purple eyes that were as resplendent as gemstones, and an innocent smile on her face. This little girl was enough to melt anyone's heart. However, the words she said made Princess Longji's eyes turn cold. Wasn't she telling her to get lost? She just said it in a more refreshing way. Wait, who are you? Before Princess Longji could finish, the little girl's eyes flashed with impatience. Her bare feet tapped lightly in the air as she clenched her fists and threw a simple punch towards Princess Longji. Dragon Emperor Codex. Princess Longji immediately felt an extreme sense of danger. She hurriedly used her ultimate move and her dragon chi shot out. But it was useless. Under the little girl's fist, her wild chi was torn apart. Princess Longji felt like she was being crushed by the ancient dragon's power. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her delicate body cracked. If it weren't for her dragon body and ancient royal bloodline, it was possible that this punch would shatter all the bones in her body. Who are you? Princess Longji spat out. Another mouthful of blood. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She was a sage in the Great Circle with the ancient royal bloodline. How could she not be a match for this little girl? Princess Longji had only felt this kind of pressure from Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was now the number one of the younger generation. He was invincible. And this little girl in front of him, where did this monster come from? Hey, you can take Yaoer's punch. Not bad. You must be a dragon too. Be my mount. The little girl was excited, as if she had found something interesting. Impossible. Princess Longji gritted her teeth. She only had one master, and that was Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who could ride her. The little girl didn't say anything. She punched again. There was no fluctuation of spiritual chi. Her physical strength alone pierced through the void. Her fist lit up the sky and shook the heavens. She was a violent little girl with monstrous strength. Where did she come from? Princess Longji was shocked. Even if she was a dragon, her physical body wouldn't be this insane. In terms of physical strength, other than Jun Xiaoyao's body, how many people could take this little girl's punch? In the end, Princess Longji had no choice but to transform into her original form. A slender fairy dragon roared into the sky. Her aura was intimidating. Wow, so pretty. Riding this dragon to beat up the holy body must be so cool. The little girl clapped her hands and laughed. Her eyes curved into crescents. Fight against the holy body? Who are you? Princess Longji's heart skipped a beat when she heard the little girl mention the holy body. She thought of a certain identity that she couldn't believe. The holy body's nemesis. I, Long Yaoer of the ancient void dragon tribe, am also an invincible overlord. I want the opportunity here. I want to beat up the holy body too. I, Princess Yaoer, am destined to dominate this world. I will make the holy body tremble at my feet. Long Yaoer's little mouth spat out the lines of a Chunibu disease. She didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she put her hands on her hips and puffed out her small breasts proudly. Princess Longji was stunned. The prodigy of the ancient void dragon race. The overlord of the overlord bloodline. Either one of these two identities was shocking enough, and would definitely cause everyone to be wary of them. In everyone's mind, these two identities should be extremely domineering prodigies. Especially the overlord. Although his name shook the ancient road, he was very mysterious. No one knew his true identity. In everyone's mind, the overlord who hid his strength must be a domineering and ruthless hero. But who was this little girl in front of her? She was the overlord. Princess Longji felt like her brain was not enough. She could not think. It was hard for her to associate the little lowly in front of her with the legendary tyrant. The sense of contradiction was too strong. It felt a little ridiculous. And the overlord body of the heavens was unparalleled. It was usually male. A female overlord body was unprecedented. But the truth before her eyes made Princess Longji believe this little girl's words. Her physical body was simply too terrifying. She could shatter the void with a raise of her hand. Only the combination of the overlord body of the heavens and the ancient void dragon bloodline could give birth to such a crazy body. It could be said that even if Lan Yaoer did not use her dermic powers, she could defeat a sage king with just her physical strength. Even a supreme sage would have a headache. What kind of monster is this? Princess Longji was shocked. Putting aside her identity as the overlord, the ancient void dragon clan's identity was terrifying enough. This race was definitely one of the top powers of the dragon race. There were few members in the race, but each one was extremely powerful. There were even a few dragon emperors of the ancient void dragon race. Their names were recorded in history, and they shocked many eras. Just this bloodline alone was enough to make Lan Yaoer above all others. And with the help of the overlord body, this little angelic girl was very likely to be one of the most powerful taboos on the ancient road of the ultimate path. Dragon ride. Lan Yaoer's figure flashed, and she landed on Princess Longji's back. Princess Longji struggled with all her might, but she could not break free from Lan Yaoer's suppression. In the end, Lan Yaoer still rode on her neck. Princess Longji felt humiliated. She was willing to be ridden by Xianxia. But now, she was being ridden by a little girl. Although her origin was indeed astonishing, it was only natural for her to have such a strong background. Oh, so boring. There's still some time before the opportunity appears. Lan Yaoer sat cross-legged on the back of Princess Longji's main body. She rested her chin on her hand and pouted, bored to death. She was prepared to make trouble for Xianxia after obtaining the treasures of this place. As for Princess Longji herself, she was lying on the ground, paralyzed. Many of her dragon scales had cracked and blood was seeping out. It could be said that if Lan Yaoer wanted to kill her, one move was enough. Master, Princess Longji thought of that peerless figure in white, suddenly feeling nostalgic. She really hoped that Xianxia could teach this little girl who was riding on top of her a lesson. Sure enough, that fluctuation originated from here. Suddenly, a sound came from afar. The skyprides followed the fluctuations and came to this place. After all, with the opening of the formation and Lan Yaoer's actions, it was hard not to attract attention. That's a dragon? These skyprides were all from immortal forces and had extraordinary cultivations. When they saw the fairy dragon lying on the ground and the little girl sitting on its back, they were shocked. For a moment, he was at a loss. Hee, I was just feeling bored and a sandbag came to my door. Lan Yaoer smiled innocently. She clenched her fists and a cracking sound could be heard. Princess Longji sighed secretly. Someone was going to be unlucky again. Time passed. On the other side, inside the door of life and death. In the giant bubble world, which was also outside the primordial spirit world. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, slowly opened his eyes. His white robe was spotless and his posture was straight. When he opened his eyes, his pupils were as black as ink, as deep and vast as the universe, making one want to sink into them. Although he did not emit any shocking aura. The surrounding void was collapsing inch by inch. This was shocking. Xianxia could also cause the void to collapse with a raise of his hand. This was because he had already completely absorbed the power of the miniature bubble world around him. The number of Sumeru worlds in his body had also increased from 36 to 108. In other words, Xianxia could use the power of 108 Sumeru worlds with a raise of his hand. This power was terrifying to the extreme and exceeded the limits of the physical body. The power of just over 100 Sumeru worlds has already increased the power of my physical body by leaps and bounds. If I were to master all 3,000 Sumeru worlds, then my physical body would probably be able to transcend the limitations of the physical body and reach a whole new level, Xianxia said to himself. It was rumored that a big shot who had truly become an emperor with a physical body. Their physical bodies had already surpassed the concept of a physical body. The blood in their bodies was like a galaxy and the cells were like ancient stars. In the legends, the primordial god who created the world was like this. That god's eyes turned into the sun and moon, his limbs turned into the four poles, his skin turned into the earth, and his blood turned into rivers. Jun Xiaoyao felt that in the future, he might be able to transcend his physical body and embark on this extreme path. That was what true immortality was like, everlasting through the ages. In addition to the Sumeru worlds, Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe had also improved. After absorbing some of the power of the world, Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe had expanded a little. According to Jun Xiaoyao's vision as a traveler, it was around a light year in diameter. A distance of 1 light year sounded quite far. However, Jun Xiaoyao was currently in the 9 heavens immortal realm in the fantasy world. The Huangtian immortal realm alone was extremely vast, let alone the entire immortal realm. Ordinary saints would not be able to travel across the entire Huangtian immortal realm in their lifetime. It was obvious how vast the 9 heavens immortal realm was. Besides, there were also mysterious places like the Outer Realm, the Burial Ground, and the Realm Sea. In the context of such a vast world, Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe with a diameter of 1 light year was indeed like a speck of dust. The inner universe was closely related to Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation. The expansion and evolution of the inner universe would also improve Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation. It was because it was his Dao. It seems like I still have to find some rare items and put them in the inner universe to accelerate the expansion of the inner universe. If the size of my inner universe is the same as the Huangtian immortal realm, then I'm almost invincible. If the size of my inner universe is the same as the 9 heavens immortal realm, then I'm truly invincible. If the size of my inner universe exceeds the 9 heavens immortal realm and is limitless, then I'll be a god above everything. Jun Xiaoyao made a judgment in his heart. However, the expansion of the inner universe required a vast amount of energy and world power. This was much more difficult than transforming the Sumeru worlds. If I can find a world tree. Jun Xiaoyao pondered. Right now, what he needed the most was a world tree. If he could plant a world tree in the inner universe, then his inner universe could continue to evolve. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, the primordial spirit world suddenly trembled. It seems like Luoli is about to succeed. Jun Xiaoyao stood up and looked over. Inside the primordial spirit world, Jiang Luoli finished absorbing the power of the world cocoon and also finished cultivating. Her delicate body shone with radiance, and her skin was tender and translucent. Her bright eyes were bright and lively. Zhongyu was as beautiful as the heavens and earth, like a beautiful fairy. 8 strands of celestial qi wrapped around Jiang Luoli's body, making her look like a little fairy. She was mesmerizing. After absorbing the power of the world cocoon, Jiang Luoli's body had completely transformed from the primordial spirit Dao body to the primordial spirit immortal body. Although it was only a difference of 1 word, the difference was like heaven and earth. After all, anything related to the word immortal was extraordinary. And with the primordial spirit immortal body's ability, it wouldn't be difficult to form the 9th strand of immortal qi in the future. 9 was the limit. Even the mortal immortal body of the Ren immortal sect, or Gutizi and the others, could only form 9 strands of immortal qi at most. Jun Xiaoyao had broken the limit and cultivated 12 strands of immortal qi. However, because he was an ancient anomaly, he could not be used as a comparison. Then, Jiang Luoli's little face became solemn, and her small hands began to form hand seals like butterflies. Immortal patterns spread out, and her primordial spirit immortal body resonated with the primordial spirit world like never before. Come in! Jiang Luoli yelled. The entire giant bubble world began to tremble. Although the primordial spirit world was in a broken state, its vigorous power was still impressive. Jiang Luoli refined it into her body, and her cultivation level began to skyrocket. Finally, she reached the late-stage Saint King. This level naturally couldn't be compared to Jun Xiaoyao's, but she was definitely at the top of the ancient road of ultimate prodigies. And this was only the beginning of the refinement. When Jiang Luoli finished breaking in with the primordial spirit world in the future, her cultivation level would rise again. As the primordial spirit world was absorbed and refined, only the black and white river, which was about to dry up, was left in the door of life and death. Without the primordial spirit world as its source, the black and white river would eventually disappear completely. 8 strands of immortal chi, late-stage Saint King. Not bad, you are already a minor expert. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He sized up Jiang Luoli and smiled faintly. Although in his eyes, Jiang Luoli's cultivation was almost negligible. But for Jiang Luoli, this was a huge improvement and worthy of encouragement. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's praise, Jiang Luoli smiled sweetly, feeling very happy in her heart. To her, the happiest thing was to receive the affirmation of her sweetheart. This meant that her hard work and cultivation had not been in vain. Jun Xiaoyao had always taken note of her. Jiang Luoli threw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms again. Her smooth and tender little face was pressed against Jun Xiaoyao's chest, her face full of tenderness and naivety. Jun Xiaoyao sighed helplessly. This girl was getting more and more attached to him. But it seemed like it was also like this in the past. She was like a pendant, always hanging on his body. Alright, let's leave this place first. Jun Xiaoyao patted Jiang Luoli's shoulder. The two of them also left the door of life and death together. After stepping out of the door of life and death, Jiang Luoli stretched her back, revealing the beautiful curves of a young girl's body. We finally left that damned place where there's no daylight, Jiang Luoli mumbled. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had a strange feeling all of a sudden. He cast his eyes far away. Big brother Xiaoyao, what's wrong? Jiang Luoli turned her little head and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. That aura. Dragon Qi. It seems that another emperor-level opportunity is about to appear. But... Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. The appearance of an emperor-level opportunity would generally cause a huge commotion. Jun Xiaoyao vaguely sensed a dragon aura as well. He thought that it might be an opportunity left behind by a certain dragon clan elder. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was not concerned about this. But he vaguely felt an aura. The aura of an old enemy. Could it be the Overlord? That kind of feeling only belonged to an old enemy. Except for the mysterious Overlord who had never shown his true body, who had always been hiding in the dark. Jun Xiaoyao could not think of a second person. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao was really a little interested in this Overlord. To be able to make Xianxia the Overlord body of the heavens upon. This was enough to prove that the Overlord's talent and strength should far surpass Xianxia's. Great Overlord, I'd like to see just how capable a mighty figure like you actually is. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled and stepped into the air. Big brother Xiaoyao, are we going to find Sister Xingyi? Jiang Luoli asked. Not now. I want to meet someone more interesting. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a sneer. His eyes were as cold as ice. He had not forgotten about the Overlord Star and the Desolate Star. The desolation of the desolate ancient sacred palace was also because of the Overlord Ancestral Hall and the Overlord Star Tsung family. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao would not hold back at all against the Overlord lineage. If there was a chance, he did not mind killing the Overlord directly. Just as Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli were rushing to the emperor-level opportunity. At the Jade Pool Ancient Land. Jiang Xingyi had also completely refined the Tribulation Transcendence Immortal Lotus. She had been reborn, and her strength had reached a peak compared to before. The 9-orifice Linglong's Dao heart had also begun to take shape. After Jiang Xingyi comprehended the Jade Pool Immortal Sutra and absorbed the energy of the 9-orifice stone embryo, she would be able to completely condense the 9-orifice Linglong's Dao heart. At this moment, Jiang Xingyi stepped out of the void. She had skin of ice and bones of jade, and her celestial appearance was peerless. As her snow-white clothes fluttered, her charm could topple the world. There are no peerless beauties in 1,000 years, but those who are pleasing to the eye are beauties. Even the Ascendant King, who was guarding outside, could not help but sigh. Who was the Ascendant King? The Ascendant King was a supreme outlawed skypride of the Jin dynasty, and a male god in many female cultivators' dreams. To be able to make him say a word of praise. It was enough to prove that Jiang Xingyi was truly a peerless beauty. Why? Are you tempted? Unfortunately, she's young Master Jin's woman. You should give up. Yu Yunchang teased from the side. She knew how high the Ascendant King's standards were. He would not even look at ordinary women. To be able to make him sigh like this, Jiang Xingyi was undoubtedly a rare beauty in this world. No, I'm just lamenting. If I were to fight her now, I wouldn't be completely confident, said the Ascendant King. What he was most concerned about was Xianxia's cultivation. The current Xianxia, in terms of cultivation strength, was indeed a supreme outlawed existence. She's so outstanding. Yu Yunchang was also a little dazed. Not only was she a peerless beauty, her cultivation was also the best among her peers. Yu Yunchang couldn't help but feel ashamed of her inferiority when facing such an outstanding woman. No wonder only a woman like her can receive special treatment from young Master Jun. Yu Yunchang's face was gloomy. On the other side, Princess Celestial Silkworm, who had transformed into a golden silkworm, looked at Xianxia with disappointment. If the current Xianxia were to fight her, she would definitely have a great advantage. As soon as Xianxia stepped out of the nacre lake, she could not help but look into the distance with longing. She could not wait to go to the gate of life and death to look for Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli. At this moment, the Ascendant King spoke, Miss Jiang, please wait. I've received an interesting piece of news. Oh, please speak, young master. Xianxia nodded slightly. Xianxia was grateful that the Ascendant King was willing to protect her. My Ascendant Jin Dynasty's prodigy found out that there seems to be another emperor-level opportunity of fortune. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that someone related to Brother Jun seems to have been suppressed. There's such a thing? Xianxia was surprised. She knew that although Jun Xiaoyao's character was cold and indifferent, he treated the people around him extremely well. If there was such a thing, Jun Xiaoyao would definitely rush over if he knew about it. Therefore, I feel that we should go to that opportunity of fortune to take a look. Perhaps Brother Jun will go there too, said the Ascendant King. That makes sense. Since that's the case, let's go. Xianxia nodded slightly. She, Princess Celestial Silkworm, the Ascendant King, Yu Yunchang, and the others all rushed to the Emperor-level opportunity of fortune. At the location of the Emperor-level opportunity of fortune, the surroundings of the primitive mountain range were already filled with prodigies. However, at this moment, these prodigies were all looking at the little girl who was casually sitting on the dragon's body with a horrified expression. The young master of the ancient heaven demon domain was defeated by a single punch. The sword son of the clear heart sword sect was also defeated by a single punch. And the prodigy of the golden horned divine rhinoceros clan. This clan has an unparalleled physical body and has mastered the extreme realm of strength. In the end, his physical body was also shattered by a single punch. The minds of the surrounding prodigies were a little blank. They were completely unable to think. They could only stare blankly at the little girl in the white dress who looked like a little angel. It could be said that anyone who saw her for the first time would be stunned. This little girl was too cute. She was like the darling of heaven and earth, gathering all the beauty, innocence in her. But the things she had done had nothing to do with being pure and innocent. Beside her was a mountain. It was the prodigies who had been killed by her, piled up into a mountain. Almost none of the corpses were intact. They were all beaten to a pulp, their bones shattered, and blood flowed everywhere. It was as miserable as it could be. Most importantly, these prodigies were all killed by a single punch from the little girl. The little girl did not use any magic power or divine ability. This was simply ridiculous and unbelievable. Where did this monster come from? Or did the old witch regain her youth? The surrounding prodigies had deep shock in their eyes. Their hearts could not calm down for a long time. It was not that they were narrow-minded and could not recognize Long Yao's identity. It was that Long Yao had always been hidden by the Overlord Ancestral Hall and the ancient Void Dragon clan. Ever since she was born, she had been cultivating in the void realm created by the ancient Void Dragon clan. Therefore, outsiders did not know about her. Weak, all of you are so weak. Long Yao sat on the fairy dragon. Her small hand took out a candied hawthorn from her spatial artifact and chewed on it as she muttered. My sandbag is so good. He can take a beating so well. Why are these people so weak? Long Yao shook her small head. The sandbag she was talking about was none other than the hegemonic body of the firmament, Xianxia, who had died in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. Only Xianxia, who also had the tyrant body of the heavens, was qualified to be Long Yao's sparring partner. Otherwise, any other heaven's favorite would have been crushed by this punch. Who is that little girl? She has dragon horns on her head, so she should be from the dragon clan. But I've never heard of any dragon clan having such an abnormal existence. Moreover, she only dealt with her enemies with a single punch. She didn't use any divine abilities or spells. We couldn't find out anything about her background. A genius shook his head. Every undying force had their own unique techniques and abilities that were famous throughout the immortal realm. As long as he used it, he would be recognized by others. However, Long Yaoer dealt with any prodigy with a simple punch, so it was impossible to use this method to identify her origin. But her physical body is truly abnormal. She has such a terrifying power in such a small body. I think that only the son of God of the Jun family's sacred body of the ancients would be able to withstand it. The surrounding prodigies were all discussing. Hey, why aren't you guys coming? Let's attack together. I don't mind, Long Yaoer shouted. She was bored. Hearing this, the surrounding prodigies didn't step forward. Instead, they all retreated a distance. If it were any other emperor-level opportunity of fortune, they would have charged forward like rabid dogs. But now, looking at the mountain of corpses beside Long Yaoer, no one would joke about their own lives. Scaredy cat. Long Yaoer pouted and continued eating her candied haws. Princess Longji, who was being sat on by her, had already lost her temper. It wasn't that she didn't want to fight back, but that she couldn't. She really hoped that Jun Xiaoyao would come. However, she remembered that she was just Jun Xiaoyao's mount. Princess Longji felt that even if Jun Xiaoyao knew about the situation here, he probably wouldn't care too much. Then, time passed. A few days later, the stone tablet that Princess Longji had activated suddenly released a blinding light. The array was also completely opened. A terrifying dragon aura burst out from it. At the same time, a blurry figure appeared in the void. That figure suppressed heaven and earth, as if standing in the center of the universe. His face was blurry. Only the 2 dragon horns on his head showed his identity as the dragon tribe's emperor. However, some of the more observant prodigies noticed it. The illusory figure only had 4 fingers on one hand. In other words, one of the 10 fingers on both hands was missing. There were only 9 fingers left. This was inconceivable. One had to know that even a saint could regrow a severed limb, let alone a great emperor. Even the body could be regrown, let alone a finger. However, this dragon tribe's emperor was missing a finger. This was enough to prove that it wasn't that this emperor couldn't recover, but that he didn't want to. 9 fingers, a dragon tribe's emperor. This distinct characteristic made all the prodigies think of a famous dragon tribe emperor. The 9-fingered sage dragon emperor. This emperor was definitely a legend of the dragon tribe. Just like most great emperors. Ever since he was born, he had dazzled the universe and defeated his peers. He was unparalleled. When he was young, he had stunned the entire era. Everyone thought that the 9-finger sage dragon emperor would be like the other great emperors in history. After all, it was rare to see a miserable great emperor like the ancient chaos great emperor. Even the 9-finger sage dragon emperor himself thought so. Therefore, when he was young, he challenged all his enemies and was invincible. However, what everyone didn't expect was, the 9-finger sage dragon emperor was defeated. When he was at his most arrogant and unruly youth, he had lost to a mysterious prodigy. It was during that battle that he had said that if he lost, he would cut off one of his fingers. In the end, he really lost. Moreover, he lost within 100 moves. This battle almost made the 9-finger sage dragon emperor doubt his life. There was actually such a heaven-defying existence in the younger generation. After the 9-finger sage dragon emperor was defeated, he cut off one of his fingers and asked that mysterious prodigy to leave his name. That mysterious prodigy only left behind a sentence. "Who in the world doesn't know you?" After writing this sentence, he left directly. No one knew where that mysterious prodigy came from or which faction he was from. After that, the 9-finger sage dragon emperor wasn't discouraged. After all, he was someone who had the potential to become a great emperor. His Tao heart couldn't be shattered so easily. He was even braver after the humiliation and didn't try to recover that finger. Instead, he used it as an oath and worked even harder. Finally, he became a great emperor in his era. His name was the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor. That defeat was the only defeat that the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor had in his life. However, it was also that defeat that allowed the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor to temper his Tao heart and forcefully become a great emperor. Therefore, it was a blessing in disguise. However, from the beginning to the end, everyone had a question in their hearts. Since that mysterious prodigy was so powerful that he could defeat the young Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor, then he could definitely become a great emperor in that era. However, there was no news of that prodigy becoming a great emperor in that era. It was as if he was buried in history and no one knew about him. In the end, it was a mystery. Of course, the prodigies only knew about the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor's life. They knew that the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor had lost to a mysterious prodigy when he was young and had lost one of his fingers. However, this did not affect the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor's reputation. His name would also be recorded in history. What everyone cared about now was the opportunity left behind by the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor. However, when they saw Long Yao'er, all the prodigies withered like eggplants that had been hit by frost. With Long Yao'er around, it was almost impossible for the other prodigies to obtain the opportunity. It's actually this the arch? Long Yao'er's purple eyes shone brightly. A bright smile appeared on her delicate little face. Her guardian, Long Yuan, had told her some of the dragon race's history. Naturally, he had also told her about the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor. Other than losing to a mysterious prodigy, his life was absolutely brilliant. The opportunity left behind would naturally not be bad. When Yao'er obtains this opportunity, I will find that divine body to settle the score. Long Yao'er thought happily. The divine body and the overlord body would have a battle eventually. Together with her human punching bag, the overlord body, Xianxia, had been killed by Jun Xiaoyao. She would find Jun Xiaoyao sooner or later. Princess Longji, who was being pressed down by Long Yao'er, was also shocked. She suddenly understood the meaning of the sentence on the stone tablet. Nine-Finger shocking the heavens was referring to the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor's glorious life. Only One Finger regretful was referring to the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor's loss to that mysterious prodigy when he was young and had lost one of his fingers. However, when she thought about how the opportunity that originally belonged to her was going to be taken away by Long Yao'er, Princess Longji felt aggrieved. If she could obtain the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor's opportunity, she would definitely be able to rise again. She would regain her status as an ancient freak and the descendant of the Emperor of the Ancients. Long Yao'er chewed the candied haws and swallowed them into her stomach. She was about to enter the space below the stone tablet to explore. However, her movements suddenly paused. She felt a faint sense of danger. At that moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. "This is the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor?" Hearing that voice, all the prodigies suddenly turned their gazes and saw several figures stepping through the void. "It's the Ascension King and the goddess of the Jiang family." The newcomers were none other than Xianxia, Feather King, Yu Yunchang, and the others. The Jade Lake ancient land they were in was slightly closer to this place. Therefore, they arrived first. The Ascension King was also surprised when he saw the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor's silhouette in midair. He didn't expect it to be the opportunity of this dragon clan's big shot. At the side, Jiangxingyi's gaze fell on the fairy dragon lying on the ground. "Princess Longji?" Jiangxingyi was surprised. She didn't expect the person who was related to Jun Xiaoyao to be Princess Longji. In the beginning, when Princess Longji and Jun Xiaoyao were enemies, Jiangxingyi was also very hostile towards her. But as Princess Longji was subdued, the animosity dissipated. Jiangxingyi, seeing Jiangxingyi's arrival, Princess Longji's gaze was complicated. She had mixed feelings. At this moment, Jiangxingyi's snow-white robes fluttered in the wind. She was like a goddess who was admired by thousands. Her looks were on par with her strength. Once, she and Jiangxingyi were on the same starting line. In fact, she was even slightly stronger than Jiangxingyi in the beginning. Now that things had changed, Jiangxingyi had left her in the dust. What made Princess Longji even more upset was the close relationship between Jiangxingyi and Jun Xiaoyao. One was Jun Xiaoyao's closest person. The other was only Jun Xiaoyao's mount. The difference in their statuses was too great. Princess Longji was very envious of Xianxia. Very envious. You're here to snatch this opportunity? Long Yao's little face turned serious. After all, the Ascendant King and Xianxia were both outlawed sky prides. Even if she was very strong and confident in herself, she could not ignore them completely. You're a dragon? The Ascendant King looked at Long Yao. Because Long Yao had been hidden for a long time, the Ascendant King could not figure out her background. Xianxia frowned slightly. Although the little girl in front of him was extremely cute. Looking at the mountain of corpses around her, he knew that she was not a kind person. Not to mention that Princess Longji was suppressed by her. I'm warning you, don't mess with Yao. Yao's fists don't have eyes. Long Yao clenched her fists and threatened. She deliberately pretended to be ferocious, but on the contrary, she looked extremely cute and fierce. Do you know who the dragon you suppressed is related to? The Ascendant King asked calmly. It doesn't matter who it is. Yao, I'll beat them up whenever I see them. Long Yao pouted. Jun Xiaoyao. The Ascendant King smiled. What? That dragon is related to the son of God of the Jun family? Oh, it seems to be Princess Longji. She is indeed related to the son of God of the Jun family. She seems to be his mount? Many sky prides regained their senses. When Long Yao heard this, she was not shocked but happy instead. Her big eyes shone brightly and her fighting spirit soared. That saves Yao a lot of effort. Why? Long Yao's reaction puzzled the Ascendant King. At this moment, a calm and gentle voice suddenly sounded from above the firmament underworld. Because she is the overlord. As soon as the voice sounded, two figures crossed the void and arrived. Everyone's gaze fell on him. It's the son of God of the Jun family. Someone exclaimed. A young man and woman arrived. The man was dressed in white and the woman was beautiful. They were Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli. Xiaoyao, Luoli. Xianxia was overjoyed to see the two of them arrive safely. She was finally relieved. Sister Xingyi. Jiang Luoli saw Xianxia and immediately rushed over. The two beauties hugged each other with joy on their faces. They had not seen each other for a long time. The other sky prides were shocked by Jun Xiaoyao's words. I didn't hear wrongly, did I? The son of God of the Jun family said that the little girl is the overlord? Everyone present was stunned. Their minds went blank as they thought they had heard wrongly. After all, this was too unbelievable. They could not wrap their heads around it. Brother Jun, this. The Ascendant King was also speechless. After all, Long Yao's image was too different from the rumor of a shrewd overlord hiding in the dark. She is not only the overlord, but also the supreme outlawed sky pride of the ancient Void Dragon clan. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Long Yao with a deep and sharp gaze. As for why he was so sure. Naturally, it was because Jun Xiaoyao's former opponent, Long Outyin, had obtained the ancient Void Dragon clan's opportunity inheritance. Right now, he also sensed the unique fluctuations of the ancient Void Dragon clan from Long Yao, together with the dragon horns on her head. Without a doubt. The cute little girl in the white dress in front of him. She was the sky pride of the ancient Void Dragon clan and the legendary overlord. Jun Xiaoyao's words were so deafening that the minds of the sky prides were buzzing. It was like thunder rolling in the sky, and no one dared to believe it. This little girl is an overlord? Many people's brains short-circuited. This was extremely surprising. Because the overlords that were born in the previous epochs were all mighty and strong men. They were domineering and could sweep the world. But now, looking at the cute little girl in front of them, no one could imagine how domineering she was. Yes, only the heavenly tyrant body has such a terrifying physical body. That's right, and she's also a sky pride of the ancient Void Dragon race. The combination of these two bloodlines can indeed reach the pinnacle of her physical body. No wonder her physical body is so terrifying. She can defeat any sky prides with one punch. Everyone came back to their senses and realized that this identity was the most suitable for Long Yao's performance. It was just that her appearance was too deceiving, so no one thought of it at first. but in an instant, everyone thought of something. Weren't they going to witness the peerless battle between the Overlord and the sacred body today? Previously, at the 70th checkpoint of the ancient road, the battle between Jun Xiaoyao and Xiang Fei had attracted the attention of countless cultivators on the ancient road of the ultimate ancient road. After all, the battle between the sacred body and the tyrant body was the most exciting battle in every epoch. But that battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Xiang Fei had no resistance at all in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. In the end, he had to rely on the blood of curse to slightly affect Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that everyone was very disappointed in that battle. Xiang Fei was simply a disgrace to the tyrant body. But later, news spread that Xiang Fei was not the Overlord. Everyone's interest was piqued again, and they were all looking forward to the battle between the domineering Overlord and Jun Xiaoyao. But now, looking at the fierce little girl in front of them, everyone inexplicably felt like they had been fooled. Different from everyone's reaction. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm and indifferent, and there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. He did not look down on Long Yaoer because of her appearance. Although at the beginning when he saw Long Yaoer, Jun Xiaoyao was indeed a little surprised. He even wondered if he had sensed wrongly. But in an instant, he understood that this little girl was indeed the Overlord. There was no mistaking the aura of an old enemy. Since it was confirmed that it was the Overlord, Jun Xiaoyao naturally would not underestimate him. Not to mention, he also sensed another kind of energy fluctuation from Long Yaoer. Jun Xiaoyao was no stranger to this kind of fluctuation. The fluctuation of the 9 great heavenly books. Long Yaoer was also one of the heavenly book masters, but thinking about it, with Long Yaoer's noble status, it was reasonable for her to have a heavenly book. Jun Xiaoyao did not know which heavenly book Long Yaoer was in control of. However, he was determined to obtain the heavenly book from Long Yaoer. On the other side, it was also Long Yaoer's first time meeting Jun Xiaoyao. She immediately felt a strong sense of danger. That sense of danger was something she had never felt before. Even just now, the Ascendant King, Xianxia, and the rest did not give her such a strong sense of danger. Intuition told Long Yaoer that this white-robed man in front of her was extremely dangerous, but at the same time, when Long Yaoer saw Jun Xiaoyao's peerlessly handsome face, she was stunned. Purple Eye could not help but be stunned. A sense of amazement arose spontaneously. Super handsome. Although Long Yaoer had heard a lot of news about Jun Xiaoyao, she had also heard that Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was as good as his strength, the best of his generation. But when she really saw it, she was still a little shocked. No, no. I am the Overlord. He has a divine body and even killed my punching bag. I must beat him up. But, he is really good looking. It would be a pity to kill him like this. Why don't I suppress him and make him a boy toy? Long Yaoer muttered to herself. However, his words were heard by everyone in the surroundings. The atmosphere fell silent. The faces of the geniuses were full of excitement. Suppress Jun Xiaoyao and make him a boy toy, even though it was the dream of every woman. But who in the 9 heavens and 10 lands had the capability and qualification to do so? Even if they could suppress Jun Xiaoyao, who would dare to treat him as a boy toy? Wouldn't they be afraid of the Jun clan behind him? However, when the crowd recalled Long Yaoer's identity, it did not seem like they were that scared. The Overlord Ancestral Hall and the ancient Void Dragon tribe were indeed unstoppable in the 9 heavens immortal realm. Oh? Treating me as a boy toy? Jun Xiaoyao smiled. The smile was icy, without the slightest hint of warmth. It was his first time hearing someone saying something like that to him since he was born. What is it? Can't I? My Yaoer is the Overlord. She is destined to trample you under her feet. But I don't want to hurt your face, so come to me obediently. Long Yaoer placed her hands on her waist and raised her chin as she harumphed. The surrounding geniuses were a little jealous of Jun Xiaoyao. Being taken in as a boy toy by Long Yaoer, this kind of amazing status and cute little loli, should be a good thing that many men could only wish for. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not interested in it. Was he a lolicon? Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Jiang Luoli with the corner of his eye. No, that was definitely not the case. Long Yaoer was like a naughty kid to Jun Xiaoyao. Naughty? Just beat her up. Jun Xiaoyao happened to hate naughty kids too. You've injured my son of God's mount. What are you going to do? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the fairy dragon lying on the ground. When Princess Longji heard this, she was touched. Even though Jun Xiaoyao was only treating her as his mount, he still cared about her. What do you want? Long Yaoer harumphed. What do you say if I kill you? Jun Xiaoyao smirked coldly. All the surrounding geniuses felt a chill down their spines. To be honest, if they were in Long Yao's shoes, they might not be able to do it to such an innocent and adorable loli. How dare you? Long Yaoer's amethyst eyes widened. She bared her teeth, revealing her sparkling little canine teeth. Her face was ferocious. Try me then, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Lolas from the third dimension were all naughty kids. Jun Xiaoyao would not show mercy. Wah, Jun Xiaoyao, you've made Yaoer furious. My Yaoer will make you a punching bag and boy toy. Long Yaoer shouted. She moved her body and threw out a fist. An incomparably terrifying power erupted from his tiny body. Her fist shattered the sky and blasted toward Jun Xiaoyao. Everything in its path was shattered. It was terrifying to the extreme. It was as if the ancestral dragon had awakened. The violent divine power crushed the void. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Long Yaoer and Jun Xiaoyao. This was a real battle between an overlord and a sage. No one had expected the battle between the overlord and the sacred physique to come so suddenly. In the previous epics, such a battle would have been recorded in history. It would have been treated as a classic battle by countless geniuses in the future and studied repeatedly. But now, the battle had come so suddenly. However, the geniuses present could also feel that many invisible gazes were looking at them. The invisible pressure made many geniuses break out in cold sweat. It seems that many big shots have noticed this place, said one of the geniuses in shock. At this moment, many people on the ultimate ancient road were looking at the buried Emperor Star. There were the executors of the ancient road and the big shots of the major forces. They had been paying attention to the changes in the buried Emperor Star. Naturally, they wouldn't miss such an epic battle. Yaoer, this is a battle you must go through. Outside the buried Emperor Star, deep in the starry sky. A hunchbacked old man with dragon horns and a white beard sighed softly. He was Long Yaoer's guardian, Long Yuan. His cultivation had reached the 4th stage of the supremacy realm, the great heavenly venerable realm. From this, one could see how important Long Yaoer was to the ancient Void Dragon clan. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao's side wasn't empty either. There seemed to be a pair of eyes observing them in the dark. At the Imperial Opportunity Land. Long Yaoer's fist tore through the sky. It was just a small fist, but it seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. However, Long Yaoer didn't hit Jun Xiaoyao's face because she was afraid that it would hurt Jun Xiaoyao's face. Instead, it was aimed at his chest. This punch made all the geniuses present feel incomparably fearful. Previously, Long Yaoer had relied on this punch to kill all the geniuses who had provoked her. The dead geniuses piled up into a mountain. However, bang, an ear-shattering roar sounded. At the center of the collision, the void collapsed, revealing pitch-black spatial turbulence. Everyone's eyes turned to look at him. The Jun family son of God won't follow in the footsteps of the previous geniuses, right? Asked one of the geniuses suspiciously. No, no, no. You're thinking too much. Some people immediately refuted. Although Long Yaoer's physical body was abnormally strong. But then again, Jun Xiaoyao's physical body was not to be trifled with. You actually blocked it? Long Yaoer's surprised voice sounded. With his left hand behind his back, Jun Xiaoyao extended his right hand and collided with Long Yaoer's fist. A light palm blocked Long Yaoer's small fist that could shatter the heavens. Long Yaoer's purple eyes widened in disbelief. This was because she was used to sending all her enemies flying with a single punch. Therefore, at this moment, he was not used to it. Not bad. As expected of the combination of the tyrant body of the heavens and the ancient void dragon bloodline, Jun Xiaoyao said. To be able to get a good evaluation from him, it was enough to prove how shocking Long Yaoer's strength was. Even Jun Xiaoyao could feel a terrifying power surging toward him, causing his hand to feel slightly numb. Long Yaoer, don't need your comments. Long Yaoer raised her eyebrows. Jun Xiaoyao's words sounded like he was commenting on a junior. She was the overlord, how could she not care about her reputation? Boom. Boom. Boom, Long Yaoer punched again. Every punch stirred up endless waves in space, exploding like air cannons. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, just calmly extended his hand. Every time the fist and palm collided, there was a thunderous sound. Oh my god, only the son of god of the Jun family can take this violent dragon lady's attack, right? Some of the geniuses exclaimed. Long Yaoer's punch was powerful enough to kill a saint, yet Jun Xiaoyao was able to block the attack with ease. Don't be so smug. Long Yaoer snorted and punched again. This punch was different from the previous ones. It carried the power of divine powers. An extremely domineering fist intent emerged, enough to destroy the heavens. Tyrant fist, this was the unique divine power of the tyrant body. With a punch, there was no self in it, and it was invincible. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, activated the Kuanping divine power and performed the Kuanping infinite divine fist. The power of 100,000 divine elephants combined with the sacred body of the ancients and the divine elephant overpowering divine elephant clashed with Long Yaoer. The collision of the two fists swept through the surrounding heaven and earth. The undulating mountains began to collapse, and rocks rolled down. Other than the nine-fingered sage dragon emperor's land of opportunity, which was protected by a formation, the rest of the land began to shatter. This kind of fluctuation was boundlessly terrifying. Bang, after another collision, Long Yaoer was knocked back 1,000 feet, and her fist was red. She looked at her fist in shock, unable to believe it. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao also took a few steps back. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. One had to know that in terms of divine powers and spells, there might be a few supreme taboos who could exchange blows with him. However, in terms of physical strength, Jun Xiaoyao had never met a match. However, in terms of physical strength, Jun Xiaoyao did not have the absolute upper hand. This was enough to prove Long Yaoer's strength. Jun Xiaoyao had to admit. To be able to become an overlord, she was still something. At least she was not as boring as the previous overlord body, Xianxia. How can your physical body be so freakish? Is a sacred body that broke through the 10 shackles so powerful? Long Yaoer still couldn't believe it. She could only attribute it to Jun Xiaoyao having a complete sacred body of the ancients. Little did she know that Jun Xiaoyao had also cultivated the physique book. His physical body had also been reforged by the qi of all creation, and he had the physique of an emperor. This was far stronger than a simple sacred body of the ancients. Although Long Yaoer also had the bloodline of the ancient void dragon in addition to the overlord body. However, compared to the two, it was still slightly inferior. You should be glad that you are a member of the ancient void dragon clan. Otherwise, with just the overlord body of the heavens, you would be beaten to tears. Jun Xiaoyao sneered. How dare you look down on me? I, Long Yaoer, am an invincible overlord. I am destined to trample you under my feet. Long Yaoer was so angry that her face turned red. She no longer restrained herself and erupted with the absolute power of an overlord. Boom, purple chi and blood surged into the 9 heavens imperial court. Long Yaoer's purple eyes emitted a deep purple light. She activated the bloodline of the overlord body of the heavens, and the strength of her physical body skyrocketed again. The overlord is invincible. Long Yaoer punched continuously. The purple fist light illuminated the sky, dyeing the entire buried emperor star into a magnificent purple color. Many geniuses looked up at the sky and were extremely shocked when they saw the scene. TSK. The overlord of the age has been hidden by the 2 major forces until now. I didn't expect her to shock the world as soon as she made a move. In the depths of the universe, a big shot from an immortal force side. Finally, there is someone who can slightly restrain the son of God of the Jun family. A mysterious existence whispered. It seemed that he didn't have a good impression of Jun Xiaoyao. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Jun Xiaoyao's battle achievements were too outstanding. Sometimes, the title of being invincible among the younger generation was too flattering. If it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao's strong background and no one dared to provoke him, he would have been plotted against many times. After all, there were many immortal forces who didn't want to see Jun Xiaoyao monopolize the glory of the entire world. Just as many big shots were talking, Jun Xiaoyao also punched. Golden qi and blood soared into the sky and turned into a dragon of qi and blood that poured into the sky. He also unleashed the bloodline potential of the sacred body of the ancients, and countless sacred runes began to appear on his body. At the same time, he clenched his 5 fingers and performed the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The sacred runes on his body flowed and gathered energy. This was the manifestation of the sacred body of the ancients being fully activated. The sacred runes gathered on the tip of his fist and performed the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. In an instant, the void between heaven and earth was distorted. Thousands of rays of golden light flooded the universe. There was only a loud bang in the endless sacred light. A petite figure was sent flying backward with a whimper. The blazing radiance illuminated the entire opportunity of fortune. The golden radiance surged like the ocean. Purple radiance surged and scattered in all directions. The collision of the 2 great constitutions destroyed the entire area beyond recognition. In the midst of such a violent collision, Long Yao's body flew backward, and she let out a painful groan. Her fist had been smashed open, and drops of purple blood flowed out of it. "I made Yao bleed?" Long Yao stared at her pink fist in a daze, feeling that it was absurd. Ever since she was born, she had never suffered any injuries, let alone bleed. You took my first drop of blood, you bastard." Long Yao scolded. Her watery purple eyes were spitting fire, and she was about to explode. She was like a little female dragon, unable to restrain her anger. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Although what she said was true, why did it sound a little strange? "I thought this generation's overlord would pique my interest, the son of God. I didn't expect that she's just a naive brat. How disappointing." Jun Xiaoyao remained calm and shook his head faintly. "I was just testing you. Next, I'll use my full strength." Long Yao's pretty face was filled with anger, and she attacked again. Almost instantly, her fist returned to normal, without leaving a single mark on it. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a dark light. The power of the heavenly tones. Could it be? Jun Xiaoyao thought of one of the 9 heavenly tones. However, he had no time to think about it now. Long Yao had attacked again. She swung the overlord fist with one hand, and ancient dragon patterns appeared on the other hand. At the same time, dragon chi filled the air, transforming into a dragon and roaring at the sky. Great Void Dragon. Fist. This was the ancient Void Dragon clan's divine fist technique, and its power shook the 9 heavens. If Long Yao had used this fist technique from the beginning, the surrounding skyprides would have recognized her as a member of the ancient Void Dragon clan. At this moment, Long Yao had the Overlord fist in one hand and the Great Void Dragon fist in the other. It could be said that she had reached the pinnacle of strength. Even the Ascendant King and Xianxia, who were both supreme outlawed skyprides, would be at a disadvantage if their physical bodies collided with Long Yao's. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had no scruples at all. His divine abilities were unmatched, and his flesh was similarly unmatched. There wasn't a single aspect that he was lacking in, reaching the pinnacle in all aspects. Jun Xiaoyao activated his Daluo immortal body. The 206 Daluo immortal bones in his body glowed and resonated. A streak of immortal qi appeared and wrapped around the surface of Jun Xiaoyao's body, enhancing his physical strength. The sacred body of the ancients, the strength of 100,000 divine elephants, the immortal body of the great Luo immortal, and the divine qi of the physical body. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's physical body could cause cracks to appear in the void even if he did not move. So what if you have a fleshly body and immortal qi? Humph. Long Yao harumphed disdainfully when she saw this. Her body shuddered as a purple blood-colored immortal qi appeared on the surface of her body. It was the purple-blooded immortal qi formed by the fusion of the blood of the ancient void dragon tribe and the blood of the tyrant body of the firmament. With the help of the purple blood-colored immortal qi, Long Yao's aura became even more powerful. The two of them collided like Mars crashing into Earth. The shockwave rippled violently like a tide, sweeping in all directions and flattening the surrounding mountains. The two of them engaged in a melee battle. Jun Xiaoyao's blood qi surged to the heavens, and his holy light shocked the world. He was like an undefeatable divine king in the light, and with a single punch, he suppressed the entire world. On the other hand, although Long Yao looked adorable, she possessed a terrifying combat strength that did not match her appearance. Her small body contained the power to shatter the heavens. In just a few dozen breaths, the two of them had exchanged hundreds and thousands of blows. The sound waves shattered the void. You! Long Yaoer shouted angrily, and realized that she was being suppressed. Jun Xiaoyao's combat ability was terrifyingly powerful. He could always catch the gaps in her moves and attack violently. In comparison, Long Yaoer had plenty of combat experience under Long Yuan's guidance. However, compared to Jun Xiaoyao, who was a veteran who had experienced hundreds of battles, she was still lacking. Not to mention, Jun Xiaoyao had fought with Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's inner demon before. Ancient Chaos Great Emperor had spent his entire life in battle, and his combat ability was top-notch among the Great Emperors. Jun Xiaoyao had also absorbed more than half of Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's combat experience during his battle with Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. Comparing the two of them, Jun Xiaoyao naturally crushed Long Yaoer in terms of combat skills. Bang! After another collision, Long Yaoer retreated, coughing out a small mouthful of blood. Her chest cracked, and her ribs seemed to have shattered. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao was still in his white robe. Other than his arm being slightly numb, he did not have any other injuries. Bring out your true abilities, Jun Xiaoyao said. The previous overlords were not that simple. Long Yaoer could fight with Jun Xiaoyao for so long without using her trump card. It was enough to prove Long Yaoer's strength. Seems like you know your limits. You know that I, Yaoer, have not used my true abilities. Long Yaoer snorted. Even in the middle of a battle, she did not forget to protect her face. Great Void Divine Mark. Long Yaoer used her ultimate move again. This was a great ability of the ancient Void Dragon race. In the void, a dragon-shaped divine mark appeared, as if it could cut through everything, and attacked Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao used his finger as a sword and used the immortal slaying sword art. A thick sword chi spread out like a mountain ridge, slashing through the sky. When the two collided, a dazzling brilliance burst out. Long Yaoer's cherry lips muttered, and she chanted an ancient scripture. That was the inheritance of the ancient Void Dragon race, the Great Void Immortal Scripture. A total of 9 ancient dragon race characters appeared, and each of them was like a star, releasing endless brilliance. The 9 ancient characters of the dragon race pressed down on Jun Xiaoyao like 9 stars falling from the sky. The ancient Void Dragon race's immortal scripture? Jun Xiaoyao muttered. He dealt with it calmly, using his finger as a sword, and slashed across the void. A cross-shaped crack appeared, and then expanded. It was the chaotic sky secret technique, cross-shaped starfield intersection. The gigantic cross-shaped spatial rift was like a chain of stars, forming a mighty cross-shaped Milky Way. And Long Yaoer extracted 9 ancient characters from the Great Void Immortal Scripture, and suppressed it, colliding with the cross-shaped crack. Immortal Scripture, it's the ancient Void Dragon race's immortal scripture. The son of God of the Jun family is using the forbidden technique of the ancient Chaos the Arch. The surrounding geniuses exclaimed. One of them had used an ancient scripture, while the other had used a forbidden technique. Both of them were extremely powerful. As expected of the Overlord Constitution and the Sacred Constitution. They were at odds with each other, and neither wanted to give in. Rumble, heaven and earth lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. It was as if a galaxy was boiling and then exploding, and the aftershock injured many geniuses. In such a shock, Long Yaoer was forced back again, coughing up blood, and some of her bones were broken. Jun Xiaoyao was also forced back 100 steps, and his body was shaking. The Overlord is injured. The son of God of the Jun family is also forced back. In all directions, all the geniuses sucked in a breath of cold air. This battle could be said to be a tit for tat, and neither side was giving in. However, looking at the current situation, although Jun Xiaoyao was also forced back, and his body was shaking, he was obviously better than Long Yaoer. Sacred Body of the Ancients. /book/83964/ Jun Xiaoyao stood in the air. Although he was knocked back, he was still calm. Long Yaoer, on the other hand, had a trace of purple blood at the corner of her mouth. The difference between the two was obvious. No way. Could it be that even the Overlord can't deal with the son of God of the Jun family? That's not right. Even a supreme saint can't be unaffected by the terrifying power of the collision just now, right? That's ridiculous. The surrounding geniuses were dumbfounded. In the past, the battle of the holy body and the tyrant body had always involved punches to the flesh and blood. It was as if he was risking his life. But now, even in the face of the rare overlord, Jun Xiaoyao was still untainted. His appearance was extremely calm and composed. It didn't look like he was facing a mortal enemy at all. On the other hand, although Long Yao's injuries weren't particularly serious, compared to Jun Xiaoyao, she was a little embarrassed. Damn it, you monster. There was deep fear in the depths of Long Yao's purple eyes. She thought that she was already a monster. But now, an even more abnormal monster had appeared. However, Long Yao was calm. Her small and delicate body began to glow, and a purple light shone. It was as if there was a god chanting in her body, blessing her and restoring her vitality. Some of the injuries on her body, such as broken bones, were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, most of her injuries were healed. This scene stunned and puzzled the surrounding geniuses. Is the recovery ability of the ancient void dragon race so strong? Even with the overlord body of the heavens, this recovery ability is too abnormal. She's practically invincible. Many people exclaimed, and their eyes were shining. They all wanted to find out Long Yao's background. A hint of smugness flashed in the depths of Long Yao's purple eyes. This was one of her trump cards. With this trump card, she was almost invincible. Even if she was seriously injured, she could recover. She wouldn't be easily killed. Jun Xiaoyao, are you desperate? If you surrender now and become my punching bag and toy, you can suffer less. Long Yao raised her small face and said smugly. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm and collected, without any surprise or anger. Because he had already seen through Long Yao's trump card. This made Jun Xiaoyao somewhat happy. Because Long Yao's things were his things. This abominable brat, he even dares to say that he wants big brother Xiaoyao to be his boy toy. Jiang Luoli's charming eyes were filled with anger and disdain. Believe in Xiaoyao, he never disappoints. Jiang Xingyi smiled, not worried at all. Although Jun Xiaoyao's opponent was the tyrant, a prodigy of the ancient void dragon tribe, she had absolute confidence in Jun Xiaoyao. When Jiang Luoli heard this, a sly smile suddenly appeared on her face. She rolled her eyes and said, Sister Xingyi, watch the show. Brother Xiaoyao will definitely give that brat a surprise. Surprise? Jiang Xingyi was puzzled. Did Jun Xiaoyao obtain some kind of fortuitous opportunity again? Jiang Luoli smiled mysteriously and did not say much. Back to the battle. Long Yao's bare feet stomped on the void, causing the sky to tremble. She turned into a stream of light and charged toward Jun Xiaoyao again. On the surface of his body, the phantom of a large bell appeared as if it was the strongest defense, blocking everything. The Great Bell Dao physique of the 9 Great Divine Forms. It's the 9 Great Divine Forms, the ultimate move of the Tyrant Constitution. A prodigy exclaimed. Long Yao finally used the ultimate move of the Tyrant Constitution. When the 9 Great Divine Forms appeared at the same time, it was said that they could annihilate everything in the world. At this moment, Long Yao attacked with the Great Bell Dao physique, and the bell waves shattered the sky. When Jun Xiaoyao saw this, he stomped his feet as well, and the phantom of the myriad Dao sage appeared around him. Sage physique, reverence of 10,000 sages, a terrifying aura swept out, weakening Long Yao's strength. Bam, the two of them collided again. This time, it was even more violent and fierce. Jun Xiaoyao slapped the phantom of the large bell on the surface of Long Yao's body, and a loud clang was heard. Long Yao was pushed back, but she attacked again and used the Kuanping divine form. An illusory Kuanping appeared, and it was extremely huge, filling the void. Kuanping divine form, you're just showing off in front of an expert. Jun Xiaoyao sneered. He used the Kuanping divine power again and waved his hand. The huge Kuanping appeared, and with a swing of its tail, tens of thousands of runes splashed out and shattered the void. In front of the true Kuanping divine power, the Kuanping divine form of the Tyrant Constitution was just SOSO. Long Yao gritted her sparkling canine teeth. She was unwilling to give up and continued to display her tyrant body. A true dragon appeared, and the dragon's roar shattered the sky. Then, an immortal phoenix appeared, and its wings were like heavenly blades, cutting the sky and slashing horizontally. It was the true dragon Dharma body and the immortal phoenix feather. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao used the Kuanping technique in one hand and the lightning emperor technique in the other. Behind him, immortal light surged, and holy light shone brightly. A majestic immortal shadow appeared. It was the sacred physique phenomenon, immortal king descending to the 9 heavens. Immortal king descending to the 9 heavens was supported by divine powers. The Kuanping technique and lightning emperor technique that Jun Xiaoyao used were even more ferocious. It was as if the void in this area was about to boil and burn. The violent collision resounded through the sky, and Dharmic power surged wildly, drowning everything. I don't believe that I can't subdue you. Long Yaoer gritted her teeth and used her divine form again. Long Yaoer used the Pisho divine form, Swanee divine form, and so on. In the end, the 9 divine forms were all used and revolved around Long Yaoer. It was as if they had the power to destroy the heavens. She actually cultivated the complete 9 divine forms. At this moment, Long Yaoer caused everyone to tremble. The most famous tyrant constitution were naturally the 9 divine forms. This was the ultimate forbidden technique of the tyrant constitution. A single divine form was a great killing weapon that was invincible. As for the combination of the 9 divine forms, it was even more invincible. It could kill all opponents of the tyrant constitution, and it was known as the invincible technique. However, whether it was the incomplete ancient tyrant constitution Shu Tianba that Jun Xiaoyao encountered, or the tyrant constitution Xianxia, neither of them had cultivated the complete 9 divine forms. But now, Long Yaoer had used the complete 9 divine forms. This was enough to make one shudder. With these 9 divine forms, Long Yaoer could dominate the ancient road, and even the supreme outlawed skyprides would be wary of her. At this moment, the 9 divine forms appeared at the same time, and the world was filled with all kinds of purple divine light. All kinds of mystical scenes appeared. The ancient universe, the rotation of the sun and the moon, and the transformation of all living things. The scene was so terrifying that it was as if the universe was about to be split open. Long Yaoer's Petite Linglong's jade body released a peerless domineering aura. At this moment, no one dared to look down on her cute appearance. She was simply a peerless overlord in a cute lowly skin. 9 divine forms, slay the heavens and decimate the earth. Long Yaoer's delicate shout was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the sky. The entire buried emperor star trembled and began to change. Faint patterns of the laws appeared on the surface of the star. Those were the buried emperor star's laws. They had appeared because of Long Yaoer's 9 divine forms. This caused all the skyprides to suck in a breath of cold air. To be able to trigger the buried emperor star's laws meant that this move was extremely powerful. It had even surpassed the limit of a level 9 sage. In other words, anyone below the quasi-supreme level would be in danger. Even sacred lord powerhouses could not be ignored. The 9 divine forms rotated in the void and surrounded Jun Xiaoyao, wanting to melt the world and turn it into nothingness. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. This move could definitely kill a supreme sage. Jun Xiaoyao had always been calm and composed when dealing with his opponents. However, that didn't mean that he would underestimate his opponents. Now that Long Yaoer's 9 godly forms had appeared, it was a killing move. Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't hold back. The chaotic aura around him spread out like a tide. Green lotuses bloomed from it. Then, a yin-yang taiji diagram appeared above his head. As it rotated, it was like a black and white sky was pressing down. Chaotic green lotus, yin-yang diagram of life and death, in addition to the 10,000 saints pilgrimage and immortal king ascension from before. The 4 sacred physique avatars appeared together. He already has 4 avatars. Unfortunately, it's rumored that there are 6 avatars in total. There are still 2 that have yet to be cultivated. That's right. It's rumored that when the 6 avatars of the sacred physique are completely formed, it's like the 6 paths of reincarnation. It can defeat all enemies. That's right. If the Jun family's son of God had cultivated 6 avatars, he definitely wouldn't be weaker than the 9 godly forms. Unfortunately, many elites shook their heads and sighed, feeling sorry for Jun Xiaoyao. With his invincible posture and the 6 avatars of the sacred physique, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to deal with Long Yaoer's 9 godly forms. There was even a certain chance of winning. However, Jun Xiaoyao only had 4 avatars now. Against Long Yaoer's complete 9 godly forms, he would undoubtedly be at a great disadvantage. It would be very dangerous. As expected, when the 2 avatars collided, the 9 godly forms joined together and formed a whole. Their power multiplied and completely suppressed the 4 sacred physique avatars. Although the 4 sacred physique avatars were extremely powerful, they weren't complete. They didn't form a complete fusion of the 6 avatars. The Jun family son of God is in danger now. Many elites stared at the battle intently. Those female cultivators were so nervous that their breathing seemed to have stopped. Was the legend of the peerless white-robed invincible going to come to an end with the Overlord? The 9 godly forms rotated in the void as if they had formed a universe of their own. They surrounded Jun Xiaoyao and began to refine him. That void directly shattered and was annihilated by the power of the 9 godly forms, turning into a vacuum. From this, it could be seen how terrifying its power was. Jun Xiaoyao, who was trapped inside, started to tremble and cough up blood. Cracks started to appear on the surface of his body. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The son of God of the Jun family, who was known to be invincible among the younger generation, was injured and coughing up blood. This was simply unbelievable. If news of this got out, it would cause a huge commotion. After all, ever since Jun Xiaoyao was born, he had swept through the younger generation and had never been defeated. He was a legendary and invincible figure. It was to the extent where he could even walk his own path, known as an ancient anomaly, making immortal domains' wills feel restraining fear, fighting against the heavens. Besides, there had never been a genius who could injure Jun Xiaoyao to the point of coughing up blood. At this moment, such a peerless figure's body was actually trembling, and a bit of blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. This caused everyone to feel incredulous. How could that be? The Ascendant Feather King's eyes were deep as he frowned. Beside him, Yu Yunchang's face was ghastly pale as her heart clenched. She could not help but grab the Ascendant Feather King's sleeves and said, "Brother, why don't you go and help young Master Jun? Don't be anxious. No matter how bad Brother Jun is, he won't die directly, right?" The Ascendant Feather King shook his head slightly. Among the younger generation, there was almost no one who could kill Jun Xiaoyao. Even the Tyrant Dragon King, Yaoer, did not have the ability to kill Jun Xiaoyao directly. The Ascendant Feather King felt that something was amiss. Could it be that Brother Jun is still hiding his strength? The Ascendant Feather King muttered to himself. On the other side, Princess Longji's heart was also in her mouth. She was extremely nervous and worried for Jun Xiaoyao. After all, Jun Xiaoyao came to save her. If something really happened to him, no, he's not that kind of person. Princess Longji thought of that white-robed figure who always looked calm and indifferent to everything. He was so confident, so calm, and so sure that victory was in his hands. There was no one or anything that could make him fearful or fearful. Even in the earliest days when Princess Longji had the ability to compete with Jun Xiaoyao. She also felt that she was completely played by Jun Xiaoyao. Such a scheming, unfathomable, and powerful monstrous figure. How could he be defeated by a violent little lowly like Long Yaoer? That would be a little comical. Jun Xiaoyao, you will definitely lose this time. Let me end your invincible legend. Long Yaoer's purple eyes shone brightly as she channeled her strength to the maximum. Her dermic power surged and strengthened the 9 godly forms. The ancient golden dragon bloodline and the heavenly tyrant blood were completely activated. Radiance surged and filled the world. The power of the 9 godly forms was even stronger as they completely destroyed the space where Jun Xiaoyao was. Jun Xiaoyao's body released a divine glow as he wanted to defend against the power of the 9 godly forms. However, the cracks on the surface of his body increased and fresh blood flowed out. All the surrounding skyprides watched intently. This was the first time they had seen Jun Xiaoyao injured. Jun Xiaoyao, it's over. Long Yaoer stomped her foot and charged towards Jun Xiaoyao as the invincible tyrant fist swept out. Jun Xiaoyao was already suppressed by the 9 godly forms. At this moment, he struck out with his palm and collided with Long Yaoer's. His body retreated, and his body seemed to show signs of disintegration. This scene was not only seen by the surrounding people. It was also noticed by many big shots who were watching the battle in the depths of the universe. Is it going to end? The invincible legend of the sacred body ends here. No, the son of God of the Jun family shouldn't be like this. He still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Some of the big shots were secretly communicating. Those who were hostile to Jun Xiaoyao were very happy to see this scene. In the universe, Long Yao's protector, Long Yuan, also had a hint of joy on his old face when he saw this scene. The Overlord Ancestral Hall and the ancient Void Dragon clan did not raise you in vain. Yao you did not disappoint us. Long Yuan's old face revealed a gratified expression. He was still a little nervous before, afraid that Long Yao would be defeated by Jun Xiaoyao. Not only would she lose the name of the Overlord body, but she would also make her invincible Dao heart unstable. Now, it seemed that he had thought too much. In the current situation, many people thought that Jun Xiaoyao was in trouble. Unless he used his true trump card, it would be difficult for him to turn the tables. Jun Xiaoyao, I'll give you a chance. Take the initiative to be a good boy toy, and Yao won't let you be in such a sorry state. Long Yao giggled. She was in a very good mood now. That's not necessary. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Even though there was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and the surface of his body was cracked like porcelain, his expression was still calm and composed. Sigh, then there's no other way? Long Yao shook her head slightly with a look of pity. She rushed forward again, and the 9 godly forms erupted with unprecedented brilliance. It was as if a small universe was being smelted and boiled. Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the middle of it, exploded with a bang. All kinds of runes scattered, and the Dao laws were broken. How is this possible? Countless exclamations sounded from all directions. Xianxia's heart twitched subconsciously. Even Long Yao's purple crystal eyes widened for a moment, and her brain couldn't react. Although the 9 godly forms were terrifying, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't die directly, right? There was complete silence, a deathly silence. Amidst this deathly silence, an indifferent and gentle voice suddenly sounded. It seems that I, the Son of God, have underestimated you. A single Dharma body is not enough to suppress you. As the voice fell, in the depths of the sky, a spatial crack was suddenly torn open. Then, in the endless golden holy light, a peerless and otherworldly figure in white stepped out from it. He was like a god. It was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, all the prodigies were stunned. They were dumbfounded and their eyeballs almost popped out. Some of the big shots in the depths of the universe were also stunned. It was a little comical and exciting. The world was dead silent. It was as if all sound had been sucked away. The entire place was silent. Looking at the white-robed figure stepping out of the spatial rift, everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. Their minds were blank, and they were completely dumbfounded. Why are there 2 Jun Xiaoyao? Are you out of your mind? It's obvious that the one fighting the Overlord is a Dharma body. In other words, the Overlord has been fighting with the Dharma body of the Jun family's Son of God? A prodigy's voice was dry as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That should be the case. Don't forget, the Jun family's Son of God also used his Dharma body to cause a ruckus at Gutizi's wedding banquet. Only then did everyone remember. It was not the first time Jun Xiaoyao had done that. His Dharma body had caused a ruckus at Gutizi's wedding banquet and fought against 4 successors of the Xianting. In the end, he even kidnapped the bride, Fairy Yuan. It could be said to have caused a sensation. It also made Gutizi lose all his face, and many people still treated him as a joke. And now, Jun Xiaoyao was using the same trick again. Most people would never have thought that Jun Xiaoyao would use his Dharma body to fight with the Overlord. This was no longer contempt. Instead, it was blatant contempt. In the past eras, the battle between the sacred body and the Overlord body had always been a life and death battle. The number of times the sacred body won was even less than the Overlord body. But now, they had been fighting for half a day. Long Yao had been fighting with Jun Xiaoyao's Dharma body the whole time. It was a lonely fight. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao's original body had been hiding in the depths of the void, watching the show like a spectator. It was not very harmful, but it was extremely insulting, and it was not only Long Yao who was insulted. Outside the buried Emperor Star, deep in the universe, Long Yuan was also dumbfounded. His old face was burning as if he had been slapped 100 times. His face was about to be swollen. As a Grand Empyrean, it had been a long time since he had experienced such humiliation. Previously, he had been overjoyed and thought that he had groomed an invincible genius who could suppress Jun Xiaoyao. And now, Long Yuan could even feel it. Some of the big shots hiding in the dark looked at him with mocking eyes. This was a huge loss of face. Moreover, it wasn't just him and the ancient Void Dragon tribe who had lost face, but also the tyrant body lineage. After all, Long Yaoer was a dignified overlord. How could she fight Jun Xiaoyao's Dharmakaya for such a long time? Long Yuan had a feeling that the people of Overlord Ancestral Hall would not be in a good mood when they saw this scene. Over at the Emperor-level Fortuitous Opportunity Land, all the Skyprides were still in a state of stiff expression. Jiang Xingyi let out a long sigh of relief, then looked at Jiang Luoli and said, "Luoli, is this the surprise you were talking about?" "Of course. How is it, Big Brother Xiaoyao's surprise?" Jiang Luoli smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. She admired Jun Xiaoyao more and more. He could even think of such a trick. It must have caused tons of damage to Long Yaoer's young heart. Many Skyprides also turned to look at Long Yaoer. To be honest, anyone who encountered such a situation would have a mental breakdown. Sure enough, Long Yaoer clenched her fists tightly. Her young shoulders were trembling slightly as if she was trying her best to hold back her tears. The Skyprides were stunned to see that there was a little mist in Long Yaoer's purple eyes. "She's crying from anger?" One of the Skyprides was stunned. The dignified overlord was crying from anger. This was a little funny. If this spread out, it would definitely be a legend for eternity that would continue to be passed down. Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, you, Long Yaoer gritted her teeth, and tears were about to flow out of her eyes. Only now did she understand how sinister this world was, how sinister the human heart was. Her naive and pure heart had suffered a ton of damage, especially previously, when Long Yaoer heard about Gutizi. She had even mocked him for being a piece of trash who couldn't even deal with Jun Xiaoyao's avatar. But now, the clown was actually herself. Long Yaoer really wanted to cry. This world was too cruel. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people around, Long Yaoer would definitely cry. But now, there was more anger in her heart. Anger towards Jun Xiaoyao. "You're crying now? Then I'm sorry, it's not time for you to really cry." Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. He spat out lightly. Fourth seal of the Immortal Prohibition Seal, condense. In an instant, the scattered runes and Taoist laws at the place where Jun Xiaoyao's avatar had exploded instantly gathered. It transformed into a powerful space-freezing force. It was the fourth seal of the Immortal Prohibition Seal. Jun Xiaoyao had hidden the power of the fourth seal of the Immortal Prohibition Seal in his avatar. Long Yaoer didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to hide this move at all. Caught off guard, she was directly frozen in space, like an insect frozen in amber. Although this kind of restraint could be broken through very quickly for Long Yaoer. But now, they were in the middle of a great battle. Every second counted. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile as he directly attacked. The moment he attacked, he used his ultimate move, the Heavenly Death Wheel. Jun Xiaoyao's hands seemed to be spinning the wheel of life and death, and his power was extremely strong. Although Long Yaoer couldn't move, the 9 avatars she summoned automatically protected her master, turning into a chaotic universe with purple light. Jun Xiaoyao summoned his 4 sacred physique avatars, suppressing the world. At the same time, the Heavenly Death Wheel blasted out. One had to know that this wasn't Jun Xiaoyao's avatar attacking. It was his true body attacking. The power was simply incomparable. The 4 sacred physique avatars surged with power and blocked the 9 avatars. Then, the Heavenly Death Wheel directly bombarded Long Yaoer's body. Pucci, that space was completely destroyed. Long Yaoer's delicate body retreated rapidly, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, and her small face was extremely pale. Her delicate body was about to shatter, and cracks appeared on the surface of her body. She had taken a full blow from Jun Xiaoyao. Even with the Heavenly Tyrant body and the ancient Void Dragon bloodline, she couldn't withstand it and was instantly severely injured. Of course, the 4th seal of the Immortal Prohibition Seal was also broken. There was no trace of pity in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Long Yaoer's appearance was deceiving, but she was after all his old enemy, the Overlord. Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't hold back. He used his ultimate move and attacked consecutively. Long Yaoer was severely injured and could only barely resist. However, in her body, there seemed to be the chanting of gods, causing her injuries to quickly recover. Even so, she was still absolutely suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at the scene in front of them, all the surrounding geniuses were shocked by Jun Xiaoyao's methods. First, he used his avatar to fight Long Yaoer to gauge her strength and force her to use her 9 avatars. Then, he hid the 4th seal of the Immortal Prohibition seal in his avatar and schemed against Long Yaoer, then suppressed her. It could be said that every step was calculated to win. F*ck, not only is the Jun family's son of God powerful, but his mind is also like a ghost. I can't compare to him. Yeah, in front of the Jun family's son of God, I feel that Long Yaoer isn't even a fool. She's just a retard. Everyone present felt that way. In terms of scheming, Long Yaoer was simply crushed by Jun Xiaoyao in all aspects. She was just like a landlord's silly daughter. The Overlord clan has lost a lot of face this time, everyone looked at each other. This battle between the Sacred Physique and the Overlord Physique was enough to be recorded in history. However, it was a little special and would probably be passed down for thousands of years and become a classic that everyone praised. In the current battle, Long Yaoer was at an absolute disadvantage and had suffered heavy injuries. Thinking about it, Jun Xiaoyao's avatar was able to fight with Long Yaoer for so long. Now that his main body had made a move, his strength was simply not on the same level. It was an unimaginable comparison. It was like a person who had painstakingly defeated the final boss. Just as he was feeling complacent, he suddenly realized that the boss had a second stage, and it was even stronger. Anyone would feel despair if they were in his shoes. Is this his true strength? Long Yaoer's snow-white chin was dripping with blood. She was completely suppressed. Only now did she realize how narrow-minded she was. A frog in a well couldn't talk about the sea, and a summer insect couldn't talk about the ice. She and Jun Xiaoyao were simply not on the same level. Apart from her brute force and strength, Long Yaoer was a naive and violent loli. Even if she had a special trump card that could allow her physical injuries to heal quickly, it was impossible for her to withstand such a powerful attack. The Overlord's mentality is crumbling. Some geniuses shook their heads when they saw Long Yaoer's angry and anxious face. Killing people wasn't scary. What was scary was killing the heart. Jun Xiaoyao toyed with Long Yaoer like a sly old fox toying with a little girl. He could do anything he wanted to her. It's time to end it. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. To tell the truth, among the enemies Jun Xiaoyao was facing, Long Yaoer's strength was indeed one of the best. After all, being able to destroy his avatar was enough to prove Long Yaoer's ability. Although this was a kind of insult to Long Yaoer. Unfortunately, Long Yaoer's intelligence was not enough. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and punched out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, preparing to end the battle. No, I, Long Yaoer, am an invincible overlord. How can I be defeated? Long Yaoer shouted loudly. On her snow-white and delicate neck, there was a collar with a purple gold bell hanging from it. The purple gold bell fell and with a loud bang, it turned into a purple gold bell that wrapped around Long Yaoer's heavily injured body. This purple gold bell circulated with a hazy purple light, and a domineering emperor's aura spread out. The entire buried Emperor Star's law runes appeared once again. That's the Overlord bell. The surrounding people could not help but exclaim when they saw this scene. So the thing hanging on Long Yaoer's neck was not a bell, but a bell. This bell was called the Domineering Bell. It was the inherited monarch weapon of the tyrant body, just like the desolate god armor of the desolate ancient temple. No, that's not right. Although it has emperor's might, it's not a real emperor weapon. Could it be an emperor weapons brand? Many skyprides came to their senses. Although the bell was filled with emperor's might, it was still far from being a true monarch weapon. Adding on the buried Emperor Star's laws, it was impossible for a true emperor armament to unleash its full power. In other words, the Tyrant Bell was only a brand of the Imperial Armament Tyrant Bell. However, even if it was just a mark, it was still strong enough. Jun Xiaoyao's 6 paths of reincarnation fist landed on the bell, causing it to let out a clang, but it didn't break through. Imprint of an Imperial armament? Jun Xiaoyao smirked contemptuously. Who didn't have such a thing? Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and a rune landed on his palm. Immediately, light burst out. The emperor's might was vast, and finally, it turned into a battle axe filled with a desolate aura, as if it could split heaven and earth apart, imprint of the ancient chaos axe. It's the ancient chaos axe. It was no longer a secret that Jun Xiaoyao had obtained the ancient chaos emperor's inheritance. It wasn't the first time Jun Xiaoyao had used the ancient chaos axe's imprint. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao activated the power of the 108 Sumeru worlds in his body. Surging divine power and magic power were added to the ancient chaos axe. The axe chopped down, heaven and earth collapsed, and the universe shattered. This terrifying power also caused the buried Emperor Star's law runes to flicker. This was a power that even a 9th stage saint would find difficult to resist. Boom, a loud explosion that seemed to split heaven and earth erupted. The purple gold tyrant bell's imprint was directly cracked by the ancient chaos axe's imprint, and then it exploded. Long Yao, who was inside, was also severely injured. Her face was as pale as paper, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't that the tyrant bell's imprint was inferior to the ancient chaos axe's imprint. It was just that Long Yao was severely injured and couldn't support the tyrant bell at all. Jun Xiaoyao hadn't been injured at all, and he had been in peak condition all this time. As such, it was only natural that Jun Xiaoyao was able to break through the barrier with a single swing of his axe. Jun Xiaoyao used his fingers as a sword again, and the 9-leaf sword grass swayed in the void around him. As the leaves shook, a terrifying sword chi exploded, cutting through the sun, moon, and stars. Poochie, blood splattered everywhere. Long Yao's tender arms and legs were cut off, purple gold blood splattered everywhere. Jun Xiaoyao flashed forward again. Slap, a slap landed on Long Yao's blood-stained face. Don't be so childish at such a young age, thinking of being a king every day. Jun Xiaoyao sneered. The childish correction palm was prepared for a childish girl like Long Yao. Long Yao was stunned, and her mind was dizzy. Her entire worldview was about to collapse. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao stomped Long Yao heavily on the ground. At this moment, Long Yao had been turned into a human stick, and she was incomparably miserable. All the prodigies felt a chill down their spines when they saw this scene. Jun Xiaoyao was truly capable of doing such a thing. If it were anyone else, looking at Long Yao's delicate little face, they might have hesitated for a moment. It could only be said that Jun Xiaoyao was a ruthless person. However, what shocked everyone even more was that there was a dense light at the place where Long Yao's limbs were cut off, and new limbs were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. Although saint-level experts already had the ability to regrow severed limbs. However, it would still take a period of recuperation for it to grow back. It was absolutely impossible to be like Long Yao, whose limbs immediately began to grow back after being cut off. Even if it's the tyrant body and the ancient void dragon bloodline, the recovery ability can't be strong to this extent, right? All the prodigies felt incredulous. A deep look appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He had indeed deliberately cut off Long Yao's limbs. Now, he could be sure. Long Yao definitely had that heavenly book. This was also the reason why Jun Xiaoyao did not immediately kill Long Yao. Because he needed to get that heavenly book from Long Yao. If he could obtain this heavenly book, Jun Xiaoyao would truly be in an invincible position, and no one would be able to destroy him. How is this possible? Yao is an invincible overlord. How is this possible? At this moment, although Long Yao's limbs were rapidly growing, and her internal injuries were also trying their best to recover. However, she had already exhausted too much and was unable to fight anymore. Long Yao's purple crystal-like pupils were filled with mist. She really wanted to cry. It seems that it's impossible to make this son of God a pet boy. However, this overlord of yours is quite suitable to be a little bitch. After all, you still wear a collar. The corner of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth curled into a sneer. He casually raised his hand, and the divine chains of order condensed into a dog leash. The other end was connected to the collar on Long Yao's neck. Seeing this, all the geniuses were dumbfounded. Did the overlord really become a dog? This was King awesome. This extreme humiliation made Long Yao clench her small canine teeth tightly. Her pink face flushed red, and there were tears of humiliation in the corners of her eyes. Even her sparkling and translucent ears were completely red. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was like a sadistic, black-bellied, and cold Prince Charming. Why do I feel that the Jun family's son of God is a bit perverted? But he's also handsome and cold when he's perverted. I also want to be led by the cold son of God with a dog leash. A female cultivator blushed and said excitedly. The surrounding people, something's wrong with you. Right at this moment, an aged voice that carried a hint of anger suddenly exploded from the sky. Enough, Jun family son of God, isn't this a bit too much? An old figure with a vast and mighty aura descended from the sky above the buried emperor star. It was Long Yaoer's guardian, the grand heavenly venerable expert, Long Yuan. Long Yuan saw the entire battle with his eyes. From the initial joy, to the final disappointment, embarrassment, and anger, he felt. Long Yuan's mood was like a roller coaster. As a great heavenly venerate, Long Yuan hadn't experienced such ups and downs in a long time. Originally, at his level, his state of mind was very calm and there wouldn't be any waves. But today, Jun Xiaoyao's actions had infuriated him. Looking at the miserable Long Yaoer under Jun Xiaoyao's foot, Long Yuan's old face twitched. If he didn't know that the heavenly book Long Yaoer controlled had an extremely strong recovery ability, he wouldn't have been able to resist. He might not be able to hold himself back from attacking Jun Xiaoyao. What a terrifying aura. It's a superior supremacy. It's the ancient Void Dragon clan's supreme elder Long Yuan, a great heavenly venerate. It wasn't just the people in the Emperor Great Opportunity Land. Many geniuses in the other realms of the buried Emperor Star raised their heads and saw the terrifying figure. A great heavenly venerate was already someone who stood at the peak. In addition, he had the unique bloodline talent of the ancient Void Dragon clan. Long Yuan's strength was even stronger than an ordinary great heavenly venerate. I didn't expect that even such a powerhouse would appear. It seems that the Jun family's son of God can't touch the Overlord. That's not necessarily true. You know the Jun family's son of God's temper. He doesn't even care about the heavens, let alone a great heavenly venerate. All the geniuses' gazes fell on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had defeated Long Yaoer with absolute strength. But it wouldn't be that easy for him to kill Long Yaoer. Everyone was curious. How would Jun Xiaoyao deal with it? Great heavenly venerate. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked indifferently at Long Yuan. Long Yuan frowned and said coldly, Jun Xiaoyao, as the dignified son of God of the Jun family, such humiliating means are beneath your status. Oh? I don't know where this son of God has been. Long Yaoer kept saying that she wanted to suppress this son of God and make him her boy toy. If that's the case, then what's wrong with this son of God suppressing her as a mother pet? Jun Xiaoyao's words made Long Yuan's old face twitch, and he was speechless. Everyone around them also sighed in amazement. As expected of Jun Xiaoyao, there was nothing wrong with his words. Furthermore, everyone noticed that Jun Xiaoyao still referred to himself as the son of God and not as a junior. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao was treating Long Yuan as an equal and wasn't being humbled just because Long Yuan was a great Emperor. Then what do you want? Do you really dare to kill Yaoer? Long Yuan's tone turned cold. The faint smile on Jun Xiaoyao's face also disappeared. His gaze was cold. Suddenly, he used his finger as a sword and activated the grass symbol sword technique. As the sword light flashed, a slashing sound rang out. Long Yaoer's newly grown limbs were chopped off again. Ah, pain, pain. Long Yaoer's small face was deathly pale. Although she had extremely strong recovery abilities, it was clearly impossible for her to be immune to pain. Next time, the sword energy might land on her neck. This son of God wants to see if she's going to grow another head. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold. There were hissing sounds of cold air being sucked in from the surroundings. Jun Xiaoyao's methods were too sharp and ruthless. The head was connected to the origin spirit in the brain. If it was severed, it would be very troublesome and wouldn't recover as quickly as the limbs. Even if Long Yaoer controlled the heavenly book, it wouldn't do. It would have a great impact. Ah, don't, please don't. At the thought of her headless appearance, Long Yaoer really wanted to cry from fright. You impudent. Long Yuan's eyes were about to split open, his lungs about to explode. He had always been Long Yaoer's Tao protector. In his heart, Long Yaoer was like his own granddaughter. Who wouldn't be angry when they saw their own granddaughter being treated so cruelly? You also know how to be angry. Back then, when Overlord Body Xianxia used the blood of curses to plot against me, I was also very unhappy. Jun Xiaoyao sneered. What plot? I don't even know. Long Yaoer said, feeling wronged. It was clearly her sandbag that was killed by Jun Xiaoyao. How did it become Xianfei's plot against him? Looks like you don't know. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Long Yaoer. For a fool like Long Yaoer, she probably wouldn't have thought of such a move. Then it should be the plot of the Overlord Body Ancestral Hall. Damn it. Long Yuan couldn't watch any longer and raised his hand. The aura of a grand heavenly venerable erupted, causing the stars in the sky to tremble and begin to fall. A dragon claw made of magic power pressed down like the sky. It was incomparably majestic and collapsed in all directions. Of course, Long Yuan's move wasn't to kill Jun Xiaoyao. It was to snatch Long Yaoer back. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. One of his feet was still stepping on Long Yaoer's body. Not to mention other things, just the runes of the buried Emperor Star were enough to weaken the power of the dragon claw by more than half. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't worried. However, at this moment, in the depths of the stars in the distance, a zither sound blade suddenly swept over, shattering many stars along the way. The zither sound blade landed on the dragon claw and directly cut it in half. Intense magic power ripples were set off in the universe's sky. Long Yuan frowned. Jun Xiaoyao was also surprised for a moment. Then, a hint of gentleness and nostalgia appeared in his eyes. A peerless woman in gray holding a zither in her arms came over like a fairy. Her gray robe was wide, and her sleeves fluttered in the wind, but it couldn't hide her proud figure. Her long black hair was long and messy, covering more than half of her face. Half of her face was exposed, and it was as fair as snow. It was breathtaking and beautiful like a dream. Although the eyes of the gray-clothed woman were covered by her black hair, they were still visible. It was as if the sun was destroyed and the stars were sinking, reenacting the terrifying scene of chaos. It was Jun Xiaoyao's guardian, the woman with double pupils, Audiobook. Audiobook, it's really you. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a gentle smile. Audiobook also turned around, and a faint smile appeared on her usually cold face. A smile that could topple the world. Young master, it's been a long time. Audiobook would only show such a smile in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Because Jun Xiaoyao was the person she had been protecting all her life. After Jun Xiaoyao stepped on the Emperor Road and the Ancient Ultimate Road, Audiobook couldn't interfere too much due to the rules of the Ancient Road. Therefore, she could only cultivate on her own for the time being. Now that Jun Xiaoyao was about to reach the end of the Ancient Ultimate Road, Audiobook rushed over again. That seems to be the guardian of the son of God of the Jun family. She's so beautiful. She's the white-clothed supreme being of the Jun family. She's one of the 8 supreme beings under Jun Wuhui's command. She's born with double pupils. TSK, to have such a peerless beauty as his guardian, and she's a woman with double pupils at that. I'm so envious. Many male skyprides had envious looks in their eyes. Who wouldn't want a powerful, loyal, and peerless beauty to be their guardian? Jun Xiaoyao also felt a little emotional. Audiobook wasn't like other women who would more or less accompany Jun Xiaoyao for a period of time. Audiobook's companionship was quiet and unobtrusive. Most of the time, he would even ignore her existence. Audiobook would only appear when Jun Xiaoyao needed help the most. Who wouldn't cherish such a woman who silently protected and gave her all? Jun Xiaoyao also felt that Audiobook's aura was much stronger than before. Before, Audiobook was only at the quasi-supreme level. Now, his aura was only slightly weaker than Long Yuan's. Lesser heavenly venerable? Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. From quasi-supreme to supreme, and then to lesser heavenly venerable. It seemed that he had only advanced by 2 levels, which was not much. But one had to know that in the 7 levels of supreme, each advancement was more difficult than the previous 9 levels of sage. Audiobook could advance by 2 levels in such a short time, which was already extremely monstrous. But thinking of Audiobook's polychoria talent, this kind of improvement was not incomprehensible. How dare you be rude to the young master? So what if you are an ancient void dragon celestial venerable? Audiobook's voice was as cold as frost as he stroked the charred tail zither. If Long Yuan did not know, she did not mind attacking. Long Yuan's level was higher than hers, and he was also an ancient void dragon celestial venerable. But Ajiu also had the invincible polychoria, which could make up for the difference in level. You are, that person. Long Yuan saw that his move was blocked and was about to get angry, but he immediately frowned when he saw Ajiu. He knew that Ajiu was the subordinate of the white-robed divine king, Jun Wuhui. Who was Jun Wuhui? He was the most amazing genius of the Jun family in recent times. He had cultivated for the shortest time, but his strength was close to the ancestors of the Jun family. With the Qi into 3 Pure Ones technique, he suppressed the burial ground, the foreign realm, and the world-suppressing sea. He was a hero in the hearts of many cultivators. Even the hostile forces of the Jun family could not help but sigh when Jun Wuhui was mentioned. The white-robed divine king was really a hero. Some people even thought that Jun Wuhui was the peerless figure closest to the heaven-abandoning great emperor in recent times. Even the ancient void dragon clan did not want to provoke such a figure. Not to mention Jun Wuhui, even the king of God's 8 troops under Jun Wuhui's command had their own merits and were all peerless figures. Long Yuan calmed down temporarily. In fact, he didn't want to offend the Jun family. Now, can we talk calmly? Jun Xiaoyao asked calmly. If not for the heavenly book, Jun Xiaoyao would not have wasted his breath. Long Yuan frowned slightly and was about to say something. In the depths of the universe, a domineering voice suddenly resounded. Long Yuan, why should we be afraid? The ancient void dragon clan and my overlord ancestral hall are not afraid of the Jun family. Along with this domineering cold shout, there was a loud sound. Rumble. In the depths of the starry skies, it was as if countless great stars had shattered. A domineering figure stepped forward with a monstrous aura. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed, and stars fell from the sky. An expert, an absolute expert. In fact, that aura was even stronger than Long Yuan's. A majestic figure appeared. He was clad in pitch-black heavy armor, and his eyes shone with purple light, shooting out terrifying beams of light. That is, on the buried Emperor Star, many geniuses were startled. A great heavenly venerate of the ancient void dragon clan had just arrived. Then, one of the 8 divine kings, Ajiu, appeared. Now, another peerless expert had appeared. This caused everyone to be somewhat astonished. They didn't expect the battle between the Overlord physique and the Sacred physique to cause such a chain reaction. It's the people of the Overlord Ancestral Hall. It seems that they can't sit still. In the depths of the universe, the experts of the immortal forces who were watching the show conversed. Long Yaoer had suffered a crushing defeat. It wasn't just about the face of the ancient void dragon clan. It was also a disgrace to the Overlord Ancestral Hall. The Overlord Ancestral Hall had a deep foundation, unlike the desolate ancient sacred palace. They had always been at their peak, but they had always kept a low profile. The desolate ancient sacred palace could only compete with the Overlord Ancestral Hall at its peak, when 3 sacred physiques existed at the same time. As for now, only one sacred physique Wu Protector was left. Not to mention the Overlord Ancestral Hall, even the Overlord Star Tsang family could suppress the desolate ancient sacred palace. If Jun Xiaoyao, a complete sacred physique, hadn't come and saved the desolate ancient sacred palace, the desolate ancient sacred palace might have declined forever. However, it was also obvious how much the Overlord Ancestral Hall hated Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had helped the desolate ancient sacred palace rise again. Secondly, he had destroyed the Overlord Star Tsang family. Thirdly, he had almost completely defeated the Overlord Long Yaoer and even treated her like a dog. All these actions had made Jun Xiaoyao a thorn in the side of the Overlord Ancestral Hall. Now, the Overlord Ancestral Hall couldn't sit still anymore and sent out an expert. It's him, Ba Tianjue. An expert was surprised. He was a peerless expert of the Overlord Ancestral Hall, and his cultivation had reached the supreme mystique venerable rank. Logically speaking, such a powerhouse would not easily appear and make a move. However, the Overlord had lost miserably this time. It was the most miserable battle in history. This influence would last for a long time, and the Overlord lineage might be the laughingstock of the 9 heavens immortal realm for a long time. Therefore, the people of the Overlord Ancestral Hall couldn't sit still anymore and showed up. Since when did the sacred physique lineage fall so low that we have to rely on schemes to win? Ba Tianjue spoke as soon as he showed up. His voice was mighty and spread across the universe. All the cultivators were stunned when they heard it. The battle between Jun Xiaoyao's avatar and Long Yaoer was called a scheme. The only scheme involved was that Jun Xiaoyao had hidden the fourth seal of the immortal forbidding seal in his avatar. However, this was considered a normal battle tactic, and it had nothing to do with schemes. Besides, the overlord lineage had once challenged 3 immortal kings of the foreign realm when they were sacred physiques. Wasn't that shameless? Besides, Jun Xiaoyao had already exposed the truth. Almost everyone knew about it. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold. He didn't expect the Overlord Ancestral Hall to be so shameless. Die for insulting the young master. The terrifying zither music turned into destructive sound waves as Audiobook made his move. She didn't even care that Ba Tianjue was a supreme mystique venerable. To her, Jun Xiaoyao's reputation was as important as his life. It was something that Audiobook had to protect. Humph, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you're Jun Wuhui's subordinate. When has the Overlord Ancestral Hall ever been afraid of anyone? Ba Tianjue made his move. Purple blood wave, a tyrant fist was unleashed and destroyed the universe. Its might and Long Yaoer's tyrant fist were simply not the same concept. What? Is he also a Overlord body? The Sky Prides who didn't know much about the Overlord Ancestral Hall were surprised. The purple blood and Overlord fist were exclusive to the Overlord body of the heavens. You're wrong. Overlord bodies are the same as sacred physiques. There are only a few of them in an era. How can anyone be an Overlord body? Some core experts of the Overlord Ancestral Hall can obtain the concentrated blood essence of the Overlord body and have part of the ability of the Overlord body of the heavens, some Sky Prides explained. I see. Many people understood. Ba Tianjue had the concentrated blood essence of the Overlord body. The concentration was much higher than that of the Conqueror Star's Song family. It was just like how Jun Xiaoyao would give his sacred physique blood essence to Wu Hu, Ning Chen, Little Xianxia, and the others. Although the sacred physique and Overlord body weren't pure-blooded, they could still obtain part of the talent. Boom, Ba Tianjue and Audiobook exchanged blows. Powerful ripples of magic power surged through the universe, and destructive runes burst out. Chaotic mist appeared in Audiobook's eyes. The light from his polychoria split heaven and earth, and the zither music swept across the universe. As expected of the polychoria zither lady, one of the King of Gods 8. Unfortunately, her realm is still 1 level lower. If they were in the same realm, Ba Tianjue wouldn't be able to defeat Audiobook. However, his realm was 2 levels higher than Audio's. Ba Tianjue's fistlight was shocking. Purple chi surged as if it had destroyed 3,000 worlds, even someone as strong as Audiobook was forced to retreat. Her delicate body trembled, and blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. There were 7 realms of supremacy, and the difference between each realm was huge. It was far from comparable to the difference between the 9 levels of ascension. On the buried Emperor Star, Jun Xiaoyao saw a drop of blood at the corner of Audiobook's mouth. His eyes suddenly became as cold as ice. Everyone could feel that the surrounding temperature seemed to be dropping rapidly. Boom, Jun Xiaoyao stepped on Long Yaoer's head. If you dare to hurt Audiobook again, I, the Son of God, will kill the Overlord. Jun Xiaoyao's voice spread in all directions. It could even be heard in the starry sky of the universe. All the Sky Prides felt their scalps go numb, and their gazes turned to Jun Xiaoyao. Was Jun Xiaoyao really going to kill the Overlord? If that was the case, it would definitely set off a huge wave. The ancient Void Dragon clan and the Overlord Ancestral Hall would be furious. Perhaps it would set off an unprecedented immortal war that would sweep across the immortal realms. Son of God of the Jun family, stop. Long Yuan couldn't help but shout. How dare you? Ba Tianjue also shouted, and the sound waves shattered the universe. Let's see if I, the Son of God, dare or not. Jun Xiaoyao stepped heavily on Long Yaoer's little head. Long Yaoer cried miserably. She wanted to cry but had no tears. She was the Overlord, the indomitable Overlord who dominated the universe. Every generation of Overlords was enough to shock the world. They were the tide of the era. But what about her? Now, she was being stepped on by Jun Xiaoyao, tied up with a dog chain and used as a bargaining chip. How could the word miserably describe it? Young master, in the starry sky, Audiobook saw this scene. Her eyes, which were always cold and indifferent, were filled with the vicissitudes of life. However, a slight ripple appeared in her eyes. This little boy who she had been protecting since he was born. Now, he had grown to the point where he had the ability to protect her. This made Audiobook feel that her choice was not wrong. The person she protected also wanted to protect her. Xianxia, are you going to start an immortal war? Can you bear the price? The anger in Ba Tianjue's eyes seemed to be able to burn the 9 realms. He was truly infuriated by Xianxia. You can try and see if I, the son of God, have the guts. Xianxia flicked his sleeves and said indifferently. Audiobook had been his protector since he was young. She had been silently protecting Xianxia without asking for anything in return. Xianxia was an extremely protective person. There was no way Xianxia was going to stand by and watch a beauty like her get hurt just to protect him. In fact, when he saw the drop of blood at the corner of Audiobook's lips, he was shocked. Xianxia had already sentenced Ba Tianjue to death. No, it was a death sentence for the entire Overlord Ancestral Hall. When he had the ability in the future, he would definitely destroy the Overlord Body Ancestral Hall and completely cut off this inheritance. In the future, Overlord Body Ancestral Hall might not even know when they died. The only thing that brought about their extinction was the drop of blood at the corner of Audio's mouth. When the geniuses on the buried Emperor Star saw this scene, they all sighed incomparably. Who would dare to threaten a supreme mystic venerate powerhouse in the great saint stage? Only Xianxia dared. Jun family son of God, let's talk things over. There's no need for this. Long Yuan hurriedly said. The ancient Void Dragon clan originally didn't have much connection with the Overlord Body Ancestral Hall. The only connection was Long Yaoer. It could be said that without Long Yaoer, these two immortal forces wouldn't have any interaction. Now, Ba Tianjue was provoking them for the sake of the Overlord Body's face. However, he might sacrifice Long Yaoer. Long Yuan naturally didn't want to see this scene, so he wanted to be a peacemaker and hurriedly spoke to stop it. Heh. Is this the attitude of someone who injured me, Xianxia? Xianxia was still as cold as ever. Although he was only in the great saint stage, he wasn't afraid of facing the great heavenly venerate Long Yuan and the supreme mystic venerate Ba Tianjue. The atmosphere fell into a suffocating stagnation. In this atmosphere, a terrifying and boundless aura suddenly came from a place extremely far away. That aura carried a sense of desolation, and at the same time, a boundless battle intent swept across the endless space. The entire buried Emperor Star, including some of the immortal forces elders who were hiding in the dark, felt a strong and boundless battle intent. This aura is so strong. Could it be that another big shot has appeared? Who could it be? Could it be that the Jun family's experts have appeared? Many immortal forces experts were surprised and guessing. Long Yuan and Ba Tianjue had appeared on Long Yaoer's side. Xianxia naturally couldn't only have one guardian, Audiobook. The Jun family's people might have appeared. However, after sensing this aura, Audiobook's expression revealed a hint of surprise. Light flickered in his double pupils. This aura, could it be him? No, it's impossible for him to come here. Just as everyone was still in shock, Yizichen suddenly spoke. A terrifying wave swept over from the depths of the universe. It was a vast sea of magic power, and a terrifying scene of thousands of beasts galloping appeared. Golden Swanee, Pixiu, Shenhou, Fei, Baifeng, all kinds of ancient beasts gathered into a sea of destructive beasts and bombarded Ba Tianjue, Long Yuan, and the others. The aura of a supreme mystic venerable. Who is it? Ba Tianjue's expression changed. His fist shook the world, and purple light surged, shaking the 8 directions. Boom, after the collision, Ba Tianjue's figure retreated a few hundred feet, smashing many ancient stars. His chest shook, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. As for Long Yuan, he was injured and retreated, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Although he was an expert of the ancient Void Dragon clan, his cultivation level was 1 level lower than a supreme mystic venerable. Could it be that the Jun family's experts have come to show their strength to the ancient Void Dragon clan and the Tyrant clan? The big shot in the dark was surprised and very concerned about the situation. Under everyone's gaze, a stalwart figure stepped through the air. With every step he took, the entire universe seemed to tremble. the aura of a supreme mystic venerable was boundless. It was a gray-haired man, and his cold face was crisscrossed with knife scars. The flames of war burned around him, and there was a wild killing intent. He seemed to be the embodiment of war, and his life was filled with the flames of war. At the same time, there was a wild aura around him, and there were countless beasts circling around him. Who is he? Some of the geniuses were confused. There was no such person in the Jun family. It is indeed him. Audio's eyes flashed. The gray-haired man did not say anything. His cold eyes were vertical like those of a wild beast. He stomped his foot and charged toward Ba Tianjue. Wild heaven-slaying seal. The gray-haired man clawed with his 5 fingers, and a wild magic power gathered into a destructive seal. It was as if it was going to destroy everything. The galaxy rolled backward, and the void shook violently. The surging flames of war burned and boiled. You. Could it be? Ba Tianjue's eyes trembled. He seemed to have realized who the man in front of him was. But why would he appear here? However, there was no time for Ba Tianjue to think. He could only attack with all his might. The purple fist light illuminated the pitch-black universe. Boom, an unprecedented collision erupted, and it was as if a giant ancient star had exploded. The battle between the 2 supreme mystique venerables was a shocking sight to behold. Countless runes of laws appeared on the surface of the buried Emperor Star to resist the shockwaves caused by the battle between the 2 mystic venerables. However, what made everyone incomparably shocked was that, although they were at the same level, Ba Tianjue was at an absolute disadvantage and was forced to retreat. The gray-haired man charged forward once again. With a ferocious appearance, his palms appeared as though they were about to split the heavens. With a loud explosion, Ba Tianjue's body was split into 2. Bang, boundless purple blood splashed out, sprinkling all over the universe. In all directions, the faces of countless people were dumbfounded and shocked. A supreme mystic venerate's body was destroyed in just a few moves. Moreover, it was Ba Tianjue's body that contained the blood essence of the tyrant body. Wasn't he too ferocious? Many people were shocked as they looked at the gray-haired man. Where exactly did he come from? He was ridiculously strong. With a shocking roar, Ba Tianjue's primordial spirit burst forth and tried to escape. His primordial spirit shouted with shock and anger, "It's you, god of war barbarian. Why are you here?" Hearing this, the skyprites on the buried Emperor Star and the surrounding people were stunned. Only then did some people come back to their senses. Their pupils were also filled with extreme shock. It's him. White-clothed deity King Jun Wuhui's subordinate. One of the deity king's 8 deity kings, god of war barbarian. In Jun Xiaoyao's previous generation, the most outstanding person in the entire Jun family was undoubtedly the divine king Jun Wuhui. In that generation, there was a saying. No matter how many geniuses you are, you can't even compare to a corner of the white robe. From this, one could see how famous the white-robed divine king Jun Wuhui was. However, he was not the most famous person. There were also his subordinates, the divine king 8. Every one of them was a hero among men, each with their own merits, an outstanding existence. It was already enough for an ordinary powerhouse to have such a loyal follower. Jun Wuhui had a total of 8. At this moment, there was a majestic man with a stalwart figure, a crisscrossed scar on his face, and a head of gray hair that fluttered without wind. He was one of the divine king 8, the heaven punisher, war god man. It's my father's subordinate. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. Until now, Jun Xiaoyao had already seen 3 of the divine king 8. The Polychoria Zither girl, Audiobook, the demon king, Xianxia, the heaven punisher, war god man. Audiobook had always been by his side as his guardian. Xianxia followed Jun Wuhui and guarded the eternal burial ground alone. Now, where did this heaven punisher, war god man, come from? For some reason, Jun Xiaoyao felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. On the other side, in the depths of the universe, Ba Tianjue, whose physical body had been destroyed, could only escape with his primordial spirit. The Overlord Ancestral Hall will remember this matter. We will not let it go. Humph, you slandered the young master and injured the people of the divine king 8. You still want to live? War god man snorted coldly and stretched out his hand. Countless beast shadows appeared and turned into a fierce tide, wanting to drown Ba Tianjue's primordial spirit and kill him. However, at this moment, the entire universe seemed to have stopped for a moment. An indescribable supreme power enveloped the entire buried Emperor star and the surrounding universe through billions of layers of space. The entire buried Emperor star released an unprecedented light. All kinds of law patterns bloomed. This was the highest level of defense, which meant that an incomparably terrifying force was affecting this place. Of course, the first one to bear the brunt was the war god barbarian. He felt a fatal aura locking onto him. His glabella felt like it was about to split open, and a drop of blood flowed out. The power that was separated by billions of layers of space was not something a mystique venerable rank like him could withstand. It wasn't even something that supremacy creation could resist. However, there was no fear in war god barbarian's eyes. His beast-like pupils were filled with cold killing intent. Haha, that's great. Dominating Sky Extinction's primordial spirit was incomparably glad, feeling that he had escaped from death. The real peerless big shot of the Overlord Ancestral Hall had made his move. How dare you destroy my body? The next one to die is you. Tyrannical Sky Extinction's primordial spirit was filled with resentment. However, at this moment, in another ancient, primitive, and dangerous star field, there was a dead and uninhabited ancient star. On the ancient star, there was only one ancient tree. It was so tall that its crown reached the Milky Way. This was the longevity ancient tree, and it contained boundless life essence energy. Although it was still inferior to the world tree, it was still a rare treasure, much more precious than the elixir of immortality. At this moment, an old man was sitting cross-legged on top of the longevity ancient tree's crown. The old man had white hair, but his cheeks were as smooth as a baby's. He was wearing an ancient and tattered robe, and it was impossible to tell which era he belonged to. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of history, as if countless years had passed. The old man was holding a bamboo fishing rod in his hand. The fishing line was condensed from the god law of order, and it hung in the dark depths of the universe. At this moment, the god law of order trembled slightly. The old man's withered lips curled into a faint smile. It's taken the bait. Boom, the old man swung the fishing rod in his hand, endless Milky Way scattered like water droplets. An incomparably huge ancient beast was caught by the old man from the depths of the universe's Milky Way. This ancient beast was dozens of times bigger than the ancient star of life. Upon closer inspection, it was a star-devouring ancient beast. If anyone saw this, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would pop out. The star-devouring ancient beast was an absolute ferocious beast in the universe. It could devour the sun, moon, stars, and many life stars. Even someone as strong as a prime would be devoured if they encountered a star-devouring ancient beast. However, at that moment, the old man had a relaxed expression on his face. He was using the god law of order as a line to catch the star-devouring ancient beast. However, just as the old man was about to reap the rewards of the battle, he suddenly frowned, and his movements paused slightly. At this moment, the star-devouring ancient beast swung its body. Its huge body, which was comparable to the immemorial Kuan Pung, shattered countless stars, and the fragments scattered in all directions. The star-devouring ancient beast disappeared into the dark depths of the universe. Seeing this, the old man was not angry. He only frowned, and his eyes, which were filled with vicissitudes of time, seemed to be able to see through endless space. Huh. Now that the water has become murky, all kinds of rotten fish and shrimps have escaped. It's the Tyrant Ancestral Hall. That little thing, the Tyrant Sovereign, has just broken through from the Chaos Dao Venerate to the First Tribulation Quasi-Emperor. How dare he provoke the Jun family? The old man shook his head slightly. Then, the fishing rod in his hand shook. The fishing line formed by the god law of order scattered, broke through billions of dimensions, and pierced through the universe, and rushed toward an ancient land. Humph, there seemed to be a faint groan in the void. The seventh forefather of the Jun family, Jun Tai-E. Suddenly, a voice filled with coldness resounded. At the same time, there was also a hint of fear. This was the old man who was in seclusion under the longevity ancient tree and fishing for stars. It was the seventh forefather of the Jun family, Jun Tai-E. Previously, the Jun family had participated in the immortal battle in the Huangtian mystic realm. There were also quasi-emperors from other mystic realms who attacked from a distance. In the end, they were stopped by the sixth forefather of the Jun family, Jun Taishan, who was drifting in the universe. Later, Jun Taishan destroyed Zulong with a single sword strike. The seventh forefather of the Jun family, Jun Tai-yi, who was fishing for stars, was a figure of the same generation as Jun Taishan. His strength was naturally unfathomable. If the tyrant sovereign of the tyrant ancestral hall had awakened, I might have been afraid. But with a junior like you, Jun Tai smiled. There was no sign of life from the tyrant ancestral hall. It was obvious that the tyrant sovereign, who had broken through to the first tribulation quasi-emperor, was extremely afraid of Jun Tai and did not dare to attack casually. Jun Tai's eyes were deep as he looked somewhere. There's not much time left in the foreign realm. The seat of my Jun family's generation is called Jun Xiaoyao. He's a pretty good kid. Jun Tai revealed a gratified smile and continued to fish for stars in the universe with his eyes closed. Back at the buried Emperor star, everyone could feel the supreme power in the unseen world. This is definitely not the power of a seventh stage supremacy. A quasi-emperor is secretly making a move. Some of the important figures who were watching the show were surprised. They did not expect the battle between the holy body and the overlord body to have such far-reaching effects. Even a quasi-emperor was secretly making a move. Everyone felt a sense of suffocation. Even someone as strong as barbarian god of war felt like he was being suppressed to the extreme. The space between his eyebrows was about to split open, and blood dripped out. Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change. He believed that his family would not remain indifferent. Sure enough, in less than a quarter of an hour, the supreme mighty force dissipated. Another powerful force is making a move. It's the Jun family's quasi-emperor. In the depths of the starry sky, many important figures were surprised. The Jun family was indeed as strong as before. They would not allow their own family to be bullied. Sure enough, they made a move. I wonder which ancient ancestor it is. Jun Xiaoyao smiled indifferently. He had long predicted this scene. Ba Tianjua's primordial spirit, who had fled far away, was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The quasi-emperor of the tyrant ancestral hall had actually stopped out of fear. Now, can you still run? Barbarian god of war's tone was cold. He stretched out a big hand, and the flames of war burned. The shadow of a beast appeared and surged forward like a wave. No. Ba Tianjua let out a cry of despair. Endless waves of magic power drowned his primordial spirit. The tyrant ancestral hall's supreme mystic sovereign had fallen. At this moment, the entire buried Emperor star was dead silent. On the buried Emperor star, many geniuses' minds were buzzing and their expressions were blank. For many of them, this was the first time they had seen a supreme mystic venerable fall. In their eyes, such an expert was a heaven-like existence. But now, he had fallen so easily. This caused people to be alarmed. Many people looked at the barbarian god of war with shock, astonishment, and amazement. Oh my god, he killed a mystic venerable of the overlord ancestral hall just like that. As expected of the 8 divine kings. Nonsense, this is someone who followed the white-clothed divine king. There are no weak soldiers under a fierce general. He must have the courage. Many geniuses had yearning looks in their eyes. They also wanted to kill all their enemies to their heart's content. Then, barbarian god locked his gaze on Long Yuan. Long Yuan's hair stood on end, and a bone-chilling intent rushed up his spine. He was like a prey that was targeted by a hunter. Fellow cultivator, I didn't hurt anyone. Long Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. He had only attacked once, and it was blocked by Audiobook without causing any damage. Many people were speechless when they saw this scene. Long Yuan, who had the appearance of an expert, was now as timid as a turtle. However, everyone could understand. After all, a higher realm could suppress someone. Moreover, even a mystic venerable was killed by barbarian god in a few moves. It would be strange if Long Yuan wasn't afraid. Barbarian god coldly retracted his gaze and ignored them. He withdrew his mystic venerable aura and descended on the buried Emperor star. Audiobook followed closely behind. On the buried Emperor star, Jun Xiaoyao was holding Long Yaoer by a dog leash made from divine order chains. Long Yaoer's limbs grew out again, and she was about to stand up. Jun Xiaoyao kicked Long Yao's little butt. Get down. Have you ever seen a dog walking on two legs? Long Yaoer was kicked to the ground again. You. Long Yaoer's face was red. She was kicked in the butt by Jun Xiaoyao in front of everyone. Since she was young, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? Although Long Yuan was sometimes strict with her, he would never hit her. He was even closer to her than his own granddaughter. But today, she seemed to have experienced an unprecedented nightmare. It was one thing to be defeated. Now, he didn't even have the right to be born as a human, no, a dragon. Although dragons and dogs were both animals. But she was a little female dragon, not a little bitch. In the eyes of this son of God, you are just a dog. Looking up to me is the attitude you should have. A cold smile appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face. If not for the fact that Long Yaoer still had value as a bargaining chip, he didn't mind killing him. However, looking at Long Yaoer, who was lying on the ground, wearing a necklace and tears in the corners of her eyes, Long Yaoer was stunned. Why was there an inexplicable joy in his heart? Could it be that he had awakened something strange? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. When he came back to his senses, War God Barbarian and Audiobook were standing in front of him. War God Barbarian was tall and muscular. His skin was bronze and covered in scars. His gray hair fluttered in the wind, and there were two crisscrossing scars on his cold face. His beast-like vertical pupils were filled with wildness. This was a man who looked like a demon. In terms of temperament, he was not inferior to the demon King Li Xian that Jun Xiaoyao had met in the burial ground. Anyone who got close to this man would feel oppressed and suffocated. But at this moment, facing Jun Xiaoyao, War God Barbarian restrained his aura and even pulled out a smile that he had never shown before. This smile was a little stiff and unnatural. Audiobook was surprised when he saw this. War God Barbarian knew how to smile, this was simply unheard of. White-robed Divine King Jun Wuhui's subordinates, War God Barbarian, greets the young master. War God Barbarian knelt down on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyao. This caused all the heavens' prides to be stunned. One had to know that this fierce person who knelt down in front of Jun Xiaoyao was a supreme mystic venerable. And he had just killed another supreme mystic venerable. Such an expert actually knelt down in front of Jun Xiaoyao without hesitation. Senior, please rise. Thank you for your help this time. Jun Xiaoyao helped War God Barbarian up with one hand. Jun Xiaoyao was still very respectful towards these subordinates who followed his father. Like father, like son. Young master's grace is admirable. War God Barbarian's tone was full of praise. He had dominated the ancient road and completely defeated the overlord. He saw Jun Wuhui's grace in Jun Xiaoyao. In fact, the student might even surpass the master. But when he thought of Jun Wuhui, a dark cloud flashed across War God Barbarian's eyes. War God Barbarian, weren't you following the Lord to the border of the foreign lands? What's wrong? Audiobook hesitated. This matter. War God Barbarian paused. The uneasiness in Jun Xiaoyao's heart surfaced again. But he also understood that this matter was not suitable to be discussed in public. Senior, let's talk about this later. Jun Xiaoyao said. War God Barbarian nodded. Audiobook. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Audiobook. Young master. Audiobook nodded. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and personally wiped away the blood on Audiobook's lips. Young master. Audiobook was stunned for a moment. She did not expect Jun Xiaoyao to do this. Fortunately, War God Senior Barbarian killed Ba Tianjue today. Otherwise, I would be very unhappy. Jun Xiaoyao said. Young master has grown up. Now you want to protect Audiobook. Audiobook's lips curled into a beautiful smile. Although she did not ask for anything in return. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao cared about her so much, she was still happy. If I had the strength, I would protect anyone I want to protect. Unfortunately, I'm not as strong as Audiobook. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Audiobook believes that with young master's talent, it won't be long before you surpass Audiobook's cultivation, Gio said. At this moment, a cough sounded. Ahem, that. Son of God of the Jun family, shouldn't we have a talk? Long Yuan also retracted his aura and descended on the buried emperor star. His expression was a little awkward, but there was nothing he could do. Jun Xiaoyao was chatting with War God Barbarian and Audiobook as if nothing had happened. But the problem was that Jun Xiaoyao was holding Long Yaoer's hand like a little bitch. What was going on? Did the ancient Void Dragon clan not care about their reputation? Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Earlier, this son of God wanted to talk, but you wanted to fight. Now you want to talk? Long Yuan's face alternated between green and white, and his heart was filled with hatred. However, he did not hate Jun Xiaoyao, but Ba Tianjue. If Ba Tianjue had not attacked so impulsively, the situation might not have turned out this way. At this moment, golden light bloomed in the void again. A figure wearing golden armor appeared. It's the executors of the ancient road. Why did they only appear now? Some of the prodigies looked over. The executor of the ancient road looked a little embarrassed. It could be said that it was a fight between immortals just now. He could not afford to offend either side. However, the executor still braced himself and said, "Son of God, we executors also hope that Son of God can spare Ba Tianjue's life for now. After all, you are all qualified to become seeds." Seeds? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. "Young master, the executors are related to the gatekeepers," Battle God Barbarian said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. The gatekeepers were very prestigious, and were revered by countless cultivators in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. They were a group of selfless experts who had guarded the borders of the Outlander realm for countless epochs. Some of the executors of the ancient road were descendants of the gatekeepers. Jun Xiaoyao was only using Long Yaoer as a bargaining chip. "As long as you agree to this Son of God's conditions, I can let Long Yaoer go," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Son of God is truly magnanimous," the executor said, clasping his hands in praise. Long Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they could negotiate, it was fine. "The conditions are simple," Jun Xiaoyao said. "This Son of God wants Long Yaoer's heavenly tomes." "What? Heavenly book?" The geniuses were startled at first, then their expressions changed. Everyone in the Nine Heavens celestial realm knew about the 9 great heavenly books. They represented the 9 ultimate Daos. Ordinary geniuses would soar to the sky after obtaining a heavenly book. They would cultivate a Dao to the extreme. Besides, there were rumors that if one could collect all 9 great heavenly books, they would be able to uncover their secrets and see a never-before-seen path. Although no one had ever collected all 9 great heavenly books, that didn't stop the cultivators from fantasizing. Some of the geniuses also came to a realization. They instantly understood why Long Yaoer had such a terrifying recovery ability. Even with the heavenly tyrant body and the bloodline of the ancient void dragon, her recovery ability couldn't be that strong. The only possibility was, so it's one of the 9 great heavenly books, the Life Book. Everyone was enlightened. Their previous doubts were answered. The Life Book could also be called the Book of Life, the Book of Life, and so on. It controlled the Tao of life. In the ancient records, there were many geniuses who had obtained the Life Book. Although the Life Book couldn't bring a powerful attack to a cultivator, it could bring an insane vitality and recovery ability for those who had the Life Book. Regrowing a broken limb was nothing compared to it. Regrowing with a drop of blood, evolving the flesh, recovering the soul, nourishing the primordial spirit, and endless vitality. It could be said that as long as the vitality wasn't completely destroyed, it could be recovered with time. This ability was simply heaven-defying. It could be said to be the best life-saving ability. No wonder the great conqueror's recovery ability is so terrifying. He can regrow his limbs instantly. It turns out that he cultivated the Life Book. Unfortunately, so what if he cultivated the Life Book? In the end, he still lost to the Son of God of the Jun family. The Son of God of the Jun family's body is already unparalleled. If he obtains the Life Book, it's simply, some people didn't dare to imagine anymore. Jun Xiaoyao's physical body was already unparalleled throughout the ages. If he cultivated the Life Book, who could destroy Jun Xiaoyao's body in the future? Even challenging someone of a higher level wouldn't be a problem. Unless their cultivation was several levels higher than Jun Xiaoyao's, it was almost impossible to injure Jun Xiaoyao. Impossible. You can't have the Book of Life. Long Yaoer, who is lying on the ground, is agitated and can't help but shout out. She had already suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. If he allowed Jun Xiaoyao to obtain the Book of Life, he would not be able to do anything. Then wouldn't it be even more impossible for Long Yaoer to make a comeback, without even the slightest bit of hope? Bang! Jun Xiaoyao kicked Long Yaoer's little butt again. Ah! Long Yaoer moaned in pain. Her little butt was red and swollen. There's no room for a dog to speak here, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. Long Yaoer gritted her teeth, feeling incomparably humiliated. This kind of humiliation and torture was even more humiliating than losing a battle. However, in this kind of extreme humiliation, there was also a kind of indescribable feeling of depravity spreading in the bottom of Long Yaoer's heart. This indescribable feeling caused her snow-white skin to turn pink. His entire being seemed to have become a little strange. Jun Xiaoyao did not care about Long Yaoer and looked at Long Yuan. He was the target of the transaction. Long Yuan's hand also clenched. To be honest, he really did not want to give the Book of Life to Jun Xiaoyao. Although Long Yaoer lost miserably this time, part of the reason was because Jun Xiaoyao used his Dharma body to play with Long Yaoer. It made Long Yaoer's state of mind a little unstable. If Long Yaoer could be brave after being humiliated and concentrate on cultivation, Long Yuan also had a way to let Long Yaoer continue to improve. Even if he did not directly defeat Jun Xiaoyao, he would at least try to catch up. But if he gave the Book of Life to Jun Xiaoyao, it would undoubtedly make Jun Xiaoyao even more powerful. There was almost no hope for Long Yaoer to make a comeback. Looking at the silent Long Yuan, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. He stepped on Long Yaoer's little head. It seems that there is no room for negotiation. The Son of God gives face to the executors, but you don't give face to the Son of God. Seeing this, the executors frowned and looked at Long Yuan. Fellow Taoist Long Yuan, let's both take a step back. Long Yuan sighed and flicked his wrist, throwing an ancient scroll to Jun Xiaoyao. The Book of Life was not on Long Yaoer, but in Long Yuan's hands. Jun Xiaoyao caught it. This scroll was bronze in color, as if it was stained with copper green, and it looked incomparably simple. Jun Xiaoyao did not have to judge whether the Book of Life was real or fake. Because he had 3 heavenly tomes, he could naturally feel that it was real. The Book of Life fell into the hands of the Son of God of the Jun family. It's really like adding wings to a tiger. Yeah, if the Son of God of the Jun family can collect the other heavenly tomes, he will be even stronger. No one knew that this was the 4th heavenly tomes that Jun Xiaoyao had obtained. Body Book, Space Book, Treasure Book, and Life Book. Of the 9 heavenly tomes, Jun Xiaoyao had obtained 4, almost half of them were in Jun Xiaoyao's possession. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao would not deliberately publicize it, as it would cause trouble for himself. Long Yuan suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "All right, I've given you the Book of Life. You can let her go now." Long Yaoer did not dare to say anything else, for fear of being kicked in the butt by Jun Xiaoyao again. However, she also felt despair in her heart. Now that Jun Xiaoyao had the Book of Life, it would be even harder for her to turn the tables. However, Jun Xiaoyao revealed a playful smile. He shook his head lightly. "Are you playing with me?" Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's attitude, Long Yuan was so angry that his body trembled. If it weren't for the buried Emperor Star's nomological suppression, his aura would have exploded. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still calm as he said, "I, the Son of God, am not such a person. If we had a peaceful conversation from the beginning, that was indeed the only condition, and I would have let her go. However, you ignored my wishes to talk to you and chose to use force. You even injured my path protector. Shouldn't you settle this score?" Jun Xiaoyao was not someone who would go back on his words. However, he was also someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Jun Xiaoyao was not greedy, all he wanted was to have a good conversation with them from the very beginning. However, he had to use force and even injured Ajiao. Jun Xiaoyao was naturally not so easy to talk to. "You're pushing your luck." Long Yuan's old face was ashen, and his heart was about to explode. Long Yaoer's delicate body was also trembling. She was quite angry, but she did not dare to speak anymore. "Then you can take it that I'm pushing my luck. It just so happens that the ancient road is lonely. It's quite good to have a female pet to accompany me." Jun Xiaoyao said as he pulled. At the other end of the dog leash, Long Yaoer, who had a collar around her neck, was lying at his feet. Long Yuan's heart was bleeding when he saw this. He squeezed out the words from between his teeth. What other conditions do you have? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. His handsome face looked very peaceful, and he even looked a little amiable. I've heard that the ancient void dragon tribe has a precious treasure called the Spring of Life. Buzz, when he heard Jun Xiaoyao mention the Spring of Life, Long Yuan's head buzzed. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. Jun Xiaoyao was treating the ancient void dragon clan like pigs to be slaughtered. They were dragons, not pigs. It was obvious that Jun Xiaoyao was out to rip them off. The Spring of Life was one of the most precious treasures in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. It was comparable to the World Tree. A drop of the Spring of Life could cure the dead and bring bones back to life. It could also replenish life essence and was a rare alchemy material. It had many wonderful uses. Even the ancient void dragon tribe only had one drop of the Spring of Life. In the Nine Heavens immortal realm, a drop of the Spring of Life could be sold for a sky-high price. This is extortion. Long Yuan roared like an angry lion. Even with his mental state as a great heavenly venerate, he couldn't remain calm. Humph, watch your attitude toward the young master. War God Barbarian stepped out, although he didn't reveal any aura. Although he didn't reveal his aura, his beast-like eyes were emitting a dangerous cold light. Long Yuan choked. He couldn't release the pent-up anger in his heart. As the great elder of the ancient void dragon tribe, he had never felt so humiliated. Moreover, he was humiliated by a young man. This young man was too terrifying, even the surrounding geniuses were speechless, let alone Long Yuan. They didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to be so bold as to extort them. The ancient void dragon tribe was one of the most mysterious and powerful dragon tribes. Although they kept a low profile, no one dared to provoke them. Yet, they were being ripped off by Jun Xiaoyao. The executors of the ancient road's lips twitched, but he wisely chose to remain silent. He was only here to mediate. There was no need to stir up trouble for himself. Of course, you can choose to refuse. I, the son of God, just have another dog, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Demon, he's a demon. Long Yaoer, who was lying on the ground, repeatedly repeated in her heart. Long Yuan's face twitched. He couldn't let Long Yaoer become Jun Xiaoyao's dog. Wouldn't that be rubbing the faces of the ancient void dragon tribe and the overlord ancestral hall on the ground? Besides, Long Yaoer was a rare member of the ancient void dragon tribe. She had the ancient golden dragon bloodline, which was extraordinary. Strictly speaking, Long Yaoer's ancient golden dragon bloodline hadn't fully awakened. Once completely awakened, Long Yaoer's strength would undergo a qualitative change. There was no way the ancient void dragons would give up on Long Yaoer. I need to contact the clan. Long Yuan exhaled and said in a deep voice. Although he was the supreme elder of the ancient void dragon clan, he did not have the right to decide where the Spring of Life should go. As one of the most ancient and rare bloodlines of the dragon clan, the ancient void dragon clan naturally had more powerful experts. But so what, didn't he see that the quasi-emperor of Overlord Ancestral Hall had stopped? Therefore, even if Long Yuan called for more powerful people in the clan, it would be useless. It was better to think about how to solve the problem. Sure, but this son of God's patience is limited. I'll give you a result within 7 days, Jun Xiaoyao said. Long Yuan nodded coldly and left. He wasn't afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would do anything to Long Yaoer. As the successor of a clan of the remote antiquity, he still needed to maintain his dignity. And the executors of the ancient road were here as well. After Long Yuan left, the atmosphere of the buried emperor star eased up. Then, an earth-shattering uproar erupted. What happened today was enough to be praised by people for a long time. Oh my God, the son of God of the Jun family is really heaven-defying. The unprecedented battle between the sacred body and the overlord body is enough to go down in history. That's right. His Dharma body could fight with the overlord for so long, and his true body suppressed the overlord. That's right. When the son of God's true body stepped out, I felt like my scalp was going to explode. Many talented cultivators looked at Jun Xiaoyao with blazing eyes. The male cultivators worshipped him fanatically, while the female cultivators were fanatically infatuated with him. Since ancient times, Xianxia was the only one who could play with the sacred body of the overlord like this. Not to mention that after the death of the Dark Venerable of the Overlord Ancestral Hall, even the quasi-emperors couldn't do anything about it. Although these things had nothing to do with Jun Xiaoyao directly, they were all indirectly related to him. Jun Xiaoyao had once again refreshed the world's understanding of him today. Young Master Jun is too handsome. Brother, this is the first time I feel that someone can beat you. Yu Yinchang had also become Jun Xiaoyao's little fangirl. She didn't have the reservedness of a princess of the Ascension Jin dynasty at all. Yu, looking at his cheap sister who instantly switched sides, the Ascension King shook his head helplessly. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a deep gaze and murmured in his heart, no wonder he's an existence that can compete with the heavens. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was the center of attention of everyone. Even the many immortal forces in the universe were sizing up Jun Xiaoyao. Some of them were kind, some were curious, and some were cold. Master. Princess Longji returned to her human form and came to Jun Xiaoyao. Although she was injured and looked a little disheveled, it didn't diminish her elegance as the princess of the dragon race. It's all my fault. Sorry to trouble you, Master. Princess Longji bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. Long Yaoer, who was being led by a dog leash, actually felt a sense of empathy. She and Princess Longji were both from the dragon race. One was treated as a mount, while the other was being led by a dog leash. However, unlike Long Yaoer, Princess Longji had already submitted to Jun Xiaoyao wholeheartedly. It's all right. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. He had come here for the Overlord. It had nothing to do with Princess Longji. However, Princess Longji clearly thought that Jun Xiaoyao was here to save her. The Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor's opportunity here is not bad. Go and accept the inheritance, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. No, no. Such a precious opportunity should belong to you, Master. Princess Longji hurriedly rejected. You don't have to do that. If it's your opportunity, it's yours. If there's something I need, I'll take it, Jun Xiaoyao said. Then, Princess Longji nodded and went to accept the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor's inheritance. The Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor had one of his fingers severed by a mysterious genius when he was young. After that, the mysterious genius disappeared. Who could it be? Jun Xiaoyao thought of this rumor and couldn't help but be curious. In the next few days, Princess Longji also began to accept the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor's inheritance. There were various secret skills and secret manuals that were very valuable. After Princess Longji cultivated them, she could also pass them on to the dragon human race in the monarch's court. As for the other opportunities, Jun Xiaoyao only took some elixirs of immortality and divine elixirs. There was nothing else that interested him. The life book was as valuable to him as the great emperor's opportunity. 7. Days are almost up. They should be here soon, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He was sure that the ancient Void Dragon tribe would definitely compromise. Because Long Yaoer's status in the ancient Void Dragon tribe was the same as Jun Xiaoyao's in the Jun family. The ancient Void Dragon tribe would not give up on Long Yaoer, this seed. Once I get my hands on the Spring of Life, my powers will be transformed once more. Jun Xiaoyao smirked. He didn't choose the Spring of Life on a whim. It was because the Spring of Life was very useful to him at this stage. Firstly, the Spring of Life was very helpful to Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation of the life book. The Spring of Life played an important role in Long Yaoer's ability to comprehend the life book so quickly. With the Spring of Life and Jun Xiaoyao's monstrous talent, he was able to quickly advance. In a short period of time, he was able to comprehend the mysteries of the life book. Secondly, the Spring of Life was also very helpful to Jun Xiaoyao's inner verse. Right now, Jun Xiaoyao's inner verse was still deathly still. There were no living creatures in it. If he had the Spring of Life, once Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation increased, he would be able to give birth to living creatures in his inner verse. The Spring of Life would be an important part of nurturing life. Jun Xiaoyao was making preparations for himself, planning ahead of time. If anyone knew what Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, they would definitely be shocked. Jun Xiaoyao had a very clear goal and plan for his cultivation path. 7 days later, Long Yuan arrived at the buried Emperor Star with a gloomy face. He coldly looked at Jun Xiaoyao and said, "You won't go back on your word this time, right?" Jun Xiaoyao gently smiled. "I, the son of God, have always been magnanimous and magnanimous. Naturally, I won't do such a thing. If pushed too far, even a dog would jump over a wall, let alone the ancient void dragon race." Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, knew when to stop and when to stop. However, when he said that, the mouths of all the surrounding prodigies twitched. What a magnanimous and magnanimous way of treating others. Wonderful. When Long Yuan heard this, he was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. He was a grand heavenly venerate, but Jun Xiaoyao had made his Tao heart unstable. His mentality was about to collapse. "Big brother Xiaoyao, this is a shrimp pig heart." Jiang Luoli clapped her hands and laughed. Only Jun Xiaoyao could make a grand heavenly venerate so angry. "Take it." Long Yuan waved his hand, and a crystal that emitted spatial fluctuations fell into Jun Xiaoyao's hand. Upon closer inspection, there was a miniature spring within the crystal. Immortal light and spiritual mist rose from it, making it look like an immortal spring. Jun Xiaoyao probed it with his divine sense and nodded slightly. This was indeed the spring of life. There were only a few of them in the entire 9 heavens immortal realm. Even the ancient void dragon clan only had one of them, and Jun Xiaoyao had managed to pry it away. "All right, let him go." Long Yuan's face was cold. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, and the dog leash in his hand disappeared. Long Yaoer could finally stand up. She turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao and gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by Jun Xiaoyao. "Stop spouting meaningless threats. Believe me, if you provoke me again in the future, I'll let you know what it's like to be a dog." Jun Xiaoyao's words made Long Yaoer's throat tighten. She did not dare to utter any threats anymore. "By the way, I know who you are, so don't you dare provoke me again." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. Long Yaoer swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her heart skipped a beat. It turned out that Jun Xiaoyao had already known who she was. He was right, Long Yaoer was one of the 7 defiant emperors too. As the nemesis of the sacred flesh, it was reasonable for Long Yaoer to be one of the 7 defiant emperors. However, similar to Ling Yan, Long Yaoer had yet to merge with the seal of Tao realization. She wanted to defeat Jun Xiaoyao with her own strength. It turned out that she was too naive. So naive that it was a little funny. If the will of the immortal realm had appointed her as one of the 7 defiant emperors, it clearly implied that she would not be able to defeat Jun Xiaoyao on her own. Long Yaoer did not say a word. She went over to Long Yuan. Jun Xiaoyao had taught her a lesson. After the battle. "Yaoer, let's go." Long Yuan sighed in his heart when he saw Long Yaoer acting this way. He was worried that something like this would happen. That was why he had been restraining Long Yaoer from being born. The ancestral hall of the Overlord Physique had deliberately set up a conspiracy. They did not hesitate to sacrifice Xianfei to plot against Jun Xiaoyao, paving the way for Long Yaoer's birth. However, it turned out that all methods were useless in the face of absolute strength. Jun Xiaoyao had slapped them hard in the face. Long Yuan left with Long Yaoer. This time, the ancestral hall of the Overlord Physique and the ancient Void Dragon clan had paid a huge price. The ancestral hall of the Overlord Physique lost a supreme mystic venerable one. The ancient Void Dragon clan lost the Book of Life and the Spring of Life. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, gained both fame and fortune after this battle. No one on the entire ancient road of ultimate had a reputation that surpassed Jun Xiaoyao's. Even the Xianting's top outlaw prodigies, such as Ling Yan and Gutizi, could not compare to Jun Xiaoyao in terms of reputation. The son of God of the Jun family is truly heaven-defying. In this era of great strife, all the glory has fallen on him. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was revered by tens of thousands of people. Xianxia and Jiang Luoli smiled proudly. This was the man of their dreams, whose aura shook the heavens and reigned supreme in the world. The Son of God is truly an eye-opener. No wonder he's qualified to be called a seed. The executor of the ancient roadside. Seed. Jun Xiaoyao pondered the meaning of this. The geniuses buried in the dust of history, the unparalleled demon-level geniuses recorded in ancient history. The top geniuses of each era are known as the seeds. It's like burying a seed in the soil, waiting for it to blossom and bear fruit, the executor of the ancient road explained. The hope of every epoch, the most monstrous of prodigies, were called seeds. Among them, there was no lack of people who had self-severed multiple times. They were even more monstrous than the ancient freaks. This was because they were not sealed in a godly source or a treasure land. Instead, they were buried in ancient history, the most mysterious and powerful of prodigies. I see. It seems the future won't be too boring. Jun Xiaoyao smiled indifferently. With his current talent and strength, he could be called a seed of this era. Jun Xiaoyao felt that even after he finished walking the ancient road, the future would not be too boring. After all, in the future, the seeds buried in the various epochs of history would appear one by one. In this era of great strife, they would blossom and bear fruit. Next would be the era of the seeds. At that time, it would truly be a battle of 100 barges, and all kinds of people would compete for freedom under the frosty sky. Whoever won the competition would be able to dominate the world and ascend to the pinnacle. Of course, I'm looking forward to seeing the Son of God reach the end of the ancient road and participate in the ultimate trial. I'm sure he'll give those Outlander dogs a big surprise. The executor of the ancient road looked at Jun Xiaoyao with eyes that shone with anticipation. He was a descendant of the gatekeeper bloodline, and hated Outlanders with a passion. In the 9 heavens immortal domains, he was very happy to see an outlier like Jun Xiaoyao appear. He also wanted to see Jun Xiaoyao sweep through all of the Outlander realms. The ultimate trial? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes glittered. He had heard that in this epoch, if he could reach the end of the ancient road and pass the trial, he would be able to acquire incredible fortune. However, from what the executor of the ancient road was saying, it seemed that the ultimate trial would involve contact with the Outlander realms. That was interesting. The ultimate trial has something to do with a god-myth emperor, the executor of the ancient road said with a smile. If the Son of God is lucky, he might be able to acquire a legendary treasure, the World Tree. What? Jun Xiaoyao said in shock. If there was one thing that Jun Xiaoyao cared about the most right now, it would be the inner verse. Jun Xiaoyao was a monstrous genius, and he had almost no bottlenecks in his cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao could break through realms that others found difficult, as easily as eating and drinking. However, if there was a bottleneck for Jun Xiaoyao, it would be the inner verse. One had to know that generally speaking, only the top experts among the Supremes would have the initial contact with the creation of a small world. Perhaps only a quasi-emperor expert would be able to create a decent inner world or inner verse, and so on. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he was only in the Great Sage realm. A Great Sage realm cultivator with an inner verse was an unprecedented existence. Jun Xiaoyao had also walked his own path and had his own Tao, which was why he was able to create an inner verse at such a young age. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao's inner verse belonged to him alone, and had nothing to do with the laws of the 9 heavens immortal domain. Therefore, it was naturally more difficult to expand the inner verse. It was many times more difficult than cultivating in an ordinary world. This was also the reason why Jun Xiaoyao wanted to obtain the Spring of Life, to provide energy for the inner verse. However, if one were to talk about what supreme treasure possessed the most vigorous world energy, it was none other than the World Tree. This was something that even great emperors would be tempted by. Even Jun Xiaoyao did not expect that such a supreme treasure would appear in the ultimate trial. Jun Xiaoyao was filled with anticipation for the ultimate trial. He had to obtain the World Tree. Alright, if Son of God reaches the end of the ancient road, someone will naturally lead you to the ultimate trial. I will take my leave first. The executor of the ancient road cupped his fists. Jun Xiaoyao returned the gesture. Brother Jun has indeed broadened our horizons. I look forward to meeting Brother Jun at the end of the ancient road. The Feather King walked up, his hair white as snow, and he looked handsome. He cupped his fists at Jun Xiaoyao and smiled. He was also preparing to go into seclusion to digest some of the Feather Emperor's inheritances. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Oh, that's right. Brother Jun, do you know why we did not see any of the successors of the Supreme Xian Ting on the buried Emperor Star? The Ascendant King suddenly asked. Could it be that Tao Brother Ascension knows something? Jun Xiaoyao asked. I do know a little. It seems that the Xianting is currently holding a competition for the position of the young emperor, Yu Hua King said. I see. Jun Xiaoyao was enlightened. Previously, he was also puzzled as to why he didn't see anyone from Xianting on the buried emperor star. It turned out that they were selecting a young emperor. The Xianting young emperor selection is at a place called the Immortal Steel Forest. The opportunities there aren't any less than the buried emperor star. Brother Jun has some friction with the descendants of the Xianting. I'm just reminding Brother Jun that the Xianting's waters are too deep. Ling Yan, Gu Tizi, and the others should not be underestimated. The Ascendant King warned sincerely. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Yu Hua. Jun Xiaoyao nodded faintly. It went without saying that he would not underestimate the Supreme Xianting. After all, the formidable faction had once ruled the Nine Heavens immortal realm, thus they possessed a terrifying background. Even someone as strong as the Jun clan was unwilling to fall out with the Supreme Xianting. If the Immortal Court and the Jun family were to go to war with each other, the impact would be too far-reaching. It would be more serious than an ordinary battle between immortals. The whole Nine Heavens immortal realm would be affected. As such, some of the people of the Jun clan did not agree with the idea of competing for supremacy. They split off and became the hidden branch of the Jun clan. Jun Xiaoyao had never underestimated the successors of the immortal factions. If the Xianting's young emperor was selected, the successors of the immortal factions would most likely team up, which would put Jun Xiaoyao in a disadvantageous position. However, Jun Xiaoyao was confident in himself. He had nothing to be afraid of with his absolute strength. The Xianting's young emperor will only be selected between Ling Yan and Gu Tizi. Who will it be? Jun Xiaoyao was a little curious. The Ascendant King left the place, followed by Yu Yunchang. She glanced at Jun Xiaoyao reluctantly. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. She had not spent much time with Jun Xiaoyao. As a matter of fact, she had barely spoken to Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor and bearing had already won over the delicate and noble princess. Young Master Jun, I look forward to seeing you again. Yu Yunchang blushed slightly. She turned around and glanced at Jun Xiaoyao before leaving with the Ascendant King. See you again? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. However, his gaze wasn't on Yu Yunchang. It was on the Ascendant King. He hid it very well. Friends are so extravagant. Jun Xiaoyao sighed in his heart. At the side, Jiang Luoli wrinkled her nose. She was like a little rabbit that had smelled danger. Brother Xiaoyao is too outstanding. There are more and more women who like him, Jiang Luoli mumbled. She was regretting it now. Previously, in the Gate of Life and Death, in the Yuan spirit world. Why was she so shy? Why wasn't she bolder? She might have been able to make love with him. Don't worry. Xiaoyao is not someone who will indulge in love. He is destined to become a king in the future, Jiang Xingyi mumbled. After that, the crowd gradually dispersed as they spread the news of what had happened in all directions. No one dared to think about the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor's opportunity anymore. The big shots in the universe also left. Some of them started to reevaluate their relationship with the Jun family. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't die, he was destined to be a supreme figure who ruled over the ages and stood in the river of time. By then, it would be very difficult to deal with the relationship with the Jun family. Seeing that the crowd had dispersed, Jun Xiaoyao turned to the god of war barbarian and asked, Senior god of war barbarian, Audiobook said that you came from the border of the foreign domain. I wonder if my father, Jun Xiaoyao wanted to say something but stopped. He knew that Jun Wuhui's 3 pure ones guarded the 3 great forbidden lands. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao was very concerned about Jun Wuhui's situation. Although he had never seen this father of his and had never experienced fatherly love. Jiang Rou had told Jun Xiaoyao more than once when she was young. Your father is an indomitable hero. Don't resent him for not being by your side. Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't resent Jun Wuhui. He was a transmigrator and was very mature. He wouldn't be like a child. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had some respect for Jun Wuhui. At least, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't be so selfless. My lord, my lord. God of War Barbarian's voice was low and dark. Jun Xiaoyao slowly exhaled and said, Senior, please speak. My lord's aura disappeared. God of War Barbarian said in a low voice. What? Audiobook, Xianxia, Luoli, and the others' expressions all changed. They didn't expect God of War Barbarian to bring back such news. My father's aura disappeared? Xiaoyao's eyes trembled slightly. He couldn't calm down. Xiaoyao's coldness and heartlessness were only used against his enemies. Xiaoyao cared a lot about his family. I'm not too sure about the specific situation because my lord didn't suppress Imperial Pass but went deep into the foreign domain. He alone is the most powerful deterrent. However, there seems to be a terrifying Dao sound in the foreign domain that even affected the border. The light of the Great Emperor illuminated the 9 heavens. Maybe a new Great Emperor was born in the foreign domain. God of War Barbarian's tone was extremely serious and cold. A new emperor has been born in the foreign realm. Xiaoyao was silent. His pitch-black hair slightly covered his deep eyes. No one knew what Xiaoyao was thinking at that moment. However, when he thought about the disappearance of Jun Wuhui's aura and the possibility that a new emperor had been born in the foreign realm, even a fool would know that there must be a connection between the two. Xiaoyao, brother Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli and Jiang Xingyi walked up to Jun Xiaoyao, one on the left and the other on the right. Their expressions were full of worry and pity. Jun Xiaoyao had never seen his father with his own eyes. He finally heard news about Jun Wuhui, but it turned out to be like this. If it were anyone else, they would find it hard to accept. Jiang Xingyi was a little worried, and Jiang Luoli's eyes were slightly red. It's okay, Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand indifferently. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were as deep as the sea under the night sky. As expected of the young master, such a temperament. War God Barbarian also had a hint of admiration in his heart. Jun Xiaoyao's performance was not because he did not care about Jun Wuhui, but because he could control his own mentality and emotions. Temperament was more important than any talent or cultivation. Young master, don't worry. Audiobook thinks that the Lord's aura has only disappeared, and that there is no real accident. Audiobook also went up to comfort him. Yes, young master. Not to mention that the Lord's strength is unfathomable. Even if there is an accident, it is just one of the 3 pure ones, War God Barbarian said. The reason why he wasn't too worried was that Jun Wuhui, who was in the alien realm, was just one of the clones of the I Chi turning Sanqing. Even if there was an accident, it would not cause any fatal damage to Jun Wuhui. I understand. Thank you for passing the message, senior. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands and said. I didn't return from the border just to deliver a message to the young master. Master had previously said that whenever he disappears, that would be the beginning of the foreign side's restlessness. What follows might be great waves, the curtains of a great world of chaos being drawn. That's why I have to go back to the Jun family and report some things so that the Jun family can prepare countermeasures and plans, the barbarian god of war said. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands solemnly. Alright, then I'll have to trouble senior. If it wasn't for War God Barbarian, he wouldn't have known about this. Then take care of yourself, young master. Oh right, when master is free, he often looks in a certain direction alone. That's the direction of the Jun family of the Emperor State. War God Barbarian cupped his hands towards Jun Xiaoyao and left. These words made Jiang Luoli, Jiang Xingyi, and the other women present feel a faint sadness in their hearts, and their eyes reddened. Heroes also had tender feelings. How could Jun Wuhui not care about his wife and children? However, he had more important things to do. It was very difficult to not let down the people and his wife. Even someone as powerful as the Emperor of No End couldn't do both. Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands behind his back and left alone. Xiaoyao. Jiang Xingyi shouted. Don't come over. Let me be alone for a while. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli both felt bitter in their hearts. Audiobook sighed slightly and said, You don't have to worry too much. I believe in young master. Xiaoyao is too tired. Jiang Xingyi's voice was filled with pity. The world only saw Jun Xiaoyao's endless glory, sweeping the ancient road and shining brightly. However, they didn't see the loneliness and pressure in his heart. He was fighting against the heavens alone. There was also the sentence he left behind when he walked the ancient road alone. When I become an immortal, I dare to ask the sun and the moon to change the sky. The goal that Jun Xiaoyao had set for himself was simply too high. It was so high that ordinary elites didn't even dare to think about it. When a person's heart was proud and stood at the peak, what he experienced was not only invincibility, but also loneliness. The strong were always lonely. This was also the reason why Xianxia worked so hard to cultivate. She hoped that she could become a ball of fire and warm Jun Xiaoyao's lonely and cold heart. For 10 days. Jun Xiaoyao stayed in an ancient cave. He didn't cultivate, didn't read the Book of Life, and didn't do anything. He just emptied his mind and didn't think or do anything. Jun Xiaoyao understood that the state of mind was more important than anything else. I'm still too weak. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. If the other elites heard this, they would definitely cry out. Jun Xiaoyao was an old Versailles man. If he was still weak, then wouldn't the other elites of this era be so ashamed that they would commit suicide? Jun Xiaoyao was still very young. He was only in his 20s. He was the only one in history to have such strength at such a young age. Now, who below the supremacy stage could deal with Jun Xiaoyao? Xiaoyao, can I come in? Jiangxingyi's gentle voice came from outside the ancient cave. For 10 days, Jun Xiaoyao had been in the ancient cave. They were a little worried. Jiang Luoli was very distressed and didn't know how to comfort him, so Jiangxingyi came to check. Sister Xingyi, come in, Jun Xiaoyao said. Jiangxingyi came in and saw Jun Xiaoyao sitting cross-legged on the ground. He was as quiet as a virgin, like a handsome god. Jun Xiaoyao did not look as dejected or disappointed as he had expected. Why, Sister Xingyi, do you think I'm hiding here alone and crying? Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Jiangxingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Jun Xiaoyao was still able to joke, which meant that he wasn't affected too much. We're all very worried about you, Jiangxingyi said. I'm fine. I just want to stop and rest occasionally. After that, I still have to continue on my way to the ultimate trial ground, Jun Xiaoyao said. Jiangxingyi's clear eyes fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, and then suddenly knelt down beside Jun Xiaoyao. If you want to rest, then lie down. Jiangxingyi patted her thigh with her jade-like hand. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and didn't stand on ceremony. He directly lay down and rested his head on Jiangxingyi's soft and plump thighs. The touch was wonderful. She was a peerless goddess admired by countless male cultivators on the ancient road. At this moment, who could refuse her? Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who deserved such treatment. To be honest, I'm actually a salted fish. I don't want to be a hero like father. What does the common people have to do with me? As long as the people around me are safe and happy, it's fine, Jun Xiaoyao said. This idea might be selfish. But Jun Xiaoyao was indeed such a person. He couldn't sacrifice himself for the common people who had nothing to do with him. Xiaoyao, heroes don't create the times, but the times create heroes. In this era of great strife, someone is destined to stand up and suppress all enemies. And that person is you, Xiaoyao. You are destined to be a hero. Jiangxingyi's words were faint. She stretched out her hand and stroked Jun Xiaoyao's handsome side profile. There was a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. In fact, not all women wanted their beloved to be a peerless hero. Because heroes had to bleed and sacrifice many things. And she couldn't bear to. Heh. Hero? Jun Xiaoyao said. He inexplicably remembered a very famous sentence in his previous life. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Perhaps Jun Wuhui had such a belief. Otherwise, he wouldn't have written in the amulet that he left for Jun Xiaoyao, a gentleman has no regrets in his life. Thank you, Sister Xingyi. I suddenly feel much better. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Although there was nothing wrong with his mentality, chatting with Jiangxingyi calmed his heart. Jiangxingyi had that kind of ability. She was like a gentle and amiable big sister next door. She was intellectual, mature, and beautiful. By the way, I said before that when we finish the ancient ultimate road, I will give you a promise. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly thought of this. Unexpectedly, Jiangxingyi stretched out a finger and sealed Jun Xiaoyao's lips. Xiaoyao, there's no need to say anything. I know you still have a long way to go, especially after learning about your father, Jiangxingyi said considerately. After learning about Jun Wuhui's situation, Jun Xiaoyao naturally felt more pressure. He wanted to cultivate and become stronger. He didn't have any extra time or energy to think about love. But Jun Xiaoyao wanted to say something, but stopped. It doesn't matter. Let me wait 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years. It doesn't matter. As long as the person in the end is you, it's fine. Xianxia smiled gently. Her smile was peerlessly beautiful. Her words were very straightforward, almost no different from a confession. After experiencing so much, Xianxia also recognized her own heart. In this life, she only had Jun Xiaoyao. Since she had already made up her mind, why should she care about so many disturbances? Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao fell silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly straightened his body. Under Jiangxingyi's extremely surprised gaze, he kissed her red lips. Xiaoyao, before Jiangxingyi could finish her words, her lips were sealed. She couldn't calm down and her heart was in turmoil. She didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to do this. One had to know that Jun Xiaoyao's personality had always been cold and indifferent, like the white moonlight. He was extremely indifferent when it came to matters of the heart. He didn't pursue anything and just let nature take its course. Countless women liked Jun Xiaoyao, and he never lacked women by his side. But none of them could get the slightest response from Jun Xiaoyao. But now, Jun Xiaoyao actually took the initiative. This was the first time something like this had ever happened. Jiangxingyi's beautiful eyes sparkled. Those were tears of joy. She didn't think about anything else. She closed her beautiful eyes and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She was intoxicated by the gentleness. She opened her mouth slightly and exhaled a lilac fragrance, enthusiastically responding to Jun Xiaoyao. Amidst this warm silence, a voice rang out. A clear voice, like a oriole leaving the valley, sounded. Sister Xingyi, brother Xiaoyao, someone outside is looking for you, Jiang Luoli shouted. As soon as she entered the ancient cave, she saw the two kissing. Jiang Luoli stopped in her tracks, and her big eyes seemed to have frozen. She was at a loss as to what to do. She stood there, her mind buzzing and blank. She didn't know what expression to show on her delicate little face. Luo. Luoli. Jiangxingyi was a little flustered as she separated from Jun Xiaoyao. Although she had already recognized her own heart, she couldn't be intimate with Jun Xiaoyao in front of Jiang Luoli without any scruples. After all, Jiang Luoli was the first to say that she wanted to be Jun Xiaoyao's wife. She was also Jiang Rou's daughter-in-law. At that time, the Jiang family even wanted Jiangxingyi to be a matchmaker. Of course, even the matchmaker had been abducted by Jun Xiaoyao now. Jiangxingyi was a little embarrassed. She could ignore the outside world's comments and the fact that she wasn't related to Jun Xiaoyao by blood. But she only felt guilty towards Jiang Luoli. In the end, it was all because she had feelings for Jun Xiaoyao that she shouldn't have. Luoli, what's the matter? Jun Xiaoyao was very calm and composed. To him, this was a matter of nature. Everything was done according to his heart. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. If he had to think for a long time before kissing a woman, what would that be? Oh, it seems that the people from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground are here. Jiang Luoli stammered as she answered, a forced smile on her little face. Then let's go take a look. Jun Xiaoyao got up and walked out of the ancient cave. Jiangxingyi also got up and looked at Jiang Luoli. Luoli, unexpectedly, Jiang Luoli shook her little head hard, her twin ponytail swaying. Sister Xingyi, don't say anything. Thank you for caring about my safety before, and thank you for caring about Brother Xiaoyao. Brother Xiaoyao should need someone as gentle as Sister Xingyi now. Jiang Luoli smiled brightly. Jiangxingyi was stunned. She really felt that Jiang Luoli seemed to have grown up and become more sensible. She was so sensible that it made one's heart ache. However, Luoli won't let go either. Let's call it even this time. Jiang Luoli clasped her hands behind her back and turned around. Then, she looked back with a smile and walked out of the ancient cave. Even? Jiangxingyi was puzzled. He didn't know what that meant. Naturally, she didn't know that Jiang Luoli had asked Jun Xiaoyao for a reward and kissed him when they were in the primordial spirit world inside the life and death door. Sigh. Luoli, who can you hide your thoughts from? Looking at Jiang Luoli's bouncing back, Xianxia sighed slightly. She had watched Jiang Luoli grow up, so she naturally knew her well. Although Jiang Luoli smiled, she didn't seem to care. However, she was probably a little jealous. After all, as long as one was a woman, who wouldn't mind, although in this world, it was normal for the strong to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and even 3,000 beauties. However, which woman didn't want to take only 1 out of 3,000? Luoli, I won't let go either. Xianxia muttered to herself. She could give anything to Jiang Luoli. Only Jun Xiaoyao, she wouldn't let go. Outside. A beautiful woman in a palace gown stood in the sky. She had restrained her aura, but just by looking at her appearance, one could tell that she was definitely a superior supreme. Jun Xiaoyao walked out with his hands behind his back, his clothes as white as snow. He saw the beautiful woman at a glance. On the other side, seeing Jun Xiaoyao leave the cave, Audiobook also went forward. Young master, you're finally out. Audiobook said with concern in her eyes. Sorry for making you worry. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Slightly. Young master, it's good that you're fine. Audiobook nodded slightly. She wasn't good at comforting people, but she was good at silently protecting them. Senior, you are. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the beautiful woman in the sky. Seeing this, the beautiful woman didn't dare to put on any airs and descended from the sky. The famous son of God of the Jun family. Today, I see that you live up to your reputation. I am an elder of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The beautiful woman smiled kindly. Jade Lake Sacred Ground? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. Wasn't this the force that the Queen Mother of the West passed down? Although there had been some turmoil and disasters, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground had been passed down. Actually, I came today for her. The beautiful woman looked behind Jun Xiaoyao. Xianxia and Jiang Luoli came out. Since you can inherit the Queen Mother of the West, you are the saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The beautiful woman smiled gently at Xianxia. The saintess of the Jade Lake? Xianxia tilted her head slightly. At this moment, an illusory figure in plain clothes appeared. It was a mature and beautiful woman with picturesque features and a hint of majesty. She had a voluptuous figure and a charming mature charm. She was Jiangxi's elder sister, Yu Qingning. You are, the ancestor? The beautiful woman took a closer look. She found that Yu Qingning looked exactly like one of the ancient sect leaders of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. She was shocked and hurriedly bowed. Yu Qingning didn't care about the beautiful woman. Instead, she sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. Good disciple, you are showing off your love in front of me. Master. Xianxia blushed when she heard that. Her beauty was beyond compare. She didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao would make a surprise attack. He didn't notice Yu Qingning at all. As the sect leader of the Jade Lake, Yu Qingning had dedicated her life to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Therefore, she had never had a cultivation partner in her life. Today, she was stuffed with a mouthful of dog food and envied her disciple's sweet love. Then, the beautiful woman told her the purpose of her visit. Xianxia had inherited the Queen Mother of the West and was now Yu Qingning's disciple. She was the most qualified person to become the saintess of the Jade Lake. In addition, Xianxia was the goddess of the Jiang family and had a close relationship with Jun Xiaoyao. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground naturally wanted to rope in Xianxia. It was also a disguised form of roping in Jun Xiaoyao. Xingyi, I still suggest that you make a trip to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. You have the complete Jade Lake Sacred Ground and the 9 orifice stone embryo that you haven't absorbed and refined. You can do all these in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. There's also a Jade Lake in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. It's convenient for you to cultivate, Yu Qingning said. That's right. If Miss Jiang agrees, you can use all the resources of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the beautiful woman said. Xianxia bit her red lips and secretly glanced at Jun Xiaoyao from the corner of her eye. To be honest, she really didn't want to be separated from Jun Xiaoyao again. However, she also wanted to continue to become stronger and hoped that she could share some of the pressure for Jun Xiaoyao in the future. Sister Xingyi, you can go if you need. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground is more suitable for your cultivation development, Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Okay, I understand. Xianxia nodded slightly. Although she was reluctant, she wouldn't always stay by Jun Xiaoyao's side. They hadn't finished their respective cultivation paths yet. Jun Xiaoyao still had to participate in the ultimate trial. That's great. The beautiful woman smiled. The current Jade Lake sacred ground had been passed down, but after all, it had gone through turmoil and disasters. It was no longer as prosperous and glorious as it was in the ancient times. Now that Xianxia could join and become the saintess of the Jade Lake, coupled with the relationship with Jun Xiaoyao, the Jade Lake sacred ground might regain its ancient glory. Xianxia left. Yu Qingming and Princess Divine Silkworm were with her. Xianxia knew that this trip to the Jade Lake sacred ground would be of great help to her cultivation. Moreover, she had the Jade Lake Immortal Sutra, and could help the Jade Lake sacred ground rise again. It was even possible that Xianxia would become the new leader of the Jade Lake sacred ground in the future. After all, she was the disciple of the ancient leader, Yu Qingming. Although Xianxia was reluctant to part with him, she left very decisively. She didn't drag things out and didn't cry at all. She was also an independent and strong woman. She would not stay by Jun Xiaoyao's side. Separation was for the sake of a longer time. Hey, brother Xiaoyao, are you dumbfounded? She's gone. Jiang Luoli deliberately joked and waved her little hand in front of Jun Xiaoyao. No, I've rested for so long. It's time for me to cultivate. Jun Xiaoyao smiled in relief. He was not the kind of person who indulged in love. Moreover, the news of Jun Wuhui and the new foreign emperor also brought a lot of pressure to Jun Xiaoyao. He needed to improve quickly. And the greatest opportunity after that was the ultimate trial at the end of the ancient road. Jun Xiaoyao also needed to prepare well. Next, he prepared to go into seclusion for a period of time to cultivate the life book. He also needed to transfer the spring of life to the inner verse. But before that, Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Ajiao. He suddenly said, Ajiao, you can move freely. You don't have to protect me in secret. Ajiao's eyes flashed slightly when he heard this. Young master, why? With Ajiao's talent, if you hadn't been secretly following me, your current realm should be higher than the lesser heavenly venerable realm, Jun Xiaoyao said. Ajiao had sacrificed too much of his time to be his protector. Ajiao doesn't mind, Ajiao said. She had followed Jun Wuhui and was from the same era as Jun Wuhui. Although she looked beautiful, her eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time. It also showed her age. She was much older than Jiangxi and Jiang Luoli. However, the passage of time did not diminish Ajiao's elegance. Instead, it made her feel more mature and steady, as if she had seen through the world. This was a special charm that neither Jiangxi nor Jiang Luoli had. You don't mind, but I can't hold you back, Jun Xiaoyao said. After a moment of silence, Ajiao nodded and said, all right, since it is young master's words, then Ajiao will naturally comply. Ajiao turned around and wanted to leave. Wait, Jun Xiaoyao said. Ajiao stopped in her tracks. Thank you for all this time. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands at Ajiao. His tone was extremely sincere. He thanked her from the bottom of his heart. Are you just cupping your hands and thanking me? Ajiao's lips suddenly curled into a faint smile. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned. He looked at the woman in front of him. Her hair was like a waterfall, and her face was so beautiful that it was like a dream. He stepped forward and hugged her gently. Ajiao's delicate body also trembled, and a trace of ripples appeared in her beautiful eyes. She was just joking around, and she never expected Jun Xiaoyao to do something like that. However, Ajiao did not resist. She also gently hugged Jun Xiaoyao. It was a simple and warm hug. Ajiao, you protected me before. From now on, I will protect you forever, Jun Xiaoyao whispered in Ajiao's ear. A beautiful smile appeared on Ajiao's dreamy face. Thank you, young master. In the end, Ajiao also left. She had also embarked on her own path of cultivation. At least, before Jun Xiaoyao completely grew into a powerhouse. Ajiao still wanted to improve and continue to silently protect Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at Ajiao's departing figure, Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly. At this moment, he felt a resentful gaze staring at him from behind. Jun Xiaoyao turned around and saw Jiang Luoli pouting. Brother Xiaoyao. You scumbag. Jiang Luoli glared at Jun Xiaoyao. Xianxia had just left, and he hugged another woman. Wasn't this proof that he was a scumbag? Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. It was just a thank you hug. There was no other meaning. After that, Jiang Luoli was also about to leave. Of course, it wasn't because she was angry at Jun Xiaoyao. It was because she had her own path to walk. Especially after obtaining the broken primordial spirit world. Next, Jiang Luoli would look for other opportunities to repair the primordial spirit world, and then completely refine it. She had transformed into the primordial spirit immortal body. If she could completely refine the primordial spirit world, her cultivation would definitely skyrocket. In the end, I'm the only one left. Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly. Other than Princess Longji, who was receiving the 9-fingered sage dragon emperor's inheritance, he was the only one left. But this is good too. I have to go into seclusion and plan for the next step, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Dealing with the 7 defiant kings, the ultimate trial, and seizing the tree of world. These were all things that Jun Xiaoyao needed to think about and plan for. I can't lose to the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were clear. Now, 4 of the 7 defiant kings were confirmed. Ling Yan, Gu Tizi, Long Yao and Xianyu. No, there should be more than 4. A profound look flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Next, Jun Xiaoyao also went into seclusion and began to comprehend the life book. At the same time, he prepared to move the spring of life into the inner verse. The entire buried emperor star fell into silence. However, from time to time, there were still rumors that some geniuses had obtained opportunities and soared into the sky. And news about Jun Xiaoyao caused an uproar in the entire ancient road. This battle between the sacred body and the overlord was undoubtedly a battle that would be engraved in history. Of course, this battle was a classic not because the two of them fought so fiercely and were locked in a stalemate. On the contrary, it was because the battle was too simple. Jun Xiaoyao used his Dharma body to humiliate and watch the show. In the end, his real body made a strong move and won the battle. Many people call this battle a classic example of humiliating others. It was said that after this battle, there was a trend among the young geniuses to cultivate their Dharma bodies. Everyone wanted to use their Dharma bodies to humiliate others. In the end, they discovered that their Dharma bodies were so F***king weak. Are you guys out of your minds? The Jun family son of God's real body's strength is obvious. Even if his Dharma body only has 1/10 of his strength, it's enough to crush many forbidden characters. All of your real bodies are as weak as chickens. Do you want to learn from the Son of God and use your Dharma bodies to suppress others and show off? A genius pointed out ruthlessly. However, just as the news of the battle between the sacred body and the overlord was spreading like wildfire, another piece of news gradually began to brew and boil over. That was, the battle between the supreme Xianting's young emperor seemed to be coming to an end. All the geniuses on the ancient road were attracted by this news and paid close attention to it. The reason was very simple. It was because the Xianting's young emperor was qualified to become the ruler of the Xianting. When the Xianting's young emperor was confirmed, many people were guessing whether the supreme Xianting, which had already fallen apart, would be reformed again. The Xianting's young emperor was undoubtedly the core symbolic existence. While the outside world was paying close attention to it, in another vast space unknown to others. This space was full of spiritual chi and overflowing with immortal light. Countless stone steels stood in the space, forming a stone forest. Many of the stone steels were engraved with forbidden inheritances. These were the inheritances left behind by the ancestors of the Xianting. There were many monarch-level inheritances that were not inferior to the inheritances on the buried emperor star. This space was the location of the Xianting's young emperor competition, the immortal steel forest. It was a colossus that once ruled the 9 heavens immortal realm. The supreme Xianting had many great monarchs. Therefore, there were naturally many inheritances left behind. Many people believed that apart from the Jun family, which had a long history and no one knew the exact details, the supreme Xianting had one of the best martial monarchs in the 9 heavens immortal realm. Meanwhile, at the core of the immortal steel forest, a blinding light shone brightly in all directions. Amidst the boundless light, an illusory throne could be vaguely seen. That throne was filled with a supreme aura, and dense immortal light lingered around it. An aura that was even stronger than the monarch aura spread across the place. The Heaven Monarch throne, it was the supreme symbol of the Xianting, the supreme object that suppressed the entire nine heavens immortal realm. The reason being that it was not a monarch weapon, but a real immortal weapon. Since the supreme Xianting was able to unify the celestial realm, it naturally had its own foundation. This kind of foundation was not only endless monstrous geniuses, but also not only the top powerhouses. There were also all kinds of treasures, array diagrams, and elixirs of immortality. The Xianting even had immortal artifacts that ordinary immortal forces did not have. And the Celestial Emperor's throne was the symbol of the Xianting's authority. Those who could sit on the Celestial Emperor's throne were the true masters of the Xianting. They ruled endless time and space and endless star domains. Of course, the Celestial Emperor's throne in the immortal steel forest was not the real Celestial Emperor's throne. It was just the immortal artifact imprint of the Celestial Emperor's throne. It was the same principle as the imprint of an emperor's weapon. The real immortal artifact, the Celestial Emperor's throne, was swept into the depths of an unknown space when the Xianting collapsed last time. There was a rumor in the Xianting that when the next master of the Xianting reappeared and reorganized the Supreme Xianting, only then could the real Celestial Emperor's throne reappear. Now, in the immortal steel forest, the appearance of the immortal artifact imprint of the Celestial Emperor's throne was a kind of omen. A sign of the Xianting's reorganization. And the young emperor of the Xianting was undoubtedly the most likely existence to become the master of the Xianting in this era. At this moment, under the imprint of the Celestial Emperor's throne, a man and a woman, two figures, stood facing each other. The man was dressed in an 8 trigrams robe. He was tall and handsome. Like a dragon steed and a phoenix chick, he had the aura of a high and mighty king. Behind him, there were 8 trigrams runes lingering. One could even vaguely see an incomparably ancient and transcendent god's shadow. It was the Fuxi sacred physique phenomenon. Fuxi acted as the 8 trigrams. This person was the successor of the Xianting Fuxi celestial legacy, Gutizi. He stood there as if he was standing in the center of heaven and earth. His aura was extremely strong. And opposite him, it was a beautiful woman in a snow-white glazed dress. Her facial features were exquisite and peerlessly beautiful. It was as if she was the most perfect creation created by the hands of the heavens. Her figure was tall and slender, perfect to the extreme. Her skirt was cut open at the base of her thighs, revealing a pair of long and slender legs that were as white as ivory. They were much longer than the legs of ordinary women. His entire body was enveloped in the radiance of the immortal Tao. All sorts of phenomena, star orbits, and great Tao runes appeared. His entire person carried a noble and cold aura. She was like a peerless female immortal king. She was none other than Princess Ling Yan, the successor of Empress was immortal heritage. The auras of Ling Yan and Gutizi were much stronger than before. It was clear that they had all obtained unimaginable opportunities and inheritances in the immortal monument forest. Even further away, there were many people watching. Sure enough, the final battle for the position of young emperor will still be decided between sister Ling Yan and Gutizi. In the crowd, a pretty girl in a flowery silk dress said. Her pretty face was fair, and her bright eyes were dazzling. She was the successor of the elite immortal guard, Wei Xianxian. She had also appeared at Gutizi's wedding. I wonder which one of them will become the next young emperor of the Xianting. Beside her, a cultured and refined young man who looked like a scholar in the mortal world said. He was the successor of the Xianxia mortal lineage, Zhongli. He had also appeared at the wedding. That Gutizi has suffered at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao several times. Who would have thought that he would still have the chance to fight for the position of young emperor? A cold-blooded man with a strong murderous aura snorted. He was the successor of the Xingtian immortal lineage, Xing Lu. He had always been critical of Gutizi's failures. When the battle for the position of young emperor is over, I guess we'll have to follow young Emperor Real's lead, right? Yao Qing, the successor of the Shenong Xianting, said. As soon as he said that, the other successors fell silent, each with their own thoughts. Each of the 9 great immortal lineages had their own plans. The most tragic one was the Qiyu immortal lineage. Because Jun Xiaoyao had killed Qi Lai, the successor of the Qiyu immortal lineage. As a result, the Qiyu immortal lineage did not even have a sky pride who was qualified to fight for the position of young emperor. This made Qiyu celestial lineage even more annoyed and they suppressed their grievances. At this moment, Gu Tizi and Ling Yan were the center of attention. Who could defeat the other and take the heavenly emperor's throne? Who would be the next young emperor of the Xianting? Ling Yan, as expected, only the two of us made it this far. Gu Tizi smiled. He did not seem nervous at all about the final battle. Gu Tizi, there's no need to be so pretentious. Just come at me. I'm not afraid of you. Ling Yan's voice was cold and indifferent. Absolute strength gave her confidence. Ling Yan, you should know how I feel about you. You should also know that I don't want to fight with you. Gu Tizi's words even had a hint of tenderness. Ling Yan's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. She did not know why, but when she heard Gu Tizi's words, she felt very uncomfortable and disgusted. Although Ling Yan was a woman, she had a domineering aura that did not belong to a man. Before she became the young emperor, she had never thought of anything else. She had never had any feelings for anyone. However, when they were exploring the ruins of the underworld under the Black Abyss, she and Jun Xiaoyao had experienced 100 lifetimes of love in the Sea of Reincarnation. In every lifetime, it was a sadistic love. They loved each other so deeply that they hovered between life and death. It could be said that it was the only relationship Ling Yan had ever experienced. Even though she hated Jun Xiaoyao for taking away her opportunity and leaving a mark of humiliation on her thigh, she still hated him to the core. But other than that, she also had a trace of inexplicable complexity in her heart. After all, although that 100 lifetimes of love was an illusion, it was no different from the real world. This made Ling Yan even more repulsed by other people's feelings. Ling Yan, what's wrong with you? Gu Tizi looked at Ling Yan, who was slightly absent-minded, and asked. He did not know when it started, but Ling Yan seemed to be a little strange. Gu Tizi naturally did not know that Ling Yan and Jun Xiaoyao had experienced 100 lifetimes of ill-fated love together. He also did not know that Jun Xiaoyao had left a mark on Ling Yan's thigh. I don't want to talk about feelings right now. Let's just fight and decide the final winner. As if to hide her emotions, Ling Yan directly attacked. A 5-colored divine stone appeared between her eyebrows. It was the imprint of Nuwa's Dao stone, the imperial weapon of Emperor Nuwa's immortal lineage. A 5-colored divine light shot out with an astonishing aura. Ling Yan, wait, as Gu Tizi spoke, he took out a golden stone tablet, engraved with a dragon totem. This was the imprint of Fushi's imperial weapon, the imprint of Fushi's dragon tablet. Boom, the 5-colored divine light bombarded Fushi's dragon tablet, sending out vast waves of energy. I have a suggestion. Gu Tizi shouted. What do you mean? Ling Yan temporarily stopped attacking. I can give you the position of young emperor, Gu Tizi said with a gentle smile. What? As soon as he said this, not only was Ling Yuan surprised, but the successors of immortal orthodoxies who were watching from afar were also shocked. Gu Tizi was willing to give up the position of young emperor, even if that person was Ling Yan, the princess he adored. It was still unbelievable. Gu Tizi may love sister Ling Yan, but he wouldn't go so far as to give up the position of young emperor, right? Wei Xianxia said in surprise. What is Gu Tizi thinking? Songli was also surprised. The Xianting sky prides were in an uproar, clearly in disbelief. Even Ling Yan raised her eyebrows. Gu Tizi, what are you planning? Are you trying to make fun of me? Gu Tizi smiled. Of course not. I really want to give you the position of young emperor, but in contrast, Gu Tizi paused, then continued, I hope that you can work with me and kill Jun Xiaoyao in the ultimate trial, so that I can obtain the heavenly crown. The crowd fell silent upon hearing Gu Tizi's words. No one expected the ancient prince to make such a move at the most critical juncture of the competition for the position of young king. Ling Yan's eyes flickered with astonishment. Gu Tizi's decision took her by surprise. After all, the position of the young emperor of the Xianting was one of the most honorable identities in the entire Nine Heavens immortal realm. It might even become the ruler of the Xianting in the future, and yet, Gu Tizi was willing to give up on it. At this point, the ancient prince's intentions were clear. He was willing to give the position of the young emperor to Ling Yan. However, Ling Yan would have to team up with him to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. In the end, he would have to kill Jun Xiaoyao with his own hands to claim the reward of the heavenly Dao crown. Is Gu Tizi really going to give the position of the young emperor to sister Ling Yan? Wei Qianqian opened her mouth wide in disbelief. I believe there are a few reasons behind it. Song Li's deep eyes flickered with wisdom. Firstly, Gu Tizi does have a crush on Ling Yan. It's his way of expressing his goodwill to her. Secondly, Gu Tizi does hate Jun Xiaoyao to the core. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had ruined his reputation and made him a laughingstock. Thirdly, instead of fighting with Ling Yuan and offending her, the ancient prince might as well kill Jun Xiaoyao and obtain the heavenly law crown. That way, he would be destined to prove himself, and he would gain quite a lot as well. They had to admit that Song Li's analysis was quite reasonable. The successors of the immortal factions nodded in agreement. Everyone knew Gu Tizi had a crush on Ling Yan. If he were to fight with Ling Yan over the position of the young emperor, it would completely destroy his hope of marrying Ling Yan. If that was the case, he might as well hand over the position of young emperor gracefully. He might even be able to move her and win her heart. Gu Tizi's plan was very deep. There was a chance that he would be able to win the heart of a beauty, kill Jun Xiaoyao with his own hands, and even obtain the heavenly Dao crown as a reward. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. What do you think, Ling Yan? Do you agree? Gu Tizi smiled at Ling Yan. Ling Yan's lips curled into a slightly mocking smile. With her intelligence, how could she not know what Gu Tizi was planning? Kill Jun Xiaoyao? Ling Yan muttered to himself. For some reason, the image of Jun Xiaoyao's blood-stained white clothes flashed through Ling Yan's mind. She felt a faint stab of pain in her heart. Damn it, it's that ill-fated fate of 100 lives. Ling Yan frowned. She had tried to cut off this ill-fated fate of 100 lives, but she did not succeed. Ling Yan did not care at first, but now she realized that this ill-fated fate of 100 lives was not so easy to cut off. If Jun Xiaoyao dies, perhaps this effect will be removed. Ling Yan calculated in her heart. Ling Yan, can't you make a decision yet? I've shown enough sincerity, haven't I? Gu Tizi asked. Alright, I promise you, but don't think that I'm afraid of you. If we really fight, it's hard for you to beat me, Ling Yan said coldly. Although it looked like Gu Tizi was being modest. If they really fought, Gu Tizi might not be able to defeat Ling Yan and win the position of young emperor. Therefore, Ling Yan naturally did not think that Gu Tizi was being modest. She moved her snow-white long legs and landed in front of the celestial emperor's throne. Then, she sat down. Boom, in an instant, the entire space of the immortal steel forest was filled with immortal light. Amidst the boundless divine light, Ling Yan sat on the celestial emperor's throne. A pair of snow-white long legs were crossed, and one of them was propped up. Her legs were long and slender, making them look perfect. Her black hair floated in the wind, and her phoenix eyes were full of power. Her beautiful face contained a domineering aura that did not lose out to men. She was like an invincible female immortal king with unparalleled charm. I, Ling Yan, will become the first female young emperor in the history of Xianting. Operate the universe and manipulate the heavenly secrets. 9 immortal orthodoxies, heed my command. Ling Yan's cold voice resounded throughout the immortal steel forest. Gu Tizi of the Fuxi immortal orthodoxy greets the young emperor. Gu Tizi cupped his hands and smiled. Wei Qianqian of the elite guard immortal orthodoxy greets the young emperor. Wei Qianqian hurried over. The elite guard immortal orthodoxy sided with Empress was immortal orthodoxy. Song Li of the Xianxia immortal orthodoxy greets the young emperor. Yao Qing of the Shenong immortal orthodoxy greets the young emperor. Xing Lu of the Xingtian immortal orthodoxy greets the young emperor. One by one, the successors of immortal orthodoxies came forward and cupped their hands. No matter what they were thinking, they all cupped their hands in greeting. Apart from them, there were also thousands of skyprides from various immortal orthodoxies who came to participate in the trial. They were all dragons and phoenixes, the cream of the crop. Greetings, young Emperor Ling Yan. Thousands of skyprides cupped their hands in greeting. Their voices shook the 9 heavens. One could say that Ling Yan's power was at its peak. Looking at the skyprides below, Ling Yan's lips curled into a smile. she did it. She became the first female young emperor in the history of Xianting. She might even become the ruler of Xianting in the future. Don't worry, I will use the Heavenly Emperor's Throne's brand to find the real immortal artifact, the Heavenly Emperor's Throne. When the real Heavenly Emperor's Throne reappears in the immortal region, it will be the time for the Xianting to ascend once again. Ling Yan declared domineeringly. Young Emperor is mighty. Many skyprides cheered. Ling Yuan was the most popular successor among the 9 great immortal orthodoxies. Most of them were convinced that she was the young emperor. Of course, there were also those who sided with Gutizi. However, since Gutizi took the initiative to give up the throne, they naturally wouldn't criticize him. Young emperor, you should know that the most important thing for us now is to deal with our enemy, Jun Xiaoyao, the successor of the Jun family. The Jun family's ambition is not dead. They have always wanted to replace our position as the supreme Xianting. If we can eliminate the successor of the Jun family, it will be a warning to the Jun family, Gutizi said. That's right. The son of God of the Jun family is too arrogant. He doesn't take us, the successors of Xianting, seriously at all. Yes, Qi Lai of Qiyu Xianting was killed by the son of God of the Jun family. The son of God of the Jun family also killed the 4 heavenly kings of the Xianting. Gutizi's words stirred up the crowd. This group of Xianting skyprides had long disliked Jun Xiaoyao. After all, the Xianting were used to being superior. They had always been the ones bullying others. This was the first time someone had bullied the Xianting. They were used to being superior. Naturally, they didn't like it when someone was more superior than them. However, Jun Xiaoyao's status as the son of God of the Jun family was not inferior to the Xianting's young emperor. Jun Xiaoyao even had the status of the young master of the Jiang family and the lord of the emperor's court. A cold light flashed in Ling Yan's eyes when she heard this. Was Gutizi afraid that she wouldn't keep her promise? Don't worry. I will deal with Jun Xiaoyao, Ling Yan said coldly. Gutizi smiled confidently and said, Young emperor, I have a plan. With this plan, we can definitely kill Jun Xiaoyao in the ultimate trial. Gutizi's words silenced everyone. There was no need to elaborate on Jun Xiaoyao's current reputation in the ancient road of ultimate. There was also no need to elaborate on his strength. However, Gutizi actually said that he had a way to kill Jun Xiaoyao in the ultimate trial. This was very surprising. Although many of the Xianting skyprides were disgusted with Jun Xiaoyao, there was no need to doubt his unrivaled strength among the younger generation. Oh? Ling Yan's eyes flashed with a deep look. Gutizi was actually so confident in his victory. However, I will tell young king about this in detail later. Gutizi smiled mysteriously. He naturally would not reveal his plan in public. What is Gutizi planning? Is he really that capable? Wei Xianxia muttered. Why? From your tone, it seems like you don't want to see anything happen to Jun Xiaoyao? Songli smiled faintly. No, no way. I just feel that it's a pity for such a handsome man to die, Wei Xianxia muttered. Sigh, this is an era where looks matter. Songli was speechless. The battle for the position of young king in the Xianting had ended. With the help of the opportunities in the immortal steel forest, the strength of all the skyprides in the Xianting had increased by a large margin. The successors of the immortal orthodoxies were all far stronger than before. Ling Yan and Gutizi's cultivation had doubled. Ling Yan, who had obtained the immortal artifact's imprint, could be said to have reached the peak of her current strength. All the successors of the immortal orthodoxies were confident that the Xianting's strength was enough to dominate the ancient road of ultimate. They could even control the situation in the ultimate trial. However, when all the skyprides in the Xianting left the immortal steel forest space, a single piece of news froze the smug smiles on their faces. What did you say? Jun Xiaoyao obtained the inheritance of ancient chaos great emperor on the buried emperor star? Not only that, but even a Dharmakaya can fight with the invincible overlord, and in the end, the original body can crush the overlord? He even extorted a heavenly tome and spring of life from the ancient void dragon clan? There's also a mystique venerable rank from the overlord ancestral hall who died because of Jun Xiaoyao and was killed by the 8 divine kings? Previously, all the Xianting geniuses were training in the immortal steel forest, so they did not receive the news. When they came out and received this series of news, they were dumbfounded. Their minds were buzzing. What? That Jun Xiaoyao is so strong that even the overlord isn't his match? Wei Qianxian's eyes widened in disbelief. The successors of immortal orthodoxies were also shaken, unable to calm down. Although the tyrant used to be extremely mysterious, he was widely recognized as one of the most powerful outlawed skyprides on the ancient road of the ultimate path. In the end, he was defeated by Jun Xiaoyao in such a humiliating manner. Jun Xiaoyao. Ling Yan's expression was solemn. She thought that she had gone through the immortal steel forest's opportunity of fortune and obtained the heavenly emperor's throne's brand. It should not be a problem for her to defeat Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao had now once again refreshed the world's understanding of him. This man seemed to be constantly creating miracles. As expected, we have to carry out the plan. If we fight Jun Xiaoyao alone, our chances of winning are not high. Gu Tizi frowned. His words shocked some of the successors of immortal orthodoxies. Gu Tizi was one of the most powerful skyprides in the Xianting, and he possessed the Fuxi sacred constitution. Jun Xiaoyao's reputation was evident from the fact that he was not confident of defeating an opponent alone. Ling Yan, let's talk, Gu Tizi said. In private, he did not address her as young king. Ling Yan nodded slightly. After the other skyprides in the Xianting left, Ling Yan said, so what's your plan? I think we should find the other 7 defiant kings first, Gu Tizi said. You think you can't handle him alone, so you've decided to team up? Ling Yan asked. Since the heavens have appointed the 7 defiant kings, it means that it is difficult for one person to defeat Jun Xiaoyao, Gu Tizi said. Can you not make it sound so high-sounding? Ling Yan's eyes flashed with a touch of disdain. Although she was on the same side as Gu Tizi now, she had to admit that Gu Tizi was still incomparable to Jun Xiaoyao. It was not the difference in cultivation level, but the difference in mentality and temperament. Although Gu Tizi also had the aura of a king, compared to Jun Xiaoyao's arrogant and invincible spirit, he was still a lot weaker. Only the one who can survive to the end can dominate this era and seize the destiny of this era, Gu Tizi said with a cold smile. He was also an ambitious and ruthless person who would resort to any means necessary. As long as he could kill Jun Xiaoyao, he did not mind using any underhanded means. Although the 7 defiant kings do not know each other's identity, they can sense each other's presence. We can find a chance to meet in the future. Then, in the ultimate trial ground and the world of the ruins of God, it will not be difficult to kill Jun Xiaoyao, Gu Tizi said solemnly. In the end, Gu Tizi told Ling Yan part of the plan, but not the whole thing. Obviously, he did not completely trust Ling Yan. Ling Yan did not care. However, if everything really went according to Gu Tizi's plan, there was a chance that Jun Xiaoyao might actually die. When she thought of this, for some reason, Ling Yan felt a stabbing pain in her heart. No, it's not only because of the ill-fated relationship, but also because of her. Ling Yan thought of someone. It was not only the ill-fated relationship that affected her mood. Thinking of this, Ling Yan's eyes flashed and she sat down on the heavenly emperor's throne again. The void twisted an endless immortal light wrapped around her, then she disappeared on the spot. On the other side, in an ancient land where Empress was immortal heritage was located. Mountains rose and fell, and jade grass was everywhere. At the side of a valley full of flowers, a beautiful young girl was dancing gracefully. The girl's limbs were soft and light, and her dance was as graceful as a swan, like a swimming dragon, extremely beautiful. Her black hair rippled with the dance, and her slender jade legs were wearing white stockings woven from snow jade silk, making the girl's leg lines even more gentle and beautiful. The girl's facial features were also exquisite and beautiful, her eyebrows were like jade feathers, and her skin was as white as snow. That appearance was surprisingly 70 to 80% similar to Ling Yan. It was Heavenly Maiden Yuan. Heavenly Maiden Yuan danced the Luo god's graceful dance. Countless rain of flowers surrounded her, and all kinds of spiritual magpies and butterflies flew around her. The scene was as beautiful as a dream. She was like a forest elf dancing in the forest. Clap. Clap. Clap, in the void, immortal light emerged, and the sound of applause came. Yuan, your dance is getting better and better. Hearing this heavenly voice, Heavenly Maiden Yuan's movements suddenly paused. Her face also instantly returned to a cold expression. She looked over, and in the light, a slightly illusory throne appeared. Ling Yan supported her sharp chin with one hand, her long slender legs crossed, and leaned lazily on the Heavenly Emperor's throne. "It seems that as you wish, you have succeeded," Heavenly Maiden Yuan said coldly. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Ling Yan's lips. She got up from the Heavenly Emperor's throne, stepped on the void, and descended step by step, like a peerless empress, and finally landed in front of Heavenly Maiden Yuan. "Yes, I have succeeded and become the young empress of the Xianting. In the future, I may even become the ruler of the Xianting. Yuan, my sister, shouldn't you be happy for me?" Ling Yan stepped forward, stretched out her hand, and pinched Heavenly Maiden Yuan's snow-white chin, pulling her face to her. "Younger sister?" Fairy Yuan smiled. It was a mocking smile. "You and I have two souls in one body. You've always treated me as a superfluous existence. Creating a new body was just to enslave me and use me. When have you really treated me as a younger sister?" Fairy Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. Ling Yan had always treated her as a tool for cultivation. Feelings, that didn't exist at all. "Yuan, that's where you're wrong. I dote on you a lot," said Ling Yuan as she sized up Fairy Yuan's exquisite and beautiful face. "Is that so? So you want me to marry Gutizi?" Fairy Yuan said sarcastically. "I'm also very reluctant, but I'm forced to do so by the pressure of the immortal orthodoxy. Who knew that Gutizi, that trash, couldn't protect you and let Jun Xiaoyao take you away?" Ling Yuan felt embarrassed for the ancient prince when she recalled the incident of her marriage being snatched. What he lost was not only his face, but the entire Xianting's face. "That's right. That was my only precious memory. Only young Master Jun treated me with sincerity. He came to snatch my marriage and took me away." When Fairy Yuan thought of this, her beautiful eyes showed a touch of unprecedented gentleness. Ling Yan, who was supposed to be the closest to her, treated her as a tool. Instead, it was Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the opposite camp, who came to take her away from the sea of bitterness. How ironic was that, when Ling Yan heard this, she thought of the mark between her legs and the ill-fated fate of 100 lifetimes. An indescribable fire immediately surged in his heart. Slap, Ling Yan slapped Fairy Yuan's face. Blood flowed from the corner of Fairy Yuan's mouth. She covered her cheek and sneered. "What, are you angry? My precious memory with young Master Jun is not something you can take away." Fairy Yuan's words made Ling Yan's eyes reflect a cold light. Hearing about Fairy Yuan and Jun Xiaoya's experience, she felt uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because of her relationship with Aishi Qing Yuan, which had already subtly influenced her. There was also Heavenly Maiden Yuan, who was originally one with her. She could also secretly influence her. However, as if he had thought of something, Ling Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. She extended her jade-like hand and gently wiped away the blood at the corner of Fairy Yuan's lips. "Yuan, you don't need to anger me. After this, I will bring you to see Jun Xiaoyao," said Ling Yan. "What?" Fairy Yuan's expression suddenly changed, unable to remain calm. Her longing for Jun Xiaoyao dripped into her heart like a river, and it was hard to suppress. However, Ling Yan controlled her life and death, so it was impossible for her to leave this place to find Jun Xiaoyao. But now, Ling Yan actually said that he would take her to see Jun Xiaoyao. This was simply unbelievable. Sure enough, in the next moment, Ling Yan said coldly, "However, I am taking you to witness the fall of Jun Xiaoyao. He will fall in the ultimate training ground, in the world of the ruins of God." "No, impossible, young Master Jun is invincible among his peers. You can't succeed." Fairy Yuan shook her head, unable to believe it. "Is that so? What if the 7 emperors attacked together?" Ling Yan said. Fairy Yuan's pupils shook, and she was speechless. The 7 emperors appointed by the will of the immortal domain to deal with Jun Xiaoyao together. It was really hard to say what the outcome would be. Seeing the silent Fairy Yuan, Ling Yan smiled and reached out her jade-like hand to gently caress the side of her face. "Don't worry, when Jun Xiaoyao falls, the obsession in your heart can be cut off, and you will still belong to me." Ling Yan still had one more thing to say, which was that the Aishi Qing Yuan in her heart could also be cut off. Ling Yan turned around and was about to leave. You won't succeed. Young Master Jun is a person who can create miracles. Fairy Yuan said word by word. Then let's wait and see. Ling Yan did not look back, sat on the Heavenly Emperor's throne, and left directly. Young Master Jun. Fairy Yuan sat on the ground, tears surging in her eyes. Yuan, I miss you, buried Emperor Star, inside a sealed ancient cave. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged, and around him, there were countless ancient words, like big stars, revolving around him endlessly. Waves of mysterious scriptures flashed through Jun Xiaoyao's mind. He had been comprehending the life book for some time. In front of him, in addition to the life book, there was also a crystal stone. Sealed inside was the spring of life. At this moment, drops of sparkling and translucent spring water, as if there was immortal qi circulating, emerged and merged into Jun Xiaoyao's body. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly opened his deep eyes. His body was shining brightly. In his body, there was a faint sound of chanting. It was as if countless gods and ancient Buddhas were sitting cross-legged in Jun Xiaoyao's body, chanting the scriptures of immortality. Immortal God Technique. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were clear, and they were shining. He had comprehended the great forbidden technique hidden in the life book, called the Immortal God Technique. Once this technique was mastered, it was said to be immortal and indestructible, and even gods could not destroy it. That's right, this technique can not only restore the physical body, but even the primordial spirit can be healed. Add to that the chaotic ancient emperor's talisman that specializes in protecting the primordial spirit. How many times can a supreme martial artist kill me, let alone those below the supreme martial artist? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were clear, and the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. The Immortal God Technique, the sacred body of the ancients with an insane recovery ability, and the chaotic ancient emperor's talisman. Just ask the younger generation, who could kill him, even if those seedlings buried in ancient history came out, they could not do anything to him. This was Jun Xiaoyao's confidence. The ancient road of ultimate is coming to an end. I believe the 7 emperors and the others are running out of patience. Maybe they are already planning how to kill me in the ultimate trial and obtain the heavenly pass reward. What a pity, you guys are still too narrow-minded. Jun Xiaoyao let out a sigh. Gu Tizi and the 7 emperors were only thinking about how to deal with him. What about Jun Xiaoyao? His eyes had already left the 9 heavens immortal realm. The alien realm, the burial ground, the realm ocean, the forbidden land of life. These mysterious and terrifying places outside the immortal realm were his targets. The 7 emperors were nothing in his eyes. What could they possibly be? Once I refine the spring of life into my inner universe, I believe my strength and cultivation will rise to another level. When the time comes, I'll kill all those eyesores in the ultimate trial. Jun Xiaoyao spoke to himself casually, as if he was talking about something that could not have been any simpler. He began to refine the spring of life. At the same time, on an incomparably hot ancient planet that was like the sun. A few figures were there. One of them was a young man with golden hair and golden eyes. He was extremely aloof, like a sun god. It was the 10 princes of Jinwu. He had been defeated by Jun Xiaoyao on the buried Emperor Star. He was the only one left among the 10 brothers. It could be said that he was extremely miserable. However, the 10 princes of Jinwu lived up to his name as a top genius. He had a tenacious Tao heart and was not dispirited because of this. Instead, he turned his hatred into motivation and swore to kill Jun Xiaoyao personally. Back then, he had been very excited when he learned that another Taiyin constitution had been found on the Sun God Mountain. As long as he could cultivate the acquired chaotic constitution, his chances of revenge were almost 100%. This was because the chaotic constitution was one of the most powerful constitutions in the world. Even if it was just an acquired chaotic constitution, it would be invincible. Elders, where is the Taiyin constitution? The 10 princes of Jinwu asked anxiously. He really could not wait. He wanted to dual cultivate with the Taiyin constitution and cultivate the acquired chaotic constitution. Then, he would kill Jun Xiaoyao personally. Ahem. Well, push it up, an elder of the Sun God Mountain said with a dry cough. Push it up? The 10 princes of Jinwu was stunned for a moment. An elder pushed a coffin onto the stage. Your Highness, he's here. The elder coughed with an unnatural expression. Where is he? The 10 princes of Jinwu was stunned and did not react at all. He's lying inside, are you sure you're not joking with me? The 10 princes of Jinwu finally came to his senses. He froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt as if his soul had left his body and he was about to fly into the sky. Your Highness, the Taiying constitution is too rare. This was unearthed from an ancient tomb by the Sun God Mountain with great difficulty. Don't worry, we've checked. This Taiying constitution is sealed in an ice coffin. Its body is intact and has not decayed. At least, it can still be used. The 10 princes of Jinwu's expression was blank at first. Then, it turned green, and finally, it turned purplish-green. If not for the fact that the people present were all senior elders of the Sun God Mountain, the Golden Crow 10th Prince would definitely not be able to restrain himself from cursing and beating them up. Elders, are you joking? This is a corpse? The 10 princes of Jinwu gritted his teeth and spat out the words one by one. When he first heard the news, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. But he didn't think too much about it. Who would have thought that it would be a corpse? Your Highness, although it's just a corpse, there's still a chance for you to cultivate the postnatal chaotic body. The power of Yin in it has not been lost, an elder said. Then directly extract the power of Yin from it. The 10 princes of Jinwu said with a cold face. No, the postnatal chaotic body is born from the balance of Yin and Yang. It has to go through a procedure. Otherwise, the probability is very low, and it's equivalent to wasting it, the elders said seriously. But the 10 princes of Jinwu still wanted to say something. One of the elders interrupted him. Your Highness. Those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. If you're even afraid of corpses, then what qualifications do you have to become a top powerhouse? The elder's words were so loud that even the apathetic could hear them. But thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem right. Did one have to experience such hardcore things to become a powerhouse? What kind of logic was this? Why don't you do it? The 10 princes of Jinwu asked in return. Cough cough. Well, I'm already old, and my talent has been exhausted. Unlike your Highness, I'm still young and strong, and I still have a big grudge to take. The elder coughed and almost choked himself. Hearing the words big grudge to take, the 10 princes of Jinwu fell silent. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao was too strong. He was so strong that it made people despair. Previously, the 10 princes of Jinwu had heard the news that Jun Xiaoyao had crushed the overlord. He realized that when Jun Xiaoyao fought with them, he didn't even show much of his true strength. At this stage, other than mastering the acquired chaotic body, the 10 princes of Jinwu could not think of any way to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. Your Highness, you should endure the humiliation for now. The chaos flesh will surely overwhelm the entire 9 heavens immortal realm in the future, an elder advised. Your Highness, if you find it too cold, you can heat it up first. Another elder suggested. Enough, stop talking. The 10 princes of Jinwu was expressionless and gloomy as he waved his hand. All the elders of the Sun God Mountain sighed. If the 10 princes of Jinwu were unwilling, then there was nothing they could do. Now, the ultimate smelting trial was about to begin. It would be difficult to capture Yu Chanwan. Only this corpse was left. If he gave up, the 10 princes of Jinwu would not be able to cultivate the postnatal chaotic body. Even if he had the chance to find her again in the future, he would have to wait for a long time. Time waits for no man. In this era of great strife, the key was to seize the initiative. If one step was too slow, they would be too slow. In the end, they would only disappear into the crowd. I'm willing. The 10 princes of Jinwu said with a hoarse voice. Even he had no idea why he would say such a thing. Perhaps it was because he hated Jun Xiaoyao too much. I'm responsible for the deaths of my 9 brothers. I must avenge them, the 10 princes of Jinwu groaned. Got it. The elders of the Sun God Mountain were excited. An elder opened the lid of the coffin, revealing a tall and slender figure. He was wearing a white robe. His facial features were rather decent, like a painting. However, his skin was pale and cold. It was hard to tell how long he had been sealed in the coffin. The 10th Golden Crow Prince heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. At least it was not a rotten corpse like they had imagined. Luckily, he could still make it out. "Your Highness, we'll be leaving first," the elders were about to leave. "Oh, something's wrong?" The 10 princes of Jinwu's expression suddenly changed. "Why is there an Adam's apple on his neck? His chest is flat too. Why is there something that shouldn't be there?" The 10 princes of Jinwu was completely dumbfounded. He froze on the spot. An elder's face twitched, and he said with difficulty, "Your Highness, it's about time. At least it's still a human, that's right. There's no need to be too rigid about the gender. Just treat it as a cultivation tool." Ah. The 10 princes of Jinwu was going crazy. He was about to go crazy, and the veins on his neck were bulging. "Your Highness, think about the deaths of your 9 brothers. Don't you want revenge? Don't you want to kill Jun Xiaoyao with your own hands?" an elder shouted. His voice was deafening. The 10 princes of Jinwu's body trembled. His face turned purple, and his heart felt like it was about to explode. Forget about the corpse. But the gender was wrong, this was not something that could be described with the word tragic. "Jun Xiaoyao, you must die." The 10 princes of Jinwu roared with hatred. If it were not for Jun Xiaoyao, he would have already had Yu Chanwan, hugging a fragrant, soft, and beautiful girl with a perfect body. Was it not good enough? However, Yu Chanwan had been taken away by Jun Xiaoyao. The 10 princes of Jinwu even mistakenly thought that Jun Xiaoyao had already dual cultivated with Yu Chanwan. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have the sacred power of Taiyin. "Jun Xiaoyao, just you wait. And Yu Chanwan, that be *tch. When I cultivate the acquired chaotic body, I will make you suffer the same pain as me." The 10 princes of Jinwu roared angrily. In the end, he rushed out with tears in his eyes. Rumble, the entire ancient planet was enveloped by thick sacred power of Sun and sacred power of Taiyin. However, the sacred power of Taiyin was not active and carried a faint aura of death. Several elders of the Sun God Mountain retreated from the ancient planet. "What happened today must not be spread," an elder said solemnly. "Of course." The elders nodded in agreement. If this were to spread, the entire Sun God Mountain would lose face. "But, the Crown Prince is really going all out." An elder sighed. "He's a ruthless person." The few elders present looked at each other and nodded their heads in agreement. Although the 10 princes of Jinwu had done something that crossed their bottom line, it had to be said that it was still effective. Looking at the vague fusion of the sacred power of Sun and sacred power of Taiyin, the eyes of the few elders glowed brightly. The entire ancient planet was enveloped by the sacred power of Sun and sacred power of Taiyin. It was like an egg. It was about to give birth to an earth-shattering existence. This existence was destined to make the already turbulent ultimate trial even more turbulent. This was because it would give birth to a god of vengeance. The 10 princes of Jinwu was not the only one who had been traumatized by Jun Xiaoyao's teachings. In a void realm, 2 figures, one old and one young, stood. They were Long Yuan and Long Yaoer. "Yaoer, are you sure?" Long Yuan asked in a serious tone. "Yaoer is sure." The expression on Long Yaoer's face was unprecedentedly serious. If she had been like a child before, then she had been like a child who could not grow up. Then, after Jun Xiaoyao's vicious beating and education, she had grown a lot mentally. She had to be beaten if she was weak. This was Long Yaoer's lesson. Although she was not weak, compared to Jun Xiaoyao, she was still weak. That battle could be said to be a humiliating one. The dragon-killing cave is not that easy to enter. Long Yuan sighed deeply. Long Yaoer was already strong enough, but she still had talent and potential that she had yet to unleash. Apart from the overlord of the heavens, she also had the rare ancient golden dragon bloodline of the ancient void dragon clan. One had to know that almost all the great emperor-level figures of the ancient void dragon clan in the past had the ancient golden dragon bloodline. Although having this bloodline might not guarantee one's Dao and become an emperor, but the possibility was very high. This was also the reason why the ancient void dragon clan was willing to exchange for Long Yao, or even if they had to take out the heavenly book and the spring of life. This could very well be a future great emperor. Long Yao had used the ultimate move of the overlord body when fighting with Jun Xiaoyao. But she had not used the power of the ancient golden dragon bloodline. Her bloodline power had not completely awakened. And the dragon-killing cave was a forbidden bloody trial of the ancient Void Dragon clan. Just from the name, one could tell how terrifying this bloody trial was. Since ancient times, countless geniuses of the ancient Void Dragon clan had died in there and never walked out again. Yaoer, you have to think about it. With your talent, even if you cultivate alone, you can grow quickly, Long Yuan said earnestly. He saw Long Yaoer as his granddaughter, so he naturally did not want her to be in danger. Grandpa Long Yuan, Yaoer has decided. Long Yaoer's delicate face was extremely serious. Long Yuan's eyes were complicated. There was relief, worry, and pity. Previously, Long Yaoer was very playful and would not cultivate seriously at all. Now, after Xianxia's baptism, she seemed to have grown up overnight. This made Long Yuan not know whether to be happy or worried. Sigh, alright. By the way, the Overlord Ancestral Hall sent some concentrated Overlord body blood essence and a few ancient weapons. If you can come out of the dragon-killing cave, I'll give them to you, Long Yuan said. Thank you, Grandpa Long Yuan. I'll go then. Long Yaoer said. By the way, Yaoer, I still don't recommend you provoke that Jun Xiaoyao, Long Yuan said. If Long Yaoer could awaken her bloodline, there would definitely be a qualitative transformation. But Long Yuan was still a little worried. Jun Xiaoyao, this guy, hid too deeply and was too mysterious. No one knew how much strength Jun Xiaoyao had used. You thought that Jun Xiaoyao was on the first floor, but he was on the 5th floor. No one had ever been able to force Jun Xiaoyao to go all out. Long Yaoer smiled but did not say anything. However, the moment she turned around, a resplendent seal appeared in her hand. The Emperor's seal of the 7 rebellious emperors. Before this, Long Yaoer had never merged into his body. Jun Xiaoyao has already become Yaoer's obsession. If I can't fight to my heart's content again, Yaoer won't be satisfied. Long Yaoer murmured in her heart. She clapped her little hand and slapped the Emperor's seal of Dao affirmation into her body. Boom, with a world-shaking explosion, Long Yaoer's purple hair fluttered in the wind, her aura rising steadily. Countless runes of the great Dao flowed in the surroundings, accompanied by the rain of heavenly Dao flowers. Looking at Long Yaoer's back, Long Yuan sighed deeply. She was still unwilling to give up. The 10 princes of Jinwu were driven by hatred. Long Yaoer was driven by humiliation. And Jun Xiaoyao's opponents were not just the 2 of them. The 7 rebellious emperors were only some of Jun Xiaoyao's opponents. On a certain ancient planet full of spirit qi, there was a valley full of immortal qi. A transcendent figure was wrapped in endless immortal qi. What was shocking was that there were a total of 10 strands of immortal qi around this figure. This was terrifying. 9 strands of immortal qi was the limit. This was common knowledge. In the past eras, there were only a handful of prodigies who had cultivated 9 strands of immortal qi. Not to mention breaking the limit. If this news spread, it would cause a huge commotion on the ancient road of ultimate. This was an extremely terrifying young taboo monarch. At this moment, the figure wrapped in endless immortal qi seemed to have sensed something. A faint and gentle voice sounded. Qing-yi, you're here. A beautiful figure sat cross-legged on a lotus platform and crossed the sky. She was wearing an azure robe, and her hair was sparkling and dancing in the wind. Her body was enveloped in immortal qi, and her face was covered by a veil, only revealing a pair of clear eyes that seemed to reflect 3,000 worlds. Her aura was like a green lotus that had just bloomed. She was aloof and untainted. It was Ji Qingyi. She had been on the same level as Ling Yan, Jiang Xingyi, and the others. She was one of the most beautiful goddesses on the ancient road of ultimate. However, she was also the most low-key. She didn't have any shocking battle achievements or achievements. However, this showed that Ji Qingyi was very scheming. Even Jun Xiaoyao thought that this woman was not simple. She hid very well and couldn't be judged by common sense. Ji Daoyi, you've been in seclusion for a long time. You've finally broken through the limit of 9 and cultivated 10 strands of immortal qi, Ji Qingyi said in a sweet voice. The figure in the immortal qi was the mysterious successor of the Ren celestial sect, Ji Daoyi, who had the human deity body. Ji Daoyi walked out of the immortal qi. He was dressed in simple and plain clothes, and his appearance was handsome and elegant. His black hair was tied up with a cloth band, and he actually looked simple and unadorned. However, there was a natural Taoist rhyme in his simplicity. He was like an immortal in the mortal world. His skin was like jade, fairer than many women's. His body was crystal clear. His entire body was filled with spirit chi. He didn't look like a mortal's body. This was the human deity body, one of the top 10 physiques among the 3,000. It was on the same level as the sacred body of the ancients and the heavenly tyrant body. After Jiang Luoli transformed into the elemental spirit immortal body, she was about the same level as the human deity body. However, the elemental spirit immortal body could breathe in vast amounts of immortal chi to enhance divine powers. The human deity body used immortal chi to temper the body and create an immortal mortal deity body. It could be said that Ji Daoi's human deity body, which had been tempered by immortal chi, was no weaker than the sacred body. Qingyi, with the amount of immortal chi I've cultivated, do you think I can be called number one on the ancient road of ultimate? Ji Daoi smiled faintly. He looked at Ji Qingyi with a gentle gaze. He had once asked Ji Qingyi to be his Dao companion, but she had rejected him. Even so, he didn't feel embarrassed. He was the successor of the human deity sect, and Ji Qingyi was the saintess of the human deity sect. She was still his assistant. If there are no accidents, you should be number one, Ji Qingyi said. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who knew that he had cultivated 12 strands of immortal chi. It hadn't been spread. Then do you think I can defeat Jun Xiaoyao now? Ji Daoi continued asking. Ji Qingyi didn't say anything. She took out a jade slip. You've been in seclusion for a long time. You don't have the latest news. Take a look at this, Ji Qingyi said. Ji Daoi took the jade slip. After scanning it with his divine sense, the smile on his face disappeared. It recorded all the great things that Jun Xiaoyao had done. He was invincible on the ultimate ancient road. He barged into Gutizi's wedding with an avatar and left leisurely. On the buried Emperor Star, he killed outlawed skyprides with ease. The Holy Church's Xingtiani, the Dragon King Palace's Little Dragon King, and the 10 princes of Jinwu combined were no match for him. The mysterious overlord whose name shook the ancient road was only worthy of fighting Jun Xiaoyao's avatar. His true body couldn't even withstand 2 or 3 attacks. Ji Daoi frowned slightly at these deeds. Even though he had broken through the limit, cultivated 10 strands of immortal chi, and possessed an invincible human deity body, he still couldn't defeat Ji Daoi. However, when he saw such a shocking battle record, he still fell into a rare silence. If you're not confident, you don't have to be his enemy, Ji Qingyi said calmly. These words sounded like an admonishment, but to the proud and arrogant Ji Daoi, how could it not have the intention of goading him into action? As expected, Ji Daoi frowned even more after hearing this. Men were prideful, especially in front of women. Moreover, one of his followers had fallen in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao's follower, Yan Qingying. Ji Daoi had always remembered this grudge. I admit that he's not ordinary, but I'm not someone to be trifled with either. I still have to settle the score, but I'm puzzled. The heavens have appointed me as one of the 7 defiant sovereigns and have given me the Emperor's seal of doctrine, but I can't merge with it. What's the meaning of this? Ji Daoi raised his hand, and a dazzling seal filled with heavenly Dao energy floated in the air. It was the Emperor's seal of doctrine of the 7 defiant sovereigns. However, what puzzled Ji Daoi was that the Emperor's seal of doctrine could not merge with his body. Whoever kills Jun Xiaoyao with their own hands will be able to obtain the heavenly law crown. That shouldn't be a lie, Ji Qingyi said. At this moment, the Emperor's seal of doctrine suddenly flashed and trembled slightly. This is a message from the other 7 defiant sovereigns, saying that they'll meet up later? Ji Daoi asked. When Ji Qingyi saw this, a glimmer of light flashed across her crystal-clear eyes. The situation is getting more and more interesting, Ji Qingyi thought to herself. The ultimate ancient road was coming to an end. The news that the ultimate trial was about to begin spread throughout the entire ancient road. To be honest, countless geniuses had stepped onto the Emperor Road at the beginning. However, those who were qualified to reach the end of the ancient road and participate in the ultimate trial were few and far between. Most of them had died during the trial. Or they witnessed the shocking gap between themselves and the other geniuses. Their path heart collapsed, and they were discouraged and stopped forever on the way. There were not many geniuses like Jun Xiaoyao who could push through the ancient road like eating and drinking. Most of the geniuses were struggling on the line between life and death. After Jun Xiaoyao went into seclusion, the entire ancient road temporarily returned to peace. From time to time, there would be news of some geniuses. For example, among the 3 giants of the Jun family, apart from Jun Xiaoyao, there were 2 others. The first sequence, Jun Lingsong, had obtained the inheritance of an ancient man with polychoria, and his strength had greatly increased. His polychoria had returned to its original state, and he could transform into a single pupil like an ordinary person. There was no need for a black cloth seal to cover his eyes. The ancient freak, Jun Maxiao, was also suspected to have obtained the inheritance of an ancient emperor. He had the Renhuang body, and his combat strength was unparalleled. In addition to the 3 giants of the Jun family, the sequences, Jun Mulan, Jun Wushuang, Jun Zhanjian, and the others, had also gained something and made a name for themselves. Of course, there were also Jun Xiaoyao's followers. Yu, Yan Qingying, Wang Chuan, Goddess Eternal Calamity, and the others had also become famous. As Jun Xiaoyao's followers, their status was already higher than others. Their strength was also extremely outstanding. Some people even thought that Jun Xiaoyao wanted to learn from his father and create an existence like the King of Gods 8. In addition, those who had been in contact with Jun Xiaoyao, such as Yan Ruming, Yu Chanwan, Xiao Maxian, and the others, had also gained something. There was also Yi Guchen, the reincarnation of the sword demon, who had fought with Jun Xiaoyao in the Battle of the Kings on the Imperial Road of the Huangtian Mystic Realm. He was also famous and had received the inheritance of a forbidden sword god. It could be said that all the prodigies who had persevered until now had more or less gained something. After all, not everyone could survive for a few years on the cruel ancient ultimate road. Of course, other than the news about the people around Jun Xiaoyao, the biggest news recently was that Ling Yan had been elected as the young emperor of Xianting. The first female young empress in history was indeed shocking. As a result, Ling Yan's prestige was pushed to the peak. However, there was another piece of news that shocked everyone. The mysterious successor of the human immortal sect, Ji Daoi, who had the human immortal body, broke the limit of 9 and cultivated 10 strands of immortal qi. When this news came out, everyone was shocked. 10 strands of immortal energy, this was something rarely seen since ancient times, absolutely rare. Ordinary geniuses who had 4 or 5 strands of immortal qi were all dragons and phoenixes. Many people had raised Ji Daoi's status to the same level as Jun Xiaoyao. In addition to them, the reincarnated Bodhi of the Western Paradise sect was rumored to have received the inheritance of a sacred Buddha. He had awakened his innate wisdom, allowing him to execute some of the skills of his past life. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Also, the Yama Emperor of the Underworld King bloodline, who was known as the God of Death, had received the inheritance of a mysterious expert of the underworld. In other words, every prodigy who had come this far had their own fortunate encounters. This was the purpose of the ancient ultimate road. It was to gather resources and nurture a small number of top geniuses so that they could rise. Only then would they have the strength to resist the foreign realm. As the remaining prodigies were improving rapidly, a shocking piece of news exploded in the 9 heavens immortal realm like a sudden clap of thunder. A foreign realm martial monarch had come knocking at the border of the immortal realm. The news was like a huge rock falling into the ocean, stirring up huge waves. The authorities of the undying factions were astounded when they heard the news. They began to make plans for their own factions. The foreign realm, on the other side of the immortal realm, it also had countless living beings and clans. 100 royal tribes looked down on the world, the undying martial monarch tribes suppressed the world, it was an incomparably powerful land. The peerless experts and geniuses there were not any weaker than the immortal realm. Besides, the creatures of the foreign realm were tough and vicious. Almost every one of them was a soldier. The foreign realm had invaded many times, stirring up endless disasters. Every battle was recorded in history. Their influence and destruction were thousands of times greater than the battle of undying factions. The prosperous Xianting used to be a supreme overlord of the 9 heavens immortal realm. In the end, they all fell apart in the destructive battle of the foreign realm, turning into the current 9 immortal factions. Even the immortal weapons and the throne of the Heaven Emperor were lost in an unknown space. It was easy to imagine how great the threat of the foreign realm's invasion was. Even though there was some news before, it was not clear. Now, a top expert of the foreign realm had come knocking at the border. It had undoubtedly ignited the fuse. Everyone was shocked. 10,000 zhang of waves. Later on, there was more news. The martial monarch who came knocking was the new martial monarch of the foreign realm. He obviously would not barge into the immortal realm alone. He only pointed his finger and shook the entire border. This wasn't a true invasion, but rather a start, a warning. Immortal Domain's border was built from the flesh of countless experts, even more so Immortal Domain's natural law Dao patterns. Even if it was a foreign emperor, if they didn't have special methods, it would still be difficult for them to break through. Even if they broke through, their strength would still be suppressed. That was why without absolute certainty, the top experts of the foreign realm wouldn't enter alone. However, this was a signal. The signal that the foreign realm was starting to take action. Not long after the foreign realm's new martial monarch came knocking on the border. A message from the gatekeeper's lineage came from the border. The ancient final road's ultimate land of refinement was about to open. In this great era, Immortal Domain's top heavenly talents were going to clash head-on with the heavenly talents sent out by the foreign realm. Meanwhile, this confrontation wasn't as simple as just sharpening oneself. It was because the foreign realm seemed to have found a way to break through the border pass. Meanwhile, this method was precisely in the ultimate land of refinement, in the world of divine ruins. It was also precisely because of this news that those heavenly talents who were about to reach the end of the ancient final road also sped up, hurrying towards the receiving ground at the end of the ancient path. They were preparing to head to the ultimate land of refinement. Meanwhile, all of this commotion. Xianxia didn't even know about it. He was currently concentrating on buried Emperor Star, cultivating in seclusion in a forbidden land. He was going to refine the spring of life into the inner verse. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. The entire ancient final road seemed to be filled with a faint smell of gunpowder and a sense of tension. The bloody and cruel trial belonging to Immortal Domain's younger generation was about to begin. Meanwhile, before this, something that could affect the situation of Immortal Domain's younger generation was silently happening. That was, the 7 emperors were about to meet. Of course, the outside world didn't know about this. This was a secret meeting between the 7 emperors. However, if the outside world learned about this, it might stir up a huge commotion. It was because now, the foreign realm came knocking, the ultimate land of refinement was about to erupt with a bloody and cruel great battle. At this time, Immortal Domain's heavenly talents should be united, thinking about how to deal with the young kings of the other side. Meanwhile, Xianxia was undoubtedly the main force of the main force, the most important. It could even be said that Xianxia was one of the pillars of Immortal Domain's younger generation. In the end, the 7 emperors, who represented one of Immortal Domain's peak fighting forces, instead had a secret meeting to discuss how to get rid of this pillar of support. This really was ironic. The buried Emperor Star, inside a hidden ancient cave, a slender figure in a black silk dress was sitting with her legs crossed. She was wearing a grimacing mask that seemed to be both laughing and crying at the same time. Her hair was scattered across her shoulders like a waterfall. Her skin was so pale that it was almost sickly. Her slender limbs were wrapped in bandages like those of a deer, giving her a sickly beauty. She was like a black rose dripping with blood. On her pale skin, there was only a scarlet-red spider lily tattooed on her collarbone. It bloomed exceptionally seductively and dazzlingly. She was none other than the immortal execution bandit, Xianxia. She was the only one left among the 13 immortal bandits. However, Xianxia did not feel anything. She was not sad about the deaths of the other 12 immortal execution bandits. As a matter of fact, the pain brought to Xianxia by the deaths of the other 12 immortal execution bandits was nothing compared to the murderous gaze of Xianxia when he looked at her. The familiar face in her memory had attacked her in order to protect another woman. The cold murderous intent caused Xianxia's dead heart to feel a sharp pain. "He's just a flower that looks like me, that's all," Xianxia murmured. She was holding a crystal in her hand. A mature, seductive female voice appeared from it. "When the world of the godly ruins opens, you will be able to return to our world once you've completed your quests. By the way, make a list of the geniuses that are worthy of our attention in the 9 heavens immortal realm. When the time comes, the geniuses of the immortal realm will become the prey of the geniuses of our world. Xianyu fell silent. Prey? Xianyu murmured. Xiaoyao's identity, status, and unfathomable strength would definitely attract the attention of the geniuses. If he was discovered by the other side, then he would definitely become a target of great attention, to the extent where he might even be surrounded and hunted down by the foreign young kings and leading figures. Someone like Xiaoyao would pose a great threat to the foreign realm once he grew stronger. They had to eliminate him while he was still in the bud. Xianyu clenched her fists. Her heart was in a mess. Was she willing to see Xiaoyao being hunted down and having his white robe dyed in blood? Xianyu's gaze shifted. At this moment, Mystic Moon seemed to have sensed something as a strange thought flashed through her mind. It was the energy of the seal of Dao verification. The gathering of the seven sovereigns. Mystic Moon muttered to herself. On the other side, outside the ancient Void Dragon clan's ancestral land, the dragon-killing cave. The elders of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, including Long Yuan, waited anxiously. A few months had passed, but there was no sign of Long Yao in the dragon-killing cave. The longer the time, the lower the probability of Long Yao surviving. Sigh, I shouldn't have let her enter the dragon-killing cave. How reckless. An elder of the ancient Void Dragon tribe sighed and stomped his foot. They used the Book of Life and the Spring of Life as the price to redeem Long Yao. If something were to happen to Long Yao now, Long Yao would be in trouble. Not only had the ancient Void Dragon tribe lost a super expert who could possibly achieve the martial monarch realm, they had also lost a precious treasure. It was a huge loss. I believe in Yao. Although she used to be playful and mischievous, she has grown up after the battle between the Holy Body and the Overlord Body. The unwillingness in her heart will become the motivation for her breakthrough, Long Yuan said with certainty. Just as Long Yuan's voice fell, a terrifying aura burst out from the dragon-killing cave all of a sudden. The elders of the ancient Void Dragon tribe were all experts above the supremacy level. However, at this moment, all the elders felt a slight sense of suffocation. If not for their high cultivation level, they would have knelt on the ground. This was not a suppression of cultivation level, but a suppression of the bloodline and soul. The ancient Golden Dragon bloodline has awakened. An elder of the ancient Void Dragon tribe said in a trembling voice. Boom, it was accompanied by a loud bang. A purple aura burst out from the entrance of the dragon-murdering cave and spread in all directions. These elders could barely withstand the pressure with their cultivation level. However, some of the younger ancient Void Dragon tribe members were unable to withstand it. They knelt on the ground with unprecedented shock and fanaticism on their faces. It's Princess Yao. Princess Yao has come out of the dragon-killing cave and successfully awakened the ancient Golden Dragon bloodline. Many of the young ancient Void Dragons were howling and roaring. They had been oppressed for too long. Now, the ancient Void Dragon tribe had become a laughingstock, just like the Overlord Ancestral Hall. They were also known as the most miserable dragon tribe in history. Who could stand it, under the gaze of many ancient Void Dragon tribe members? Linglong's beautiful figure slowly stepped out of the dragon-killing cave. Yao. Long Yuan. And the other elders' eyes were filled with excitement. However, what surprised them even more was that, with every step she took, she grew taller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her long purple hair, which had been bundled into a ball behind her head, was completely let down. Her purple hair was like a waterfall. In the end, when Long Yao stepped out of the dragon-killing cave, she had turned from a petite little Linglong girl into a tall, slender, and mature girl with curves of Linglong. Her purple hair was like a waterfall, reaching her perky bottom. Her breasts were plump, her waist was slender, and her legs were long and shiny. Her snow-white dress could not hide her graceful figure. Her adorable face, which had been like carved jade, had become extremely beautiful and exquisite. Her large purple glass-like eyes had also turned into a pair of purple gold noble phoenix eyes. She looked like an incomparably noble and devastatingly beautiful dragon race empress. All of the ancient Void Dragon clan members were stunned, and their eyes were filled with amazement. Yao. Yao. Long Yuan's voice trembled in disbelief. The mature girl in front of him was very different from the mischievous little girl in his impression. Grandpa Long Yuan, I did it. Long Yao's red lips curled into a smile. Before she awakened her bloodline, she could only be considered a baby. Now that she had awakened her bloodline, she had truly entered the stage of growth. Now, she could completely defeat her previous self. Good, this is great. Princess Yao has the potential to become a great emperor. She will definitely be the empress of the ancient Void Dragon tribe in the future. An elder of the dragon tribe laughed. With Princess Yao's current strength, I'm afraid that Jun Xiaoyao won't have it easy if she goes against him. These elders of the dragon tribe were overjoyed. They had simply forgotten the pain after the scar had healed. Jun Xiaoyao, hearing those 3 words, Long Yao's smile disappeared. The humiliation of being treated like a little bitch was still vivid in her mind. Grandpa Long Yuan, I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Long Yao's jade-like feet tapped the void lightly as she prepared to leave. Wait, this is what the Overlord Ancestral Hall gave you. Long Yuan handed over some ancient weapons and concentrated Overlord blood essence to Long Yao. The ancient weapon was a blood-stained bronze battle spear. It was once used by the ancestors of the Overlord Ancestral Hall. It was said that the ancestor had once used this bronze battle spear to pierce through a sacred body. The blood on it was the blood of a sacred body. Long Yao took the bronze battle spear and Overlord blood essence. She nodded slightly and tapped the void with her snow-white feet, instantly disappearing from the spot. This was the unique spatial talent of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Long Yao, who had awakened the ancient Golden Dragon bloodline, was clearly able to perfectly utilize this talent. Seeing this, Long Yuan opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. Long Yao had already grown up and didn't need him to take care of her anymore. Yao, don't be rash. Long Yuan sighed deeply. He was really afraid that Long Yao would provoke Jun Xiaoyao again. Although Long Yao's current strength was no longer the same as before. But when Jun Xiaoyao dealt with her, how much strength did he use? Immortal execution thief Xianyu and Long Yao both took action. Their destination was a desolate ancient star area that had no one in it. That was the place where the 7 emperors gathered. In the depths of the dark universe, there were a few stars. This was the 104th checkpoint of the ancient Road of Ultimate, a remote and desolate ancient star region. There weren't many opportunities in this ancient star region and few people came here. It could be said to be a desolate area. And today, on a desolate ancient star region in this desolate ancient star region, 2 figures, a man and a woman, landed on it. The man was wearing a black robe with 8 trigrams. He was tall and straight and was surrounded by 8 trigrams. He was Gutizi. The woman was naturally Ling Yan. She leaned lazily on the Heavenly Emperor's throne, supporting her sharp chin with her jade-like hand and crossing her snow-white long legs. Her entire being seemed cold, proud, charming, and magnificent. She was like a world-toppling empress. Gutizi's eyes were filled with amazement. For a peerless elite like him, what kind of woman couldn't he get? But he didn't care about them and only regarded Ling Yan as his exclusive property. After Jun Xiaoyao dies, I can really consider the marriage with Ling Yan, Gutizi thought to himself. He knew his priorities. The most important thing now was to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. As long as he could kill Jun Xiaoyao with his own hands and get the Heavenly Dao crown, then he would be the rightful representative of the Heavenly Dao. In addition, he had humbly given the position of young emperor to Ling Yan. Gutizi believed that Empress was a mortal lineage behind Ling Yan would definitely agree to the marriage between Ling Yan and him. By then, he and Ling Yan would have the final say in the entire Xianting. It had to be said that Gutizi was very calculative and scheming. Killing Jun Xiaoyao and getting his hands on the beauty was just wishful thinking. But he didn't know that Ling Yan, who he regarded as his exclusive property. She had been in a relationship with Jun Xiaoyao for a long time in the reincarnation ocean. There were also traces of Jun Xiaoyao on her thighs. Gutizi, who had never even touched Ling Yan's hand, wondered how he would feel when he found out the truth. Are you sure the other emperors will come? Ling Yan asked calmly. I will definitely come because the Divine Ruins is the best opportunity. If I miss it, it will be very difficult to kill Jun Xiaoyao again, Gutizi said confidently. The ancient final path didn't forbid killing. The various undying forces couldn't interfere. Even if their own geniuses died, they could only watch helplessly. 9 of the Golden Crow crown princes had died. Wasn't the sun god mountain angry, but so what, rules were rules. The rules of the ancient ultimate road could not be broken. That was why Gutizi dared to surround and kill Jun Xiaoyao in the final trial. Miss this last chance. After that, it would be very difficult to make a move on Jun Xiaoyao. The Jun family behind him wouldn't turn a blind eye. You look like you have victory in your hands. Ling Yan narrowed his eyes and a light flashed in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. I can't say that I'm 100% sure, but I have some confidence. Besides, I've also figured out some of the secrets of the 7 emperors. The weapon that God gave us to deal with Jun Xiaoyao might not be just the archmark of proving truth, Gutizi said with a deep look in his eyes. Oh? Ling Yan's eyes flashed with a strange light. Did Gutizi figure out something else? But that's true. You have the Fuxi sacred body. You're the best at deducing and comprehending the Tao, said Ling Yuan. The Fuxi sacred body was rumored to be the body of a deity. It was mysterious and unpredictable. Of course, the sacred body of Empress Hua was the same. Gutizi sighed and said, unfortunately, Ling Yan, if we can marry each other and refine each other's energy, the body that will be born in the end won't be weaker than the chaotic body. The combination of the Taiyin sacred body and the Taiyang sacred body could give birth to the postnatal chaotic body. If the Fuxi sacred body and the Empress Hua sacred body refined each other, they could also give birth to the strongest body. Enough. I don't want to talk about this now. Ling Yan's eyes flashed with disgust. She didn't know why, but after 100 lives of ill-fated love, she hated other men more and more. Of course, it didn't mean that she liked Jun Xiaoyao. She also hated him in her heart. Gutizi smiled and didn't say anything. At that moment, the space was cleansed and ripples spread out like waves. Ling Long's tall figure tore through the void and appeared. Her purple hair was loose and straight to her perky butt. Her face was beautiful and there was a sense of nobility in her purple gold eyes. Her breasts were plump, her waist was slender, and her legs were slender and straight. Her development was perfect. Dragon chi surrounded her body and the purple blood of the overlord body surged. Of course, it was Long Yaoer who had rushed over. You are Long Yaoer? Ling Yan and Gutizi were both surprised. They were surprised not because of Long Yaoer's identity as one of the 7 emperors. It was because her appearance at the moment was too different from what they had heard before. A lowly eating candied Haas became a tall and slender mature girl in the blink of an eye. I'm not the same as before, Long Yaoer said. In terms of temperament, she was not much worse than Ling Yan. One was like a high and mighty empress who looked down on all living beings. The other was the noble empress of the dragon clan who was respected by thousands of dragons. Very good. The stronger you are, the more confident we will be, Gutizi said with a smile. They weren't surprised that Long Yaoer was one of the 7 emperors. Sacred bodies and overlord bodies were natural enemies. It was just that Long Yaoer's defeat made Gutizi feel that her threat to Jun Xiaoyao might be limited. Now that Long Yaoer had transformed, she was naturally more confident in dealing with Jun Xiaoyao. I want to fight Jun Xiaoyao again, fair and square. I want to wash away my shame, Long Yaoer said with a frown. She didn't want to besiege Jun Xiaoyao with anyone. This spirit is admirable, but are you confident? Or will you face an even greater shame when the time comes? Gutizi said. Are you looking down on me? Long Yaoer released her aura and her purple hair fluttered. An extremely terrifying dragon force poured out. Although her appearance had matured, her character obviously couldn't become mature all of a sudden. Even Ling Yuan was astonished by this terrifying dragon aura. She felt a slight threat from it. Long Yaoer couldn't be underestimated. I definitely didn't mean that, but what if? In the face of Long Yaoer's pressure, Gutizi stood with his hands behind his back. There was still a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and he wasn't affected at all. Long Yaoer temporarily calmed down and her face was cold. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. Jun Xiaoyao definitely didn't use his full strength when fighting with her. Long Yaoer hadn't figured out his strength yet. But it doesn't matter. You can fight one-on-one if you want, but it doesn't conflict with our plan, Gutizi said indifferently. Long Yaoer was silent and didn't say anything. At this moment, there was suddenly a surge of immortal light in the distance. The sky was torn apart as if a true immortal had broken through the realm. His aura was extremely strong and terrifying. Well, it's him? Gu Tizi, Ling Yan, and Long Yao were all surprised. In the immortal light, a handsome young man in plain clothes walked out leisurely. He seemed to be born with an immortal charm. His temperament was simple but unpredictable. His body was crystal clear and flawless, which made many women envious. That was the treasure body of a human deity that had been refined by immortal qi and flowed with immortal light. It was the successor of the sect of Ren, Ji Daoi. I didn't expect it to be you, Ji Daoi. Gu Tizi's eyes flickered. He really did not expect it to be him this time. In the Nine Heavens immortal realm, there were a few factions that had existed for a long time. The Celestial Demon Sect, the Human Immortal Sect, the Western Paradise Sect, the Ancient Orchid Sect, etc. The Human Immortal Sect was a great faction that had existed for a long time. It was rumored that it was the legacy of an immortal. As the successor of the Human Immortal Sect, Ji Daoi's status, strength, and capabilities were obvious. However, that was not the most important thing. Ji Daoi also had a mysterious background. Even the successors of immortal factions were intimidated by him. He was the eldest son of a forbidden clan in the ultimate ruin in the Nine Heavens. What were the forbidden clans in the Nine Heavens? They were related to the forbidden land of life. They were absolutely terrifying and untouchable. Even undying powers would be wary of them, not willing to provoke them. When Xianxia had the immortal fetus, Ji Qingyi had tried to persuade her to give it to Ji Daoi. She even mentioned that Ji Daoi's background was forbidden. In the end, Xianxia rejected the offer. Ji Qingyi said that she had missed a great opportunity to befriend Ji Daoi. This so-called opportunity to form a good relationship was Ji Daoi's identity as the eldest son of the forbidden clan. The forbidden clans in the Nine Heavens had a formidable background. They were related to the Forbidden Land. They might even be involved in important historical events in the future. It would greatly influence the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Even the immortal factions might turn into ashes with a snap of their fingers. It was the reason why the immortal factions and the clans of the ancients were so intimidated by the forbidden clans. That being said, even though the Jun clan was a clan of the ancients in name. However, even the supreme Xian Ting was intimidated by this clan of the ancients. It was not something that ordinary clans of the ancients could compare with. The Jun clan was not afraid of any threat. As for Ji Daoi, he had the human immortal flesh, thus he was chosen by the human immortal sect to cultivate and become their successor. Not many people knew his identity as the eldest son of the forbidden clan. It was considered half a secret. However, it was normal for the Xian Ting's information network to know the truth. It was precisely because of this that Ji Daoi appeared to be even more mysterious and powerful, and couldn't be provoked. I didn't expect that among the 7 defiant emperors, Xian Ting would take up 2 of the positions. There's also an overlord from the ancient Void Dragon clan. Ji Daoi's voice was calm. His entire being carried an otherworldly Daoist rhyme. He was very extraordinary. I haven't heard any news about Brother Ji on the ultimate ancient road. Until now, I've heard that Brother Ji has cultivated 10 strands of immortal qi. This is truly shocking, Gu Tizi said with a smile. When Ji Daoi heard this, his eyes flashed. Judging from Gu Tizi's tone, although there was a hint of praise, it seemed that he didn't care. Could it be? Ji Daoi thought of something. Could it be that both Ling Yan and Gu Tizi had broken through their limits and cultivated 10 strands of immortal qi? Thinking of this, a shadow appeared in Ji Daoi's eyes. But he didn't care. The mystery of the human immortal body was not only limited to the immortal qi. Moreover, he had another identity. He was the eldest son of the Forbidden Clan's official family. He cultivated a supreme forbidden ancient technique and believed that he was not weaker than anyone else. Is that Jun Xiaoyao really so powerful that he needs us to work together? Ji Daoi said nonchalantly. Although he had heard of Jun Xiaoyao's legend, he had never seen it with his own eyes. They were all peerless geniuses. Who would be willing to submit to each other? Anyway, we can't underestimate him. We still need to prepare for a rainy day, Gu Tizi said. Ling Yan glanced at Ji Daoi with a hint of doubt in her eyes. She felt that something was amiss. Gu Tizi also sensed something, but he didn't say anything. In short, each of them had their own plans. With Ji Daoi's arrival, 4 of the 7 defiant sovereigns had arrived. Swoosh, a slender figure appeared in the void. Her skin was pale, and she wore a black silk dress. Her slender limbs were wrapped in bandages, and she wore a ghost mask on her face. Xianyu had arrived. It's you, the immortal killing bandit. Xianyu's arrival made the 4 of them change their expressions. Xianyu's notoriety went without saying. She had already become the nightmare of many geniuses. Especially those geniuses with special bloodlines. They were most afraid of being targeted by the 13 bandits. You're that bandit who specializes in stealing other people's bloodlines? Long Yao's eyes flashed coldly. She hated people like that the most. After all, she had a special body constitution and bloodline. Ji Daoi sized up Xianyu, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Chaotic bloodline aura. You're actually on the path of smelting all kinds of techniques. Ji Daoi was surprised. Smelting all kinds of bloodlines. Is this path really feasible? Don't tell me you're also eyeing our bloodlines? Long Yao's tone was hostile. After all, everyone present had a special bloodline. Xianyu remained silent and didn't say anything. Sigh, there's no need for that. Since we're all the 7 defiant sovereigns, it means that we're on the same side for now. Now that we have a common goal, we can't have internal strife, Gu Tizi said. It seems that you're going to be the leader of the 7 defiant sovereigns, Ji Daoi said. That's not it. Brother Ji, don't think so. Gu Tizi smiled and shook his head. The 5 people present all had their own thoughts. Undercurrents were surging. At this moment, a black-robed man landed silently. Gu Tizi and the others frowned when they saw this. Dharma body? Brother, aren't you being a little too formal? Gu Tizi said. They were all here in their true bodies, but this black-robed man was here in his Dharma body. It's just a secret meeting. It doesn't matter. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse. Obviously, it wasn't his real voice. Who was this person? Gu Tizi, Ling Yan, Ji Daoi, and the others' gazes changed. Hundreds of thoughts ran through their minds. This person's aura was concealed like a fog, making it difficult to detect. Then, another black-robed man arrived. Gu Tizi frowned. He checked the other black-robed man's aura. Although this person's aura was also very mysterious, it let him catch a trace of an unusual aura. Although this aura was slightly different, it was indeed of the same origin as that family. Could it be? Gu Tizi thought of something. Interesting, really interesting. Worthy of being the will of the immortal realm. This move is too amazing. Jun Xiaoyao, do you really think that you can fight against heaven? Actually, heaven is just toying with you, treating you as a toy in its palm. Gu Tizi secretly found it funny in his heart. If the origin of this black-robed man was really as he guessed, then in the world of the divine ruins, there would probably be a wonderful show to play out. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao's expression would probably be very interesting. What, Gu Tizi, do you know who I am? The black-robed man who arrived last said indifferently. His voice was also changed. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Hee, I don't know. Gu Tizi smiled. He then continued, since everyone is here, I'll tell you some of the secrets that I've comprehended from the seal of Tao validation. The seal of Tao validation is not the only weapon that heaven has given us. Saying this, Gu Tizi activated the seal of Tao validation in his body. A vast heavenly Tao aura burst out. At the same time, the other 6 emperors also unleashed their powerful auras. It did not matter if the seal of Tao validation had merged with their bodies or not. As the 7 auras burst out, complicated heavenly Tao runes spread in the sky. It was like the marks carved by heaven's skillful hands. Are those the runes of a formation? Ji Daoi said in surprise. He had been cultivating in seclusion before, so he had not carefully comprehended the seal of Tao validation. Bang, a shocking aura burst out. The power of the 7 emperors turned into a giant heavenly Tao formation. A terrifying illusionary figure of an immortal sword with a strong murderous aura appeared in the formation. Accompanying it were the sorrowful cries of various immortals and Buddhas, and terrifying visions of blood splattering across the sky. The shadow of the sword seemed to carry a powerful force that could destroy thousands of worlds. Even gods and demons feared it. The desolate ancient planet under their feet began to tremble and collapse. Abyss-like cracks spread across its surface, as if it was about to shatter. This was terrifying. It was only a wisp of aura, but an ancient planet was about to shatter. How terrifying was that? Could that be the immortal artifact, the immortal exterminating sword? Ji Daoyi took a deep breath. Even he could not remain calm. In their minds, a voice as fearful as the might of the heavens resounded. When the 7 emperors gather, they can slay immortals. 7 emperors immortal exterminating formation. An immortal artifact's power was monstrous and could suppress eternity. It was a peerless divine weapon that was rarer and more powerful than an emperor weapon. There were only a few of them in the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands. Throughout history, any immortal artifact that appeared was very famous and known by everyone. For example, the Supreme Xianxia immortal artifact, the Heavenly Emperor's throne, had the power to suppress eternity. The immortal slaying sword was also a famous immortal artifact. It was an extremely deadly immortal artifact. Just from its name, one could tell that it could even kill immortals. Of course, what Gutizi and the others had summoned was not the real immortal artifact, the immortal slaying sword. The real immortal slaying sword had been lost for a long time and had never been discovered. This was a killing array map that God had given to the 7 defiant emperors, called the 7 Emperors Immortal Slaying Array. It contained a wisp of the immortal slaying sword Chi. What a terrifying aura, even people as strong as Gutizi, Ji Daoyi, and the others felt an extreme sense of danger. The 7 defiant emperors could be said to be a group of top geniuses. Otherwise, they would not have been chosen. But at this moment, even they felt a sense of death in the face of the 7 emperors immortal slaying array. It seems that God has given us the trump card to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Gutizi smiled and let out a long sigh of relief. Originally, the 7 of them together were enough to threaten Jun Xiaoyao's life. Now, with the addition of the 7 emperors immortal slaying array that contained a wisp of the immortal slaying sword Qi, would Jun Xiaoyao still be able to survive? I didn't expect there to be such a mystery. Ji Daoyi sighed. If only he had this method, he could definitely kill his way through the ultimate trial ground. Boom, there was an earth-shattering loud noise. The desolate ancient star under their feet was directly shattered into several large pieces by the immortal slaying sword Qi and drifted in the universe. Even many of the surrounding stars were directly shattered into powder by the immortal slaying sword Qi. Everyone, put it away. Gutizi said and took the lead to put away the power of the Emperor's seal of Dao verification. The others also put away the power of the Emperor's seal. Around them, countless stars had already been destroyed. This kind of destructive power was terrifying. What a powerful force. Long Yao's chest heaved up and down. No one in the younger generation would be able to stop this power. Now, we can be at ease. When the time comes, whoever can personally end Jun Xiaoyao will depend on luck, Gutizi said. The heavenly Dao crown, destined to corroborate one's Dao and become an immortal emperor. This reward is too tempting, Ji Daoyi said. Xianxia did not say a single word from the beginning to the end. She was wearing a ghost mask, so no one knew that under the mask, she was struggling. Especially after feeling the terrifying power of the 7 emperors' immortal slaying formation. It was as if she could see the scene of Jun Xiaoyao dying, his white clothes stained with blood. This caused her originally dead heart to suddenly throb with pain. Ling Yan felt the same way. Ling Yan frowned slightly. As long as Jun Xiaoyao completely dies, the influence of the 100 lives of ill fate and fairy Yuan can be eliminated. Ling Yan believed that this was not her will, but the 100 lives of ill fate and fairy Yuan's influence on her emotions. Since it's over, I should also leave, Ji Daoyi said. Everyone, let's meet at the ultimate training ground. Gutizi cupped his hand slightly. The 2 black-robed figures blurred and directly left. From the beginning to the end, they did not reveal their identities. Ji Daoyi also flashed and directly left. Although I have this trump card, I, Long Yaoer, will still fight with Jun Xiaoyao to wash away the shame. As Long Yaoer finished speaking, she waved her hand and tore through the void to leave. In the blink of an eye, 4 people left. Xianxia did not say a word and also turned to leave. Gu Tizi's eyes were deep, and suddenly said, "Wait." Xianyu's footsteps stopped. "What's the matter?" A cold voice rang out. "You're related to the Permitha organization. You're from the other world, right?" Gu Tizi went straight to the point. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying murderous intent appeared. Xianyu held the pitch-black death scythe tightly and slashed at Gu Tizi with the scythe. Gu Tizi was still smiling as he raised one hand. Gen hexagram, Wan Zhongyue. A hexagram that was as sturdy as a mountain appeared. Layers upon layers of mountains appeared in the void, forming the most solid barrier. Boom, the death scythe bombarded the Wan Zhongyue, bursting out a huge wave of dermic power. "Stop for now. I don't mean to be your enemy," Gu Tizi said. Xianyu paused. Under the ghost mask, a pair of cold eyes were like the stars in the sky. "How did you know?" Xianyu's voice was filled with murderous intent. "Don't underestimate the Xianting's intelligence network. We already have a preliminary understanding of the Permitha organization's infiltration. We even know that the Permitha organization is backed by the immortal emperor race of the Otherworld, the Permitha tribe," Gu Tizi said casually. "So?" Xianyu's voice was still cold and filled with hostility. Since her identity had been exposed, she was in great danger. She might not even be able to return to the Otherworld alive. "Don't worry. You're one of the 7 defiant emperors, which means that we're on the same side. I won't do anything to you. I won't leak this information out either." Gu Tizi smiled gently. At the side, Ling Yan watched Gu Tizi's performance calmly. "So, what's your goal?" Xianyu asked coldly. Gu Tizi wouldn't expose her identity for no reason. He must have a goal. Hehe, it's always nice to talk to smart people. "I'm not asking for much, but I'm sure Jun Xiaoyao is a great threat to the Otherworld, right? Therefore, I hope you can inform the Otherworld and ask the top geniuses of the Otherworld to hunt down Jun Xiaoyao in the world of godly ruins." Gu Tizi's words took Xianyu by surprise. Gu Tizi was a genius of the 9 heavens immortal realm. But now, he was asking him to inform the people of the foreign world to hunt down Jun Xiaoyao. Even Xianyu was struggling to report Jun Xiaoyao's whereabouts even though she was a member of the 9 heavens immortal realm. The people that wanted Jun Xiaoyao dead the most were not the Otherworld, but the geniuses of the immortal realm. It was too ironic. What do you think? It's beneficial for the Otherworld too. It's a great contribution if you report it to the Otherworld. When we reach the world of godly ruins, you can return to the Otherworld too. I won't expose your identity before that, Gu Tizi said calmly. He was a strategist, and his shrewdness was shocking. "You're disgusting," Xianyu said coldly. "Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. Since ancient times, how many methods have been clean?" Gu Tizi said with a smile. He was not angry at all. Xianyu turned around and left without saying a word. "Are you sure she'll report it to the Otherworld?" Ling Yan asked. "Of course, even if we didn't expose it, she would still report it to the Otherworld. It's just a confirmation." Gu Tizi placed his hands behind him. "If she were to spread this plan of yours," Ling Yuan said with a profound look in her eyes. "Don't worry, she won't. At least she won't as long as she's in the immortal realm. Once we reach the world of godly ruins, we'll use her to activate the 7 Emperors' immortal execution formation and kill her right away," Gu Tizi said with a smile. It turned out that he didn't plan to let Xianyu live from the beginning. "Gu Tizi, I'm getting to know you again. Your methods are really vicious." Ling Yan's eyes were filled with deep disgust. "Isn't it normal to kill people from the Otherworld after using them?" Gu Tizi didn't think much of it. "Then you'd better take care of yourself. If you still can't kill Jun Xiaoyao like this, it'll be too ridiculous." After Ling Yan finished speaking, light appeared around her body and she broke through the air. Seeing Ling Yan leave, Gu Tizi's eyes were filled with deep meaning. First killer move, 7 Emperors Alliance. Second killer move, 7 Emperors Immortal Execution Formation. Third killer move, Otherworld Hunting. Logically speaking, these 3 killer moves should be enough to kill Jun Xiaoyao. However, even if I can kill him, I can't guarantee that I'll kill him personally. Although Ling Yan agreed to give up the heavenly crown, the other 5 are all competitors. It's better to be safe than sorry. But I still have a fourth move. This move can guarantee that I'll kill Xianxia with my own hands and obtain the heavenly crown. Even Ji Daoi, Long Yao and the others can only pave the way for my disciple. Ha ha ha, Gu Tizi left with a loud laugh. From the beginning to the end, there was only one winner in his plan. And that was himself. Only the 7 of them knew about this secret meeting of the 7 emperors. Outsiders didn't know about it. However, the 7 of them were all extremely powerful and had important statuses. It could be said that in the entire celestial realm's younger generation, no one was qualified to make the 7 of them work together. Jun Xiaoyao was the first. He was probably the last. After the secret meeting of the 7 emperors ended, the 7 emperors also prepared to head to the 108th stage of the ancient final road. It was also the final stage. Not only them, but the other geniuses who could reach this stage also rushed to the final stage. Previously, the Guardian's lineage had sent out news that the ancient final road was about to open. Therefore, many geniuses had already prepared to head there. Only Jun Xiaoyao was still in seclusion on the buried Emperor Star. However, he was almost at the final stage. At the end of the ancient final road, the 108th stage. There was a city here, a very large city. It was so large that it was boundless. It was like a continent. The towering city walls were like heavenly palaces. They stretched for countless feet, and one couldn't see the end. Dark red blood was deposited on the walls. It was unknown how long it had been left there, but it gave off an ancient and desolate feeling. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around this city. Starlight fell along the city walls like a waterfall. This city seemed to be on par with heaven and earth. It was vast and ancient to the extreme. If one was below the city, they would be shocked to see an incomparably ancient corpse that was the size of a continent was supporting this city. It was the corpse of a black tortoise, a true primordial divine beast, a black tortoise. This was shocking. The corpse of a primordial black tortoise was supporting a city that had existed in the depths of the universe since ancient times. Ancient, desolate, savage, and mystical, standing in front of this majestic ancient city, one was not much bigger than a speck of dust. The city gate was like the mouth of a star-devouring ancient beast. It was incomparably large and swallowed a huge amount of spirit chi. This city was the end of the ancient final road, the 108th stage. The original imperial city, the origin of the original imperial city was no longer known. However, it was rumored that it was a city built by immortals. All kinds of ancient runes circulated on the city walls, releasing shocking fluctuations. This wasn't just a city, but a fortress that even emperors couldn't shake, and in front of the original imperial city, from time to time, there would be groups of 2 or 3 geniuses arriving sporadically. They were all in front of the original emperor city. They were shocked for a long time before entering the original emperor city. In the original imperial city, there was a transmission array that led to the ultimate trial ground. Wow, is this the original emperor city at the end of the ancient road? I never thought that I would be able to come here one day. In front of the original emperor city, a cute little girl who looked to be 12 or 13 years old with bright silver hair was exclaiming. She had big, sparkling, ruby-like eyes, and fluffy rabbit ears that hung down from her hair. She looked very beautiful and charming. It was the tying jade hair. Beside her stood a blue-clothed beauty. Her eyebrows were curved, her eyes were clear, her nose was straight, and her lips were red and moist. However, the most eye-catching thing was not the woman's beautiful and delicate appearance. Instead, it was the proud figure wrapped in a blue dress. Her breasts were full, and her waist was slender. However, under her extremely thin waist, there was a soul-stirring curve. Like a plump peach. This kind of pear-shaped devilish figure was too alluring. When paired with the woman's fairy-like appearance, it was simply the combination of an angel's face and a devilish figure. It was simply unbearable. This woman was naturally Yu Chanwan, who had the world's #1 furnace physique. I also never thought that I would be able to reach the end of the ancient road one day. The original emperor city, Yu Chanwan muttered to herself. She had originally been chased by the 10 princes of Jinwu. Not to mention reaching the end of the ancient road, she was already extremely lucky to have not been caught. Fortunately, the heavens had let her meet that white-clothed prince of heaven. If it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao, she might have been caught by the 10 princes of Jinwu long ago. The consequences were simply unimaginable. It was Jun Xiaoyao who had changed her fate. Yu Chanwan had long since decided that even if Jun Xiaoyao didn't like her, she would follow Jun Xiaoyao for the rest of her life. Her body, including her first time, belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. Oh, I don't know if young master has come to the original emperor city. Little you really misses the time when young master stroked me. Tying Jade Hair's face was filled with nostalgia. Ah, you. Now that you have a new master, you've become fickle, haven't you? Yu Chanwan rolled her eyes at Tying Jade Hair. How could that be? It's just that the feeling of being held in young master's arms and stroked is really great. Tying Jade Hair chuckled cutely. I also want to know what it's like to be held by young master. Yu Chanwan subconsciously said. Miss, what did you say? Tying Jade Hair asked. No, nothing. Let's go in. Yu Chanwan's pretty face blushed as she muddled through. The two beauties, one big and one small, stepped into the original emperor city. Tying Jade Hair's eyes rolled as she looked left and right. What's the matter? Yu Chanwan asked. I'm afraid that someone will come to catch us. Tying Jade Hair shrank her little head and muttered. Hearing this, Yu Chanwan smiled bitterly and shook her head. Tying Jade Hair was afraid of being chased by the 10 princes of Jinwu and the others. Once bitten, twice shy. Don't worry. 9 of the 10 princes died because of young Master Jun. The remaining 10 princes were severely injured by young Master Jun on the buried Emperor Star and fled. Don't worry too much. Yu Chanwan pursed her lips and smiled. Naturally, she didn't know that the 10 princes of Jinwu had completely lost their bottom line in order to seek revenge and had become deranged. Their target had changed from the originally fragrant and soft Yu Chanwan with the great moon saint physique to, something with a heavy taste. Just as Yu Chanwan was about to find a place to settle down and wait for the ultimate training ground to open, in front of the wide road, there was a group of soldiers dressed in iron armor with horns on their heads walking over. They had an iron-blooded murderous aura. And their target was Yu Chanwan. Hey, they look like the guards of the Kai family, the gatekeeper family. That woman, is she the great moon saint physique? At this moment, some of the geniuses in the original imperial city looked at her with curiosity and surprise. You are. Yu Chanwan frowned. She had just arrived in the original imperial city. She shouldn't have offended anyone, right? You are the great moon saint physique? A soldier in iron armor asked coldly. Yes, Yu Chanwan replied. Come with us. The soldier in iron armor said coldly. What do you want? Yu Chanwan's expression changed. Ah, we are going to be caught again. Tying Jade Hair shouted and recalled the days when they were captured and escaped. Nothing, we are just inviting Miss Yu to be our guest. A calm voice sounded. A young man in a purple robe leisurely walked over with a folding fan in his hand. It's the young master of the Kai family, Kai Song. Many geniuses' expressions changed slightly when they saw Kai Song. Among them, there were even some descendants of the undying race who looked at Kai Song with a solemn expression. It wasn't that Kai Song was worthy of their respect. It was that the Kai family that Kai Song belonged to was the gatekeeper's family. They had worked hard and made great contributions, so they were very prestigious. It could be said that the gatekeeper's family had absolute prestige and ruling status in the original imperial city. Even the descendants of the undying race had to be obedient when they came here. They didn't dare to go against the descendants of the gatekeeper's family. However, why was the young master of the Kai family targeting Yu Chanwan? What's going on here? Many geniuses were confused. However, they did not dare to step forward recklessly. After all, the gatekeepers enjoyed a great reputation in the original emperor city. They were the most respected group of people among the cultivators of the immortal realm. They were the heroes who defended the borders. The Kai clan, as one of the gatekeepers, enjoyed a great reputation too. No one dared to offend them. What are you doing? I'm not interested in being your guest, Yu Chanwan frowned. She was used to the harassment. After all, it was easy for her to get into trouble with the Taiyin sacred body. Yu Chanwan subconsciously assumed that Kai Song had his eyes on her Taiyin sacred body. Kai Song waved the fan in his hand and said with a smile, "Miss you, there's no need for that. I won't do anything to you. I just want to introduce you to someone important." Someone important? Yu Chanchuan's expression remained cold. That's right, someone important. If you follow that person, you will surely be able to look down on the immortal realm and enjoy the feeling of being above everyone else, Kai Song said patiently. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Yu Chanwan decisively rejected the offer. After all, her body and mind had long belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao did not ask her to be his follower, nor did he say he was going to recruit her. However, Yu Chanwan had long treated herself as Jun Xiaoyao's woman. Furthermore, taking a step back. In terms of people important, how many people in the Nine Heavens immortal realm were more important than Jun Xiaoyao? That's a little unwise of you. Kai Song's smile faded. Tying Jade Hair could not stand it any longer. She gathered her courage and harumphed, "Who do you think you are talking about is? Do you know that the man behind us is the son of God of the Jun clan, Jun Xiaoyao?" The place fell silent after hearing the words. Even Kai Song's expression changed slightly. Jun Xiaoyao had yet to arrive at the original Emperor city. However, the news about him had long spread across the 108 stages of the ancient road. However, when he thought of that lord, Kai Song's expression calmed down. At this time, another group of soldiers came from the other side of the street. The leader was also a young master. "It's the young master of the Pang clan, Pang Fei," shouted one of the geniuses. The Pang clan was also a gatekeeper clan. Then, the third group of characters appeared. The leader of the group was a red-clothed woman with a sexy figure. When that person comes out, the younger generation will be reshuffled. The son of God of the Jun family will only be at the top for the time being. The woman in red who spoke was the young mistress of the Hong clan, Hong Qian. It was also a gatekeeper family. Kai family, Pang family, and Hong family. The three guardian families had actually gathered here because of Yu Chanwan. The geniuses were dumbfounded. Even Yu Chanwan didn't expect this. He had merely just arrived at the original imperial city and actually caused such a huge commotion. Moreover, the young geniuses of the three gatekeeper families were all extremely respectful to the lord they spoke of. They didn't even hesitate to offend Jun Xiaoyao. "Come with us. Don't worry, we won't do anything to you. You are still useful to that lord," Kai Song said with a fake smile. "What if I don't want to?" Yu Chanwan gritted her teeth and said. "Don't want to?" Kai Song smiled. Boom, there was a series of footsteps. The soldiers in iron armor stepped out in an orderly manner, their murderous aura surging. That murderous aura was the aura of someone who had been on a cruel battlefield. Their cultivation was also extremely high. They were at least at the Saint King realm. There was no lack of great Saint realm experts. Of course, this was the original imperial city after all. It was the closest city to the border. Apart from some of the younger disciples of the gatekeeper families, the rest of the people's cultivation couldn't be too weak. In the depths of the original imperial city, there was no lack of supremes and even boundary emperors among the layers of void. At this moment, Yu Chanwan clenched her fists. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to. "Don't worry, that lord hasn't appeared yet. Go back and wait. We won't mistreat you." Kai Song chuckled. "This is the original imperial city. Is there no law here?" Yu Chanwan said unwillingly. "Law?" Pang Fei laughed. "We, the gatekeeper families, guarded the border. We sacrificed our lives and shed our blood. We are the law of the original imperial city." These words were so deafening that the surrounding prodigies fell silent. That was right, this was the reason why they didn't want to offend the gatekeeper families. Their ancestors had sacrificed their lives and shed their blood selflessly. They had sacrificed too much. Although the supreme Xian Ting was stronger than the gatekeeper families, they still maintained respect for them. Because of this, unless they had no other choice, the descendants of these immortal forces wouldn't provoke the gatekeeper's descendants. Unfortunately, Yu Chanwan had suffered an undeserved calamity and was taken the initiative to seek her out. "Young master will definitely save us. Just you wait." Tying Jade Hair puffed up her cheeks angrily. Kai Song, Pang Fei, and Hong Qian's expressions didn't change. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao's identity was special. But would he dare to mess around? Would he dare to cause trouble for the gatekeeper families in the original imperial city? Absolutely not. Because this was a great taboo, it was equivalent to humiliating the descendants of heroes. If word got out, Jun Xiaoyao's reputation would be tarnished. No matter how high his status was or how great his reputation was, he would be cursed endlessly. This was also the reason why they dared to capture Yu Chanwan without any scruples. In the end, Yu Chanwan and Taiyin Jade Hair were still taken away. Just after Yu Chanwan and Taiyin Jade Hair were taken away by the three great families, a person who looked like a spy took a deep look and then disappeared on the spot. This spy finally landed in the depths of the original imperial city, in an old mansion. There was a man and a woman among them. Two figures were wrapped in endless radiance. After hearing the spy's news, the man said, "I didn't expect that the main character hasn't come out yet, but the lackey has already come out to command people. They'll be out soon. When that time comes, it'll be a true battle of the best." The woman's voice was soft and charming. "I'm curious to know what Jun Xiaoyao will do," the man said. "The gatekeeper families aren't difficult to deal with. They're just not easy to deal with. If he's not careful, his reputation will be tarnished. He'll probably be cautious. We'll wait and see." The two of them fell silent. On the other side, in one of the Kai family's encampments, Kai Song, Pang Fei, and Hong Qian were standing respectfully in front of a person wearing a silver cloak and a pure white mask. The figure's mask was engraved with a star. His aura was quite profound too. It was comparable to the supreme outlaw geniuses. "Greetings, Sacred Protector Xing. Yu Chanwan with the Taiyin sacred flesh has been put under house arrest," Kai Song said excitedly. "Very well, don't worry, once my master shows up and sees the Taiyin sacred flesh, he will be overjoyed. He will teach you forbidden arts and even recruit you as his followers," Sacred Protector Xing said. "Thank you, Senior Sacred Protector Xing." The three brought their fists together in excitement. This Sacred Protector Xing was one of the master's followers. Even though the master had yet to show up, once he showed up, the younger generation of the Nine Heavens immortal realm would be reshuffled. By then, even the supreme outlaw geniuses would lose some of their brilliance. Yu Chantuan's capture did not cause much of a stir in the original imperial city. After all, the original imperial city was so big that it was almost like a continent. The real big shots, the old antiques, were all sitting in the deepest part of the city, constantly observing the situation at the border. They did not have the time to observe the younger generation's fights. However, the Skyprites who had just arrived at the original imperial city were very concerned. That was because they knew that Yu Chanwan and Jun Xiaoyao were related. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao was known for being protective of his own people. Those who offended Jun Xiaoyao would not have a good ending. Those who offended the people around him would not have a good ending. These Skyprites were also curious. If Jun Xiaoyao came to the original imperial city, how would he deal with this matter? After all, the gatekeeper's family had a special status. They were meritorious officials of the immortal region and could not be offended. "I'm curious. Wherever the Jun family's son of God goes, there will be chaos. When he comes to the original imperial city, will he cause a big stir?" That's not necessarily true. After all, this is the original imperial city. The gatekeeper's family is the rule here. Many Skyprites had different guesses. In the following period of time, more and more Skyprites arrived at the original imperial city. Some saw a young monk sitting cross-legged on a white jade dragon elephant. His entire body was wrapped in endless Buddhist light. There seemed to be the sound of ancient Buddhists chanting in the void. It's the supreme outlawed Skyprite of the Western Paradise sect, the reincarnated Arhat D. Rumor has it that he obtained the sacred Buddha's inheritance and awakened his innate wisdom. His current strength is terrifying. Some Skyprites could not help but exclaim. By the way, I heard a rumor that the reincarnated Arhat D might be one of the 7 defiant emperors. What? Is that true? I'm not too sure. It's just a rumor. Some Skyprites were whispering to each other. Jun Xiaoyao fought against the heavens, and the 7 defiant emperors descended from the heavens. This was no longer news. Many people had been guessing who the 7 defiant emperors were. Naturally, there were all kinds of rumors circulating. Later, some people saw endless underworld chi billowing as if hell had returned to the mortal realm. A demonic silhouette appeared within it. That was the supreme outlawed sky pride of the underworld king's bloodline, the infernal emperor. It was rumored that he had received the inheritance of a mysterious expert from the underworld. In addition, there were also people who saw endless sword light sweeping across the sky. Thousands upon thousands of sword chi converged into a sword dragon. A cold and handsome young man dressed in black stood on top of it, riding on his sword with a mighty aura. That's the reincarnation of the sword demon of the clan of the ancients, Yi Guchen. He once fought against the son of God of the Jun family in the imperial road of the Huangtian mystic realm. Although he lost in the end, he won the respect of the son of God of the Jun family. Yi Guchen was also a dazzling star on the ancient ultimate road. He was the reincarnation of the sword demon, but he had severed his past and reconstructed his true self. Losing to Jun Xiaoyao was not a big deal because Jun Xiaoyao was not an existence that could be measured with common sense. And now, Yi Guchen had clearly reached the level of a supreme outlawed sky pride. Just the supreme sword technique that he created, the thousand deity tribulation, was enough to defeat all his enemies. Jun Xiaoyao, I look forward to seeing you again. Yi Guchen stood with his hands behind his back and rode on his sword. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. It was rare to find a worthy opponent in his life. Then, the Ascendant King and his sister, Yu Yunchang, also arrived at the original imperial city. Young Master Jun is not here yet? I really want to see him soon. Yu Yunchang's heart was filled with anticipation. The reincarnation of the Arhat Di, the infernal emperor, Yi Guchen, the Ascendant King, and other young outlawed sky prides arrived. The entire original imperial city became lively. However, everyone seemed to be waiting for something. That was right, they were waiting for the arrival of that man, buried Emperor Star. Inside an ancient cave. A graceful figure in a snow-white robe sat cross-legged in the cave as if he had entered a meditative state. An indescribable vitality permeated Jun Xiaoyao's body. What was even more surprising was, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's surroundings and inside the ancient cave. Countless exotic flowers and grasses grew luxuriantly, and rich vitality permeated the air. Just the overflowing aura could produce such a scene. Jun Xiaoyao's vitality was also unprecedentedly vigorous. The vitality of the sacred body of the ancients was already vigorous enough. Now, with the addition of the spring of life, Jun Xiaoyao's life force was so full that it was about to overflow. If one were to observe Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe, one would find that the space of his inner universe had doubled compared to before. It had reached a diameter of 2 light years. In the central region of the inner universe, on a star condensed from the earth element, a spring of life was located on it, swallowing and spitting out a huge amount of vitality essence. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe was still in its initial stages of development and did not have the ability to give birth to life. Therefore, even if there was a spring of life, it could not directly give birth to life. Even plants could not be born. However, this was to lay the foundation. In the future, when Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe derived the rules of life, the spring of life would naturally play a great role. As Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe expanded, his strength also rose steadily, and his aura soared. Only the great perfection of the great sage realm? Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He was slightly dissatisfied with his breakthrough speed. If other prodigy cultivators saw this, they would definitely gnash their teeth in hatred. One had to know that in the great sage realm, it was extremely difficult to break through a small realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao had broken through 5 stages in a row. From the early stage of the great sage realm, he directly broke through to the great perfection of the great sage realm. He was only 1 step away from the Holy Lord realm. Was he still not satisfied with this speed? Why would he still need a bicycle? However, what made Jun Xiaoyao slightly satisfied was that the number of Sumera worlds in his body had broken through to 260 because of the life energy of the spring of life. The harvest is not bad. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. His cultivation broke through 5 stages in a row and reached the great perfection of the great sage realm. The space in his inner universe had doubled. The number of Sumera worlds in his body had reached 260. He had also successfully cultivated the divine spirit immortality technique in the life book. It could be said that Xianxia's harvest this time was already very great. When I get the world tree in the ultimate trial ground and refine it into the inner universe, my strength will skyrocket. Not to mention breaking through to the Holy Lord realm, it's not impossible to directly break through to the quasi-supreme realm. Xianxia pondered. Although the spring of life was rare, it was still inferior to the world tree. Moreover, the world tree was filled with the power of the world, and the enhancement to the inner universe was far greater than the spring of life. At that time, Xianxia might really be able to use it to step into the 7th stage of the supreme realm. In that case, Xianxia would definitely be the youngest supreme realm big shot in history. In addition, Xianxia didn't forget that he still had a chance to sign in at the end of the ancient road. The sign-in should be at the ultimate trial ground, the core of the ruins of God. I have a feeling that the reward this time should be very special. Xianxia thought to himself. After all, this sign-in spanned the entire ancient road. If it didn't give him something good, then the system would be a little stingy. What can I get this time? I'm looking forward to it. Xianxia smiled slightly. He left the ancient cave where he was in seclusion. He checked on Princess Longji. She was still accepting the inheritance of the 9-fingered sage dragon emperor. The mysterious genius who defeated the young 9-fingered sage dragon emperor but didn't appear in the world. Could he be one of those seedlings buried in ancient history? Xianxia had a guess in his heart. He shook his head slightly and casually used the 3rd seal. This way, no one could disturb Princess Longji from accepting the inheritance. After that, Xianxia also left the buried emperor star. At the end of the ancient road, the world of the ruins of God should be a little more interesting. The 7 renegade emperors and those foreign geniuses should be able to cause some trouble. After all, being invincible is really lonely. Xianxia set off from the buried emperor star and headed to the end of the ancient road, the original imperial city. Naturally, there were no surprises along the way. To Xianxia, the extremely dangerous ancient road of ultimate destination was nothing more than a sightseeing experience. With Xianxia's speed and the teleportation formations along the way, it only took a month. Xianxia arrived at the end of the ancient road of ultimate destination, the 108th checkpoint, the original imperial city, looking at the majestic and incomparably ancient imperial city in front of him, which looked like a continent. Xianxia's eyes also flashed with a faint light. He could feel that this city was extraordinary. It had existed since ancient times and had experienced countless upheavals, yet it still stood tall. As long as the original imperial city did not fall, the immortal domain would be fine. However, for some reason, Xianxia had a vague feeling. The invasion of the foreign domain in this era of great battles was probably far more violent than any invasion in the past. Perhaps this time, the original imperial city would. Xianxia shook his head slightly and came back to his senses. Even if the sky collapsed, the tall ones would hold it up. There was no need for him to worry. Moreover, the Jun family had stood tall in the immortal domain for countless years. They must have their own trump cards, so there was no need to worry too much. With his hands behind his back, Xianxia stepped into the original imperial city. That's the Jun family's son of God. In the original imperial city, some skyprides sensed a powerful aura and entered the imperial city. Their gazes converged, and each of them was extremely shocked. That man was finally here. The entire outer area of the original imperial city was in an uproar. Whoosh! 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 In the void, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Those skyprides who came here heard the wind and gathered. Even the outlawed skyprides looked at Xianxia with amazement in their eyes. Xianxia's white robe was flawless. His entire body was shrouded in immortal radiance, and he looked divine and elegant. He was like an immortal walking in the mortal world. Many skyprides in the imperial city saw Xianxia for the first time, and they could not hide the shock in their eyes. Some female skyprides' eyes were full of splendor. Such a banished immortal's temperament was too transcendent, making people unable to help but prostrate themselves in worship. With the Son of God here, I feel like I have more confidence in dealing with the other side. Right, I refuse to believe that there is someone more formidable than the Son of God in the foreign younger generation. Many heavenly talents said. From this, one could see that unknowingly, Jun Xiaoyao had already become the backbone of all the geniuses in the immortal realms. In the world of the ruins of God, as long as Jun Xiaoyao did not fall, they would have confidence. In the distance, a young and handsome monk was sitting cross-legged on a white jade dragon elephant. Reincarnated Arhat D, Jun Xiaoyao glanced at him indifferently. He had seen Brahma of the Western Paradise sect before. However, compared to the reincarnated Arhat D in front of him, Lord Brahma was still lacking. This Arhat D was surrounded by ancient Buddhist light. He was the reincarnation of one of the bigwigs of the Buddhist schools who had awakened his innate wisdom. On the other side of the sky, dark chi surged as a blurry figure stood within it. The son of hell is also here. Some heavenly talents exclaimed. This top heavenly talent of the Netherworld King bloodline was known as the Grim Reaper. One could see how powerful he was. There was a trace of coldness in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. The Netherworld King bloodline had interfered in the Jun family's immortal war, so he only had killing intent towards this bloodline. The son of hell's cold eyes were like the cold stars in the sky. Obviously, he also had hostility towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, we meet again. There was the sound of clanging swords. A young man in black with cold facial features came over on a sword. Yi Guchen. Jun Xiaoyao's expression eased a little. He had a good impression of Yi Guchen. The supreme sword technique created by himself, the 10,000 deities tribulation, was still fresh in his memory. And now, Yi Guchen's strength was obviously not what it used to be. We'll have another chance to fight again, but before that, we can compete to see who can kill more foreign beings, Yi Guchen said calmly. Sure. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Young Master Jun. A joyful voice was heard. A man and a woman came from afar. It was Yu Huashang and Yu Huashang. Yu Huashang came to Jun Xiaoyao. Her face was flushed, and she was a little excited. Brother Jun, long time no see. Yu Huashang smiled as well. The surrounding cultivators clicked their tongues when they saw the supreme outlawed sky prides appearing one after another. These young masters, who were rarely seen, all showed up to pay attention to Jun Xiaoyao's arrival. It was obvious that Jun Xiaoyao had a prominent position among the younger generation of the immortal realm. It seems like the ultimate trial hasn't opened yet, Jun Xiaoyao said. If it had, these heavenly talents would not have stayed here. Hee, if Brother Jun doesn't come, who else can carry the banner of the immortal realm's younger generation? Yu Huashang chatted happily with Jun Xiaoyao like an old friend. Brother Yu Huashang, you're flattering me, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. By the way, there's something I think you should know, Yu Huashang said. Then, he briefly told Jun Xiaoyao about Yu Chanwan. Because I'm not related to Yu Chanwan, it's not appropriate for me to interfere. However, I heard that Brother Jun is related to her, so I'm telling you, Yu Huashang said. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Those who knew him well knew what that smile meant. Although Jun Xiaoyao did not accept Yu Chanwan as his follower, he was the one who saved Yu Chanwan. Moreover, the Tying jade hair was also captured. Even if it was for the cute Tying jade hair, Jun Xiaoyao would not turn a blind eye. After all, the feeling of petting a rabbit was not bad. The descendants of the gatekeeper's family, huh? They're quite brave, Jun Xiaoyao said with a playful tone. Yu Huashang frowned and warned, Brother Jun, the gatekeeper's family has a special status. You can't kill them like how you treat others. Otherwise, you'll be criticized. That's why they're fearless and dare to provoke me. However, it's a pity that they've misjudged my character. After Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and spoke again. This time, he used his spiritual power. His voice was majestic and spread out like waves. If I don't see you in 15 minutes, don't blame me for staining the imperial city with blood today. Boom, a boundless aura exploded from Jun Xiaoyao's body. It was extremely cold like a torch and caused a huge commotion in the original imperial city. Peak Great Sage. Sensing this aura, Yu Huashang's pupils trembled. Not only him, but the Yama Emperor, reincarnated Arhat D, and the others were also shocked. Peak Great Sage Stage. Previously, the Jun family's son of God had just broken through to the Great Sage Stage. How did he reach the peak of the Great Sage Stage now? Everyone was shocked. All the sky prides were dumbfounded. Of course, Xianxia's cultivation was one of the reasons for their shock. The other reason was Xianxia's attitude towards the gatekeeper's family. Previously, everyone was guessing if Xianxia would hold back when facing the gatekeeper's family. Now, it seemed that he was still as domineering as before. He did not hold back because of the gatekeeper's family's special status. Almost at the same time, in the original imperial city, in the Kai family, Pang family, and Hong family, the three gatekeeper families, Kai Song, Pang Fei, and Hong Qian's expressions changed when they heard this voice. The pressure in that voice made them feel a little scared. In the Kai family, the mysterious star saint protector said, "It's fine. You guys go. He won't dare to touch you." Yes, we naturally have the confidence. Kai Song regained his confidence. Not to mention the star saint protector and the lord behind him. Just based on his identity as a gatekeeper, would Xianxia really dare to kill him in the original imperial city? Thinking of this, Kai Song led a team of Iron Cloak soldiers and left for Xianxia's side. Pang Fei, Hong Qian, and the others did the same. In the original imperial city, the gatekeeper's family was the heavens. Who would dare to rebel? In the original imperial city, Xianxia stood leisurely with his hands behind his back. After shouting that sentence, Xianxia did not move. But everyone understood. If Kai Song and the other two did not do anything, the situation would be really bad. If the descendants of the other immortal forces were to face the descendants of the gatekeepers, they might choose to retreat. Bear with it for a while and the wind will be calm. Take a step back and the sky will be clear. But Xianxia was not such a person. Less than half an hour later, sonorous footsteps could be heard in the distance. Kai Song, Pang Fei, and Hong Qian arrived with 3 teams of Iron Cloak soldiers. All the geniuses around were watching. On one side were the descendants of the gatekeepers, who were respected by thousands of people in the mystic realm and had a special status. On the other side was the powerful and domineering son of God of the Jun family. How would this conflict end? Son of God of the Jun family, seeing is believing. You are indeed extraordinary. After the 3 families arrived, Kai Song cupped his hands slightly, but there was a hint of politeness. Xianxia was indeed extraordinary and was now the number 1 of the younger generation in the mystic realm. But who knew if he would still be the same in the future? Kai Song knew that if the lord they chose to follow was born, his prestige would not be weaker than Xianxia. After all, that lord had a super strong physique that was unparalleled in history. It could even be better than the sacred body of the ancients. Where is she? Xianxia looked down and said indifferently. Kai Song heard that and his eyes changed slightly. He then said, "Son of God of the Jun family, as far as I know, although you saved Yu Chanwan once, she doesn't seem to be your follower. She has nothing to do with you, right?" Xianxia was expressionless and said again, "This son of God is asking again. Where is she?" "Son of God of the Jun family, since Yu Chanwan is not important to you, why don't you make a request as long as we can fulfill it?" To be honest, Kai Song thought that he had already restrained himself. If it were the geniuses of other immortal forces, they wouldn't even bat an eyelid. After all, those people wouldn't dare to offend them. However, it was impossible to say that Xianxia's momentum wasn't weak at all. Therefore, Kai Song thought that if he could avoid falling out with them, then he would. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged, as cold as frost. He asked for the 3rd time, for the last time, "Where is he?" Before Kai Song could get angry, Pang Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and shout. "That's enough, Xianxia. We're treating you with courtesy because of the Xianxia. Don't fail to appreciate our kindness. We want him. We won't hand him over to you." Pang Fei's cold shout resounded throughout the heavens and earth. As the descendants of the glorious gatekeeper, they were revered by everyone. This was the first time he had spoken so humbly to someone else. In the end, Xianxia didn't seem to care, which made Pang Fei extremely unhappy. The surrounding geniuses were all dumbfounded. There was actually someone who dared to berate Xianxia, even if he wanted to die. This wasn't the way to do it, right? Huh. Xianxia sighed. I've already said it 3 times. I, the Son of God, have been merciful and tolerant to the descendants of the gatekeepers. However, Jun Xiaoyao paused, then stepped on the Kuan Peng's extreme speed. His figure seemed to have teleported as he swept in front of Peng Fei. Oh no! The ironclad soldier behind Peng Fei reacted quickly. However, there was nothing they could do. Jun Xiaoyao was even faster. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao pointed a finger, which was surrounded by lightning runes. The Lightning Emperor's Grand Theurgy, Lightning Emperor Finger, with his current cultivation base, even a great saint of the same level would be killed in an instant. Not to mention a good-for-nothing like Peng Fei. Normally, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't even look at such a person. Splat! Jun Xiaoyao's finger pierced through Peng Fei's forehead, and even his primordial spirit was directly strangled. A gatekeeper's descendant was dead. Dead silence. There was absolute silence between heaven and earth. Killing a gatekeeper's descendant in the original imperial city was simply something that had never happened before. Jun Xiaoyao, you're crazy! At the side, Hong Qian covered her cheeks with her jade-like hands and screamed. Jun Xiaoyao actually dared to attack. Impudent! The ironclad soldiers of the Peng family unleashed their auras, and their killing intent surged as they charged toward Jun Xiaoyao. There was no lack of great saints among them, and their killing intent was monstrous. Facing this group of people, Jun Xiaoyao snorted coldly and stomped his foot. With a thud, the soldiers were sent flying. You've all been on the battlefield and killed enemies. Are you going to lose your lives for a good-for-nothing? Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. The soldiers' eyes were filled with shock. Jun Xiaoyao's aura was too terrifying. They couldn't even summon the slightest strength to resist. At the same time, they felt a bit conflicted. Just now, if Jun Xiaoyao really wanted to kill them, they would already be in the Yellow Springs. Murder! The Jun family son of God wantonly slaughtered our gatekeeper's descendant. Our ancestors laid down their heads for the immortal region, spilling their blood and dying in foreign lands without regret. Now, our descendants are being slaughtered by the immortal region's people. Hong Qian screamed loudly. This attracted even more people in the original imperial city. As for those big shots, they stayed in the depths of the imperial city and the border all year round, and wouldn't easily come to the outskirts. A few people who didn't know the cause and effect frowned when they saw this. Even those who knew the cause and effect thought that Jun Xiaoyao was too reckless and his actions were a bit extreme. Does the Jun family son of God really have to rely on killing to solve problems? Isn't it too cruel to treat the gatekeeper's descendant like this? That's right. It's just 2 women. The Jun family son of God killed the gatekeeper's descendant for women. It's not right. Such voices gradually sounded in the surroundings. This was the reason why gossip was a fearful thing. This is troublesome. The Ascendant King also frowned slightly. How can this be? It's clearly the gatekeeper's descendant's fault. Yu Yunchang was incomparably furious. Facing the clamor from all directions, Kai Song's eyes flashed with a trace of a sneer. This was the reason why they dared to provoke Jun Xiaoyao. With a heroic background, what were they afraid of? Hong Qian's face was pale. She was screaming loudly, but there was a trace of mockery and gloating in her eyes. You, Jun Xiaoyao, are strong, you have a strong background too, but so what? Would you be able to stop everyone's criticism and long-winded mouths? A mouthful of saliva from each person could drown Jun Xiaoyao. Facing such a situation, even the geniuses from the immortal forces would panic. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still indifferent. In his previous life, he was used to seeing such things. A bunch of trolls who were unreasonable and only knew how to vent their self-righteousness with their mouths and keyboards. They were still smug, thinking that they had done the right thing. Such a group of hypocritical guardians of justice who stood on the moral high ground only made Jun Xiaoyao feel disgusted. Shut up. A cold voice sounded, shaking the surroundings. Everyone felt suffocated. There were even some who were directly knocked over. The blood in their chest churned, and they couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The dead won't be noisy. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. He slapped Hong Qian with a backhand. Hong Qian's face was distorted, and she was incomparably terrified. The surrounding soldiers of the Hong family tried to stop Jun Xiaoyao, but they were no match for him. Bang! The palm wind tore Hong Qian's delicate body apart. Her blood and bones were smashed into minced meat, as if she had been cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. Her sharp mouth could no longer speak because her mouth was gone. As for her primordial spirit, it was also smashed into ashes by Xianxia's punch. The whole place was dead silent. Ignoring the criticism of the crowd, Xianxia killed the descendant of the gatekeeper again. This was no longer lawless, it was simply unscrupulous. What does the criticism of the world have to do with me? If I want to kill, who dares to stop me? Xianxia's words were sonorous, and they shook the surroundings. Many prodigies' faces turned pale. This was the first time they experienced Xianxia's power. It was a kind of supreme dominance that surpassed all living beings in the 9 heavens. He didn't care at all, and he didn't care about the cold eyes and criticism of the people of the world. For a moment, all sounds seemed to have been sucked away. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Xianxia flicked his sleeves, and his eyes were cold and disdainful as he looked at Kai Song, who was trembling like a lamb. A bunch of bastards who only know how to rely on the reputation of their ancestors to intimidate others. Their deaths are not regrettable. In terms of heroes, these gatekeepers were indeed heroes worthy of respect. But don't forget that Xianxia's father, Jun Wuhui, was also a hero. In that case, Xianxia was also a descendant of a hero. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia hated Kai Song and the others' actions even more. Xianxia wouldn't feel the slightest bit of guilt for killing them. You. Seeing Pang Fei and Hong Qian die in an instant, Kai Song's face turned pale, and his voice trembled. He couldn't speak clearly. Fear seized his brain. He knew that Xianxia was very powerful and had always been fearless. But he didn't expect him to be so powerful. In the original imperial city, he killed the gatekeeper's descendants without hesitation. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Because he had no scruples and would only do things according to his heart. If it was an ordinary prodigy who acted like this, they would have died countless times already. But Xianxia was different. He had the capital. An invincible family was supporting him. He was also an invincible existence among the younger generation of the celestial realm. When such a person acted without scruples, the sky would collapse. This son of God gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, it's too late. Xianxia shook his head slightly, his eyes cold and emotionless. He casually pointed a finger, and the Lightning Emperor's finger pierced through the void and crushed toward Kai Song. No, my lord, save me. Kai Song was so scared that he almost wet his pants. The feeling of being on the verge of death made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Just then, a powerful ray of starlight fell from the sky and collided with the finger of the Thunder Emperor. A figure wearing a silver cloak and a white mask appeared in the void. A wave of great Saint Realm fluctuations spread out. Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly. The surrounding people were also surprised. They didn't expect that someone would dare to stop Xianxia at this time. Xianxia, you still dare to act so recklessly in the original Emperor city? You have no rules at all. Isn't this a little too much? The person who appeared was naturally Star Protector. He was also the follower of the mysterious lord that Kai Song and the others spoke of. Seeing this, Xianxia thought for a while and understood something. Previously, he also found it strange. No matter how unbearable the descendant of the gatekeeper was, he was still a good-for-nothing. They wouldn't go as far as to snatch the sacred body of lunar physique just because they saw it. There should be more to it. As expected, it turned out that Kai Song and the others were just lackeys. Kai Song and the others took Yu Chanwan away for the sake of my lord. I advise you to avoid trouble and let it go, Star Protector said coldly. Hearing this, the surrounding Skyprides were shocked. They could sense Star Protector's cultivation aura. He was not much weaker than the supreme outlawed Skyprides. Yet, he was just a follower. Then, what kind of terrifying existence was the master behind him? Could it be that the seed is about to be born? The Ascendant King's expression became slightly more serious. Brother, do you mean that there's a seed-level figure behind them? Yu Yancheng was also aware of the situation. That's right. If that's the case, it means that the seed buried in the ancient history might be ready to bloom. When that happens, the situation of the younger generation in the immortal domain will change drastically and be reshuffled. Brother Jun, it'll be very difficult for you to be the number one person among the younger generation. The Ascendant King sighed slightly. Those who were treated as seeds were all top-notch skyprides in this era. Of course. Jun Xiaoyao, the defiant Seven Sovereigns, and the supreme outlawed skyprides were all qualified to be the seed-level figures of this era. However, the time they took to grow was much shorter than those seeds. Therefore, they were at a disadvantage. Star Protector's words made the crowd think of many things. There was probably an extremely extraordinary person standing behind him. Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change as he said coldly, I, the Son of God, do not want to talk to a lackey. Tell the person behind you to come out. Jun Xiaoyao. You. Star Protector's eyes flashed coldly. Jun Xiaoyao should have guessed that the person behind him was a seed-level figure. Moreover, it was an absolute taboo among the seeds. Even so, Jun Xiaoyao did not give him any face. My master has yet to be born. However, when he's born, you. Star Protector said coldly. However, Jun Xiaoyao frowned before he was able to finish his sentence and threw a punch at him. Shut up. Rumble, golden chi and blood surged like a heavenly waterfall and swept in all directions. The giant hand intertwined with the laws pressed down on Star Protector like a golden sky crushing down. With Jun Xiaoyao's current great sage great perfection level strength, he could crush someone like Star Protector like a dog. Jun Xiaoyao, you dare to attack, my master, pfft, Star Protector shouted angrily and unleashed all of his strength. There was even a galaxy phenomenon. However, under this palm, everything was turned into ashes. His physical body collapsed, his primordial spirit dissipated, and his body and spirit were destroyed. I don't care who's behind you. If he dares to come out, I'll kill him. Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeves, not minding the matter at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. A powerhouse who was close to becoming a supreme outlawed skypride was killed by Jun Xiaoyao with a single slap. They were both great saints, but how could there be such a huge gap between them? Even a holy lord would need 2 or 3 moves to deal with a great saint. He's not the reincarnation of a great emperor, but he's stronger than one. The reincarnated Bodhisattva's eyes were deep. He's that strong? Amidst the rolling black mist, the Yanhua Emperor's eyes were also very solemn. As expected of you. Yi Guchen was also a little emotional. It could be said that although Jun Xiaoyao's realm was great perfection level, his strength was far beyond a great saint powerhouse. It could even be said that Jun Xiaoyao was not weaker than those seeds who were about to be born. Jun Xiaoyao had caught up with those top-notch taboo seeds buried in history when he was only in his 20s. This kind of talent and strength was shocking. You killed Lord Star Protector. Kaisong was so scared that his soul was about to leave his body. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold, and he said calmly, as the descendant of the guardian hero, you're willing to be someone else's lackey, groveling, and servile. I, the Son of God, feel ashamed for your ancestors. You actually slandered our guardian bloodline like this. Kaisong's face turned red. Jun Xiaoyao humiliated him in public. It was really humiliating. Why don't you come with me to the world of divine ruins? Let's compete to see who can kill more foreign creatures. Jun Xiaoyao sneered. Kaisong was immediately speechless. With his trash strength, wasn't going to the world of divine ruins like sending food to the foreign geniuses. He wouldn't even know how he died. Seeing Kaisong's performance, many cultivators were speechless. The descendant of a hero was actually such a coward, as timid as a mouse. You don't dare? Then let me, the Son of God, clean up the house for the guardian family. As his words fell, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and attacked Kaisong. Kaisong's face turned pale, and his crotch was wet. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Seeing this, the surrounding geniuses couldn't stand it anymore. How could the descendant of this guardian be described as unbearable? That's enough, stop. A cold shout rang out, and at the same time an aura that was far more powerful than a ninth stage saint spread out. Quasi-supreme stage. Uncle, save me. Kaisong screamed as if he had found a life-saving straw. In the distance, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe walked through the void. He was a manager of the Kai family. His name was Kai Ji, and his cultivation was at the quasi-supreme stage. The real big shots of the Kai family were all in the depths of the imperial city or at the border. They had no time to stay in the family. Seeing the bloody scene in front of him and Kaisong's miserable appearance, Kaiji's face turned cold. Jun Xiaoyao, this is the original imperial city, not the Huangtian mystic realm. In the Huangtian mystic realm, the Jun family can do whatever they want. But here, it's better to behave, Kaiji said coldly. Although Jun Xiaoyao had killed the descendants of the gatekeepers, he couldn't make things too difficult. There was only one reason. That was Jun Wuhui. After all, Jun Wuhui had a great reputation at the border. But recently, Jun Wuhui's disappearance had caused quite a stir. Uncle, that Jun Xiaoyao massacred the people of the gatekeepers. You have to do something about it for me. Kaisong cried and came to Kaiji's side. That's enough. Stop crying and wailing. What a scandal. Kaiji shouted. Even he couldn't bear to watch. But Kaiji knew about Kaisong, Xingxinghu, and the mysterious master behind him. He also turned a blind eye to it. After all, the origin of the mysterious master was shocking even to him. It could be said that if they could really ride on the coattails of that master, the Kai family could indeed prosper. Jun Xiaoyao, you've killed him. Let's both take a step back. As for the Pang family and the Hong family, I'll deal with them. How about that? Kaiji said. Hand her over. Jun Xiaoyao was indifferent. He didn't have the slightest respect for Kaiji just because he was a quasi-supreme stage. Yu Chanwan is to be offered to that master. We can't hand her over, Kaisong objected. The arrival of Kaiji, a quasi-supreme expert, allowed Kaisong to regain his composure and become fearless. No matter how strong Jun Xiaoyao was, he could only display his prowess at the 9th level of the Saint Realm. A 7th level supreme martial artist was not someone a Saint Realm cultivator could afford to offend. It seems that you really want to die. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes shone with a cold light as he attacked Kaisong again. Jun Xiaoyao, you've gone too far, Kaiji said calmly. The great Saint Realm was indeed very strong. But in front of him, a quasi-supreme martial artist, what could he do? Kaiji struck out with his palm, and the might of a quasi-supreme swept out. Jun Xiaoyao attacked Kaiji. At the same time, the power of the 260 Sumeru worlds in his body exploded. His saintly body's blood essence surged and attacked Kaiji. What? The son of God of the Jun family actually attacked Supreme Kaiji. All the geniuses were petrified. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that a great saint dared to attack a supreme martial artist. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. As soon as Kaiji finished speaking, he immediately felt a boundless and terrifying pressure crushing toward him. It was like a world was rolling toward him. The power of 260 Sumeru worlds was extremely terrifying. The void collapsed, and all kinds of chaotic energy and spatial turbulence filled the air. It even triggered the original Imperial City's defense, and many ancient defensive Dao patterns appeared. Boom, the terrifying collision burst out a huge wave of magic power. Jun Xiaoyao and Kaiji were almost knocked back at the same time. However, Jun Xiaoyao pointed his finger at Yi Futian as he was sent flying. No. Kaisong's fearless face instantly turned into despair. Pfft, killed with one finger, Kaisong, dead. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Kaiji's expression froze, and he couldn't believe it. Everyone's expression was the same as his. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths were agape, their souls were trembling, and their scalps were numb. That was a quasi-supreme, a big shot who had stepped into the 7th stage supreme martial artist. He actually fought to a draw with Jun Xiaoyao. What was this? Even the reincarnated Bodhisattva D, the Yama Emperor, and other outlawed geniuses couldn't keep calm when they saw the scene. To be fair, if they used some trump cards, they could also resist a few moves from a quasi-supreme. However, the problem was that Jun Xiaoyao just casually attacked, and he didn't use his real trump card. The gap between them was huge. You're Kaiji? What a rookie. Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. Kaiji was considered weak among the quasi-supreme. He probably hadn't been to the foreign battlefield much. Junior, you're too arrogant. Kaiji's heart was filled with anger. He was a quasi-supreme, and Jun Xiaoyao, a junior in the Great Saint realm, killed Kai Song right under his nose. Moreover, he even exchanged a palm with him. However, what shocked Kai Ji was that Jun Xiaoyao's divine power was as vast as the universe. Perhaps some supreme being powerhouse's physical strength was not as good as Jun Xiaoyao's. Not to mention a quasi-supreme like him. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Jun Wuhui. Kai Ji said coldly. He couldn't kill Jun Xiaoyao. The consequences would be too terrifying. However, he could still teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, Jun Xiaoyao's face suddenly turned cold when he heard this. He shouted, "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to teach me a lesson on behalf of my father?" Jun Wuhui was not someone a mere quasi-supreme martial artist like him could compare to. Boom, the two of them exchanged another blow. What made everyone's jaws drop was, even if Kai Ji fought seriously, he still couldn't suppress Jun Xiaoyao. "You're really a rookie." Yu Yuncheng laughed. At the same time, in the deepest part of the original imperial city, in a certain spatial fault, some old antiques with high seniority were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Suddenly, these old antiques opened their eyes and woke up from their cultivation. What's going on? Has the imperial city's defensive formation been activated? There's the aura of a supreme being. Could it be that a supreme being from another domain has sneaked into the imperial city? That aura, it's from the Kai family. An old antique said. In the crowd, an old man in a green robe changed his expression. He was an ancestor of the Kai family named Kai Chong. It's that kid Kai Ji. No, his opponent, that aura. As if he had sensed something, Kai Chong's expression changed drastically. Damn it, did we offend that family? Kai Chong hurriedly got up. At the border, many of the guarding elders were on that family's side. What's wrong, Taoist Kai Chong? An old man in a blue robe and an old woman in a red robe came forward. They were one of the ancestors of the Pang family and the Hong family. The three families were relatively close. Something's wrong. Kai Chong left the space without looking back. The patriarchs of the other two clans exchanged glances with one another. Then, they followed suit. At about the same time, in another space, there was a tall tower. An old man in a linen robe sat cross-legged on the tower. The primal chaos chi lingered around his body, endlessly swallowing and spitting out countless ripples in the air. He was a 7th-level supreme being, a terrifying expert at the chaotic Tao sovereign level, but the most eye-catching thing was the 4 terrifying claw scars on the old man's forehead. Those were permanent scars left behind by his battle with the top experts of the foreign evil dragon bloodline. Because of the 4 scars on his forehead, the people of the original imperial city and the border all called him the 4th Master Scar. The 4th Master Scar was an elder of the border with an extremely high status. Several generations of his ancestors had died on the foreign battlefield. It was extremely tragic, and he was the only one left. This kind of sacrifice allowed 4th Brother Ba Si's prestige to be extremely high in the original Emperor city and the border. He was almost an elder of the Gatekeeper bloodline. Even some of the ancestors of the Gatekeeper families had to bow respectfully when they saw him. At this moment, the 4th Master Scar, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his old eyes. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. That aura, it's the bloodline of our benefactor. The 4th Master Scar stood up, and the chaotic energy around him surged like a tide. But he seemed to have sensed something, and a hint of unprecedented anger appeared in his eyes. Damn it, our benefactor guarded the border for many years, and his name shook the foreign domain. But his bloodline was suppressed in the imperial city. Who did it? I'll skin him alive. The 4th Master Scar roared angrily. This feeling was like an iron-blooded general guarding the border for the country, and he was willing to go through fire and water. But in the end, his son was being bullied. How could he not be angry? The 4th Master Scar directly tore through the void and left with monstrous anger. In the outer region of the original imperial city, there was the sound of the void cracking, and there were ripples of magic power. However, this kind of exchange caused everyone to be stunned. A quasi-supreme against a great saint. Logically speaking, it should be a complete crushing. However, the current situation was that the head of the Kai family, Kai Ji, had already exchanged more than 10 moves with Xianxia. However, he couldn't suppress him. Of course, Kaiji didn't use any trump cards. If he still had to use his trump cards to deal with a great saint, he really didn't care about his reputation at all. Kaiji didn't have to stay in the original imperial city anymore. Even a finger of a quasi-supreme is enough to severely injure a divine lord-level expert, but it can't do anything to the son of God of the Jun family. Moreover, the son of God of the Jun family didn't even try to force it, let alone get hurt. In the face of Kaiji's moves, Jun Xiaoyao dealt with them very calmly. With his current cultivation, he really didn't have to worry about dealing with a weaker quasi-supreme like Kaiji. At this moment, the void trembled, and 3 figures of old men filled with the aura of supremes appeared. "Stop!" The leading old man in green robes shouted. It was Kaichong of the Kai family. In addition, the Pang family's ancestor and the Hong family's old woman also followed. Old ancestor. Kaiji's expression was awkward and embarrassed. The most embarrassing thing was that he and Kai Song had utterly embarrassed the Kai family. The most embarrassing thing was that although he knew what Kai Song had done, he could only turn a blind eye to it. He also didn't report it to the old ancestor. Because in his opinion, hugging someone's thigh was also beneficial to the Kai family. To be honest, he was really tired of guarding the border. Why couldn't they, the gatekeeper families, be like those immortal forces, peacefully develop in the immortal realm? It was because of this dissatisfaction and selfishness that Kaiji would cover up what Kaisong had done. Jun Xiaoyao stopped what he was doing and smirked coldly. Is this what the old one looks like after beating up the young one? Are you really his son? Kaichong was shocked. He secretly cursed his own family for daring to provoke such a big trouble. My father is Jun Wuhui. I would like to see how you will deal with today's matter. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, his white robes fluttering in the wind. The more Kaichong watched, the more frightened he became. Jun Xiaoyao's bearing and image were practically carved from the same mold as the white-robed God King. No, it seemed to be even more outstanding. In the future, he might be a peerless figure that surpassed the white-clothed Divine King. Bastard, what the hell is going on? Kaichong was so angry that his liver hurt. The expressions of the Pang family's patriarch and the Hong family's old lady were also unsightly. The reason for that was because they had also noticed that Pang Fei and Hong Qian had died there. However, before Kaiji could explain, space suddenly split open, and chaotic energy spilled out. An old man in linen robes strode through space with seemingly material flames of rage. Mother **Cur, which bastard dares to bully the descendant of our benefactor? The terrifying chaotic energy covered the entire area, some of the heavenly talents were even directly knocked to the ground. Dao Master Hundun. Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that a battle between the younger generation would not only attract a patriarch? Now, even Dao Master Hundun had appeared. It's the 4th Master Scar. Seeing the old man in linen robes, the expressions of Kaichong and the others suddenly changed. The 4th Master Scar's position in the lineage of the gatekeepers was unquestionable. And the person whom the 4th Master Scar respected the most was Jun Wuhui. Jun Wuhui had even saved his life on the battlefield of the foreign realm. It's you. The 4th Master Scar locked his gaze on Kaiji at a glance. No. 4th Master Scar, facing the 4th Master Scar, who was at the level of Dao Master Hundun, Kaiji had really become a weakling, trembling like a quail. Boom, without another word, the 4th Master Scar directly attacked Kaiji and gave him a good beating. Poof. Poof. Poof, Kaiji, who had the demeanor of a powerhouse, was now like a broken sack being swung around by the 4th Master Scar. Boom. Boom. Boom, the ground of the original imperial city was incomparably sturdy, with many ancient defensive runes engraved on it. But now, the 4th Master Scar was swinging Kaiji and smashing him to the ground, causing web-like cracks to spread. A quasi-supreme and Dao Master Hundun were simply not on the same level. The 4th Master Scar was beating Kaiji as if he was playing a game. 4th Master Scar. Wait. Spare me, let's talk this out. Kaiji did not dare to resist at all, nor did he have the ability to resist. He spat out blood and screamed. Looking at the miserable state Kaiji was in, the corners of the eyes of the heavenly talents present twitched slightly. What a miserable state, fourth master Scar, please calm down first. Let's talk things out before making a decision, Kaichong said with cupped fists. Although he was an ancestor-level figure, in front of a senior figure like the fourth master Scar, he was still inferior. After all, they were only the ancestors of the various families, while the fourth master Scar enjoyed extremely high prestige in the entire lineage of the gatekeepers. Humph. The fourth master Scar heavily smashed Kaiji to the ground. Crack, a series of bone-cracking sounds rang out. A dignified quasi-supreme martial artist was now badly battered and bleeding profusely. Countless bones in his body were broken, and even his teeth had fallen out. He was no better than a beggar in the secular world. The fourth master Scar coldly glanced at Kaiji, then turned around and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. That old face that was filled with anger immediately calmed down and even overflowed with a smile. Similar, indeed similar. The fourth master Scar chuckled. Senior, thank you for your help. I wonder if you... Jun Xiaoyao slightly cupped his fists, his eyes filled with doubt. He could see that this old man was kind and benevolent towards him. However, he was not clear about the situation at the border, let alone the old man's identity. However, he was sure that this old man in front of him was not from the Jun family. Haha, you must be Xiaoyao. You are indeed carved from the same mold as our benefactor. The fourth master Scar chuckled. Benefactor, Jun Xiaoyao caught this point. At the side, the Ascendant King opened his mouth and explained. I see. My father saved you before. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, finally understanding. Yes, I still remember that when I was patrolling in the battlefield of the Foreign Realm, I was ambushed by some old foxes from the Foreign Realm. The 4 scars on my head were left by the Dao Masters of the Foreign Realm's evil dragon bloodline. At that time, a few Dao Masters from the Foreign Realm surrounded me. In the end, our benefactor appeared. I still can't forget our benefactor's grace at that time. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and with a simple wave of his hand, he killed a few Dao Masters from the chaos as if they were dust. The fourth master Scar could not help but reveal a look of reverence when he said this. Jin Wuhui's grace and charisma could be seen from the fact that a senior figure like the fourth master Scar respected him so much. Hearing this, many skyprides in the surroundings clenched their fists slightly, their hearts surging with emotions, the white-robed supreme being Jin Wuhui. This was the ideal and perfect hero in their hearts. With a wave of his hand, a Dao Master from the chaos fell. How terrifying was that? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. To be honest, he was not sure what realm his father was at. However, it seemed that his father was at least at the Quasi-Emperor realm. In addition, Jin Wuhui had a terrifying battle record of killing quasi-supreme beings at the Saint realm. No one would be able to guess what his true strength was. In that case, I am also considered a powerful second generation? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. What's going on here? You'd better give us an explanation. The fourth master Scar turned to look at the 3 guardian families with an unfriendly expression. If it weren't for the guardian's special identity, he would have slapped Kaiji to death. Kaiji, what's going on? Tell the fourth master Scar, Kaichong shouted coldly. These ancestors were all in seclusion in the depths of the imperial city, constantly observing the situation at the border. They weren't too clear about the situation of their families. This. Kaiji's throat tightened and he couldn't speak. It seems that you want to be locked in the dungeon, the fourth master Scar said coldly. Kaiji's body trembled violently when he heard this. What kind of place was the dungeon? It was a place where criminals of the foreign domain were locked up. Being locked up there was worse than death. I'll talk. Kaiji could only grit his teeth and tell him what he knew. After speaking, Kaichong's face immediately became extremely gloomy. Shame, absolute shame, as a hero family, the descendants of the Guardians. These descendants actually wanted to kneel down and suck up to others, then withdraw from the border. This was already more than tarnishing the wisdom of their ancestors. It was simply betraying the beliefs of the Guardians. The belief of the Guardians was to lay down their heads for the immortal region, shed their blood, and guard the border forever. Foolish. Kaichong sighed deeply. Perhaps it was because the immortal region had been peaceful for too long. There hadn't been a war for too long, so the younger generation had forgotten who fought for this peaceful territory. Without the blood of the ancestors, how could the descendants have any shade? The fourth master Scar's face was also very cold. He said in a deep voice, "It seems that you all only want to enjoy the glory of your ancestors, and not be willing to shed blood and sacrifice like your ancestors." No, Kaiji's face flushed red. A dignified quasi-supreme master's Dao heart was actually shaken. Sigh, this time it's all our fault. Xiaoyao, I'm sorry. Kai Cheng and the others clasped their hands towards Jun Xiaoyao. Logically and emotionally, they were wrong. Looking at the attitude of the three patriarchs, Jun Xiaoyao's expression softened slightly. Although there were some dandy scum among the young people of these families. But these old people still had faith. Otherwise, he would not have been stationed at the border all this time. Jun Xiaoyao also calmly cupped his hands and said, "Seniors, there's no need for this. Since the culprit is already dead, just hand over my people and I'll let it go." Jun Xiaoyao was not the kind of person who would pester her. "Of course. Why don't you go and bring him here?" Kai Cheng nodded hurriedly. The Kai family also sent people to fetch Yu Chanwan and Tying Jade Hair. We can't just let it go like this. We have to be clear about the rewards and punishments. Next time, if a war breaks out in the otherworldly battlefield, the three of you will charge at the front. Fourth Master Scar said in a low voice. Yes. Kai Cheng and the others did not object. Kaiji opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words. In a cruel place like the otherworldly battlefield, even as strong as a supreme, there was a high possibility of death. However, he did not dare to refute anything and could only accept his fate. Xiaoyao, I'm sorry that you encountered such unpleasant things when you just came to the Imperial City. Fourth Master Scar was a little embarrassed. After all, this was also his territory. In the end, he let the son of his benefactor suffer such treatment. His face was also gloomy. Senior, don't say that. I still have to thank you for your help. Jun Xiaoyao smiled, as modest as a gentleman. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, Fourth Master Scar's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Like father, like son. When it was time to act, he was decisive and did not hesitate. But when it was time to be humble, he was gentle like a gentleman. Such temperament, such talent, such strength. Jun Xiaoyao deserved to be a one-of-a-kind monster. By the way, as an apology, Xiaoyao can go to the Merit Hall and choose something for free. Fourth Master Scar chuckled. Hearing the three words Merit Hall, the eyes of the surrounding cultivators in the original Imperial City instantly turned red. Their eyes were filled with excitement and desire. That was a place that all the border cultivators dreamed of entering. As if seeing the confusion in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, Fourth Master Scar explained. Although the otherworldly battlefield has been quiet for a long time and has not launched a large-scale attack, small conflicts and small-scale battles still happen from time to time. The Merit Hall was built a long time ago. There are many divine powers and cultivation methods passed down by the immortal realm forces, ancient sects, supreme dynasties, and clan of the ancients. There are also all kinds of treasures from the otherworldly battlefield or the world of divine ruins, foreign scriptures, ancient weapons, and so on. However, all of these can only be exchanged with merit points. And merit points can only be obtained by killing the creatures of the otherworldly battlefield. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, understanding what was going on. Consider it as compensation for our young friend. You can choose one thing for free, Fourth Master Scar said. Thank you, Senior. Jun Xiaoyao did not stand on ceremony and nodded in agreement. It would be a waste not to take the opportunity for free. After Jun Xiaoyao temporarily settled down in the Imperial City, he would go to the Merit Hall to take a look. Not long after, the Kai family in the distance arrived with two beauties, one big and one small. Young master. Tying Jade Hair saw Jun Xiaoyao and cried out loudly. Her bright red eyes were as red as coral and teary. She rushed to Jun Xiaoyao like a rabbit and threw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Sob, young master, I finally see you. I don't even have the appetite to eat carrots after being separated from young master, Tying Jade Hair said. Is that so? Then I'm really guilty. Jun Xiaoyao also smiled and rubbed Tying Jade Hair's silver hair and furry rabbit ears. Yes, young master, so you have to compensate little you. Tying Jade Hair said righteously. How? Stroke me every day, brush my fur, and… Little you wants to eat a lot of carrots, white carrots, green carrots, the little rabbit counted with her fingers. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. He liked this cute pet very much. Young master, sorry to trouble you again. Yu Chanwan stepped forward, blushing and a little embarrassed. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had already saved her from the 10 princes of Jinwu. Now, she had to rely on Jun Xiaoyao to save her again. She was a little embarrassed. It's okay, it's just a small matter. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. This was indeed a small matter for him. But the trouble might not be just that. I heard from Kai Song that he has a mysterious benefactor backing him. Yu Chanwan felt a little guilty. She didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to get into more trouble. I have more than 1 or 2 enemies. It doesn't matter if there's 1 more or 1 less. Jun Xiaoyao didn't take it to heart. There was no burden on one's debts. As long as one was strong enough, there was not much difference between 1 enemy and 100 enemies. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's calm and collected appearance, Yu Chanchuan's crystal-clear eyes flashed with a trace of blurred admiration. The man's restrained confidence was really attractive. Chanwan has nothing to repay you with. I'm willing to follow you and join the emperor's court to serve you. Yu Chanwan bowed deeply to Jun Xiaoyao. With this bow, her curves were exposed. It was dazzling white. It was shockingly big. The curve was perfect. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood why so many people coveted Yu Chanchuan's body. The sacred body of Tying really had a good figure. The matter came to an end. The 4th Master Scar looked at Jun Xiaoyao and said, Xiaoyao, you should stay in the imperial city for the time being. It won't be long before the ultimate trial, the world of the ruins of God, opens again. When the time comes, I will take you there. At the same time, you will have a difficult task. A difficult task? Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. That's right. It's even related to the survival of the border. The 4th Master Scar's words made Jun Xiaoyao's expression turn serious. It seemed that this ultimate trial was not simple. It was many times crueler than the previous epics. Of course, I'll tell you more about the quest when everyone is here. For now, Xiaoyao will stay in the Emperor's city for the time being to rest and prepare for the upcoming challenge, the 4th Master Scar said with a smile. He still had a lot of faith in Jun Xiaoyao. His cultivation was in the peak stage of the Great Sacred Realm, and his strength had greatly surpassed his cultivation. He was even able to take on a pseudo-9 Heavens Supreme with his cultivation of the Great Sacred Realm. The 4th Master Scar had never seen such an insane genius in his life. It was his first time encountering someone like Qin Nan. The world of the godly ruins might be dangerous, but it should not be a problem for Jun Xiaoyao. Presumably, Jun Xiaoyao would also give those bastards from the other side a big surprise. The 4th Master Scar took his leave after the matter came to an end. After all, he was an elder in charge of guarding the border. He had to keep an eye on the foreign cultivators at all times, thus he did not have much time to waste on trivial matters. However, he did summon a few elders of the border and asked them to handle Jun Xiaoyao's situation. Jun Xiaoyao asked about Jun Wuhui. The 4th Master Scar let out a sigh. He was not too sure about the situation. Jun Wuhui was not stationed in the original Emperor city. He was stationed at the border all the time. It was a lot deeper and more dangerous than the border. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He believed Jun Wuhui would not die so easily. Even if it was just one of Sanqing's clones. After that, the few remaining elders from the border took Jun Xiaoyao, the lunar jade hair, and Yu Chanwan to find a residence that was filled with spiritual qi to settle down. Wow, is this an immortal cave residence? Tying Jade Hair's eyes glittered. The place was filled with jade grass, strange flowers, and strange rocks. The qi was as dense as mist. The original Emperor city had abundant qi. It was considered one of the best places in the 9 Heavens immortal realm. Meanwhile, the qi in the residence was even thicker. It felt like it was going to turn into a mist. Not bad indeed, Jun Xiaoyao was satisfied. They temporarily settled down in this mansion. Outside the mansion, many geniuses were watching. However, none of them dared to get close for fear of disturbing Jun Xiaoyao and making him unhappy. The Yama Emperor, the reincarnated Arhat D, and the others left with solemn expressions. Jun Xiaoyao's strength had refreshed their understanding and made them feel pressured. After all, the ultimate trial wasn't just a place to fight against the geniuses of the other side. It was also a competition between the geniuses of the immortal realms. After everything was settled, Jun Xiaoyao also relaxed. He didn't choose to go into seclusion. This was because the opening of the ultimate trial was fast approaching. The tying jade hair, on the other hand, clung to Jun Xiaoyao every day. Sometimes, it would transform into a little girl and nestle in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. From time to time, she would transform into her rabbit form and let Jun Xiaoyao stroke her fur. On the other hand, Yu Chanwan was envious. Although she lived next door to Jun Xiaoyao didn't look for her much. Not to mention something had happened between them. This made Yu Chanwan a little disappointed. Ordinary men couldn't wait to covet her body. However, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't interested in her at all. However, this made Yu Chanwan fall in love with Jun Xiaoyao even more. A few days later, a beautiful figure came to Jun Xiaoyao's residence, which surprised Jun Xiaoyao. The woman was wearing a blue dress. She was tall and slender with long legs. Her skin was snow white and sparkling like jade. Her long hair was also blue. It was as if she was a mirror. Jun Lanqi? Jun Xiaoyao was very surprised. This woman was Jun Lanqi of the Jun family's hidden branch. When they were on the buried Emperor Star, Jun Xiaoyao had saved the lives of Jun Lanqi and the others. Of course, he had also killed Jun Xianming. Brother Xiaoyao, you really came to the original imperial city. However, you caused quite a stir as soon as you arrived, Jun Lanqi said with a smile. You know so much. It seems that the hidden branch also has people in the original imperial city, Jun Xiaoyao said. Jun Lanqi nodded slightly. Are Jun Yinhuang and Jun Qingyan of the hidden branch also in the imperial city? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly asked. Jun Lanqi was taken aback and nodded. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. To be honest, the 18th ancestor and the others had pinned the hope of the hidden branch's return on Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao still hadn't thought of a way to let the hidden branch return. The two of them are in the imperial city, but they didn't come to visit. It seems that they have something against the Son of God, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. It was probably because he had killed Jun Xianming. No, it's not like that. Our hidden branch is not hostile to Xiaoyao, Jun Lanqi hurriedly said. Oh, there's no need for that. I don't care. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. After a little chat, Jun Lanqi left. A strange look flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He was waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to completely let the hidden branch return. In fact, it could be seen from Jun Lanqi that the hidden branch and the main branch of the Jun family actually didn't have any extreme conflict or deep hatred. It was just a difference in philosophy. In this way, as long as there was a chance, Jun Xiaoyao could let the hidden branch return. At that time, the main branch and hidden branch would be united. Even someone as powerful as the Supreme Immortal Court would probably be very wary. Oh right, it's time to go to the Merit Hall. Jun Xiaoyao didn't forget that he still had a chance to be a freeloader. Jun Xiaoyao went out with the tying jade hair and Yu Chanwan. The Merit Hall was very easy to find. It was in the central area of the original imperial city. Although it was far away, there was a teleportation array, so they could get there quickly. Not long after, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the Merit Hall. Looking around, the stone hall made of basalt was vast and solemn, filled with an ancient and magnificent aura. From time to time, some old people and cultivators from the border came in and out. At the entrance of the stone hall, a guard saw Jun Xiaoyao coming. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. You're the son of God of the Jun family, right? The fourth master Scar has already sent someone to greet you. The son of God can choose a treasure for free in the Merit Hall. Thank you. Jun Xiaoyao nodded lightly. Then, the few of them entered. Looking around, the entire Merit Hall was bigger than it looked from the outside. There were spatial fluctuations washing over it. Inside, there was a vast space. All kinds of rare treasures, ancient books, and scriptures emitted brilliant rays of light. There were flashing numbers on it, representing the merit points needed to exchange for a treasure. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have any merit points, but he could choose an item for free. Wow, so many treasures. Purple gold ginseng, sky bodhi. Fruit, white jade radish. The Taiying jade hare looked at the sacred herbs and drooled. The sacred herbs here were all rare species in the immortal realm. Of course, there were also all kinds of elixirs of immortality. Although there weren't many, there weren't few either. It was just that exchanging for elixirs of immortality required a huge amount of merit points. It was impossible to gather so many merit points unless one was an old man who had killed enemies at the border for a long time. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao also saw a boundary emperor weapon, each of which was shockingly high in merit points. Jun Xiaoyao also felt a faint emperor's aura. It came from the core of the merit hall. Emperor weapon? Jun Xiaoyao was a little surprised. He didn't expect to be able to exchange for a rare emperor weapon. If Jun Xiaoyao was willing, he could exchange for an emperor weapon now. But to be honest, an emperor weapon wasn't what Jun Xiaoyao needed the most now. He was the master of the Emperor Imperial Court. The Emperor Imperial Court alone had more than one emperor weapon. In the desolate ancient sacred palace, he had obtained the desolate god armor, but he temporarily handed it over to the sacred body martial guardian for safekeeping. In Jun Xiaoyao's forehead, there was a guardian emperor weapon, the desolate ancient emperor talisman. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao really didn't need an emperor weapon. With his current cultivation, he couldn't fully unleash the power of an emperor weapon. As for the boundary emperor weapon, Jun Xiaoyao still had the great desolate halberd. He also had the myriad chi cauldron, which was qualified to become an immortal artifact. Therefore, instead of exchanging for an emperor weapon that wasn't very useful to him now, it was better to exchange for something useful. There are too many treasures here. I don't know how long it will take to look at them one by one. Why don't I? Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have thought of something and immediately began to activate the power of his primordial spirit. Boom, the terrifying power of the primordial spirit spread out like a tide. The vigorous power of the primordial spirit shocked the cultivators in the merit hall. They all looked sideways. What a powerful primordial spirit power. It's at the boundless level. Many cultivators looked at Jun Xiaoyao with their mouths agape. Primordial spirit levels were divided into ordinary, exceptional, extraordinary, boundless, eternal, void turbulent, immortal, and moksha. Logically speaking, an ordinary supreme being's primordial spirit could reach the extraordinary level. There weren't many who reached the boundless level. However, Jun Xiaoyao, who was only at the great sage realm, already had the power of the boundless primordial spirit. His primordial spirit was as vast as the sea. This was very shocking. He wasn't much weaker than a supreme being who specialized in cultivating the primordial spirit. However, the problem was that Jun Xiaoyao's physical body had also reached the pinnacle. It was very outstanding and could be said to be the only one in all of history. An eternal taboo skypride whose physical body and primordial spirit far surpassed those of his peers. Indeed, it was frightening. This primordial spirit power. I thought it was some supreme being who came. So it's the son of God of the Jun family. In the depths of the merit hall, there were also old antiques overseeing this place. All of their eyes were filled with surprise. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit swept through the many treasures. To be honest, there were many things that tempted him. There were incomplete immortal scriptures, ancient books, and great divine powers comparable to the Kunpeng and the Thunder Emperor. There were even many treasures from other realms. For example, the dragon horn of the evil dragon lineage, the dark immortal scripture of the dark heaven lineage, and so on. There was a dazzling lineup that made it difficult to choose. Unfortunately, there's no heavenly book. Jun Xiaoyao clicked his tongue. If there was a heavenly book, he would definitely exchange for it directly. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was just thinking about it casually. Even if there was a heavenly book, it wouldn't be his turn to exchange for it. Someone would have already done so. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. His sharp divine sense picked up a strange ripple. Then, he came to an area in the merit hall. This area was where some incomplete ancient artifacts were placed. Among them, there were some very old things that were filled with the aura of time dust. The things here weren't like the emperor weapons, elixirs of immortality, or immortal scriptures that required a huge amount of merit points. These things were relatively cheap. Because many of the things were ancient and incomplete, no one could see their uses. Of course, from time to time, there would be cultivators who would find useful things among them. However, they were still in the minority. Xianxia raised his hand and picked up something. It was a simple and unadorned lotus seed. Its surface looked a little withered and yellow, as if it had lost its vitality. There was nothing special about it. However, with Xianxia's keen telepathic thoughts, he detected a hint of unusual waves. Xianxia played with the lotus seed. It was warm to the touch, but that was all. At this moment, an old man in the Hall of Merit stepped forward and asked, "Have you chosen the Son of God?" "I'll take this one," Xianxia said. "This?" Seeing this, the old man hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Son of God, this lotus seed has been examined by others before. There is nothing too special about it. Perhaps it's just an ancient species that has lost its life force. It's not that rare." From the old man's point of view, since Xianxia had this opportunity, he naturally had to seize it. Emperor weapon, immortal sutra, immortal elixir. Who knew how many people would be envious of him? However, Xianxia had his eyes on this lotus seed. "To be honest, I'm not particularly lacking in emperor weapons, immortal sutra, and immortal elixir. I'm just casually picking them." Xianxia smiled slightly. Hearing this, the old man was speechless. Xianxia was truly old Versailles. However, thinking about it, with Xianxia's status, these extremely precious items were not particularly attractive to him. The old man nodded. Xianxia was the one who got the lotus seed as well. "Although I don't know what's so special about this lotus seed, I have the spring of life," Xianxia thought to himself. He would not waste this opportunity. The others examined this lotus seed but did not find anything, perhaps because it had not recovered its vitality. However, the spring of life should be able to nourish this lotus seed. As for what effect it would produce in the end, it was up to fate. After Xianxia exchanged for the lotus seed, he prepared to return to his residence with Yu Chanwan and the Tying jade hair. However, just as he stepped out of the Hall of Merit, an incomparably cold voice suddenly sounded. "Seems like enemies are destined to meet." Xianxia looked in the direction of the voice after hearing the chilling voice. A group of people had arrived. The one who spoke was an old acquaintance, Gutizi, and he was not the only one. At the side, a beautiful, noble, and elegant figure was also staring at him with a cold light in her phoenix eyes. Princess Ling Yin, in addition, Wei Qianqian, Song Li, Yao Qing, Xing Lu, and the other successors of immortal lineages were also present. Although Qi Lai had been killed by Xianxiao, Qi Yu immortal lineage was still present. However, Qi Long replaced him and became the successor of Qi Yu immortal lineage. The successors of the 9 great immortal lineages were all present. At this moment, many cultivators on the streets around the Hall of Merit looked over. The atmosphere suddenly seemed to have frozen. The conflict between the Xian Ting and the Jun family was needless to say. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. One was a supreme force that once dominated the immortal realm. The other was an immortal family with a long history. In this era of great competition where the world was changing, the 2 forces were bound to have a struggle for luck. Heroes vying for supremacy, fighting for the legitimacy of heaven and earth. What's the matter? Xianxia's eyes were indifferent. He was not surprised to see Gutizi and the others. As the successor of the Xian Ting, they would naturally participate in this ultimate trial. Not to mention that Gutizi and the others were the 7 rebellious emperors, who were trying to get rid of him. The world of divine ruins was the best opportunity. "You're not a Dharmakaya this time, right?" Gutizi's body was enveloped in 8 trigrams runes, and his aura was incomparably transcendent. The scene of Xianxiao kidnapping the bride with the Dharmakaya was still vivid in his mind. It could be said to be a crack in his heart. Only Xianxiao's death could heal it. "You should be glad that I came to the wedding as a Dharmakaya. If I came with my real body, you might not necessarily still be here." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. That one sentence made Gutizi's expression instantly turn cold. Jun Xiaoyao did not say much, but every word he said was heart-wrenching. All the surrounding cultivators were stunned. Jun Xiaoyao was facing the successors of the 9 great immortal families alone, and yet he was still so powerful. It was truly astonishing. Jun Xiaoyao, I still have a debt to settle with you. Ling Yan's exquisite face, which was like a celestial being's, was not pleasant. Back in the Black Abyss Reincarnation Sea, Jun Xiaoyao had taken away her opportunity, and Jun Xiaoyao had left a humiliating mark on her inner thigh, which had yet to disappear. Jun Xiaoyao looked thoughtfully at Ling Yan's slender legs. Ling Yan's snow-white skin was covered in goosebumps, and she couldn't help but close her legs. Jun Xiaoyao, aren't you curious about Fairy Yuan's whereabouts? Ling Yan changed the topic. She should be with you, Jun Xiaoyao said. He had guessed as much. Don't worry, I brought her here this time. She will bear witness to your defeat, Ling Yan said. As soon as she finished speaking, the successors of the 9 great immortal families all looked at Jun Xiaoyao in a crescent shape, as if they were going to surround him. Many of the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Could it be that Xianting could not wait any longer and wanted to attack? If the successors of the 9 great immortal families attacked together, Jun Xiaoyao would be in danger. Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At that moment, an aura suddenly exploded in the distance, accompanied by a disdainful sneer. What? Does Xianting think that there is no one in the Jun family? A handsome young man with a jade-like complexion walked in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. As he walked, he looked like a deity descending to the mortal world. His eyes were as deep as the universe, and a terrifying scene of the sun being destroyed and the stars sinking appeared. Chaotic divine light bloomed, and the void cracked. It was Jun Lingsong, the sequence number 1 of the Jun family, the man with polychoria, almost at the same time, in another direction. A handsome figure holding a heavenly secret umbrella, a wine gourd hanging from his waist, and an imperial crown on his head, walked in the air. It was Lord Grimm lying drunk on the battlefield. It's the sequence number 1 of the Jun family and the ancient freak. One has the invincible polychoria, and the other has the world-suppressing emperor physique. The eyes of the cultivators in all directions trembled. The limelight of these two was not much weaker than Jun Xiaoyao's. Jun Lingsong and Jun Maxiao came to Jun Xiaoyao's side. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. Their tacit understanding was evident. At that moment, everyone held their breaths. On one side were the successors of the 9 great immortal families, on the other side were the 3 giants of the Jun family, the most powerful cultivators of the younger generation of the 2 top forces were facing off against each other. The atmosphere was so tense that it was suffocating. That was because such a confrontation was too rare. Each of the 9 successors of the Xianting's immortal orthodoxies was extraordinary. One could say that they were the absolute elites of the Xianting's younger generation. Moreover, Ling Yan was the young emperor of the Xianting. Compared to before, his status had undergone a qualitative change. On the Jun family's side, the 3 powerhouses of the younger generation had long been famous on the ancient road. Jun Lingsong and Lord Grimm did not seem to be as famous as Jun Xiaoyao. However, that was only relative. Compared to the other outlawed sky prides, they were only stronger. A confrontation like this naturally attracted everyone's attention. You people of the Xianting are used to bullying others with numbers. How about I take you on? Jun Lingsong placed one hand behind his back. His double pupils no longer needed to be sealed with a black cloth. He looked no different from an ordinary person. However, when Jun Lingsong glanced at the 9 successors of the immortal orthodoxies, his single pupil seemed to split into 2 pupils. His aura was so powerful that it seemed to be able to separate heaven and earth. The aura was terrifying. It seems that my cousin has gained a lot as well, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. It was rumored that Jun Lingsong had obtained the inheritance of an ancient man with polychoria. Now, it seemed that the rumor was true. Just because you have more people doesn't mean that you can suppress us. In fact, I think that Xiaoyao alone is enough to suppress all of you. Lingsong and I are just icing on the cake. Lord Grimm picked up the wine gourd hanging from his waist and took a sip. He appeared to be lazy and casual. It was as if he did not care about the 9 successors of the immortal orthodoxies in front of him. I do hope that you can fight, but don't disappoint me like before. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeves and said casually. Seeing the attitude of the 3 powerhouses of the Jun family, the cultivators present were speechless. They were the only ones who dared to show such an attitude in front of the successors of the Xianting. They're not from the same family after all. Even their tone is the same. Some cultivators were speechless. Is the Jun family filled with madmen? Every single one of them is so free and unrestrained. They don't put anything in their eyes. They're all the same. Annoying personalities. Gutizi frowned. Suddenly, at this moment, 2 more auras appeared in the distant sky. This left many people astonished, casting their gazes over. Could it be that someone else was here to join in the fun? A look of surprise flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes when he sensed the aura. On the other side, Gutizi also had a strange look in his eyes. The auras of the 2 figures were incredibly powerful. They were at the level of a supreme outlawed sky pride. Within the light, a man and a woman appeared. The young man was dressed in a dark golden imperial robe. He had a slender physique and looked like a dragon or a phoenix. The woman wore a luxurious dress that outlined her graceful figure, and her appearance was peerlessly beautiful and flawless. Moreover, a rain of grand Dao flowers fluttered in the surroundings, causing her to seem like a female god. That's Junin Emperor and Jun Qingyan of the Jun family's hidden lineage. Some cultivators recognized the 2 of them. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with surprise. At this moment, he also saw Jun Lanqi, who was dressed in a blue dress, waving at him from behind the 2 of them. They really are sky prides of the hidden lineage. Jun Lingsong and Lord Grimm also cast their gazes over. The Jun family's hidden lineage was not much weaker than the Jun family's main lineage. However, they had always kept a low profile, so outsiders did not know much about them. Now that the 2 sky prides of the hidden lineage had arrived, the situation had become complicated and confusing. Some of the cultivators present vaguely knew what was going on. Although the hidden lineage had split from the Jun family, it was not the kind of split that one would imagine. They had simply parted ways due to different ideologies. Now that the 2 sky prides of the hidden lineage had appeared, what was the meaning of this? Could it be that the hidden lineage was returning to the Jun family? Many cultivators were shocked when they thought of this. The Jun family was already powerful enough. The main lineage alone was enough to make the Xianting wary. If the hidden lineage were to return, wouldn't they be able to split the world with the Xianting? Jun Yinhuang looked at Jun Xiaoyao. His eyes were like a fog, making it difficult for others to see through him. On the other hand, a faint smile appeared on Jun Qingyan's flawless face. She said, I've heard of the 3 of you before. Now that I've met you today, I can see that you are indeed outstanding. Jun Xiaoyao and the others nodded slightly. Gutizi looked at Jun Yinhuang and the others, his eyes revealing a thoughtful look. At present, the 9 successors of the Xianting were on one side. The 3 giants of the Jun family and the 2 sky prides of the hidden lineage were on the other side. In this way, the Xianting would not be able to overpower the Jun family. In fact, even if Jun Xiaoyao was alone, the Xianting would not be able to overpower the Jun family. Everyone, at this moment, an old voice was heard. It came from the Hall of Merit. It was an elder from the border. He said, it's not good to have a conflict in front of the Hall of Merit. Moreover, the ultimate trial is about to begin. You will be facing challenges from the other side. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's better not to fight among yourselves. The old man's words caused the atmosphere at the scene to calm down. The cold expression on Gutizi's face disappeared, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He said, since the elder has spoken, then forget it. Jun Xiaoyao, I hope you can maintain this invincible attitude in the world of the divine ruins. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, it seems that you have a thorough plan. But you have to know, in the face of absolute strength, any scheme is foolish and laughable. Then let's wait and see. Those who drown are all people who can swim. Gutizi smiled. Not only was he strong, but he also had a trump card. He had even prepared 4 killing moves to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. If this was not enough to kill Jun Xiaoyao, then he would accept it. Gutizi turned around and left. Looking at Gutizi, a dark light flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. This was indeed an ambitious and ruthless character. Not only was he strong, but he was also smart and would not act rashly. If he was born in another era, he would definitely be a person who could overturn the clouds and rain and stand at the peak. Unfortunately, he met Jun Xiaoyao. It could only be said that it was a tragedy to be born in the same era as Jun Xiaoyao. Ling Yan glanced at Jun Xiaoyao as if he wanted to say something, but it was not convenient to say it in public. Therefore, he only snorted coldly and left. Jun Xiaoyao knew that Ling Yan was concerned about the mark on her inner thigh. This could only be said to be Jun Xiaoyao's bad taste. Wei Qianxian looked at Jun Xiaoyao and shook her head. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was really her cup of tea. Unfortunately, it was the opposite. Yao Qing, Song Li, and the others were expressionless. On the other hand, Qi Long of Qiyu celestial lineage looked at Jun Xiaoyao with hatred and a hint of complexity. Jun Xiaoyao killed Qi Lai. However, it allowed the Qiyu celestial lineage's Skype rights to experience what it felt like to be at the top. It was a very complicated feeling. As the successors of the 9 great immortal lineages left, the atmosphere calmed down completely. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze turned to Jun Yinhuang and Jun Qingyan. "Let's go to my residence," Jun Xiaoyao said. He knew that the 2 successors of the hidden lineages had appeared. Their real purpose was not to help the Jun family's momentum. They came with a purpose. No one expected that in front of the Merit Hall. The younger generation of the 2 great forces would be at each other's throats. Fortunately, the ultimate trial was about to begin, so both sides restrained themselves and did not fight in the original imperial city. However, this was something that would happen sooner or later. After that, Jun Xiaoyao brought the group back to the mansion. Yu Chanwan and Taiyin Jade Hair tactfully retreated. Junin Emperor glanced at Jun Lingsong and Lord Grimm. "It seems that we have to avoid arousing suspicion," Jun Lingsong said indifferently. The 2 of them left as well. Only Jun Xiaoyao, Junin Emperor, and Jun Qingyan were left in the hall. Jun Xiaoyao sat at the head of the table with a casual attitude, without any intention of being courteous. "You can tell me why you are here." Jun Xiaoyao's attitude made Junin Emperor frown slightly. "Shouldn't you give an explanation for Jun Xianming's death?" Junin Emperor asked. Jun Xianming was from his bloodline. Jun Qingyan's expression changed. Jun Xiaoyao killing Jun Xianming wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't a small matter either. However, according to Jun Lanqi, Jun Xianming had indeed gone overboard. "Tell me your real purpose. This son of God doesn't want to waste my breath on such trivial matters." Jun Xiaoyao tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair and said indifferently. "Heh. As expected of the main bloodline's son of God. You are quite arrogant," Junin Emperor sneered. Just as Jun Xiaoyao had guessed, the 2 of them didn't appear to help the Jun family. Junin Emperor threw out a jade scroll. Jun Xiaoyao caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. His expression changed slightly. After a while, Jun Xiaoyao said, "Do you know the contents of this scroll?" "I don't know, but I can tell you that it is very difficult for my hidden bloodline to return," Junin Emperor said. "It is indeed a very difficult condition. Even, so difficult that it's almost impossible." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes shone with a cold light. Within the jade slip was a condition. It was a condition for the return of the hidden branch of the Jun family. This condition was somewhat excessive. In fact, it could even be said that it was practically impossible. A cracking sound was heard. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his 5 fingers and crushed the jade slip into powder, which flowed down through the gaps between his fingers. "Tell this son of God's words that I'll accept it." Jun Xiaoyao's words caused Jun Yinhuang and Jun Qingyan's expressions to change slightly. They didn't know what specific information was contained in the jade slip. But it was obviously an extremely harsh condition. Only by fulfilling this condition would the hidden branch of the Jun family be able to return. "I'm curious if you have what it takes." Junin Emperor took one last look at Jun Xiaoyao before turning to leave. Jun Qingyan paused for a moment and said to Jun Xiaoyao, "Many thanks to clan brother for saving the life of my Lanqi." "It's nothing," Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. "Clan brother, if there is anyone who has the ability to bring the hidden branch back, it should be you." Jun Qingyan sighed. She actually hoped that the hidden branch would return. After all, their branch had been silent for too long. They had forgotten what their glory was like in the past. Jun Qingyan then left. Only Jun Xiaoyao was left. The expression in his eyes fluctuated, and in the end, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint arc. Interesting, really interesting. A condition that is impossible to fulfill? Jun Xiaoyao laughed. The condition in the jade slip could be said to be impossible for anyone to fulfill. They didn't even dare to think about it. Jun Xiaoyao slowly raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the dome and meet the heavens. No matter how many plans you make, it is still inferior to God's plans. God, are you trying to prove that I can't win this game? Then let's see who will have the last laugh. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeves. His eyes were deep and bottomless, flickering with light. He had already thought of a scheme. A flawless scheme. Gu Tizi, I hope that your scheme can give me a pleasant surprise. This scheme can't be done without you, Jun Xiaoyao said meaningfully. Although things could be solved by force, Jun Xiaoyao had always disdained to use his wits. However, in this game with God, he still needed to plan. Jun Xiaoyao had already treated the ultimate training ground, the world of the divine ruins, as the final game with God, one game to determine the winner. After coming up with the plan in his heart, Jun Xiaoyao was very relaxed and didn't feel nervous at all. He placed the ancient lotus seed that he had obtained from the merit hall into his inner universe and sank it into the spring of life. After the lotus seed sank into the spring of life, there wasn't much of a reaction. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't in a hurry and just left it there. Next, Jun Xiaoyao adjusted his breathing and prepared for the ultimate training. Late at night, the entire original imperial city was very quiet. The full moon in the sky was directly captured by the Almighty and placed above the imperial city's starry sky. Jun Xiaoyao, who was sitting cross-legged in his residence, suddenly opened his eyes and said indifferently, "Since you're here, show yourself." A tall, beautiful, and peerless figure appeared. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyes indifferently and looked up from the slender snow-white legs vaguely visible through the skirt. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the cold and aloof face that could topple the world. A dignified princess visiting in the middle of the night can easily cause misunderstandings. Jun Xiaoyao was still sitting cross-legged on the ground and said indifferently. The visitor was naturally Ling Yan. She said with a cold expression, "You know why I'm here." "Why?" Jun Xiaoyao deliberately asked. "You." Ling Yan took a deep breath and her jade peaks rose and fell slightly. She didn't know why, but in front of Jun Xiaoyao, she couldn't maintain that aloof attitude of looking down on the world. Perhaps it was because Jun Xiaoyao's status was not lower than hers at all. Or perhaps it was because the ill-fated fate of 100 lives in the reincarnation sea was still affecting her. "Remove the traces," Ling Yan said coldly. She was naturally referring to the traces left by Jun Xiaoyao between her legs. Every time she thought of this, she couldn't help but think of the ill-fated fate of 100 lives, which made it difficult for her Taoist heart to be completely calm. "So you're only referring to this? It's just a small punishment. This son of God doesn't like it when you threaten me with fairy yuan," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Then you're not afraid that I'll kill her?" "You can kill her, but you'll also have to be buried with her." Jun Xiaoyao picked up a cup of tea and gently blew on it before taking a sip. He said the most ruthless words in the most understated tone. What was Ling Yan's identity now? Young Emperor Xian Ting. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who could speak to Ling Yuan in such a tone. Ling Yan clenched her jade-like hands. To be honest, if this wasn't the original imperial city, she really couldn't help but attack. "What do you want to remove it?" Ling Yan said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment and saw a chessboard not far away. With a wave of his big sleeve, the chessboard fell between the two of them. "Let's play the next game. If you win, the traces will be erased. This son of God will bow and apologize. If you lose, sorry, I'll add one more stroke. Bring it on. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Ling Yan sat with her legs crossed, sitting on either side of Jun Xiaoyao. Although it was called a game of chess, it was obviously not just a game of chess. The game was Tao and reason. It was a game of understanding the Tao. In addition, it was a game of chess. Ling Yan's game was like Xian Ting. On Jun Xiaoyao's side, it was the Jun family. One was Xian Ting's young emperor, the other was the son of god of the Jun family. In a small game of chess, a game of chess began. After a night, Ling Yan's delicate body trembled slightly, and there was an abnormal flush on her jade-like face. It was a sign of extreme shame and indignation. In one night, she lost 6 games in a row. There were 6 more strokes on her inner thigh. What made her even more ashamed and angry was that the 6 strokes plus the previous stroke. It was exactly 7 strokes that made up the word June. The imprint on her inner thigh was very uncomfortable. What was this? Was she branded with Jun Xiaoyao's mark? After all, some female slaves would tattoo their masters' names on their bodies. An unprecedented humiliation filled Ling Yan's heart. She was the dignified Xian Ting's young emperor, but in the end, she was branded with Jun Xiaoyao's mark. If others knew about it, it would definitely set off a huge wave. Gu Tizi would probably be angry to the point of death. Jun Xiaoyao, I hope you can still be so calm in the world of the ruins of God. She knew that only Gu Tizi's game could truly destroy Jun Xiaoyao. Ling Yan left with a cold face. She didn't even dare to take big steps for fear of being noticed by others. She felt uncomfortable all over. Looking at Ling Yan's departing figure, Jun Xiaoyao picked up a chess piece and played with it between his fingers. So far, Tian hasn't been my opponent, let alone you. End of chapter 840. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.